Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Chung Moli gazed out at the overcast sky, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. A message from an unfamiliar number illuminated her phone screen. A tornado is about to strike City A. Do not venture outside, seek shelter immediately, and retreat to the basement. Remember. Molly checked the weather forecast on her phone, which had not mentioned any tornadoes for the day. Furrowing her brow, she muttered to herself, "What a bothersome prank message." She casually tossed her phone aside. Meanwhile, Yang Chao clutched his phone, his heart racing as he hoped that Chung Moli would see his message and trust him. He could not bear the thought of Moli encountering any mishap due to the tornado. In his previous life, he had faced various apocalyptic disasters, struggling to survive, only to perish from starvation due to a lack of resources. Before his demise, he had learned that the jade bracelet in Chung Moli's possession held a spatial storage capability. Given a second chance at life, he was determined to acquire Moli and the space within her bracelet, hoarding supplies to ensure his survival. This matter was of utmost importance. He had been secretly following Chung Moli for several days, yet had not found the right opportunity to act. With the tornado approaching, he could no longer wait. Today was the day he needed to make his move. Moli paid no heed to the message. Turning towards her vanity, she examined her reflection. In the mirror, she saw herself adorned in a flowing white gown, her figure slender and her beauty striking, though the weariness in her eyes was unmistakable. Today marked her engagement banquet. Her fiancé, Gu Pengfei, a well-known affluent heir in City A. This marriage had been meticulously arranged by her parents, leaving her with no choice in the matter. The Chung family was equally prosperous, and Moli had grown up without want. "Moli, are you ready?" Her mother's voice called from outside the door. "Almost." "You all go ahead," she replied, yet remained motionless. Her mother, exercising patience, responded, "Moli, your father and I will head to the hotel first to prepare. In 10 minutes, you and a makeup artist should come downstairs. The car is waiting with the driver downstairs." A half hour passed, and she could delay no longer. With a resigned sigh, Moli prepared to leave. At that moment, a deep rumble echoed from outside, resembling the distant roar of a train racing by. Moli paid it little mind as she entered the car, allowing it to transport her to the hotel. On the streets, the rumble grew louder. Vehicles collided chaotically, and pedestrians fled in all directions. Instinctively, Moli turned her head and beheld the sky in the distance, engulfed by a swirling mass of dark clouds. Within the clouds, she could faintly discern a spiraling vortex, resembling a colossal serpent twisting in the air. "What is that?" Moli's eyes widened in disbelief. The rumble grew increasingly nearer, and the trees outside began to sway violently, their leaves whipped into a frenzy by the howling winds. Moli's pupils dilated as realization dawned upon her. The message might indeed be true. The tornado was truly approaching. The tornado writhed menacingly, advancing towards the very area where Moli found herself. Everyone had become aware of the impending danger, as the vehicles on the road became ensnared in a chaotic snarl. Moli's car was caught in the midst of it, unable to move an inch. A man abruptly yanked open the door of Jasmine's car, forcefully pulling her out. "Hurry, come with me, there's no time." Jasmine let out a piercing scream. It felt as though her wrist was being clamped down upon, the jade bracelet biting painfully into her skin. The driver and makeup artist inside the vehicle watched in shock as Jasmine was dragged away, contemplating whether to pursue her. Yet the howling of the tornado outside instilled a paralyzing fear, leaving them curled up inside the car. The street was in chaos, pedestrians fleeing in every direction, their screams merging into a cacophony. Jasmine shouted, "Who are you? Let me go." She struggled to break free from the man's grip, but he relentlessly dragged her toward a nearby shopping mall. Dressed in an elegant gown and high heels, she found it difficult to keep pace. After only a few steps, she stumbled and nearly fell. With a swift motion, the man scooped her up in a bridal carry, cradling her in his arms. As Jasmine focused her gaze, she saw a young man with a stern yet strikingly handsome visage holding her. Just as she was about to push him away, a violent tremor coursed through the ground, causing the surrounding buildings to sway. Jasmine glanced behind the man. The tornado loomed ominously closer, a colossal column of wind lifting everything in its path. Cars, trees, and even entire structures were being torn apart. The fierce wind assaulted Jasmine, nearly suffocating her. The man held her tightly and dashed toward the nearest mall. In the fleeting moment before the tempest could ensnare them, they successfully entered the mall. Almost immediately, several windows shattered under the force of the wind, sending shards of glass flying. The gust swept through the entrance, toppling both the man and Jasmine to the ground. Jasmine felt a sharp pain in her back. She struggled to rise, only to discover her ankle pinned beneath the man's weight. He swiftly removed her high heels and urged her to run forward. "Who are you?" Jasmine shouted as they sprinted. "Yang Chao," he replied tersely, his voice deep and resonant. "There's no time to explain. Follow me to the basement level." Barefoot, Jasmine ran, stealing a glance through the glass of the mall at the chaos outside. The scene was reminiscent of hell. The tornado had drawn near, vehicles were overturned on the streets, trees uprooted, and Jasmine even witnessed people being swept into the air. Yang Chao seemed well acquainted with the surroundings, guiding her swiftly to the entrance of the mall's basement, descending the escalator. The basement was a supermarket bustling with frightened individuals, each huddled on the floor. Though sheltered from the wind, the howling outside was audible. Jasmine collapsed onto the ground, her heart racing uncontrollably. The roars of the tornado outside sounded like a monstrous beast wreaking havoc above. Wrapping her arms around herself, she trembled slightly. "Why did you save me?" She couldn't help but ask. Yang Chao fixed her with a piercing gaze, slowly responding because he fell silent, his eyes fixated on the bracelet encircling Jasmine's wrist. Beneath the jade ornament, two distinct handprints marred her skin. Jasmine gently traced the handprint with her fingers, forcing a smile as she said, "It's all right, it doesn't hurt." Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the howling winds outside gradually subsided and the tremors ceased. Yang Chao rose to his feet, tilting his ear to listen. "We can go out now," he announced. Jasmine steadied herself against the wall, glancing down at her bare feet in silence. Yang Chao inquired, "What shoe size do you wear?" "Size 36, she replied. He ventured to the supermarket and returned with several pairs of shoes and socks. "Just make do with these, they are rather unappealing," he remarked. Jasmine slipped on a pair, managing a faint smile. "Thank you." As they stepped onto the street, the scene before them was utterly devastating. The tempest had ravaged everything, leaving debris strewn across the ground. Billboards and shattered glass lay scattered alongside the lifeless and injured bodies, grotesquely sprawled in disarray. Trees on the roadside leaned at precarious angles, many uprooted entirely. Vehicles were haphazardly piled together, their glass completely shattered. The occupants within the cars were either deceased, injured, or missing. Jasmine spotted her own vehicle. The driver, secure by seatbelt, had his head slumped on the steering wheel, blood oozing profusely. A large tree had crashed onto the car, a long branch piercing through the glass and into his skull. The makeup artist in the back seat was nowhere to be found. The door was flung wide open, likely blown away by the ferocious winds. Jasmine's complexion turned ashen. Had she been inside, she would have met a grim fate. She lifted her gaze to Yang Chao, who was clad in black, and said, "Thank you. It was you who saved me." Yang Chao replied, "Indeed, it was I who rescued you, miss. Would you kindly offer something tangible as a token of your gratitude?" Jasmine asked, "What do you want?" Yang Chao replied, "Please give me the jade bracelet you're wearing." Chapter 2. The activation of the jade bracelet. Space Molly was momentarily stunned. "Ah, you want my bracelet?" Yang Chao replied with a faint smile, "I saved your life. Isn't a bracelet a small price to pay? Are you reluctant to part with it?" Molly shrugged, readily removing the bracelet and handing it to him. "Thank you for saving me. Consider this a gift." The jade bracelet boasted exceptional quality, its translucent surface and vibrant green hue reminiscent of a clear spring, exuding an air of luxury. Yet, in comparison to a life, it was hardly significant. Yang Chao was taken aback by Molly's willingness, surprised by how effortlessly the bracelet came into his possession. He reveled in his unearned fortune while maintaining a facade of composure, politely bidding farewell to Molly. His elaborate efforts to draw closer to her were solely motivated by the desire to acquire this jade bracelet, for it contained a spatial dimension, which he intended to utilize to stockpile essential supplies before the onset of extreme weather conditions, enabling him to retreat to his rural hometown and live in seclusion. His hometown, Moon Mountain, possessed unparalleled advantages, making it the ideal refuge in an apocalyptic world. As for Chung Molly, she was not a consideration in his plans. He had saved her life and received the bracelet in return. They were now even. After departing from Molly, Yang Chao sought a quiet place, eagerly pricking his finger to let his blood fall upon the jade bracelet. The droplet gracefully slid from its surface. He waited a moment, attempting to sense the space within, but to no avail. There was no reaction, no sign of a spatial realm. Damn it, what is happening? He exclaimed in frustration. In his previous life, his father had explicitly instructed him to find Chung Moli and the bracelet, assuring him that his blood could activate its space. His father had taken his last breath before finishing his sentence, yet he would never deceive him. He had acquired the bracelet and offered his blood. Why was there no space? What would happen to the vast supplies he intended to store? It was impractical, if not perilous, to carry supplies on the move during an apocalypse. Yang Chao struck a nearby sack of rice in frustration. He needed to confront Ching Moli to uncover the reason behind the absence of space in the bracelet. Unless, of course, this bracelet was a fake. As the tornado subsided, Molly immediately contacted her parents. Ching's mother wept as she spoke. Molly, you terrified me. The streets your vehicle passed through were the most severely affected by the tornado. Countless cars were swept away. I was so worried about your safety. Molly reassured her. Mom, please don't frighten yourself. I am blessed and managed to escape the disaster. Unfortunately, the driver and the makeup artist perished. We must notify their families and have Dad handle the arrangements. Are you all safe? Ching's mother replied. We are at the hotel, and everyone is unharmed. Molly breathed a sigh of relief and took a taxi home. The villa at home was constructed with remarkable sturdiness, positioned right in the eye of the tornado, rendering it relatively tranquil with scarcely any damage. Jasmine suddenly recalled the warning message and felt a peculiar sense of curiosity. Even the Meteorological Bureau had not issued any alerts about the tornado. How did this man know of its existence? He had rescued her, seemingly appearing from the room itself. Jasmine gazed at the unfamiliar number on her phone and dialed it. Before she could utter a word, a deep male voice resonated from the other end. I have been awaiting your call. The voice bore a hint of familiarity. Jasmine responded, You? Have you forgotten your savior so soon after our parting? You were Yang Chao. It was you who sent me the warning message? How did you know about the tornado? I not only know about the tornado you encountered, but I am also aware of many other matters. You are facing greater dangers ahead. If you wish to know more, come find me now. Jasmine's heart tightened. What? This man knew other things? Were there additional threats looming over her? Her curiosity was piqued. Where should I look for you? Jasmine resolved to take the risk. Come downstairs. I am waiting outside your building. Yang Chao's tone was nearly commanding, leaving no room for dispute. Jasmine was filled with questions. Give me 10 minutes. I will come find you. She hastily changed into a casual outfit, grabbed her bag, and descended the stairs. Yang Chao ended the call, a non-committal smile gracing his face. He needed to meet Ching Jasmine immediately to ascertain why the jade bracelet lacked spatial properties. Without this bracelet's spatial capabilities, his survival in the forthcoming apocalyptic disasters would be jeopardized. Jasmine, however, remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Her sole desire was to uncover the secrets surrounding the newly acquainted Yang Chao. Leaning against an old black car, Yang Chao whirled the car keys in his hand. When he saw Jasmine approaching in a cream-colored sports outfit, she radiated youthful vibrance. He swallowed hard, then, with a stern countenance, gestured for her to take the passenger seat. Without unnecessary pleasantries, he got straight to the point. I apologize, but I need to verify something first. He handed the jade bracelet to Jasmine. Put this on. Jasmine, perplexed, took the bracelet and slipped it onto her wrist. Yang Chao pricked his finger with a needle, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the bracelet. The droplet absorbed entirely into the jade. Suddenly, Jasmine froze, her expression becoming one of bewilderment. She closed her eyes and thought, strangely, it seems I am seeing a vast, misty space. Yang Chao eagerly shook the car keys before her. Think about it, and envision placing these keys into that space. As if on cue, the keys in Yang Chao's hand vanished, absorbed into the spatial realm. Both of their faces reflected astonishment. Look within the space and see if the keys are there. Try to retrieve them, Yang Chao urged. Soon enough, the car keys reappeared in his hand. As the two individuals exchanged glances, they simultaneously gasped in astonishment. The bracelet revealed a hidden space, which had now been activated. Jasmine bombarded him with questions. Why does my jade bracelet contain a space? What is happening? Yang Chao took the bracelet, attempting to sense the space through his own mental focus. However, he could not perceive it nor utilize it. With a deep sigh, he realized that while the bracelet's space had been activated, it was only functional when worn by Jasmine. Alas, what was he to do? Yang Chao turned his gaze upon Jasmine, remaining silent for a prolonged moment, his mind racing with thoughts on how to proceed. Should he coerce Jasmine to serve his purposes? Or should he reveal the truth and face the situation together? Ultimately, he chose the latter. Should Jasmine refuse to place her trust in him, he would resort to forcing her to comply. After a fervent and swift internal struggle, Yang Chao opted for honesty. I must share something with you, and I hope you will believe me. A cataclysm is imminent. The tornado is merely the beginning. Following it will be acid rain, extreme cold, blizzards, intense heat, drought, and a series of other extreme weather events. A significant portion of the population will perish. In my previous life, you did not survive long enough to realize that your bracelet possessed a space. We were unaware that only my blood could activate the space within your bracelet. Jasmine, taken aback, inquired, previous life? You have been reborn? Chapter 3. The fiancé and the best friend have become involved. Yang Chao nodded. Do you find this utterly baffling? Jasmine retorted, I cannot believe such absurdities. Rebirth, the apocalypse, it's all too fantastical. You merely happened to save me. Yang Chao's expression darkened. How could the existence of the bracelet's space be explained? Jasmine touched the bracelet adorning her wrist, contemplating whether this was merely a coincidence. And perhaps the space would soon vanish, returning everything to zero. Yang Chao's demeanor grew grim, resembling a winter's chill. His desire to possess the bracelet was fervent. And while Jasmine had agreed to give it to him, the space only functioned when it resided on her wrist, exclusively accessible to her. They would need to be bound together. But would Jasmine consent? Her expression clearly indicated her reluctance. If she were to act selfishly, retaining the bracelet for herself, it could prove immensely beneficial during the impending calamity, significantly increasing her chances of survival. Indeed, Jasmine finally spoke. I thank you for saving me, and I believe I can repay you in another manner. I will offer you 1 million as compensation for my rescue. This sum far exceeds the worth of this bracelet, which is valued at only 400,000 to 500,000. Perhaps this is fate. I am unable to fulfill my promise to give you the bracelet. Take this 1 million and, before the disaster strikes, use it to stockpile supplies and find a suitable place to hide. You will surely weather the storm safely. Jasmine stared intently at Yang Chao, hoping he would accept her terms. After all, he was still a stranger to her, someone she did not truly know. She was unwilling to bind herself to this stranger for the sake of a jade bracelet. Yang Chao's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fiercely fixed upon Emily, who felt intimidated by his stare. In a fit of anxiety and rage, he slammed his fist against the steering wheel, reaching a boiling point. What should he do? The apocalypse was imminent, and a new wave of natural disasters would soon descend upon them. Time was running out. He needed to stockpile vast quantities of supplies in the shortest time possible, all to be stored within the confines of the bracelet's space. Exhaling deeply, he endeavored to persuade her. Miss Chung, please believe me, the end times are approaching, and our time is truly limited. We must gather supplies now and place them into the bracelet space. In time, the truth will convince you. Emily shook her head defiantly. I don't believe any of this. I have to go back and discuss the engagement and marriage with my parents. With swift reflexes, Yang Chao locked the car doors, pressed the accelerator, and started the vehicle. He intended to forcibly take Emily to a grain and oil wholesale market in the outskirts, a place untouched by the ravages of tornadoes and still operational. Meanwhile, he planned to persuade her to cooperate with him during the journey. What are you doing? Are you trying to kidnap me? Stop the car and let me go, Emily shouted. Yang Chao remained silent, focused solely on driving. As she pulled out her phone to call the police, he caught a glimpse of her dialing 110 and abruptly slammed on the brakes. Emily's forehead collided painfully with the dashboard, and she was about to scold him when Yang Chao, filled with fury, exited the car, grasped her wrist, and roughly pulled her out. Chung Emily, believe it or not, if you don't trust me, you can leave. Emily's face flushed with anger as she raised her hand to slap him. Yang Chao seized her arm, suppressing his inner rage. In times of trouble, don't regret your choices. Don't come looking for me. Emily's expression darkened. I'm perfectly fine. Don't curse me. Yang Chao spoke slowly. I urge you one last time. You must bind yourself to me to survive. Otherwise, you will perish. Emily was taken aback. Why would I die? Are you trying to kill me? Shaking his head, his handsome face exuded an icy demeanor. No, I will not kill you. But if you leave me, you will die not by my hand, but at the hands of your fiancé. Remember, I am a reborn individual. I am aware of the events of my past life. Tonight at 8 p.m., I will provide you with a hotel address where you can witness how your fiancé betrays you. If it truly occurs, You will have to believe me, and we can face the challenges ahead together. We have little time left. The next wave of calamities will arrive soon, more ferocious and destructive than before. Emily gazed at Yang Chao in bewilderment. Could Gu Pingfei really betray him? How could that be? Today was supposed to be the day of their engagement. Upon returning home, she felt a tumult of anxiety. At 7:30 p.m., Yang Chao sent a message. Hurry to the Mingzhu Grand Hotel. They are in room 508. With a heart full of apprehension, Emily arrived at the hotel and successfully located room 508. She gently knocked on the door. Gu Pingfei, believing it to be the server delivering his ordered red wine, opened the door unsuspectingly, only to be taken aback by the sudden appearance of Emily, his expression one of shock and disarray. He stood there bare-chested, droplets of water glistening on his skin, a large towel wrapped around his waist. Fuming, Emily pushed past Gu Pingfei and entered the room. Gu Pingfei, with a tense demeanor, extended his arm to block her. Emily, what are you doing here? He asked. With agility, she slipped under his arm. On the large bed within the room lay a woman, her body exposed, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, wrapped in a blanket. Her complexion was ghostly pale, and a delicate, snow-white arm emerged from the covers, exuding an alluring charm. Emily's gaze fixated on the woman in bed, her pupils dilating in disbelief, her eyes widening in fury. Lu Xiaoling, it's you, Emily exclaimed, trembling as she pointed a finger at the woman. Lu Xiaoling, her college classmate and once her closest confidant, was now entangled with her boyfriend in secret. On the very day she was to become engaged to Gu Pingfei. Emily's face turned ashen as Gu Pingfei grasped her arm. Emily, let me explain. She violently shook off his hand and shouted, Get away from me. Don't touch me. You two disgust me. Filthy man. She stormed out of the room and fled the hotel, tears streaming down her cheeks. The betrayal by both her fiancé and her best friend on the day of her engagement left her overwhelmed with fury and injustice, a desire to exact revenge surging within her. Suddenly, a figure blocked her path. It was Yang Chao. His voice was low and sincere. I am truly sorry you had to witness such a disgraceful scene. Emily wiped her tears, her eyes red-rimmed. You knew all along, didn't you? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Yang Chao replied, I feared you might not believe me. You needed to see it for yourself to trust my words. A new calamity is approaching, and our time is limited. Collaborating with me is the only viable path forward. I possess the knowledge from a past life, and you have your spatial abilities. Fate has bound us together. Cooperation is our sole avenue for survival. Taking a moment to gather her thoughts, Emily began to contemplate. Chapter 4. The Midnight Escape from Marriage. In the end, Emily hesitated. I'm sorry, but I do not wish to collaborate with you, even when disaster strikes. My family is well off and strong. I believe we can withstand any calamity. I do not want to live a tumultuous life with a stranger. I wish to be with my family. She added, moreover, I now possess the space of the jade bracelet. Yang Chao, filled with disappointment, responded bitterly, very well. Everyone has their own aspirations. You may continue your life as a wealthy young lady. With your newfound space, you can stockpile resources. Even if the apocalypse arrives, you will fare well. With that, the conversation reached its conclusion, and their fates diverged. Yang Chao turned and strode away without a hint of hesitation. Emily returned home, burdened with thoughts. Mother, I wish to cancel the wedding. I no longer wish to marry. Cheng's mother abruptly stood up, exclaiming, Emily, what jest is this? Emily turned her tear-filled eyes towards her mother. Mother, I truly do not want to wed Gu Pingfei. Marrying him would not bring me happiness. I would be doomed. Do not throw a childish tantrum. Why the sudden change of heart? Cheng's mother spoke emphatically, oblivious to the tears in Emily's eyes. With a choked voice, Emily replied, Mother, Gu Pingfei has someone else. He is involved with Lu Xiaoling. I caught them in a hotel room together. One is my fiancé, and the other is my close friend. Mother, how can humanity be so vile? I refuse to marry Gu Pingfei. I never want to see him again. Cheng's mother was taken aback. Emily, are you speaking the truth? Why would I deceive you? I witnessed it with my own eyes tonight. Two naked bodies entwined. Unless I am blind, I would never marry him. Cheng's father and mother exchanged a glance. Cheng's father took a deep breath and addressed Emily. Emily, we shall reprimand Pingfei sternly, urging him to mend his ways and never err again. However, you two must still proceed with the marriage. The wedding must go ahead as planned. Emily threw down her utensils, rising to her feet with wide eyes. Father, mother, what are you saying? Must I marry Gu Pingfei? Am I to be forever bound to him? Cheng's father spoke with authority. Sit down and let us converse properly. Though Pingfei has his faults, He is not beyond redemption. This union is a significant match for us, one we have painstakingly negotiated. An alliance with the Gu family would greatly benefit our business. It cannot be annulled. Cheng's mother added, Indeed, Mo Li, the wedding must proceed. It cannot be altered. Reflecting on the end of days, Mo Li spoke slowly, Father, Mother, how much wealth is truly sufficient in one's lifetime? Perhaps a calamity could obliterate everything. Our family fortune is ample for a comfortable existence in the latter half of our lives. Why not withdraw from business, find a serene place to retire together, and enjoy a peaceful life? That, too, is a form of happiness. Cheng's father retorted angrily, What nonsense are you spouting? How could I so easily relinquish such a vast estate? I intend to expand the Chung family's enterprise before passing it on to your brother. Emily stood, sweeping her sleeve aside as she departed, leaving behind a resolute declaration. In any case, I absolutely refuse to marry. Cheng's parents exchanged a glance, anger evident on their faces. Emily stormed back to her room, a tempest of sadness and fury within her, tears threatening to spill. Gu Pingfei was so despicable. Yet her parents insisted she marry into the Gu family. She clung to the hope that her discovery of Gu Pingfei's disgrace would deter him from marrying her out of shame. However, Gu Pingfei had a different perspective. Enchanted by Mo Li's beauty from their first encounter, he had vowed to marry her. Moreover, Jasmine is a graduate of a prestigious university, exceptionally talented. Undoubtedly a remarkable partner who can effortlessly uphold one's reputation. He would never let her go. His relationships with Lu Shaoling and other women are merely trifles. Thus, when Cheng's father called him, feigning anger while genuinely probing his sentiments, Gu Pingfei immediately pretended to be deeply remorseful, saying, I apologize, Uncle Chung. Today's incident was merely a misunderstanding. Lu Shaoling set a trap for me, and I was deceived. My marriage with Jasmine will proceed as scheduled. After the wedding, we shall live happily together. Cheng's father felt a surge of joy within and promptly discussed with Gu Pingfei the plan to obtain their marriage certificate in 2 or 3 days and hold the wedding as planned in a month. He instructed Cheng's mother to closely watch over Jasmine, forbidding her from leaving the house to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. 3 days later, they would accompany her and Pingfei to the Civil Affairs Bureau to secure their marriage certificate. The following day, Jasmine discovered she was under house arrest. Confined within her home for 2 days, she was in a state of agitation, desperately seeking excuses to escape, but her mother thwarted her every attempt. At night, the nanny vigilantly watched over her, stationed at her bedroom door, steadfast in her duty, preventing any dissent. The next morning, she was to obtain her marriage certificate with Gu Pingfei. Even though she was unwilling, given the power of the Gu and Chung families, this certificate was unavoidable. No, she had to escape. She could not remain passive. Jasmine pondered, uncertain of whom to seek for assistance. Eventually, she called Yang Chao, but there was no answer. She sent a text, detailing her predicament, hoping he would come to her aid. At that moment, it seemed he was her only salvation. Would he come? In the afternoon, Jasmine finally received a call from Yang Chao. His voice lowered on the line. He said, Miss Chung, tonight, I will rescue you. Set your alarm for 3 a.m. and promptly open the window. Wear sports attire and sneakers. With those words, he hurriedly ended the call. Jasmine felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Was Yang Chao really asking her to escape through the window? She resided on the 3rd floor. She was too frightened to jump. Anxiously, she awaited the stroke of 3 a.m. Leaning by the door, she listened intently. Outside, the nanny, Sister Yang, slept soundly on a folding bed, her snores echoing. Jasmine gently opened her bedroom window and peered out. Not far below, Yang Chao stood on the roadside with 2 men clad in black, waiting. Upon seeing Jasmine open the window, the 2 men swiftly produced a collapsible ladder, setting it up with expedience, reaching directly to her window. One man steadied the ladder while the other quickly climbed up, beckoning for Jasmine to descend, assuring her that he would protect her. With the man's assistance, Jasmine, trembling with fear, climbed down the ladder step by step. As her foot touched the ground, her legs weakened, and she could stand no longer. The man caught her and led her to the roadside. Yang Chao was on lookout nearby and immediately ushered Jasmine into the car, speeding away. Molly, how can you be so audacious? There are surveillance cameras everywhere, and my father will discover this soon. Yang Chao, while driving, cautiously glanced at the sides of the road. No car was following us. He briefly replied to Molly, Rest assured, the security in the villa area operates independently. I have hacked into their surveillance network and frozen the footage for 15 minutes. No one will be able to see you leave through the cameras. Molly gasped in astonishment. You're a hacker? Not quite, but I study computer science. Breaching property security networks is not a challenge for me. Where did you find those two men in black? Are they trustworthy? Hired professional bodyguards. You needn't worry. They will certainly keep silent. After we leave, they will restore the scene. No one will notice your departure. Molly glanced back at her home, realizing that by leaving, she was openly fleeing from her marriage, severing ties with her parents and the Gu and Chung families. Chapter 5. The heist of 50 million in cash. Molly looked at Yang Chao, feeling somewhat awkward, and turned her head away. She had no other options left. Henceforth, she could only bind herself to Yang Chao and face the apocalypse together. Molly gazed out the window, suddenly realizing that the car had entered the suburbs. Where are we going? I'm taking you to an important location. Tonight, we are going to execute a major operation. If we succeed, we can resolve the financial crisis. Molly felt a surge of anxiety. What does a major operation entail? Is it robbery or murder? I'm a bit scared. Yang Chao's expression turned grave. It's not robbery, it's theft. Molly gasped. Theft? Yang Chao, we cannot engage in illegal activities. Yang Chao shot her a fierce glare. Once we arrive at the site, I will explain everything to you. Tonight, if all goes well, we will steal 50 million in cash, which you will stash away to procure supplies. 50 million, Molly murmured. She noticed the chilling intensity in Yang Chao's handsome face, his gaze sharp as a blade, rendering her momentarily speechless. Oh my God, we are going to steal 50 million in cash. From whom are we stealing it? Molly felt a mix of tension, thrill, fear, and excitement. Her emotions were akin to a roller coaster ride. Yang Chao drove westward, the car merging into the night, heading towards the outskirts, towards the Qingchuan Mountain in the west of the city. Are we going up the mountain? To a villa on Qingchuan Mountain, Yang Chao replied succinctly. The journey will take 2 hours. You should rest for a while. Molly, too agitated to sleep, could not settle down. At 4 o'clock, the car entered Qingchuan Mountain, winding its way up the mountain road. So that's why you had me wear sneakers. The sneakers were necessary because a mudslide might occur here, which would facilitate our escape. Yang Chao said with a ghostly smile. Are you insane? If there is a mudslide, why are we even going? Molly exclaimed. One must venture into the tiger's den to catch the tiger cub. There is a villa here, inhabited by an elderly couple. Their son is a notorious corrupt official. He has embezzled 50 million in cash stored within this house. Today, shall we steal this 50 million? Indeed, if we do not take it today, soon a torrential rain will lead to a mountain flood, and a landslide will sweep down, submerging this house. And the entire sum of 50 million in cash will be lost to the waters. It would be a missed opportunity to let it go unclaimed. How do you know that the corrupt official has stored 50 million in cash here? Do not forget, I have been reborn. In my previous life, I learned of this from the news. This official was apprehended following acid rain, and he disclosed the whereabouts of his ill-gotten gains, but alas, all was destroyed in the landslide. I have been coming here for 2 nights, waiting for the elderly couple to fall asleep. And last night I finally discerned the location of the cash concealed within the wall. However, I lack the tools and must return tonight. Besides, 50 million in cash weighs nearly 600 kilograms, making it cumbersome for me to handle alone. With your presence, we can swiftly transfer it into space. Did the elderly couple not notice you? They retire to bed promptly at 9 each evening, and before sleeping, they indulge in a cup of warm milk. I added some sedatives to the milk, ensuring they would sleep soundly and remain oblivious even to the thunder. I had been watching the villa closely until I received your message, prompting my hurried return to assist you. Before fetching you, I added 3 tablets of the sedative to each of their milk. They are now in a deep slumber. Yang Chao reduced the speed of the vehicle, bringing it to a silent stop by the roadside. Thunder roared in the distance, and lightning streaked across the night sky. Rain was imminent. Yang Chao scaled the wall with agility and deftly climbed inside, opening the main gate and retrieving the tools he had prepared in advance, including a large hammer and a crowbar, beckoning Jasmine to join him. The wall concealing the cache was located in the westernmost bedroom, while the elderly couple resided in the easternmost room, already deep in sleep. Yang Chao produced a master key and unlocked the door to the western bedroom, pointing at the wall, declaring, "It is this wall. There must be a mechanism to access the concealed space, but I have yet to find it. Hence my intention to breach the wall forcefully." A sudden crash of thunder echoed, and lightning illuminated Jasmine's face, revealing her evident trepidation. Accompanied by the thunder, Yang Chao raised the hammer and struck the wall with great force. Thud, thud, thud. Jasmine's heart raced like a drum. What if the elderly couple awoke? What if they were discovered? What if someone alerted the authorities? The very thought was unbearable. Suddenly, the heavens opened, and rain poured down as though the sky had been punctured. Yang Chao exerted all his strength, persistently striking the wall. The sound of the rain concealed the noise of his efforts. With a resounding crash, a hole the size of a basin appeared in the wall, revealing neatly stacked bundles of cash, all crisp $100 bills. Yang Chao and Jasmine exchanged a glance, both overwhelmed with exhilaration. Yang Chao continued to strike the wall, and this time, he quickly created an opening large enough for a person to pass through. The concealed wall measured 4 meters in length and half a meter in width, with the cash precisely arranged within. Jasmine, hurry! As Jasmine's heart raced like a drum, she approached the wall of cash and, with a swift gesture, gathered all the currency into her spatial pocket. Yang Chao retrieved 2 sturdy raincoats from his backpack, and the two quickly donned them. We must move swiftly, soon. The mountain flood will surge forth with a torrent of mud and debris, threatening to obliterate this entire area, he urged. The rain is so heavy, can we drive? Jasmine's voice trembled with uncertainty. We'll see how far we can go, he replied, resolute. What about that elderly couple? Should we not rescue them? The mudslide will claim their lives. No, we cannot concern ourselves with them. We must leave at once, Yang Chao insisted, pulling Jasmine into the downpour. He flung open the car door and started the engine, cautiously navigating down the mountain road. Jasmine glanced back at the mansion, her heart heavy with regret. We could have saved them. Yang Chao shot her a fierce glare, his voice stern as he admonished. Chung Jasmine, I warn you, do not indulge in naive compassion. In this apocalyptic world, such sentiments can lead to peril or even death. Do not interfere with others' fates, otherwise, survival will become exceedingly difficult. Remember, in the previous life, that couple perished in a mudslide. This time, we cannot save them either. Jasmine, having been sheltered her entire life, was unaccustomed to harsh words, and his fierce tone left her feeling wronged, tears welling in her eyes. We are in danger ourselves and cannot afford to rescue them. Yang Chao softened slightly. Glancing at her, the rain intensified, and within just half an hour, the water level in the roadside ditches surged alarmingly, while the flood from the mountain continued to cascade relentlessly. The torrential rain rendered the narrow, winding mountain road treacherous, forcing the vehicle to crawl at a snail's pace. The floodwaters in the ditch were nearly spilling onto the road. As dawn broke faintly, Yang Chao maneuvered the car around a bend and halted. We can't descend any further, Jasmine. We must abandon the vehicle or risk being swept away by the mudslide. Jasmine, filled with terror, queried, where do we go from here? We have evaded the mudslide in this valley. We must ascend the adjacent mountain. Although the climb is arduous, there are no mudslides here. No sooner had he spoken than a deafening rumble echoed through the air. In the distance, the flood surged forward, accompanied by a torrent of mud rushing down the gully. The two exited the car, rain pelting down, their feet submerged in water. Yang Chao grasped Jasmine's hand tightly as they stumbled onward, navigating the treacherous terrain. Leaning on trees and grasping at grass, desperately climbing the slope, Jasmine summoned all her strength, using her limbs to ascend, propelled solely by an intense will to survive. Though the path was muddy, they swiftly reached the halfway point of the slope. Looking back, Jasmine saw their car had been mercilessly swept away by the mudslide. Had they delayed for just 10 more minutes, they would have met the same fate. Chapter 6. Frenzied stockpiling of supplies. Jasmine, momentarily setting aside her fear, clung tightly to Yang Chao's hand as they continued their ascent up the mountain. The torrential rain relentlessly pounded the mountainside, filling Jasmine with deep apprehension about potential landslides. Fortunately, as destiny would have it, this particular slope had undergone proper development. They hadn't ventured far before ascending a flight of stone steps, leading them to a pavilion perched above. The downpour was so severe that only a small dry patch remained at its center. Exhausted, the two collapsed onto the damp ground, their bodies trembling from the cold. Jasmine shivered violently. How she regretted not storing spare clothes in her spatial inventory. Yang Chao removed his jacket and draped it over her, wrapping himself only in a flimsy raincoat. Don't, she protested weakly, you'll freeze without it. Clenching his chattering teeth, he insisted, I'm fine. I'm strong. Back to back. They dozed fitfully for a few hours. By 10 a.m., the storm had ceased, replaced by a glaring sun. Jasmine checked her phone, flooded with missed calls and frantic messages from her parents, along with Gu Pengfei's attempts to reach her. This was supposed to be her wedding day. Instead, she had fled home. She sighed. If her parents and fiancé discovered she had abandoned her privileged life, rejected marriage to a wealthy heir, climbed out a window at midnight, and joined a near stranger to steal $50 million in cash, nearly perishing in a mudslide, they'd surely deem her insane. Yet this unpredictable, adrenaline-fueled existence ignited something primal within her. In this apocalyptic world, she would survive, thrive, even. Powering off her phone, she shook Yang Chao awake. We need to descend quickly and stockpile supplies. They traversed the opposite slope, flagged down a passing vehicle, and returned to the city without incident. After showering and changing at Yang Chao's rented apartment, the fatigue melted away. I'll replace the bedsheets, he offered. You take the bedroom. I'll sleep on the couch. Fine, Jasmine agreed without hesitation. Rest a little, then we gather supplies. When she awoke, Yang Chao was already compiling an inventory at the table. We must hurry. The next disaster, acid rain, arrives in 10 days. We need everything ready before then. Let's go now. Jasmine refused to delay. She craved relentless activity to numb the wounds of betrayal, her fiancé's deceit, her parents' indifference. Yang Chao admired her decisiveness. I rented a large warehouse recently, he said. Bought a small cargo van too. We'll purchase according to this list, load the van or warehouse, then you store everything in your space. Nodding, Jasmine followed him out. Priority 1, grains, flour, oil. Then Yang Chao hesitated. Will items expire in your space? And how large is it? Enough for everything? Jasmine's eyes widened. 2 nights ago, I left a cup of hot milk inside. Jasmine's thoughts took flight as a cup of warm milk appeared in her hands. With great delight, she handed the glass to Yang Chao. As he held the pleasantly warm cup, a broad smile illuminated his face, revealing that the space indeed possessed preservation capabilities. Let us experiment further. Soon, we shall procure a variety of items to store within this space and conduct repeated tests. If we ultimately confirm its ability to preserve, we need not fear hoarding supplies, Jasmine mused, her joy evident as the utility of the space unfolded before them. Closing her eyes in concentration, Jasmine entered the space to assess its dimensions, subsequently informing Yang Chao that it was as vast as a football field. Yang Chao furrowed his brow. That is insufficient. We must gather supplies sufficient for a decade, and the capacity falls short. We need to strategize our purchases, prioritizing scarce items while minimizing those that occupy excessive space. Jasmine replied, if only there were a way to expand the space. Yang Chao suggested, let us discover its potential through usage. In the last 2 days, he had already stockpiled rice, flour, and cooking oil, along with instant meals, stashed in the warehouse. Just days after the tornado, many stores had suffered losses and remained closed. However, a wholesale grain market situated far from the city had experienced minimal damage and was operating normally. He had placed orders there. The two proceeded to the warehouse to collect their goods. 2,000 bags of 10-kilogram vacuum-packed rice, 1,000 bags of 10-kilogram flour, and 500 bags each of high-gluten, low-gluten, and self-rising flour, along with 1,000 vacuum-sealed packets of various grains such as millet, black rice, red beans, barley, lotus seeds, and mung beans, with 2,000 pounds of soybeans and 100 boxes of noodles. Jasmine extended her hand toward the supplies, and with a mere thought, the items vanished in an instant. Upon entering the space, she found the goods neatly stacked, a sight that filled her with satisfaction. Is that all you've purchased? Yang Chao inquired. There are also the instant meals I ordered, which will arrive tomorrow. Next, they planned to procure seasonings, selecting various spices to stock for 3 years, ensuring they chose those with the longest shelf life. They purchased these from several shops, having the store owners load them directly into a small delivery truck, which they drove to an isolated location where Jasmine could store them in the space. Yang Chao remarked, in the next couple of days, we must prioritize purchasing a variety of vegetables and fruits before the acid rain arrives, which will devastate all crops. They agreed on a plan, with Yang Chao tasked to order vegetables for delivery to the warehouse, while Jasmine drove the truck to buy fruits, which were placed directly into the vehicle before being stored in the space. Subsequently, Jasmine made time to return to the warehouse to collect the vegetables. She drove directly to the fruit wholesale market, and although the space had preservation capabilities, she chose fruits that were easy to store for added safety. As it was early autumn, the seasonal fruits available included apples, pears, sugarcane, bananas, tangerines, oranges, jackfruit, dragon fruit, dates, cantaloupes, grapes, and the soon-to-be out-of-season watermelons, all of which Jasmine desired. She aimed to procure at least 100 boxes of each variety for convenient storage, requesting 10 truckloads of both cantaloupes and watermelons. The fruits were loaded one variety at a time into the van by the shopkeeper, transported elsewhere, stored in the spatial inventory, before returning to purchase the next type. This cycle repeated throughout the entire afternoon until all fruits were acquired. A woman's innate love for shopping filled Jasmine with inexplicable joy after an afternoon of frenzied purchases, completely pushing thoughts of her parents and Gu Pingfei to the back of her mind. Yang Chao also reaped substantial rewards that afternoon, placing orders for various vegetables, rapeseed, spinach, greens, celery, lettuce, white radish, carrot, green radish, napa cabbage, yam, potato, eggplant, green pepper, red pepper, bell pepper, tomato, shiitake mushroom, oyster mushroom, enoki mushroom, pumpkin, winter melon, cucumber, lotus root, string beans, scallions, ginger, garlic, and other common vegetables, amounting to nearly 10 truckloads. Having previously worried about insufficient funds, he had also pre-ordered an assortment of instant meals 2 days prior, arranging for delivery 2 days later. These included self-heating hot pots, self-heating rice, instant noodles, sour and spicy rice noodles, snail noodles, Shaanxi-style cold noodles, Xinjiang rice noodles, Wuhan hot dry noodles, each in quantities of 100 cartons. Additionally, there were vacuum-sealed cured sausages, cured meats, ham, luncheon meat, canned goods, smoked fish, and other long-lasting meat products, each stocked at 200 cartons. For beverages, there were oatmeal, black sesame paste, lotus root powder, cornmeal, soy milk powder, each in 20 cartons. Adult and children's milk powder were also secured in 20 cartons each. Inner Mongolian dried cheese slices, known for their long shelf life, were added in the same quantity. Deposits had been paid for all these, with delivery scheduled for the warehouse the following day. Jasmine also contracted a food processing plant to prepare 10,000 units each of steamed buns, scallion pancakes, preserved vegetable and braised pork pancakes, and Xinjiang naan, arranging for their delivery to the warehouse the next day. Chapter 7. Purchasing an entire supermarket's stock after completing these tasks. The two headed to a restaurant for dinner when suddenly, raucous drumming and gongs erupted from next door. Curiosity piqued, Jasmine rushed over to investigate. It turned out a neighboring supermarket had hung a banner announcing a clearance sale. Staff members were shouting at the entrance, "Store for transfer. All merchandise at 50 to 80 off." Upon entering, Jasmine was astonished. The supermarket was sizable, stocked with a wide array of daily necessities, kitchenware, bedding, personal and household cleaning products, grains, oils, dairy, fresh produce, alcohol, snacks, frozen foods, maternal and infant supplies, small appliances, and household tools. The selection was impressively comprehensive. A thought struck her. She called Yang Chao over, noting the store's extensive inventory. "Let us negotiate. If the price is right, we could take over the entire supermarket, saving us the hassle of scouting elsewhere. For any shortages, we can replenish later." After surveying the premises, Yang Chao was equally pleased. The merchandise aligned well with their post-apocalyptic needs, and quantities were generally sufficient. Though consumables were slightly lacking, they could be supplemented later. The two promptly summoned the supermarket manager to express their intentions. Delighted, the manager immediately contacted the owner, who was eager to liquidate the supermarket's stock to salvage his financially strained enterprise. Recognizing Jasmine and Yang Chao's genuine interest, negotiations commenced. Drawing upon the bargaining strategies imparted by her father and brother, Jasmine engaged in several rounds of shrewd discussions. Ultimately, the negotiations concluded with household items, kitchen and bathroom supplies, personal care products, and fresh fruits and vegetables priced at a mere 30% of their original cost. Grains, oils, dairy products, beverages, snacks, instant frozen foods, and maternal and infant goods were offered at 40%, while all other items were set at 50%. Once the inventory was meticulously counted, a full payment was made, and Jasmine took the goods away. Both Jasmine and Yang Chao expressed their satisfaction with these prices, which were lower than wholesale rates and those obtained from suppliers, especially given the extensive range of products available. The owner was eager to sell, even at a loss. They promptly arranged to meet the following morning for the inventory handover. When Jasmine and Yang Chao arrived at the supermarket early the next day, they found the owner and all staff having worked through the night to organize and categorize the inventory, ready for Jasmine's arrival to finalize the counts. After a bustling morning, they completed the inventory, totaling 8 million yuan worth of goods and stock. Before payment was made, Jasmine made an additional request to include all the shelves in the deal. The supermarket owner readily agreed. Yang Chao and Jasmine retrieved 2 oversized suitcases and a large bag filled with cash that had been prepared in advance. Handing it over to the owner, Yang Chao feigned nonchalance. stating that the payment for the project received the previous night was all in cash and had not yet been deposited in the bank. He asked the owner to handle the deposit himself, as the bank was conveniently located next door. The supermarket owner, accompanied by staff, wheeled the suitcases to the bank for deposit. The duty manager, recognizing the significance of the transaction, eagerly provided personal service. The $8 million deposit was completed without a single counterfeit note. The supermarket owner, feeling assured, handed the keys over to Yang Chao. "Do you need assistance with delivery?" he inquired. Yang Chao shook his head repeatedly. "No, we will manage ourselves." Once the supermarket was vacated, Yang Chao swiftly disabled all surveillance cameras. Jasmine conducted a thorough inspection of the store, and in a flurry, all goods, along with the shelves, were secured in their space. With such a diverse range of products at their disposal, the duo felt considerably more at ease, yet they knew they needed to continue their shopping spree. After lunch, they donned sunglasses, hats, and masks, disguising themselves to avoid recognition, and promptly headed to their rented warehouse. The vegetables and various fast foods that Yang Chao had ordered began to arrive in succession. He calculated the accounts with each delivery person, while Jasmine made a quick round in the warehouse before settling the payments with cash. They then proceeded to store all the vegetables and fast foods in their designated area. Yang Chao sighed. "Transferring funds is indeed more convenient. We should visit the bank shortly to deposit some money onto my card. Tonight, we will stay in a neighboring city, and tomorrow, we will open 2 bank accounts there to deposit more funds." Jasmine inquired, "Are we going to the city tonight?" Yang Chao nodded. "I fear the Qing and Gu families will join forces to find you. Given their capabilities, it won't take long for them to track you down. We must leave the city swiftly and relocate to continue our shopping. Moreover, we have a significant mission to steal gold while in the city." Upon hearing the phrase "steal gold," Jasmine felt a shiver run down her spine. Having just stolen cash was already perilous enough. The thought of stealing gold was alarming. What if they ended up in prison? Molly voiced her concerns, and Yang Chao cast her a sidelong glance, remarking that women tend to be timid. As the saying goes, without venturing into the tiger's den, how can one hope to catch a tiger cub? We require substantial funds to purchase a plethora of supplies. Naturally, the more money we have, the better. Molly retorted defiantly, suggesting alternative methods to generate wealth. "Since you are aware that acid rain is imminent, we could invest in stocks related to that industry before it arrives. Once the stock prices surge post-acid rain, we can sell and realize significant profits. If you recall which funds appreciated in the past, we could invest in short-term funds, selling once they rise, thus ensuring swift financial gain." Indeed, Yang Chao smacked his forehead in realization. How had he overlooked such an idea? As a penniless youth, he had little financial acumen. It is, after all, exceedingly difficult to earn money beyond one's understanding. He regarded Molly with newfound respect. "Your suggestion is splendid. Let us open an account and purchase a few stocks, and you shall make the selections." Without further ado, they hurried to the bank before closing to deposit funds, open a card, and establish stock and fund accounts. Molly navigated a mobile application, selecting stocks from 2 renowned bottled water companies, a wastewater treatment firm, a wastewater purification equipment company, 2 organic fertilizer firms, and a seed company. With the acid rain's conclusion, there remained several months until the next natural disaster. The resumption of production was imperative, and Molly surmised that the stocks of companies related to fulfilling residents' needs and restoring productivity would indeed rise. However, the extent of the increase remained uncertain. She planned to sell at a peak to realize profits. Glancing at her watch, Molly suddenly recalled an urgent matter. Leaping to her feet in alarm, "I must call home, otherwise, I fear they might report my absence." Yang Chao frowned in discontent. "I advise against contacting your family, as it could pose risks. Though my parents pressure me to marry, which I resent, the bond of 25 years cannot be easily severed. They are, after all, the ones who raised me. If I were missing for 2 days, they would undoubtedly search for me." Yang Chao hesitated to speak. "Before you took me in, I left a note in my room explaining that I was feeling down and wished to escape for a few days, not wanting to be confined at home. I instructed them not to seek me out, assuring them that I would reach out within 2 days. As time draws near, I suspect my parents will report my disappearance. If they do, it will complicate matters for us." Molly was correct. Mr. and Mrs. Qing were indeed contemplating filing a report. As night fell, Yang Chao initially intended to drive directly to the city. However, Molly's insistence on food echoed her own hunger, making him uneasy. The pair settled on a Chongqing hot pot restaurant, where Molly scanned the menu and promptly ordered over 20 dishes in one go. Yang Chao opted for lemon chicken feet, secret marinated beef, duck tongues, freshly fried crispy meat, brown sugar glutinous rice balls, garlic ribs, and spicy crayfish, requesting the waiter to package these dishes for takeaway. The food arrived swiftly, and the two prepared their dipping sauces, cooking the meat and vegetables in silence, indulging in a fervent feast. After a considerable time, Jasmine came to a satisfying halt, a smile gracing her face. Yang Chao remarked, "I have scarcely seen you smile these past few days. Is it because of your estrangement from your parents that you are still in distress?" Jasmine replied, "Indeed. Reflecting upon my childhood, my parents raised me to embody the ideals of a socialite, teaching me various talents and compelling me to excel academically in order to gain admission into prestigious universities. It seemed their sole intent was to enhance my marketability for a favorable marriage. You see, the Gu family has exceedingly high standards for choosing a daughter-in-law. When I was selected by the Gu family, my parents were overjoyed, proclaiming that their years of nurturing had finally borne fruit. Listen to their choice of words, fruit. I felt like a commodity, utterly disregarded was my happiness." As Jasmine spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Yang Chao silently offered her a tissue. She gently wiped away her tears. Jasmine's midnight departure from home was akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Mr. Chung slammed his fist on the table, irate. As he shouted at Mrs. Chung, "I instructed you to keep a close watch on her. How could you let her disappear in the dead of night?" Mrs. Chung, somewhat intimidated, replied, "I have been watching her every day at home. I never anticipated that the rebellious girl would dare to escape through the window."
"Do you truly believe she could have escaped alone? Surely someone assisted her. I had the property management review the surveillance footage, but it revealed nothing about her departure. Hence,
The situation has become even more suspicious. I fear a man may have lured her away, which is why she refuses to marry Peng Fei. With her leaving, she has thwarted the plans for us to obtain the marriage certificate today. The wedding date is fast approaching. We must locate her swiftly and ensure she adheres to our family's plans for marriage." Jasmine resolutely refused to wed Gu Pengfei. What should be done? Will we allow her to have her way? This marriage will happen whether she likes it or not. The group's investment has faltered, and our financial chain is on the verge of collapse. I am counting on her to marry into the Gu family, as their support is essential for the Chung family's business to survive. I cannot have raised her all these years without expecting some return for the Ching family. The note Jasmine left stated that she would contact him within 48 hours. Should she fail to do so, he would immediately report her missing to the authorities for assistance in locating her. On the eve of Mrs. Cheng's impending report to the police, Jasmine initiated a video call. In the restaurant, plates of delectable food lay before her as she indulged heartily. "Mom, look at me, I'm perfectly fine. I merely stepped out for some fresh air." "Please don't worry," she reassured. Mrs. Chung urged her, "Jasmine, you must return home. Your mother is dreadfully worried." Jasmine, however, was not inclined to heed her mother's plea. She resolved to employ a strategy of delay. "Mom, there is no need for concern. I'll play a few more days before coming back," she declared before promptly ending the call. Mr. Chung, seething with anger, was on the verge of erupting. Mrs. Chung, with a glint of determination in her eyes, comforted him. "I have a plan that will bring Jasmine back." "Very well. I shall inform Peng Fei that the wedding will proceed as scheduled. Let us prepare accordingly. Our family, too, must expedite preparations. With Jasmine absent, you shall make the decisions. It is of utmost importance to ensure her return for the wedding, enabling her to marry into the Gu family seamlessly." After finishing their meal, Jasmine and Yang Chao settled the bill and tucked the takeout boxes away in their bags, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through the air. "Jasmine, what are you doing here? I finally found you." Jasmine looked up in surprise to see Gu Pengfei standing before her. He regarded her with a cheerful smile, as if the previous unpleasantness had evaporated without a trace. Jasmine rose to her feet. "What brings you here?" Gu Pengfei's sharp gaze casually swept over Yang Chao before he turned back to Jasmine and inquired, "Are you dining with a friend?" Jasmine nodded, remaining silent. Gu Pengfei took it upon himself to pull Jasmine back into a seat, gently patting her shoulder. "Your impulsive departure caused us to miss our opportunity to obtain our marriage certificate yesterday. You should inform your family when you go out. Your parents were quite worried and called me. I hurriedly searched for you, and thank heavens, I finally found you." Jasmine refrained from asking how he had located her. With Gu Pengfei's influence, finding someone was hardly a daunting task. She should have heeded Yang Chao's advice and gone straight to the city that evening. She chided herself for not thinking of it sooner. With a stern expression, Jasmine stated, "What do you want from me?" Gu Pengfei replied softly, "My fiancé, you went missing. Naturally, I would be concerned for your safety." He cast a glance at Yang Chao, implying that Jasmine's association with this man was precarious. Yang Chao smiled elegantly, remaining silent. Jasmine subtly shifted away from Gu Pengfei, creating distance between them. "You need not look for me. I have already informed my parents." She paused before continuing. "Let us annul our engagement. I no longer wish to marry you." Gu Pengfei chuckled. "Can we refrain from discussing such matters in front of others? Come home with me now." Jasmine resisted. "No, I will not return. Please, leave me be. I do not wish to see you again." Gu Pengfei leaned closer, gazing at her beautiful face, and softly urged, "Look, you're throwing a childish tantrum again, and I must console you. Be obedient and return home with me. Your parents are extremely worried. How could you leave without a word? We are about to get married. Let us return and properly prepare for the wedding." With that, Gu Pengfei stood up and attempted to take Jasmine's hand and leave. She struggled to shake off his grip, but found it futile. Yang Chao stood up and blocked Gu Pengfei's path, saying, "Sir, please let her go. She does not wish to accompany you, and you cannot infringe upon her freedom." Gu Pengfei scoffed, "Who do you think you are to interfere with me? I am merely taking my fiancée home, and it is entirely legitimate. You should vacate the area at once." He then gestured, and several men in black swiftly surrounded them. 2 men, one on either side, firmly restrained Yang Chao, rendering him immobile, while the remaining 2 escorted Gu Pengfei and Jasmine away. Jasmine struggled, but Gu Pengfei firmly restrained her, forcibly leading her away from the hot pot restaurant and into his car, driving off with determination. "Let me go, or I will call the police," she exclaimed. "Feel free to call them. I am merely taking my fiancée home. Do you think the police will intervene?" Once they were out of earshot, 2 men in black warned Yang Chao, "I advise you to understand your position and keep your distance from Miss Chung. Otherwise, each time I see you, I will strike." Yang Chao, witnessing Jasmine's abduction, was consumed by anxiety. Once she was taken away, it would be difficult for her to return. Could he rescue Jasmine as he had done previously? Chapter 9. Transitioning to the city. Preparing for the arrival of acid rain, Jasmine was forcibly shoved into the car by Gu Pengfei. Once inside, he immediately changed his demeanor. "Shang Jasmine, your audacity is astounding. How dare you escape from home? Do you not consider your parents or me? This marriage cannot be evaded. Is your escape of any consequence?" Jasmine's mind raced as she shot him a sidelong glance. "I have already stated that I will not marry you, so abandon your hopes." Gu Pengfei chuckled. "That is not for you to decide. I have another man. I have been intimate with him," she retorted. Gu Pengfei abruptly slammed on the brakes and pulled over, his face darkening. "You better speak the truth and not deceive me." Jasmine scoffed. "What? Only officials are allowed to set fires while the common folk cannot light a lamp? Is it that man from earlier?" Gu Pengfei pressed. Jasmine fell silent. Gu Pengfei, seething with rage, exclaimed, "Do you dare to cuckold me?" Jasmine, undeterred, replied, "I am not your wife. I am free to do as I please. So, do you still insist on marrying me?" Gu Pengfei exited the vehicle, yanked Jasmine out, and struck her hard across the face twice. Caught off guard, Jasmine felt stars dancing in her vision. Pain and fury ignited her spirit, fueling her defiance. Swiftly, she drew a sharp dagger from her waist and lunged viciously at Gu Pengfei. Although her move was quick, Gu Pengfei's bodyguard was not to be underestimated. He swiftly restrained her wrist, causing the dagger to miss Gu Pengfei narrowly. Gu Pengfei, in a fit of rage, kicked Jasmine, sending her sprawling to the ground. "Get lost. I have no interest in something that others have already used. You vile woman, how dare you harm me?" With that, he drove off. Jasmine, fighting through the pain, called Yang Chao, requesting him to come and get her. Within minutes, Yang Chao's car sped into view. He immediately noticed Jasmine standing by the roadside, her expression unusual, and hurriedly exited his vehicle to check on her. Her face was swollen, with clear handprints visible, and her cheeks were bruised. "Did he do this to you?" Yang Chao asked, his fist clenching in anger as Jasmine nodded softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jasmine hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to confide in him. "You are quite astute, yet expressing it this way may easily provoke him, which would be detrimental to you. However," she thought, "this is the quickest way for me to extricate myself from this predicament." Yang Chao cast a sympathetic glance at Jasmine, his words left unspoken, and he drove through the night towards the city. It was imperative to leave the city as swiftly as possible for safety, especially since they had significant matters to attend to there. Jasmine refrained from booking a hotel under her own name, fearful of being discovered by her parents or Gu Pingfei. Yang Chao reserved a suite, each of them having their own room. In the morning, Yang Chao scrutinized Jasmine's face, which had completely returned to normal. Yet, he remained uneasy and cautioned her, "Do not venture out today, rest well. I must step out for a while to attend to some matters." Jasmine shook her head. "I find myself bored. I shall go out and do some shopping instead. Then first rent a temporary warehouse and purchase seeds and saplings. When the acid rain arrives, nearly all crops and vegetation will be destroyed. After the acid rain, resuming production will be crucial and seeds will be in high demand. They can be kept for personal use or sold for profit. Where can I buy seeds? A seed company?" Jasmine was unfamiliar with this. Yang Chao explained. "Do you know why I chose this city? It houses the largest seed market in the country. No one will suspect you, regardless of how much you buy. I will take you there shortly, and you can choose at your leisure." Upon arriving at the seed market, Jasmine, lacking any knowledge about planting, felt undeterred. She simply needed to make her purchases. She located a prominent seed shop and entered, curiously surveying her surroundings. A young staff member approached her, inquiring about her intended purchases. Jasmine began fabricating a story. "I wish to buy a batch of seeds to donate to my hometown village. Rice, wheat, corn, and soybeans. All high-yield varieties suitable for acidic soil." The young man spoke enthusiastically. "I recommend the acid-resistant hybrid rice, Deep 2U5814. It is quite resilient and suitable for the acidic soils of Central and South China. There's also 2U number 1, known for its resistance to lodging and good adaptability to acidic soils. Moreover, Zhongjia Early 17, an early rice variety with low cadmium accumulation, is ideal for the acidic red soil regions in the south. Lastly, Xiangwan Indica number 12, a late rice variety that is acid-resistant with low cadmium content in the grains. Are you planning to plant early or late rice?" Jasmine blinked, feeling somewhat lost. Eventually, mustering her courage, she replied, "I will take some of each variety, enough for a village of 200 households, each with 10 acres. To cover a decade's worth of planting needs." The young man appeared astonished. "You need so much? The quantity in stock won't suffice. We will need to arrange for more, but it can be ready by tomorrow. Is that acceptable?" Jasmine nodded. "No problem. I can pay a deposit in advance. By the way, could you also recommend some wheat seeds?" The young man suggested Yangmai 16, Jimai 22, and Zhongmai 895. "All right, I will take these as well," Jasmine replied. "In the same quantities as before. Nothing else, please." The shop received a substantial order, and the young man was elated, immediately calling to inform her that she planned to switch to another store to purchase soybean and corn seeds, as placing too large an order at the same establishment might raise suspicions. After the young man calculated the accounts, Jasmine promptly paid the deposit and quickly rented a temporary warehouse. She changed stores and purchased soybean and corn seeds, selecting high-yield varieties. For soybeans, she chose Zhonghuang 13, Jido 12, and Xiangchuando number 24. For corn, she opted for Xinyu 335, Denghai 605, and Yayiking G26. Delivery was arranged for the following afternoon. After securing the warehouse, Jasmine proceeded to the seedling market to place an order for saplings. Following Yang Chao's requirements, she acquired 2,000 fast-growing trees suitable for post-acid rain conditions: eucalyptus, poplar, cedar, willow, and paulownia, along with a substantial quantity of grass seeds, all scheduled for delivery to the warehouse the next afternoon. By the time she finished these tasks, it was already evening. Yang Chao ordered dinner at the hotel, and they shared a meal together. Jasmine, puzzled, asked, "Why do you need so many tree saplings?" "We aren't planting trees," Yang Chao explained. "After the acid rain, many trees will perish. The saplings we've bought will significantly increase in value after the rain. We will find them useful ourselves." Jasmine inquired, "With your method of purchasing, do we even have enough money?" Yang Chao lowered his voice. "Thus, we must hasten our plans to steal the gold." Jasmine's heart raced at the thought. "Where will we steal it from, and how?" Yang Chao, with a hint of mystery, replied, "You will find out in due time." Jasmine sighed deeply, realizing that his entire day had revolved around preparations for the theft of gold. "Is that truly our main purpose for coming to the city?" she asked. "I need to ensure everything is meticulously planned for a successful endeavor. Will this theft yield a substantial amount of gold?" "How much?" he estimated. "It should be several times the 50 million we stole last time." Jasmine's mouth fell open in disbelief, unable to comprehend such a sum. "With that much, wouldn't we be able to purchase whatever we desire?" Yet, she recalled the near-fatal experience of the mudslide while stealing the 50 million in cash. The dangers of this gold heist were uncertain. When will we steal it? Tomorrow, Yang Chao replied. Jasmine's eyes widened in shock. Tomorrow? Where will we find it? Chapter 10. The theft of 300 kilograms of gold. Jasmine warned Yang Chao. You must tell me the details. I don't want to be left in the dark. It's quite frightening. Yang Chao smiled reassuringly. I will not involve you in any crime or put us at risk. This time, we will target a corrupt official. A local official, emboldened by his power, has a penchant for gold, accepting bribes solely in gold. How do you know he possesses gold? Did you read it in the news? She asked. No, this official lived a long life in his previous existence without being discovered. His residence is on the second floor, where he keeps a large copper bowl ornament in his study, and all his gold is hidden within its belly. In his previous life, after the flood, this entire area was submerged up to the third floor, and the waters took a long time to recede. During that chaotic period, he hired a group of people to salvage the copper bowl, and by fortunate coincidence, I was one of those hired, thus learning the truth. My goodness, are we really going to break into his house? Jasmine exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. I bet we can't do it. Yang Chao's gaze was cold and resolute. Where there's a will, there's a way. Such ill-gotten gains should not go unseized. Early the next morning, Yang Chao ventured out on an errand, instructing Jasmine to meet him at a designated location. He returned with 2 large bags, one slung over his shoulder and the other in his hand, placing the backpack on the back seat. What do you have in your bag? Jasmine inquired. I've prepared some tools and outfits. Once we reach that neighborhood, I will attempt to disrupt the network and pose as a telecommunications worker for an inspection. You will impersonate a property management staff member and accompany me. The bag contains the attire and equipment I have prepared. This is thrilling. Are we really going to steal while they are home? Isn't that a bit audacious? Yang Chao shot her a look, reassuring her, don't worry, I've got this. He then produced the larger bag, prompting Jasmine to change into the clothing inside. She donned a simple uniform, while Yang Chao wore a blue outfit reminiscent of a telecommunications worker. He revealed an identification badge, boldly emblazoned with Chengtian Property Management. Did you steal this badge from the property management? Jasmine asked. Yang Chao shook his head. No. I took the opportunity to visit their office yesterday and discreetly captured images of their badges, which I had replicated at a print shop. He also donned a telecommunications company badge, and the two appeared convincingly as staff members from both the telecommunications and property management sectors. Jasmine suppressed a laugh, urging Yang Chao. Let us go, it's time to set off. Yang Chao glanced at the time. Wait, the goods I ordered are due for delivery at the warehouse. Upon arriving at the warehouse, they found the shipment had already arrived. As they opened the thick wooden crate, they discovered a massive copper bowl sculpture. Resting on the ground with its head slightly raised, its eyes gleaming with vitality, and its surface shining with an ancient bronze hue. Jasmine's eye sparkled. This copper bowl resembles the one in the corrupt official's home, doesn't it? Are you planning to swap them? Yang Chao gave her a thumbs up. Clever. This is the result of my search yesterday. I finally found a sculpture identical to the one in the corrupt official's residence. We need to secure it quickly and head to his house, where you will stealthily replace his copper bowl. You're incredible for remembering the exact appearance of his copper bowl. With so much gold inside, I would recognize this bowl even if it turned to dust. Jasmine was brimming with excitement, all her prior apprehensions dissipating in that moment. The duo arrived at the corrupt official's upscale neighborhood. Yang Chao disrupted the neighborhood's network, freezing and replacing the surveillance footage of the building. Then, recalling the address from memory, he and Jasmine approached the door of the corrupt official's home. Jasmine followed closely behind Yang Chao, lowering the brim of her hat and adjusting her disposable mask. When the door opened, an elderly lady appeared, questioning, "What do you want?" Jasmine immediately adopted a respectful tone. "Annie, I'm from the property management company. The community's internet cable has been severed, and the telecommunications company has detected a fault in our building's lines that requires inspection." As she spoke, Jasmine revealed her work badge. The elderly lady, unsuspecting, allowed them to enter the house. Jasmine cast a glance around. It was a spacious flat exceeding 300 square meters, with an exceptionally large living room adorned with luxurious decor. With a sweet tone, Jasmine remarked, "I have brought a technician who will swiftly carry out the repairs. Otherwise, everyone will be unable to use their phones, and you won't be able to watch television at home." The elderly lady responded, "Please hurry with the inspection. It would be dreadful not to watch my shows." Jasmine then inquired, "Are you the only one at home?" The elderly lady replied, "Yes, Others have gone to work or school. With the perfect timing and circumstances, Jasmine exchanged a glance with Yang Chao, who promptly retrieved his tools and pretended to examine the surroundings. Sizing up the location of the study, he signaled to Jasmine. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jasmine observed Yang Chao as he inspected the network cable, engaging the elderly lady with questions about the router, explaining regardless of her comprehension. In a swift and silent manner, Jasmine slipped into the study. The room was expansive, lined with bookshelves and a large desk by the window. Against the wall opposite the desk stood a magnificent bronze bull ornament, identical to the one Yang Chao had purchased. With a flick of her wrist and a mental command, Jasmine instantly swapped the positions of the two bronze bulls. She then quickly exited the study. Yang Chao immediately informed Jasmine, "The repairs are complete. We can leave now." Jasmine politely bid farewell to the elderly lady and hurriedly departed with Yang Chao, their steps brisk as they left the neighborhood. Upon returning to their hotel room, Jasmine swiftly retrieved the bronze bull. Despite their combined strength, they found it unmovable. Yang Chao examined the bull closely and noticed a fine crack on the right side of the bull's horn. Gently twisting it a few times, he removed the horn and peeked inside, his face lighting up with delight. "Jasmine, come look. The bull's belly is filled with gold bricks." Jasmine leaned in, extending her hand. With a flick of her thought, the gold bricks swiftly moved into her space and then to the floor. The ground was covered with glimmering gold bricks, each weighing a kilogram. There were a total of 300 bricks, amounting to 300 kilograms. Jasmine was ecstatic, throwing herself at Yang Chao and embracing him. "Wow, we hit the jackpot." Yang Chao gently hugged her back but quickly released her, feeling a bit flustered. "Hurry, let's store the gold bricks." Jasmine collected the bricks into her space, overflowing with joy. Suddenly, the smile on her face froze. She entered her space to take a look, and moments later, her eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed to Yang Chao, "The space has changed. It has expanded to the size of 10 football fields. There are lawns, trees, a well, and a large pond. The storage area automatically sorts items, and there are now shelves where the materials are categorized and placed. Oh my, how incredible! How could it be so wonderful?" Yang Chao was pleasantly surprised. I surmised this was due to the ample gold he had deposited, which upgraded the space, expanded its area, and enhanced its functionality. It is truly marvelous. With wealth and ample space at our disposal, we can stockpile resources at will in the future. What a serendipitous gain! Chapter 11. Supplementing our supplies amidst her joy, Jasmine suddenly pondered a concern. "Do you think this corrupt official will discover the theft of the bronze bull and report it?" Rest assured, even if he were to find out, he would not dare to alert the authorities. How could he account for such ill-gotten gains? Alas, I just recalled something. What if he has surveillance cameras at home? Wouldn't that put us in jeopardy? Jasmine was slow to realize the implications. Yang Chao, with a sense of pride, replied, "Of course he has cameras at home. I noticed a surveillance camera positioned above the bookshelf at the study door, and it was plugged in. Did you cut the power?" "Naturally. I feigned a test and switched off his main power supply before you entered the study. I restored the electricity only after you exited." Jasmine felt reassured. "So what are we waiting for? Let us set out." The two of them visited 10 gold shops, selling 1 gold bar at each location, each worth 7 million, effortlessly accumulating 70 million. They then went to the warehouse to collect the seeds and saplings purchased the previous day. Yang Chao remarked, "The acid rain is only a week away. We must urgently prepare essential supplies. Water, fuel, and weapons should be prioritized." Jasmine added, "The space contains a pond, but it lacks water. We need to fill it. Additionally, we should order more bottled mineral water and purchase some storage barrels. There is also a well in the space, which contains water. However, if the well were to run dry, it would be disastrous. Thus, we must ensure ample water storage." Jasmine fetched a cup of water from the well, sweet and palatable, perfectly suitable for drinking. Yang Chao instructed, "Drive to the Fingiaba reservoir and fill the pond. Once the pond is full, the water from this reservoir cannot be consumed directly when the acid rain arrives. It must be treated first. You are responsible for ordering bottled water and storage barrels while I procure various fuels. Once I have secured them, you can handle the delivery." The two immediately parted ways. Jasmine drove to the Fingiaba reservoir, which holds a substantial amount of water, sufficient to meet the urban water demands of the city and several surrounding counties. She parked in a secluded area, followed the reservoir's edge, and found an opening close to the water where she could comfortably sit. Removing her bracelet, she focused her thoughts on the water's surface. The water cascaded toward the bracelet, flowing into the pond within the space. Jasmine sat for 2 hours until the pond was filled before finally rising. The water level in the reservoir had dropped by about half a foot, but the impact was negligible. While Jasmine was collecting water, Yang Chao was on the phone, coordinating the procurement of supplies. The two drove directly toward the city, which is near the mining area, surrounded by numerous small coal mines, washing plants, and coal product companies. Yang Chao ordered 1,000 tons of high-quality coal, including 500 tons of briquette coal. He had made an advance payment, urgently requesting the other party to load the goods onto a large truck and park it at a designated vacant mining area. Two individuals headed straight for the mining zone, presenting a red envelope to the fleet leader, asking him to take the drivers out for a meal. After Yang Chao completed the transfer for the payment, Jasmine swiftly organized all the coal into the designated space. The two promptly departed, unconcerned about how the fleet would manage the sudden disappearance of the coal. On their descent, they stopped at a roadside shop to purchase various coal stoves, multifunctional heating furnaces, semi-gasification stoves, chimneys, water tanks, radiators, and ovens, among other essential equipment. They then visited a lumber processing factory, procuring 100 tons of timber, using the same method of payment to secure it in their space. These fuels were vital for the impending extreme cold. Jasmine pondered for a moment and said, "It's still insufficient. We should acquire some solid alcohol, smokeless charcoal, and accompanying stoves. We can order these online." In the following days, they resided in the city, once again investing in 10 gold bars, and continued their shopping spree. They acquired various health supplements, a range of tobacco and liquor across different price points, and numerous beverages in bulk. Clothing and bedding were sourced from a discount trading center, ensuring they had sufficient attire for all ages and seasons, including an array of winter coats, down jackets, thermal pants, polar expedition gear, as well as snow boots, hiking boots, and insulated shoes. They stocked up on bedding of various specifications, including 4-piece sets, mattresses, cushions, and comforters. They also marked locations for a hardware store, a large supermarket, an appliance mall, as well as a slaughterhouse and meat processing facility, all intended for a zero-cost acquisition once the apocalypse commenced. To be prepared, they initially purchased several sets of solar water heaters, solar generators, 5 sets of frequency inverters, 50 solar panels, numerous 2,000 batteries, thousands of meters of photovoltaic wiring, and water pipes. While dining in the city, Jasmine remarked, "I wish to buy various delicacies to store in the space. When the apocalypse arrives, I want to be cooking. But I would love to enjoy gourmet food every day." Of course, Yang Chao immediately agreed. "Which cuisine do you prefer? Select some well-reviewed restaurants, and we shall order dishes that can be preserved fresh in the space for later enjoyment." Jasmine picked up her phone and chose numerous nearby restaurants with diverse flavors from a review site, deciding to place orders the following day. The next morning, she visited a highly rated breakfast establishment, ordering a table full of buns, siu mai, savory cakes, scallion pancakes, fried dough sticks, and steamed dumplings. She was pleased to discover that the restaurant lived up to its stellar local reputation, with each dish being exquisite. Calling over the owner, Jasmine pointed to the breakfast spread and stated, "I would like to place an order for these items, requiring 100 servings of each, packaged and ready for a week. They must be warm, and I will come to collect them at 8 a.m. Please help me load them into my vehicle. I can pay in advance. Is that acceptable?" "Certainly," the owner replied, "but with such a large order each day, will you be able to consume it all?" Jasmine responded, You see, I am an administrative staff member at a company, and we need to provide breakfast for our employees. Since we have many staff members, we require a substantial amount. The benefits provided by your company are truly remarkable, even extending to breakfast for employees." In a similar vein, Jasmine explored this street and several nearby ones, locating over a dozen breakfast establishments and ordering a diverse array of morning meals. For an entire week, a substantial quantity of breakfast was procured. Renowned for its culinary delights, the city boasts an abundance of delectable restaurants. Jasmine arranged for a variety of dishes from 8 major cuisines, with a minimum of 100 portions ordered from each establishment. The two were incessantly engaged in shopping and gathering, seemingly wishing for a 24-hour shopping spree. One day, as they passed by a well-known national snack chain, they noticed a sign indicating the store was for transfer. Jasmine had frequented this chain for snacks and held a fondness for the brand. Curiosity led them inside to investigate the transfer process. The store was expansive, showcasing a dazzling array of snacks, hundreds of varieties, truly bountiful. Upon inquiry, They learned that the owner was unable to manage the business due to his wife's severe illness and wished to transfer ownership. Jasmine's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the snacks. Yang Chao approached the owner to negotiate the price. Goods worth 200,000 yuan for a mere 100,000 yuan. Jasmine was overjoyed. Just before the acid rain arrived, the two made another sweep of the vegetable and fruit wholesale market. Then, they awaited the impending storm. Chapter 12. Discovering Heritage. Severing kinship. Yang Chao had booked the presidential suite at a five-star hotel in the city. Jasmine and Yang Chao planned to endure the acid rain disaster here. Yang Chao informed Jasmine that the acid rain was set to arrive punctually at 10 the following morning. "I must inform my parents and brother to take precautions," Jasmine stated. Yang Chao replied sternly, "Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are decided by heaven. There is no need to remind them." Jasmine blinked. "It seems you harbor animosity toward my parents. Did they commit some wrongdoing in a past life? They have always treated me well. It is only now, with their insistence on marrying me off to the Gu family, that we have come into conflict." Yang Chao sighed. "These matters I had intended to keep from you. You may not believe me, but failing to share this could endanger your kindness." Jasmine bit her lip. "Please, just tell me." Yang Chao continued, "Jasmine, your parents are not your biological ones. You are an orphan, adopted by them at the age of 3. Your biological parents perished in a car accident. Your current parents, your adoptive ones, took you in because of your exquisite beauty, concealing your true origins." "What?" Jasmine's eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Chao pressed on. "Their primary aim in raising you was to secure a marriage into a wealthy family, aiding the Cheng family in revitalizing their business to pass it on to your brother. Thus, your adoptive parents are insistent on forcing you to marry Gu Pengfei, regardless of his character. And then what happens after I marry?" Jasmine inquired anxiously. "In your previous life, you married after the acid rain. And with the onset of the apocalypse, chaos ensued. The businesses and fortunes of the Gu and Cheng families suffered immensely, nearly leading to their downfall. Later, your adoptive parents, in collusion with Gu Pengfei, sold you to a wealthy old man in exchange for material goods. You were tormented to death by that man." Yang Chao hesitated to voice a painful truth. "In your past life, your demise was tragic." Jasmine lowered her head, her eyes reddened. After a moment, tears cascaded down like pearls. Having been reborn, Yang Chao, through their time spent together, recognized that he would not deceive her, though she found it hard to believe. She had no choice but to accept it. Yang Chao sighed and gently patted Jasmine's shoulder, feeling it tremble slightly. "From now on, I have no parents. I will sever all ties with the Cheng family." Jasmine spoke softly. Yang Chao reassured her. "In this apocalyptic world, during my previous life, over half the population perished. Various calamities will unfold, and this is to be expected. In this life, fate has bound us together. We shall face adversities hand in hand and strive to survive." Jasmine wiped her tears, steadied herself, and said, "After the acid rain, let us stock up on supplies and select a suitable refuge. I intend to smile until the very end. Indeed, I have already chosen a safe haven. Once the acid rain subsides, I will take you to see it." At 10 a.m. the following day, the acid rain arrived as anticipated. Following the tornado and mudslide, this was yet another disaster for Jasmine. She stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the ominous, greenish sky. The hue of the clouds seemed unusual. Jasmine observed outside with curiosity. Suddenly, rain fell like large beads, relentlessly pounding the ground. The leaves and grass twisted and withered upon contact with the acid rain, swiftly corroding. Leaning her forehead against the glass, Jasmine watched in astonishment. Yang Chao approached and pulled her back, exclaiming, "Do not stand so close." No sooner had he spoken than a droplet of acid rain struck the glass, leaving a pinprick-sized white spot surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks. Jasmine gasped, stumbling back a few steps. "Goodness, is the acid rain this potent? I thought it only corroded vegetation. Did you see? This is merely the beginning." After a while, the television in the living room flickered. Jasmine hesitantly asked, "Has the power gone out?" "The electricity is unstable," Yang Chao replied as he retrieved 2 gas masks from the backpack in the living room. "The acid rain will corrode power lines and damage substations." He handed one mask to Jasmine, saying, "Put this on. Although the room is sealed, the acid mist will gradually seep in and could affect the respiratory system." Outside, the rain intensified suddenly. Jasmine took a telescope from her space and peered outside. Amidst the murky, yellow-green curtain of rain, pedestrians began to scream and flee. A worker, caught without an umbrella, collapsed in agony after only a few steps. His suit jacket was riddled with holes, and exposed skin began to swell and fester. Jasmine quickly turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. The television broadcasted urgent news, its screen flickering incessantly. A sudden acid rain disaster had struck, urging citizens to seek shelter indoors and avoid contact with the rainwater. They were advised to remain indoors, securing doors and windows. Suddenly, the screen went black. Yang Chao tapped the television, only to be met with an ear-piercing electrical hum. The signal tower had succumbed to corrosion, he deduced calmly. After more than an hour, the acid rain finally ceased. However, the outside world had descended into chaos. As the acid rain fell, everyone sought refuge, fearing that some might take advantage of the situation to loot. Almost to validate his concern, a deafening crash of shattering glass echoed from the street, followed by frantic footsteps and screams. Jasmine rushed to the window and beheld a group of individuals, clad in makeshift protective gear, smashing the display windows of luxury boutiques. They then seized high-end watches from the showcases and fled hastily. 2 hours later, the acid rain resumed, though this time it was a light drizzle, alternating between brief showers and pauses. Yang Chao and Jasmine sheltered in the presidential suite, remaining indoors for 2 days. Aside from meals, they wore gas masks continuously. When someone knocked at the door, they resolutely refrained from answering. Their supplies of food and drink had accumulated to mountainous proportions. Once the situation stabilizes a bit more in a day or two, we shall depart for our refuge, Yang Chao informed Jasmine. Have many people perished outside? In the last occurrence, the acid rain affected only a few cities, with our city suffering the most, resulting in more than half the population lost. People either succumbed to acid burns or respiratory system failures due to acid mist. What about our city? Here, the acid rain lasted merely half an hour, but its concentration and destructive capacity were formidable. Given the severity here, we should have evacuated the city earlier, seeking safety elsewhere. I am awaiting the right opportunity, Yang Chao replied. Jasmine's eyes sparkled with realization. Zero-cost shopping. Indeed, the acid rain has disrupted the order of life in the city, causing a staggering number of casualties. This city has pressed the doomsday button first. In the days leading up to the acid rain, there were still those who looted amidst the turmoil, as societal order lingered. Soon, many would suffer from respiratory burns caused by the acid mist, leading to mass fatalities. Numerous shops have become abandoned, with no one daring to venture outside. This marks the inception of our zero-cost shopping. It all makes sense now. No wonder you purchased so many acid-resistant suits and gas masks. You came prepared. Yang Chao smiled. One who has lived again must consider every detail meticulously. Tomorrow morning, we shall embark on our zero-cost shopping spree, sweeping through the city's abandoned and unguarded shops. Chapter 13. Exploiting acid rain to initiate zero-cost shopping. As dawn's light began to break, Jasmine was roused by a subtle clicking sound. Upon opening her eyes, a warm hand swiftly covered her mouth. Yang Chao's face loomed close in the darkness, a finger pressed to his lips. Someone was attempting to pick the door lock. The security of the five-star hotel was typically robust. However, it had become ineffective, indicating that chaos had erupted outside, and hotel staff had likely retreated to safety. Molly's heart raced with fervor. She nodded gently, signaling her understanding, and Yang Chao released her hand, silently gesturing towards the bathroom, urging Molly to conceal herself. Just as her bare feet touched the floor, bang! The door was violently kicked open, and 3 armed shadows surged inside. The leader growled in a low voice. Don't move. Hand over Chung Molly. Were they from the Gu family or the Chung family? Molly pondered anxiously. The 3 men encircled Yang Chao, one pressing a knife to his chest. Seizing the moment, Yang Chao thrust his knee into the assailant's groin, then swiftly sidestepped, grasping a metal thermos from the table and striking the man's temple with all his might. Thud! The assailant crumpled to the ground. The other 2 men raised their knives toward Yang Chao. Yang Chao, behind you! Molly cried out in alarm. Without looking back, Yang Chao kicked one of them down. Molly quickly retrieved a canister of pepper spray from her belongings and directed it into the eyes of the 3rd man, who cried out, stumbling about in confusion. She then produced a high-voltage stun baton, handing it to Yang Chao, a gift from the supermarket owner. Yang Chao wielded the baton, striking down the 3 men, sending them convulsing on the floor. He then searched their bodies and discovered a satellite phone, which contained a text message. Target confirmed in room 1808. Reinforcements will arrive in 20 minutes. Yang Chao pressed a knife against one man's neck, drawing blood, and slowly increased the pressure, demanding, "Speak honestly. Who sent you?" The man trembled and stammered, "It was Ching Moli's father. He paid us to bring her back." Moli and Yang Chao exchanged glances. The Chung family was indeed going to great lengths to retrieve her, seemingly desperate to have her back. They could no longer stay in the hotel. 5 minutes later, two men clad in acid-resistant suits, fully armed, rushed down the fire escape. The elevator was out of service, so they descended the stairs level by level. They stumbled into the underground parking lot. Yang Chao had left a modified off-road vehicle parked in the corner. This vehicle was intended for his return home after the acid rain. As the engine roared to life, another group of pursuers stormed into the parking lot entrance. "Look, that off-road vehicle. Brothers, quickly drag the woman out of the car. Capture her and exchange her for dollars." Molly curled up in her seat, feeling the vehicle accelerate violently as Yang Chao slammed on the gas. The off-road vehicle shot up the slope like an arrow, crashing through the parking lot barrier. The vehicle sped across the already half-melted road. In the rearview mirror, several black sedans were hot on their heels. "It's my father. No, he is no longer my father. He actually paid someone to kidnap me." Molly seethed with anger. Bringing you back would be highly beneficial, with the acid rain causing significant damage to the Chung family's assets. He is eager to send you to the Gu family, hoping they will finance him. Molly sighed heavily. One should not judge by appearances, just as the vast sea cannot be measured. Although her father once commanded respect, he also harbored affection for her. However, upon unraveling his machinations, it became apparent that he had long concealed ulterior motives. "Steady yourself." Yang Chao abruptly swerved the steering wheel, and the vehicle drifted into a narrow alley. The city, corroded by acid rain, resembled a melting oil painting. The flora lining the streets had withered and turned black. The traffic lights dripped with a colorful, viscous substance, and the pavement had softened beneath their wheels. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed ahead. A colossal advertising billboard plummeted from above, landing directly in front of their vehicle. Yang Chao deftly maneuvered to avoid the obstruction. 3 black cars trailed closely behind. "Hold on tight. I'm about to overtake." Jasmine gripped the roof handle with fervor. One sharp turn followed another. Yang Chao pushed the car to its limits, finally evading the pursuit of the black vehicles. They can't keep up. Their speed is diminishing, and they have come to a halt. Jasmine sighed in relief. It was not merely a matter of speed. Their tires had succumbed to the corrosive acid rain. "My tires were specially replaced just days ago with high-performance fluorine rubber ones, pre-ordered from abroad at several $1,000s apiece, specifically designed to withstand acid rain." Jasmine patted her chest. "Fortunately, your foresight has proved invaluable. Where shall we head next?" "Alas, it is a pity. We were supposed to partake in a zero-cost shopping spree today." The two exchanged a knowing glance, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. Jasmine chuckled. "I am unafraid." Yang Chao declared, "Let us seize this splendid opportunity. Such chances should not be easily forsaken. Fortune favors the bold." Turning back, they embarked on their zero-cost shopping adventure. Yang Chao sharply turned the wheel, and their SUV sped toward the city center. The streets lay deserted. Strictly speaking, there were no living souls. Corpses littered the ground, their flesh decaying under the acid rain, a sight too gruesome to bear. Jasmine suppressed her nausea and said to Yang Chao, "It appears there are no living beings. We shall scour each block and every store, taking everything we find. Let us head directly to the hardware store we had eyeing days prior." The vehicle drove straight inside. Outside, the streets were strewn with lifeless bodies, while inside the shops, it was either deserted or filled with the deceased. Yang Chao, feeling uneasy, accompanied Jasmine into a store, swiftly gathering supplies into their space. Jasmine instructed Yang Chao, "You stay with the car, start the engine, and follow closely. I will enter the shop and emerge at once with the goods. Keep watch. And if anything arises, call me immediately. I will jump into the car, and we shall flee." Jasmine pointed to her Bluetooth headset, signaling Yang Chao to maintain constant communication. She swiftly raided over a dozen stores, acquiring a diverse array of items. Not far from the hardware store stood a large electronics mall, the very establishment they had previously scouted. Inside, it was utterly devoid of life. Jasmine collected every electronic appliance available. As they passed by various establishments, a mother and baby supply store, several large pharmacies, a traditional Chinese medicine shop, a communication equipment store, a cake and dessert shop, a pet supply store, a tobacco shop, a multimedia store, a bookstore, and a stationery shop. Each street was meticulously scoured. Every shop devoid of customers was promptly cleared out with a mere wave of the hand. Subsequently, they proceeded to a large supermarket that had caught their attention earlier. The supermarket was vast, and Yang Chao felt uneasy, opting to accompany Emily inside. The supermarket had already been ransacked once, leaving a chaotic scene with scattered items everywhere. The food supplies had been the most sought after, yet a considerable amount remained. Numerous lifeless bodies lay within, alongside several others barely clinging to life. Emily, undeterred, dashed between the aisles, her arms flailing as she collected goods. Suddenly, her foot was gripped tightly by a person. Chapter 14. Ending the zero-cost shopping. Returning to Moon Mountain, Emily was nearly startled into a scream. "Help me!" A young man lay on the ground, his voice weak and hoarse. It appeared he had inhaled a significant amount of corrosive gas and was on the brink of death. Emily struggled but could not free herself. The dying man possessed an extraordinary strength. Hearing her distress, Yang Chao rushed over, brandishing a sharp knife and stabbing the hand that clutched Emily's ankle. The hand recoiled in pain. Yang Chao took Emily's hand and sprinted out of the supermarket. "Are you scared?" he inquired. Emily smiled brightly, unafraid, finding the experience exhilarating and enjoyable. As a rich heiress, she had never imagined that one day she would lead such a thrilling and perilous life. Yang Chao was equally surprised. Emily, despite her delicate demeanor, displayed none of the typical weaknesses associated with a sheltered upbringing. "Shall we continue?" "Of course." They swiftly made their way to the upper level of the mall. This enormous shopping center was filled with a myriad of brands: clothing, shoes, bags, household items, bedding, and more. There were indeed a number of living souls still in the supermarket, but after 3 days of terror and hunger, they appeared frail. Yang Chao held Emily's hand. Donned in a gas mask and acid-resistant suit, fully armed and unrecognizable. As they raced through, every item in their path vanished with the sweep of Emily's hand, leaving the onlookers astonished, yet none dared to inquire about what was transpiring. "Emily, we should leave," Yang Chao called out as he assessed that they had gathered enough supplies. After they descended, a woman's head peeked from behind the counter. Watching Emily's retreating figure with a sinister grin, Yang Chao started the vehicle, speeding towards the outskirts. "Where are we headed now?" "To the slaughterhouse and meat processing plant we visited earlier. Have you forgotten?" Emily tapped her forehead, realizing she indeed had forgotten. They arrived too late. Most of the cattle, sheep, and pigs had succumbed to the acid rain. Only a sturdy shed, covered with thick thatch and earth, had fared relatively well, housing a dozen or so cows, sheep, and pigs. Jasmine found herself in a quandary. She was uncertain whether she could sustain the livestock, and she worried that if these cattle and sheep were released, they might run amok and damage the supplies. Reluctantly, Yang Chao had to abandon the idea. The workers at the slaughterhouse had already fled to their homes as soon as the acid rain had subsided. Adjacent to it stood the meat processing plant, equally deserted. Within its walls lay hundreds of pounds of various meats, expertly butchered and now beginning to spoil. Alas, how regrettable it was. We arrived a moment too late. Jasmine stamped her feet in frustration. "Fear not. We shall venture into the cold storage. There must be meat within." The workers had fled in such haste that the cold storage door remained unlocked. When Yang Chao and Jasmine opened it, they were astounded. The cold storage was brimming with beef, lamb, pork, and chicken, all neatly cut and prepared, at least tens of thousands of pounds. However, the acid rain had wreaked havoc on the electricity supply, and the cold storage's power was compromised. The meat had begun to thaw, no longer frozen solid but slightly softening. It was certainly not spoiled. Jasmine unreservedly claimed it all. The adjacent meat processing plant was similarly devoid of life. In the vast factory, mountains of produced hams and canned luncheon meats lay packed in boxes. "Let us gather it all," Jasmine exclaimed, her heart filled with satisfaction. "Is this enough?" she asked. "It is sufficient. Let us cease here. There will be more opportunities for zero-cost acquisitions in the future. Where shall we go now?" "Back to my hometown, Moon Mountain." Yang Chao had mentioned Moon Mountain to Jasmine on numerous occasions, asserting that it was the ideal sanctuary for her. "I suspect you must have made preparations there after your rebirth." "Clever," Yang Chao praised. "Can you guess what I first stockpiled after my rebirth?" "Food. No, weapons. I invested all my money in procuring a cache of arms. With weapons, one can safeguard oneself in the apocalypse. They will become increasingly expensive and difficult to acquire over time." Yang Chao drove westward for several hours until they finally reached Moon Mountain. He gently tapped Jasmine, who was deeply asleep in the passenger seat. Jasmine turned to gaze out the window, exclaiming in delight, "There is no acid rain here." Outside, Moon Mountain's picturesque landscape unfolded, a lush expanse of trees, verdant grass, and a sky adorned with white clouds. The acid rain that had spread across several major cities had yet to affect Moon Mountain. It appeared as a secluded paradise, serene and beautiful. Indeed, Moon Mountain had evaded the acid rain. In both this life and the last, it had never been subjected to such downpours. However, in 2 months, the bitter cold would arrive, and none could escape it, not even the villagers along the road. On either side, crops in the fields were being harvested. Large combines were busy reaping the rice. At the foot of Moon Mountain lay boundless rice paddies and numerous orchards, where villagers toiled diligently in the fields. Yang Chao observed them with a sigh, yes, including them. As the bitter cold descended, temperatures plummeted to nearly -60 degrees, threatening to claim the lives of all. "Let us gather some rice," one suggested, "for there is an abundance of it here, and it would be a shame to let it go to waste." With the harvested rice, they hoped to earn some money, wishing for a few moments of joy and happiness before the harsh winter fully arrived. "Certainly. We can also collect some fruits from the orchard," came the reply. Engaged in light conversation, the two drove into the heart of the Moon Mountain, winding their way up the slopes. At last, they arrived at Yang Chao's home, a quaint 3-story house standing alone atop a small hill, devoid of neighboring dwellings. Jasmine cast a cursory glance, noting the exquisite decor of the residence. Yang Chao's mother, having received a phone call in advance, stood at the door to greet them. As Yang Chao alighted from the vehicle, his mother approached, taking his hand with a beaming smile. "My son, you've been gone for a month. And you didn't even call. I was so worried." Yang Chao smiled silently, introducing Jasmine to his mother. Yang Mama looked at Jasmine, momentarily taken aback by her beauty, and then turned to Yang Chao with a knowing smile. Jasmine felt her cheeks flush, aware of the misunderstanding, while feeling a sense of unease about her extended stay here. Uncertain of Yang Chao's parents and feeling somewhat awkward about arriving unannounced. Yet, Yang Chao offered no explanation, guiding Jasmine inside for a meal. Jasmine excused herself to retrieve something from the car, discreetly bringing forth several boxes of premium health supplements and skincare products from her space. "Auntie, I apologize for the trouble of my first visit. I brought you a small gift." With her charm and eloquence, Jasmine delighted Young Mama. "Welcome, dear. You are too kind. Please, come in and make yourself comfortable. Just 2 hours ago, Yang Chao informed me of his return, and in my haste, I prepared a few dishes. I hope you won't find my hospitality lacking." Young Mama appeared to be around 50, with kind eyes and a gentle demeanor. Following Yang Chao inside, Jasmine found herself in a cozy living room and dining area. The round table was laden with an array of dishes, their enticing aromas wafting through the air, awakening the hunger in Jasmine's belly. It felt reminiscent of home. She couldn't help but think of the Ching family, the place where she had lived for 25 years. She wondered how her parents were faring now. Chapter 15. The secret of the space revealed later that night, within the confines of Yang Chao's home. Jasmine let out a sharp scream, jolted awake from a nightmare. Her outburst roused Yang Chao from the adjacent room. In her dream, she had seen her father, Cheng, gripping her throat and shoving her into Gu Pengfei's wedding car. "Did you have a nightmare?" Yang Chao offered her a glass of warm water. Jasmine recounted her dream of the impending extreme cold, envisioning her parents trapped indoors, devoid of food and nearly starving. Before succumbing to hunger, they had repeatedly called out her name. Gripping the cup tightly, Jasmine suddenly posed a question. "If, hypothetically, my family were on the brink of starvation, should I rescue them?" Yang Chao paused for a moment, then countered her inquiry. "If they were to discover the secret of the jade bracelet, how would they treat you?" Outside the window, the moonlight illuminated Jasmine's pale visage. "I surmised that they would covet my jade bracelet, yearning to seize it for their own. Hence, would you sacrifice yourself? Do you still harbor illusions about them?" Jasmine shook her head. "No, I can no longer indulge in such fantasies, for it would place me in peril." At that moment, Jasmine remained unaware that the secret of the bracelet could no longer be concealed. In the dead of night, Gu Pingfei received a call from Lu Xiaoling. This seemingly innocent yet inherently provocative woman had become tiresome to him after their encounters. Yet, she seemed intent on clinging to him. Gu Pengfei recalled the day of their engagement when Jasmine had caught him in a compromising situation with Lu Xiaoling. After Jasmine had stormed off in a fit of rage, Lu Xiaoling had immediately pressed herself against him, tears streaming down her face. "I'm sorry, Pengfei. I did not intend to sabotage your relationship. I love you too much and merely wish to see you again, which is why I invited you out." I never anticipated Jasmine would follow. Gu Pengfei scrutinized her with suspicion. Lu Xiaoling quickly comprehended his unspoken thoughts and swore to him. Pingfei, I absolutely did not inform Jasmine. I have no idea how she arrived at the hotel. There must be some misunderstanding. I swear, I only wish to be the woman behind you, never to disrupt your relationship with Jasmine. Gu Pingfei's brow slightly relaxed. He had long since mastered Lu Xiaoling. She would never dare to defy his wishes. Lu Xiaoling timidly inquired, Pingfei, given Jasmine's fury, will she break up with you? Gu Pingfei replied nonchalantly, break up? Even if she wished to, her parents would never consent. They have a vested interest in me. They would be delighted if their daughter married me tomorrow. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Lu Xiaoling's eyes. Yet she quickly donned a facade of cheerfulness, saying, that is splendid. Otherwise, I would feel immense guilt for disrupting your marriage. However, she continued, since she witnessed our affair, there is already a rift between you. Do you still intend to marry her? Gu Pingfei asserted, of course I shall marry her. The union between our families will maximize our commercial interests. This arrangement has long been established by our parents and will not be jeopardized by trivial matters. Lu Xiaoling's eyes were filled with disappointment. Noticing her expression, he merely smiled, choosing silence. He could see through the intentions of a woman like Lu Xiaoling with ease. She, from an ordinary background, aspired to ascend to the Gu family? She was unworthy even to carry their shoes. Thus, Lu Xiaoling was soon cast aside, never to be acknowledged again. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiaoling called, presenting a significant gift. Unable to possess Gu Pingfei, she sought to obtain his wealth. Pingfei, I know Jasmine's secret. Lu Xiaoling insisted on meeting Gu Pingfei to divulge what she knew about Jasmine. She recounted in detail her encounter with Jasmine. On that day of acid rain, I was shopping in a large mall in the city. Suddenly, the acid rain struck, trapping me in the mall for 2 days. On the third day, I witnessed 2 armed individuals committing a robbery within the premises. No, it was not a robbery, it was a receipt of goods. One individual waved his hand towards the merchandise, and all the items vanished. This person was Cheng Moli. Gu Pingfei inquired, how do you know it was Moli? When she waved her hand to collect the goods, I was concealed behind the counter, and her hand swept above my head. I could see distinctly that she wore a jade bracelet, which belonged to Moli. I would never mistake her hand. Although she was fully armed, I recognized her silhouette. As her hand gestured towards the goods, they flew towards her bracelet and disappeared. I am certain that her bracelet possesses a spatial compartment. A spatial compartment? Gu Pingfei rose, astonished. What is that? Lu Xiaoling proceeded to elucidate the utility of the spatial compartment. How can you be so certain this person is Moli? And that her bracelet indeed contains a spatial compartment? Lu Xiaoling bit her lip, unsure. She was merely speculating. However, she could not admit that her assertion was merely conjecture. Otherwise, Gu Pingfei would not compensate her. She steeled herself and began to fabricate. I heard a man call her Moli. And I also heard her say, having a spatial compartment is truly convenient. She wagered that Gu Pingfei would believe her. Indeed, her gamble paid off, and Gu Pingfei accepted her words, primarily because of her initial statement. She had indeed heard a man in the mall call out for Moli to hurry. Furthermore, Gu Pingfei had personally heard Moli mention that she was with a man. Thus, he readily accepted her claims. Gu Pingfei began to pace in the room, then raised his hands toward the sky, laughing heartily. Ha! A spatial compartment. How splendid. Cheng Moli actually possesses one. He leaned forward, gritting his teeth, and slammed his fist on the table. Cheng Moli, I am determined to claim you. At the very least, I must obtain that bracelet. The spatial compartment must be mine. Having divulged such crucial information, shouldn't you reward me? Lu Xiaoling inquired impatiently. Gu Pingfei regarded her with a hint of disdain. He transferred 1,000,000 yuan to Lu Xiaoling, promptly dismissing her. He then immediately summoned his trusted associates for a meeting. He commanded them to dispatch someone to Moon Mountain, pounding the table, his eyes gleaming with greed. I want to see her alive, and I want her brought back to me intact. One of his subordinates hesitated. The Chung family is also searching for her. What if a conflict arises? The Chung family? Gu Pingfei scoffed. What do they matter? The priority now is to have Cheng Moli brought before me immediately. The subordinate attempted to persuade him once more. Originally, the Chung family agreed to deliver Miss Chung to the Gu family as soon as she was found. Fool! Gu Pingfei bellowed. There are reasons for my actions. How dare you question me? The subordinate fell silent, intimidated. Gu Pingfei intended to keep the bracelet secret, not even revealing it to his subordinates. As long as Moli was present, the bracelet would be too. Chung Feng stood outside the warehouse, gazing at the overcast sky. Scarface had already set off with his men. Yet an inexplicable unease gnawed at him. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with an anonymous message. Gu Pingfei has discovered Mo Li's secret. He has dispatched assassins who are swifter than your own. Cheng Feng's pupils constricted. Who was it that alerted him? Chapter 16. The heist of the crime lord's arsenal. The Qing and Gu families were simultaneously searching for Mo Li, who remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil surrounding her. At that moment, Mo Li was engaged in discussions with Yang Chao about how to construct their sanctuary in the impending apocalypse. Yang led her to the basement, exclaiming, "I have something remarkable to show you." As the basement door creaked open, Mo Li was taken aback. The walls were adorned with an array of weapons: compound bows, crossbows, arrows, machetes, cleavers, tang swords, tomahawks, military shovels, crowbars, daggers, military knives, shotguns, hunting rifles, ammunition, smoke grenades, traps, and stun batons. Mo Li gasped in astonishment. Most of these weapons are regulated materials. How did you acquire them? After my rebirth, my first endeavor was to procure weapons. I obtained all of these through underground channels and then fortified our refuge before coming to find you, he replied. Are these weapons sufficient for our needs in the apocalypse? Yang Chao shook his head. Not nearly enough. I intend to visit the city. There is a crime lord there with a deeply concealed identity. He possesses numerous enterprises, operating in both the legitimate and illicit realms. In a few days, he will be apprehended, and the weapons he has hoarded will be exposed. Then what are we waiting for? Let us set out at once, Mo Li urged. Their outing would also serve to procure a substantial amount of construction materials for their future dwelling. The following day, Yang Chao and Mo Li departed for the city. Throughout the journey, Mo Li curiously observed Moon Mountain. The winding mountain roads were laden with numerous forks. On one side loomed towering cliffs, while the other fell into a babbling gorge. It seems your family resides deep within the mountains, Mo Li remarked. Indeed, most people live at the foot of the mountain where there are ample farmlands. My parents appreciate tranquility, hence they built our home atop the mountain. To reach my house, one must navigate several forks. It is encircled by 3 mountains, making it difficult to locate without a drone. Not long after Mo Li and Yang Chao descended the mountain, several SUVs drove into Moon Mountain. Unbeknownst to Mo Li, these were individuals from the Cheng and Gu families, searching for her. As night fell, they arrived in the city. Mo Li observed the scenery outside while consulting the map on her tablet. Are we headed to the abandoned chemical factory in the eastern outskirts of the city? Yes, Yang Chao confirmed. This factory has been deserted for years and was purchased at a low price by the crime lord. While it appears abandoned above ground, it has been meticulously modified below, with 3 underground levels serving as the crime lord's armory. According to my memories from my previous life, the police raided this place 3 days later, uncovering the entire arsenal. Tonight is our sole opportunity. The crime lord will be conducting a drug transaction at the docks, and most of his men will accompany him. Mo Li inquired, how do you know this so well? Have you been here before? Indeed, Yang Chao smiled proudly. After his rebirth, he prepared his arsenal and had previously come here to gather intelligence, albeit without success. He had remained concealed in the vicinity for several days to familiarize himself with the situation. Simultaneously, he had scrutinized the televised expos regarding the chemical plant numerous times, rendering him well acquainted with the internal structure of the facility. Mo Li, upon hearing this, felt a mix of tension and excitement. They parked their vehicle a kilometer away from the chemical plant. The two donned all-black tactical gear and equipped thermal imaging goggles. The barbed wire surrounding the plant was electrified. Yang Chao crouched down and meticulously cut an opening with insulated scissors. Just as he was about to rise, Mo Li suddenly pressed him down and urged him to retreat several paces. She whispered in his ear, "There are patrols." The pair lay flat on the ground, motionless. Within the confines of the barbed wire, 2 armed thugs ambled past, wielding flashlights. Mo Li retrieved a tranquilizer crossbow from her gear and handed it to Yang Chao. He took aim and whoosh, whoosh. The drug-laden arrows struck true, hitting the necks of the assailants, who collapsed silently at the very spot where the wire had been cut. Mo Li swiftly reached for their necks, snatching away their access cards. The first obstacle was overcome. Yang Chao, accompanied by Mo Li, entered the chemical plant and ascended through the ventilation ducts. The pipes were corroded with rust, and every movement they made echoed with faint creaks. Suddenly, a conversation reached their ears from below. Is the boss being too cautious? This place hasn't been discovered for a decade. Shut up. I've heard that the city has been unsettled lately, with many stores, large malls, and supermarkets being robbed after the acid rain. We should tread carefully. Mo Li stiffened, uncertain whether they were speaking about her. Yang Chao covered her mouth, fearing she might inadvertently make a sound. Once the footsteps faded, they pried open the vent cover and jumped down. They had successfully navigated the second barrier. On the second underground level, they encountered a cache of drugs. But their true objective lay on the lowest tier. The iron door leading to the third underground level required a password. Yang Chao retrieved a laptop from his backpack and, with swift keystrokes, cracked the code. The third barrier was breached. As the door swung open, Yang Chao suddenly tackled Molly to the ground. Rat-a-tat-tat. An automatic rifle unleashed a hail of bullets from the ceiling, whizzing perilously close to their heads. Molly rolled behind cover, her heart racing. Yang Chao shattered a smoke grenade and tossed it out, reassuring Molly, "Don't worry, we've inadvertently triggered the thermal sensors. The ceiling's automatic weaponry will lose its target amidst the smoke." Within the obscuring haze, the gunfire became erratic as the weaponry expended its ammunition. The two maneuvered in serpentine patterns into the storeroom, where the sight before them left Molly breathless. 5 rows of weapon racks stood orderly against the wall, featuring 50 Glock 17 pistols, 200 American-made M4 carbines, 50 Russian RPGs, 500 kilograms of military-grade plastic explosives, 50 boxes of assorted ammunition, 50 boxes of various grenade models, and even 2 heavy machine guns. In addition to various weapons, there are hundreds of wooden boxes against the wall, the contents of which remain a mystery. It is estimated they too contain armaments. It is astonishing to discover such an extensive arsenal hidden beneath a chemical plant. "Quick, gather them," Yang Chao urged Molly. With a flurry of motion, Molly made the weapons vanish in neat rows into the spatial realm. The boxes were also swiftly collected. However, as automatic rifles unleashed a barrage of gunfire, an alarm was triggered, blaring loudly and illuminating the area with frantic red lights. Upon witnessing Molly complete the collection of all supplies, Yang Chao seized her hand, and they fled at a breakneck pace. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from above, and their frantic dash through the labyrinthine corridors was punctuated by the shouts of men. Suddenly, 3 armed men sprang around the corner, holding a grenade in her hand. Molly wasted no time in hurling it towards them. "Get down." The shockwave from the explosion toppled everyone. Yang Chao rose, dragging Molly along, racing in the direction etched in his memory. 10 minutes later, the two burst forth from the chemical plant, leaping into their vehicle, which roared to life and sped away. Behind them, over 10 police cars blared their sirens as they surrounded the facility. Molly patted her chest, her heart pounding fiercely. Must every significant heist be so perilous? We nearly lost our lives. But for these weapons, it was worth it. They are our lifeline in this apocalyptic world. Why is Uncle Hat here? She wondered aloud. The recent explosion must have alerted them. Molly closed her eyes, delving into the spatial realm to inspect the weapons, and suddenly exclaimed with delight, "Oh, what a pleasant surprise." Chapter 17. Transforming the post-apocalyptic dwelling. Yang Chao's eyes widened in astonishment. "What is it?" She revealed gold and cash, all neatly sealed within the wooden boxes. There was much more gold than that found in the last corrupt official's residence, and the cash was even more substantial and estimated several hundred million. What thrilled them further was that the influx of gold had upgraded their spatial realm, increasing its size by more than double. It now boasted a vast lake, numerous trees, and various animal enclosures including cow sheds, sheep pens, pigsties, and chicken coops. "This is fantastic. We can raise animals now," Yang Chao exclaimed in sheer joy. This outing had yielded remarkable rewards. Molly, however, was only now beginning to feel the gravity of their previous danger. That was far too perilous. "We nearly got shot." Yang Chao looked at her, a smile spreading across his face. Today, he found a newfound admiration for Molly. "Let us head to the hotel now. You need to rest well. I will arrange for building materials." Yang Chao spent an entire week procuring the materials. During this time, Molly diligently filled in gaps in their supplies. Her primary focus was on purchasing diesel, gasoline, and other fuels. Though challenging to acquire, money can work wonders. And she managed to buy numerous barrels of oil from intermediaries. "All right, we will collect the building materials tonight," Yang Chao informed Molly. This time, the materials would be stored at an abandoned construction site. The construction site was still cluttered with countless bricks, cement, sand, prefabricated panels, steel bars, and several earth-moving vehicles, mixers, and various other machinery. In another vacant area, there were piles of various building materials purchased by Yang Chao, some of which Mo Li did not even recognize. Without a second thought, they decided to take everything away. Upon returning to Yang Chao's home, both were utterly exhausted. completely unaware that the Chung and Gu families had come to Moon Mountain in search of Emily, only to leave empty-handed. Emily had perfectly evaded her pursuers. Upon their return, both groups faced stern reprimands, having failed to retrieve the money they sought. Unable to locate Emily, the Gu and Chung families had no choice but to suspend their search. In the aftermath of the acid rain, they were confronted with an overwhelming array of issues, leading them to temporarily set aside their pursuit of Emily. Meanwhile, she was contentedly residing at Yang Chao's home, where his mother prepared an array of meals for them. Emily inquired, "Where is your father? I seldom hear you mention him." Yang Chao's eyes reddened slightly as he replied, "In my previous life, my father did not survive. Before he passed, he entrusted me with the secret of your bracelet and urged me to find you. In this life, he works in the city and has not returned, as it is relatively peaceful there. I plan to bring him home when the extreme cold arrives." After lunch, Emily asked Yang Chao, "What are our plans for the next few days?" Yang Chao responded, "We shall create a refuge for the apocalypse. I was just about to ask you. While your current residence is sufficient for now, I fear it may not withstand the impending extremes." Yang Chao smiled and said, "If I were to only provide you with such a house, it would be better for you to reside in the city." He then led Emily to the basement, where he pressed against the wall twice, activating a mechanism that revealed a hidden door. Beyond the door lay a deep passage. Emily felt a tinge of fear as Yang Chao took her hand and guided her inside. Upon activating the passage S switch, the corridor became bright and immaculate. Approximately 20 meters in depth, they reached the end of the passage, where a vast cavern unfolded before them. The cavern spanned an impressive 200 square meters. As the beam of the flashlight swept across the rock walls, Emily gasped in astonishment. The cavern had been artificially smoothed and squared, with a moisture-resistant mat laid across the floor and LED strips embedded within the walls. Inside, a diesel generator was connected to a corner battery storage unit via concealed cables. Above them, a 1-meter-wide, 20-meter-long gap allowed sunlight to filter through. This place had originally served as a secret munitions depot during the war. Yang Chao tapped on the rock wall and explained, "When my family constructed the building, we inadvertently unearthed this passage. I have grown fond of this secret base. After starting work and earning some money, I devoted it all to enhancing this hidden sanctuary." Emily asked, "So, during the apocalypse in your previous life, you hid here?" "Indeed," he replied, "but I did not foresee the apocalypse, and thus my food supplies were insufficient. Eventually, I succumbed to starvation." He pointed to the designated areas, saying, "Look, all of these materials were left over from my previous efforts to renovate the cavern. After my rebirth, I acquired an abundance of materials." To the left, there was a heap of steel, cement, and insulation materials. On the right, a diesel generator and water purification equipment were situated. Deep within, I discovered a natural underground spring, which I transformed into a water reservoir. Jasmine crouched down to touch the ground. "What material is this?" The 3-layered structure revealed by Yang Chao's dagger exposed a filling of moisture-proof film, an aluminum alloy framework, and an aerogel insulation layer, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -60 degrees. "This is remarkable. Let us commence our renovations," I declared. In the first week, the two of us began to install a radiant heating system. Yang Chao activated the diesel generator and connected it to the pre-stored carbon fiber heating film. In the extreme cold, while the outside temperature hovers around -50, this space will maintain a warmth exceeding 15 degrees. Jasmine was responsible for laying the insulation layer, filling the rock wall crevices with aerogel. This particular material was 10 times warmer than cotton, yet remarkably thin, occupying minimal space. "What about ventilation?" Jasmine pointed to the pipes overhead. "There is a heat exchange fresh air system." Yang Chao turned a valve, allowing the frigid outside air to be preheated by the warmth of the inner walls, simultaneously filtering out acidic mist and radioactive dust. He instructed Jasmine to retrieve the heating stove received as a bonus during their previous coal purchase and set it up, adding radiators to the 3 space capsules and the modular house, utilizing hydronic heating. The exhaust from the heating stove was vented through pipes previously embedded in the mountainside. In the second week, they patched the small opening. Using cement, steel frames, and double-layered anti-cold and anti-explosion glass, they sealed the gaps, working in conjunction with the fresh air system to allow sunlight and air to flow from the overhead cavern, creating an optimal natural light source. Meanwhile, the anti-cold glass effectively insulated against the cold air, providing warmth. By the third week, they turned their attention to cooling measures. Jasmine inquired, "This cavern is warm in winter and cool in summer. In extreme heat, The temperature should not rise too high. Yang Chao replied, indeed. But we must ensure protection at the entrances and exits. Together, they installed armored doors made of double-layered titanium alloy with a vacuum layer in the passageway. When closed, these doors could block out heat waves. The most ingenious aspect was the underground water circulation. Water from the spring flowed through copper pipes buried underground, transforming the entire cavern into a cooling sanctuary. While the temperature outside soared to 50 degrees, it remained below 28 degrees within. Yang Chao tested the thermometer, pleased. Additionally, they had air conditioning units and electric devices powered by the diesel generator and high-capacity batteries, ready for critical moments. In the fourth week, they initiated defensive constructions. The cavern had another exit leading to the external hillside. A hydraulic lift blast-proof door was installed at the entrance, requiring a fingerprint password for access. Behind the door lay a high-voltage electric grid trigger. Intruders would be incapacitated by 100,000 volts in an instant. Concealed infrared sensors on the rock face were connected to an alarm system, while disguised shooting ports could be used to seal the entrance with a shotgun if necessary. Everything was ready. All that remained was to arrange the living space. Jasmine beamed. Let me show you something splendid. With a wave of her hand, she summoned 3 space capsule mobile homes from her storage. Each dwelling is a 1-bedroom, 1 living room structure, furnished with all the necessary amenities. Jasmine deploys 2 mobile panel houses, serving as a living room, dining area, and kitchen. The space capsule connects seamlessly with the mobile panel houses, offering both private quarters and communal areas. The bathroom is housed in a separate panel unit, equipped with a dry toilet system that utilizes sand for composting, cleverly concealed within the space for use as fertilizer. Yang Chao is pleasantly surprised, inquiring about the source of these remarkable homes. I ordered them when I went to purchase construction materials in the city, she replies. I visited the manufacturer and had their model rooms transported directly here. Additionally, I procured ample supplies of gasoline and diesel, ensuring we are well stocked with fuel. As night falls, Yang Chao activates the full lockdown mode. The blast door thunders shut, and the fresh air system hums to life. Jasmine observes the raging winds outside through the surveillance screen, while the indoor temperature remains a steady 22 degrees. At this moment, it becomes a perfect sanctuary in a post-apocalyptic world. Jasmine praises the setup enthusiastically. Chapter 18. Sold stocks and made a fortune. Yang's mother remains indifferent to her son and Jasmine, spending all their time in the cave. She supports whatever her son does, firmly believing in him. As for the matters he wishes to keep from her, she refrains from inquiring, fully respecting her child's autonomy. After the cave has been transformed, Jasmine and Yang Chao are utterly exhausted. Particularly Jasmine, who has never engaged in much physical labor, finds herself compelled to tackle the cave renovations personally. The two take a well-deserved rest for several days. While perusing stock market trends on her phone, Jasmine suddenly leaps up, exclaiming, "Wow, the stocks I bought have skyrocketed." Before the arrival of acid rain, she invested in several renowned purified water companies, a wastewater treatment firm, a wastewater purification equipment company, 2 organic fertilizer businesses, and a seed company. Nearly 2 months after the acid rain subsided, reconstruction efforts are underway. The acid rain has devastated water sources, turning potable water into a significant issue for the city, causing the stocks of purified water companies to soar. Jasmine beams at her phone screen, unable to contain her delight. Yang Chao, look, she exclaims, excitedly handing him her phone. The stock for the purified water company has increased by 300. Yang Chao leans in to take a glance at the line chart, raising an eyebrow. The stocks for the wastewater treatment and purification equipment companies have nearly doubled as well. And the seed company? Jasmine enthusiastically points to another stock. The acid rain destroyed vast swathes of farmland, and now everyone across the nation is scrambling to buy disaster-resistant seeds, causing the stock price to soar. Yang Chao praises her. Your investment acumen is impressive. Of course, Jasmine replies, proudly lifting her chin. I graduated from finance. And although my family doesn't allow me to work, I haven't lost my expertise. She quickly logs into her brokerage account, deftly navigating the screen to sell stocks in batches. The total comes to over 50 million. Yang Chao pats her shoulder. Now that we have this sum, we can stockpile even more supplies. Jasmine nodded, affirming the truth. Indeed, it was the season of autumn harvest, and the prices of grain had yet to be fully inflated by the calamities of nature. Time was of the essence. The following morning, Jasmine and Yang Chao drove down the mountain, heading straight for several villages at the foot of Moon Mountain. The rice in the fields had ripened, marking the time for harvest, and numerous combined harvesters were diligently at work. Moon Mountain had escaped the acid rain, resulting in untainted, high-quality grain. Yang Chao whispered that in half a month, the bitter cold would arrive, and at that point, grain prices would skyrocket by tenfold or more. Jasmine nodded, contemplating their acquisition strategy. They first sought out the largest grain merchant in the area, Oldley, who owned a substantial grain and oil wholesale company, possessing a rich supply of quality goods within a radius of several dozen miles. "Boss, how much do you sell this year's new rice for?" Jasmine inquired with a cheerful smile. Oldley, puffing on his dry tobacco, squinted as he assessed them, responding, "The wholesale price is $3.50 a pound. How much do you need?" In unison, Yang Chao and Jasmine exclaimed, "That price is excessively high." Oldley replied candidly, "To be honest, a month ago, the wholesale price was only $2 a pound, but several cities experienced acid rain, and grain prices surged as a result. This is still a consequence of state control. How much do you have in your warehouse?" Yang Chao asked directly. Oldley was taken aback, nearly dropping his tobacco. "How much do you want?" "If you could lower the price a bit, we would take all of it." Jasmine smiled. Oldley's eyes widened in shock. "I have 50 tons of new rice in my warehouse. If you take it all at once, I can offer it at $2.80. "We will take it all," Yang Chao calmly stated, producing his bank card for immediate payment. Oldley trembled, his tobacco finally falling. "Are you serious?" Jasmine nodded, adding, "Moreover, we wish to establish a long-term partnership with you. We will also purchase grain from local farmers." Oldley responded, "The newly harvested rice needs to be dried or dehydrated before it can be sold. Come back in a few days for the collection." Jasmine paid a deposit and agreed on a collection time with Oldley, instructing him to prepare the warehouse. The news quickly spread, and farmers from the entire village flocked over, riding tricycles and driving tractors to transport their rice, corn, and wheat to Oldley's warehouse. For several consecutive days, Oldley stood at the warehouse entrance, inspecting goods and settling accounts. Cash was exchanged in thick bundles as grain was loaded into the warehouse by the truckload. "How will you transport all this grain?" Oldley inquired. Yang Chao offered him a cigarette, saying, "You focus on receiving. The transportation is my concern. Your 3 large warehouses are nearly full, and everything inside is mine. I will arrange for a vehicle to pick it up tonight." Oldley, eager to please, said, "If you need to transport the goods, I must come to assist." Yang Chao promptly declined. No, that's entirely unnecessary. I have ample vehicles and personnel. It is more than sufficient. Just leave the warehouse keys with me tonight." That evening, armed with the warehouse keys, Yang Chao pretended to have dispatched a vehicle for collection. But in reality, Jasmine stored everything in her space. They successfully acquired 200 tons of grain, nearly depleting the autumn harvest reserves of several nearby villages. Along with the 20 tons of aged broken rice stored in Oldley's warehouse, it was acquired at a price of 0.8 yuan per pound. Counting the thick stack of cash, Oldley beamed with delight, asking, "Will you 2 gentlemen come to collect again next year?" Jasmine smiled and nodded. If there is a next year. Oldley, not grasping her meaning, assumed it was a jest and cheerfully saw them off. Jasmine and Yang Chao swiftly altered their course. Large-scale grain purchases could easily attract scrutiny from above. On the return journey, Yang Chao glanced in the rearview mirror while driving, noticing they were being followed. Surprised, Jasmine inquired, "Is it someone from the black market?" "Not likely," Yang Chao replied, reducing speed and deliberately veering into a narrow path. "Perhaps a grain merchant is envious and wishes to ascertain our business." Indeed, the van behind them followed suit, turning onto the same road. Yang Chao abruptly slammed the brakes, positioning their off-road vehicle in the middle of the road. The pursuing vehicle could not react in time and crashed into a nearby haystack. 2 burly men emerged from the wreckage, cursing as they clambered out, iron rods in hand. "Gentlemen, you've been following us. Do you have business?" Yang Chao inquired, lowering the window with a sardonic smile. One of them spat and retorted, "You're hoarding grain to inflate prices, aren't you? Do you understand the rules? This grain business is under the protection of Brother Hu." Jasmine chuckled lightly and produced a wooden shotgun from her space, aiming its dark barrel at them. "Brother Hu? Never heard of him." The men turned pale, their iron rods clattering to the ground. "Leave," Yang Chao said coldly, "if you follow us again. Next time it won't be a warning." The 2 men fled in terror. Jasmine stowed the wooden shotgun and exhaled deeply. "It seems we must be more discreet moving forward. With the impending apocalypse, grain is more precious than gold, and it is only natural for others to covet it." I fear this large grain procurement will attract unwanted attention from above. The severe cold is approaching swiftly. This will be our last public purchase. After this, we shall remain indoors. By the way, remind your father to return home quickly. I called him last night, Yang Chao replied. Upon arriving home, Yang Chao discovered an unexpected visitor. Chapter 19. The Gu family seeks to develop Moon Mountain. The visitor was the village head, Jia Jinhua. Yang Chao's family resided in Yuya village, situated at the pinnacle of Moon Mountain, while other villagers lived on the gentler slopes below. Due to their distance from the village, the Yang family seldom interacted with the villagers. Curious about the purpose of the village head's visit, Yang Chao stood at the door, eyeing Jia Jinhua with caution. The man, in his 50s with suntanned skin etched with the lines of years of labor, was rubbing his hands nervously, smiling awkwardly. Yang Chao, long time no see. Is there something you need? Yang Chao asked, not stepping aside, his tone neutral. Jia Jinhua chuckled awkwardly. Well, a big boss from the city has come, wanting to invest in the development of our Moon Mountain's caves and create a tourist attraction. This matter is indeed a boon for the village, capable of invigorating the local economy and enabling everyone to prosper. I am going from door to solicit opinions. Which affluent tycoon would invest in Moon Mountain? It is rumored to be the Gu family from the city. While acid rain descends upon the town, Moon Mountain remains unscathed. The Gu family perceives Moon Mountain as a treasure trove of geomantic fortune and desires to invest in its development. The area is replete with limestone caves, which, if developed, could attract a multitude of tourists. Yang Chao's expression grew cold. It was the persistent specter of the Gu family. He stepped aside to allow the village chief to enter the house, then turned and signaled to Mo Li, who remained in the car. Understanding his cue, Mo Li discreetly moved to the window, straining to eavesdrop on the conversation outside. In the living room, Jia Jinhua, cradling the hot tea poured by Yang's mother, spoke enthusiastically. Mr. Gu mentioned that after the caves are developed, every household will receive dividends, and the youth will have the opportunity to work in the scenic area, freeing them from the need to seek employment elsewhere. Yang Chao admonished, village chief, the caves serve as a natural barrier for Yuya village, if developed into a tourist attraction. Where will the villagers take refuge in the event of natural disasters? Jia Jinhua was taken aback. Natural disasters? What disasters? Yang Chao fixed his gaze upon him. Several cities have recently endured tornadoes, mudslides, and acid rain. These successive natural calamities indicate an abnormality in weather patterns, and we cannot rule out the possibility of further disasters in the future. We must remain vigilant and prepared. The caves contain water, providing coolness in summer and warmth in winter. They are ideal for refuge during droughts, extreme heat, or frigid conditions. Therefore, I oppose the development of Moon Mountain. You child, why do you speak such nonsense? Jia Jinhua chuckled, shaking his head. The weather forecasts have not indicated any of this. Yang Chao continued to implore. With the frequency of extreme weather events, even if the Gu family wishes to develop Moon Mountain, it is likely they will abandon the endeavor midway. We should wait and see. Jia Jinhua's expression darkened. You child, why do you speak such disheartening words? This is a monumental opportunity, and others would be overjoyed. Yang Chao ceased his explanations and directly questioned, what benefits has the Gu family offered you? Jia Jinhua's demeanor shifted. What do you mean by that? Once the caves are developed, the villagers will no longer have access to them. Yang Chao articulated each word with precision. When disaster strikes, where will the villagers go for shelter? I have made my position clear. I do not consent. With that, Jia Jinhua stormed off. 2 days later, the village committee's loudspeaker resonated throughout the village. Attention, all villagers. A meeting will be held tonight at 7 o'clock to discuss the cave development project. That evening, the threshing floor at the village entrance was teeming with people. To everyone's surprise, Gu Pingfei himself arrived, impeccably dressed in a suit, standing on the platform flanked by several bodyguards and engineers. Accompanying him were several local government officials, eager to secure a substantial investment. Dear villagers, he beamed. The Gu family intends to invest 200 million yuan to transform Moon Mountain into a national scenic area. It is a pity that such a splendid location has remained undeveloped for so long. Once the development is complete, you will be part of the scenic area. The crowd erupted in cheers. It is widely acknowledged that once a scenic area is developed, engaging in small businesses right at one's doorstep can yield significant profits. The villagers of Moon Mountain have long awaited such development. Yang Chao, adorned with a hat and mask, concealed himself thoroughly and stood at the back of the crowd. observing with a detached demeanor. To protect Jasmine, he kept her confined at home while maintaining constant communication, ensuring she could hear the proceedings. Gu Pengfei continued to incite enthusiasm. Each household will receive a compensation of 100,000, with priority for employment at the scenic area, guaranteeing a minimum monthly salary of 3,000. The villagers murmured excitedly among themselves, oblivious to Yang Chao's clenched fists. Jia Jinhua stood up and declared, "If everyone agrees to the development of the caves, we must first tidy up our own caves and cease to occupy them." Jasmine, perplexed, inquired of Yang Chao, "Does every household have a cave?" Yang Chao quietly elucidated, "There are numerous caves on Moon Mountain, especially in the area where the villagers reside. Each household has intentionally connected their homes to the caves. Some caves are dry and devoid of water, while others are naturally formed and contain water. When constructing their houses, as long as a corridor is built or the room is connected to the cave can be utilized as a storage space, preserving items for extended periods, akin to a natural temperature-controlled chamber. Moreover, the caves remain warm in winter and cool in summer, with some individuals even setting up beds within them." Jasmine suddenly understood. Realizing why Yang Chao had always referred to Moon Mountain as the ultimate refuge in a post-apocalyptic world. Must the Gu family develop these caves that the villagers inhabit? Can they not explore other caves? Yang Chao shook his head. Yuya village serves as the entrance to the Moon Mountain caves. This area, where the villagers reside, has the highest concentration and most distinctive caves, all interconnected, facilitating development. If the Gu family wishes to proceed, they cannot bypass Yuya village. As the villagers increasingly agreed to the development, Yang Chao quietly withdrew and returned home. Jasmine remarked, "Gu Pengfei is courting disaster. The apocalypse is imminent. Yet he is preoccupied with developing a scenic area." Yang Chao interjected, "I suspect he may be facing losses due to acid rain and is attempting to offset them by developing alternative industries. However, there is no need for concern. He will not succeed. Before he can take any action, the extreme cold will arrive." Jasmine rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. "What occupies your mind?" Yang Chao asked. "I am contemplating how we can survive in this impending apocalypse with the supplies we possess. But what of the villagers? If they are unprepared, they won't endure for long. Will it be just us on this mountain?" Yang Chao responded thoughtfully, "I too am pondering this issue. In my previous life, I witnessed the depths of human depravity. Those villagers who survived often did so by seizing resources from others, even resorting to murder. Yet, there were also those who survived through solidarity and mutual assistance. In an apocalypse, the strength of individuals alone is woefully inadequate." Chapter 20. A reminder to the villagers to stockpile supplies. If we isolate ourselves in the cave for several years without interacting with the villagers, then only we will survive, unaffected by others. However, when faced with danger, we find ourselves without assistance. Furthermore, we cannot dwell in the cave for years on end. It would be utterly stifling. Therefore, Jasmine pondered deeply. Yang Chao reminisced. "In my previous life, numerous external forces sought to invade Moon Mountain, aiming to seize the cave as a refuge, resulting in the deaths of many surviving villagers. The villagers failed to unite, choosing to fight alone, and were swiftly annihilated. Only a scant few, who banded together, managed to survive. No wonder your first action upon rebirth was to acquire weapons," Jasmine realized. "Indeed, in my former existence, I was devoid of arms. Fortunately, the hidden cave of my family remained undiscovered, yet the lack of food ultimately led to our demise." Jasmine cast a sympathetic glance at him. Surely the agony of starvation was unbearable. Thus, it is plausible that aiding the villagers would ultimately benefit us, transforming them into our allies and shields in this apocalyptic world. We might even need to establish a team to forge a more robust and secure survival system, and this endeavor would rely on the villagers, Yang Chao added. The two exchanged glances and ultimately reached a consensus. Without revealing their circumstances, they would advise the residents to stockpile supplies to endure the severe cold. As subsequent extreme natural disasters unfolded, perhaps they would indeed need to form a team for their own advantage. But how to alert the villagers? Jasmine's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "I have an idea. You could create a recording of Gu Pengfei's voice, instructing all villagers to stockpile enough food, water, coal, and daily necessities for a year in the cave. You must find a way to disseminate this message to the villagers group." Yang Chao clapped his hands in delight. "Brilliant. What an excellent idea." Jasmine had a voice message from Gu Pengfei on her phone, which she played back. Yang Chao utilized specialized tools to recognize and capture the audio, employing voice synthesis, cloning, and transformation techniques to craft a message in Gu Pingfei's voice. Dear villagers, the Gu group has decided to develop Moon Mountain, and construction will commence shortly. Please ensure that within 2 weeks, you stockpile coal, firewood, food, vegetables, bottled water, and other essential supplies in the cave. These resources will be reimbursed at double the purchase price, and payments will be made in cash, as these supplies will be utilized for development purposes. Kindly retain your purchase receipts. Yang Chao produced a new SIM card, registering a WeChat account under the name Secretary to Chairman Gu, and applied to add the village chief, Jia Jinhua, on WeChat. Approval was granted swiftly. He then sent the synthesized voice message to Jia Jinhua, requesting that it be shared in the villagers' WeChat group. After listening, Jia Jinhua expressed some confusion. Why wouldn't the Gu group procure these supplies themselves and then reimburse the villagers, as this seemed rather inefficient? Yang Chao, adopting a serious tone with his new account, explained, the scenic area has yet to be developed, and the contract with the government has not been signed. Thus, we cannot take the lead at this moment. Therefore, we face challenges in purchasing, transporting, and settling supplies ourselves. We can only ask the villagers to buy them first, and we will utilize them later. The double reimbursement is a benefit for the villagers. Jia Jinhua immediately conveyed the news to the group with great enthusiasm. Upon hearing that purchasing supplies now would yield a double return in half a month, the villagers were eager to acquire as much as possible. In no time, the mountain roads were bustling with traffic as villagers frantically stockpiled goods, filling their caves to the brim. Meanwhile, Gu Pingfei sat at his desk, deep in contemplation. Both the Chung and Gu families had dispatched 2 groups to Moon Mountain in search of Chung Mo Li, but to no avail. The more elusive she became, the more suspicious it seemed. Mo Li undoubtedly harbored a secret. He contemplated reporting her disappearance, but feared that it might expose the confidential information she possessed. Why was she hiding in Moon Mountain with her spatial storage? What was her purpose in hoarding such an abundance of supplies? Reflecting on the recent spate of natural disasters, he began to ponder whether Mo Li possessed prophetic abilities, foreseeing other calamities, which prompted her to amass resources. The more he speculated, the more he felt his conjecture was plausible. If this were the case, he needed to locate Chung Mo Li even more urgently. Since she was concealed in Moon Mountain, he would begin his pursuit from there. Thus, the scheme to develop the caves of Moon Mountain was born, while the development was a ruse. The true intention was to gather intelligence. However, the villagers of Yuya village took it at face value. After Jia Jinhua forwarded the voice message from the Secretary of General Gu to the village's WeChat group, the entire Yuya village erupted in excitement. Indeed, it was the voice of General Gu himself, making a personal promise. What were they waiting for? They hastily began stockpiling. The old Zhang family purchased 3 tons of coal, claiming they could double their investment in no time. Aunt Lee's household hoarded 500 pounds of rice, filling their cellar to capacity. My spouse rushed to the county seat overnight to bring back a truckload of mineral water. The villagers, energized as if invigorated by a potent elixir, navigated the rugged mountain paths with tractors and tricycles, transporting sacks of grain, bundles of firewood, and trucks of honeycomb coal into their caves. Some even borrowed money to accumulate more supplies in anticipation of the Gu Group's lucrative buyback. After hearing about the situation, Yang Chao's father hurriedly went to procure a truckload of supplies as well. Yang Chao did not intervene. It was crucial to go along with the crowd at this moment. Standing halfway up the mountain, Yang Chao and Mo Li observed the villagers stockpiling through binoculars. They had genuinely bought into it. Mo Li chuckled softly, remarking that when the extreme cold arrived, these supplies would be their lifeline. Yang Chao lowered the binoculars, expressing concern that Gu Pingfei would soon notice something amiss. At the top of the Gu building, Gu Pingfei listened as his secretary reported that the villagers of Yuya were frantically hoarding supplies. Through conversations among the villagers, he learned that it was a command he supposedly issued. Something was amiss. He narrowed his eyes and questioned when he had given such an order. The secretary, at a loss for words, explained that village chief Jia claimed it was a voice message sent by his secretary. Gu Pingfei pondered with a pen in hand. Was someone impersonating him? What could be their motive? Who could this person be? Was it Chung Mo Li? Gu Pingfei commanded his secretary, instructing him to take a team and personally meet this so-called secretary of General Gu. That evening, as Mo Li was counting supplies in the cave, Yang Chao suddenly informed her, the Gu family has sent people into the village. The surveillance footage revealed 2 black SUVs parked at the entrance of the village committee, as Gu Pingfei's secretary, accompanied by several bodyguards, stormed into Jia Jinhua's residence. Anticipating the arrival of Gu's secretary, Jia had been waiting at the door to extend his greetings. When informed that the villagers were stockpiling supplies, he eagerly affirmed, "Indeed. At Mr. Gu's request, I instructed the villagers to accumulate a substantial quantity of supplies: coal, firewood, rice, flour, oil, bottled water, and convenience foods, anything one could desire. The entire village has mobilized, and everyone is wholeheartedly supporting Mr. Gu's endeavors." With a fawning demeanor, Jia Jinhua continued to ingratiate himself. "I am Mr. Gu's secretary. Please play the voice messages from the WeChat group for me," the secretary demanded brusquely. After listening to the fabricated audio, the secretary's expression darkened as he seized Jia's phone to investigate the WeChat account. "I must uncover who possesses the audacity to impersonate me." Chapter 21. The arrival of severe cold weather. However, after sending a voice message to Jia Jinhua via a secondary WeChat account, Yang Chao deleted him, rendering him unreachable. Gu Pingfei's secretary conducted an investigation throughout the afternoon, but failed to identify the individual. He sternly warned Jia Jinhua. The voice message urging everyone to stockpile supplies in the villagers' WeChat group was not issued by Mr. Gu. It is a synthesized audio file. "Someone has impersonated me to contact the village chief and disseminate erroneous information. The Gu group will never repurchase these supplies. This is a malicious prank intended to hinder our operations." Soon, the villagers became aware of this revelation and gathered at the village committee, demanding an explanation from the village chief. "Damn the Gu family, they have reneged on their promise and are unwilling to spend more money, are they? Humph. It won't be that simple. He clearly stated that we should stockpile supplies and that he would collect them. He must take these supplies, regardless of his intentions to refuse. Otherwise, I shall not sign, and we shall see how he intends to develop Moon Mountain. For the past half-month, I have been buying incessantly and even borrowed money. Now he claims he no longer wants them? I refuse to accept that. Yes, we shall not sign anything unless the Gu family's commitments are fully honored. Village chief, you must advocate for us." The clamor left Jia Jinhua overwhelmed, especially since he had also stockpiled numerous supplies, intending to sell them to the Gu family at a markup. Now, however, he faced the villagers' ire. The villagers and the Gu family had become adversaries. Unfazed, Gu Pingfei's secretary departed with indifference. Yang Chao expressed his satisfaction, stating, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. When the apocalypse arrives, these villagers will be of great use to us." As the final step, he handed a remote control to Mo Li, instructing her to press it, which would seal off the mountain road with a rock slide. "I have preemptively planted explosives. Tomorrow, the severe cold weather will descend." Mo Li pressed the remote, and a resounding roar echoed in the distance. A landslide of falling rocks completely obstructed the path to Moon Mountain. The following day, temperatures plummeted, and snowflakes began to fall. Though it was merely November, the snowfall was unusual. Only Yang Chao was aware that extreme cold was imminent. Indeed, the weather forecast warned of consecutive drops in temperature, with the lowest expected to plunge below -30 degrees Celsius. Jasmine questioned with a hint of perplexity, "Is the weather forecast inaccurate?" Yang Chao nodded in agreement. "Indeed. In my previous life, it was similarly predicted. However, when the temperature dropped to -20 degrees, it plummeted an additional 30 degrees. An exceedingly extreme shift that caught many off guard." Yang's mother rubbed her hands together, expressing concern. "What shall we do in such frigid weather? Just a few days ago, the villagers were stockpiling supplies. Do you think the coal we purchased is insufficient?" Yang Chao smiled faintly, not wishing to reveal the stark reality to his mother just yet. At 3 in the morning, Jasmine awoke, shivering from the biting cold. She cranked the air conditioning to its maximum setting, finally feeling a semblance of warmth. As dawn broke, Yang Chao noticed the dark circles under Jasmine's eyes. Had the cold deprived her of sleep? Jasmine nodded in affirmation. "We should prepare to relocate to the cave." Once Yang Chao led his parents from the basement into the cave, they were taken aback by the cave's layout. "Son, are you some sort of oracle?" They marveled. "We thought you and Jasmine were merely playing in the cave, but you were actually busy with all of this." Yang Chao gravely disclosed to his parents the truth about his rebirth and the spatial capabilities of Jasmine's jade bracelet. In the time to come, they would all need to coexist in this new reality, and the matters of rebirth and space could not be concealed from his parents. From initial shock and skepticism, Yang Chao's parents swiftly transitioned to complete belief in their son within mere minutes. Yang's father embraced him warmly. "Son, thank you for all you have done for us. In this life, let us live well together as a family, along with Jasmine." Yang's mother, with a tender grip on both Yang Chao and Jasmine's hands, added, "You both have worked so hard gathering supplies these past few days." Jasmine felt a warmth in her heart. Yang Chao's parents were truly wonderful individuals. The temperature continued its relentless descent for 5 days, culminating in a drastic drop from -20 degrees directly to over -50. Text messages and alerts from the weather forecast flooded in, urging residents to remain indoors and take precautions against the bitter cold. Yet, it was already too late. Yang Chao and Jasmine stood before the surveillance screen, witnessing the frost coating the forest, while the water pipes of the villagers began to burst. Outside, the howling wind cut through the air like a knife. Bundled in a thick down jacket, Jasmine gazed at the monitor, where the world appeared to be frozen in time. Trees hung heavy with icicles, resembling suspended swords. The mountain spring had turned into a frozen cascade, with even the birds stiffly falling into the snow. The thermometer displayed a shocking reading, 55. It was even more severe than the previous life, and the temperature could potentially drop further. Yang Chao examined the ceiling of the cave entrance. At such temperatures, mere exposure to the outdoors for 10 minutes could result in frostbite. The villagers of Moon Crescent Village, in unison, sought refuge within the cave. The coal, firewood, food, and water they had hoarded were now fully utilized. Thank goodness those supplies weren't purchased by the Gu family. They lamented, "Had the Gu family kept their promise and bought them, we would surely have frozen to death. Why is the weather so unseasonably cold this year? It's utterly abnormal. Cursed heavens, are you intent on freezing us alive?" The village chief, Jia Jinhua, recalled how Yang Chao had, over 2 weeks prior, intervened against the Gu family's development plans for Moon Mountain, advocating instead for the preservation of the caves as a refuge from natural calamities. He found himself ensnared in profound contemplation, in stark contrast to the villagers who huddled within the caves. Relying on rudimentary coal stoves for warmth and enduring poor sustenance and sleep, the sanctuary crafted by Yang Chao and Jasmine was a veritable haven of comfort. Yang's father had ignited the heating stove, with the chimney meticulously constructed by Yang Chao beforehand, a conduit extending from a glass panel at the apex of the cave, bending at a 90-degree angle to release warm air outside, effectively melting the snow that blanketed the glass and allowing sunlight to filter through. The sunlight within the cave was an invaluable treasure. The stove heated the warming pipes, circulating hot water through 3 space pods and the communal activity area, maintaining a delightful temperature of 23 degrees Celsius. The interior was both pristine and inviting. There were 3 space pods, one each for Yang Chao and Jasmine, and one for Yang's parents. The cozy, warm bed was adorned with luxurious bedding, complemented by a sofa, wardrobe, and a writing desk. During her leisure hours, Jasmine would often sit on the sofa, clutching her laptop while binge-watching her favorite series. In her stockpile of supplies, she had acquired multiple computers and a plethora of 2-terabyte hard drives filled with a vast collection of downloaded films and television shows, encompassing nearly every series released in recent years. Her space also housed a bookstore and an array of fitness equipment readily available for use. She had once emptied a stationery store, retrieving various chess sets, letter stickers, and cross-stitch supplies. Each day, Yang Chao and his father would play chess, practice calligraphy, and read. Yang's mother, in addition to preparing the family's meals, would engage in cross-stitching whenever she found a moment to spare. Such leisurely moments were a rare luxury, especially amidst the harsh realities of a post-apocalyptic winter. Chapter 22. The Qing and Gu families deepening suspicion in stark contrast to Jasmine's comfort. The Gu and Qing families found themselves in dire straits. Following the onset of the extreme cold, temperatures plummeted to a staggering -55 degrees Celsius within mere days, paralyzing the entire city. Before the city could initiate heating measures, it was ensnared by the grip of frigid weather. Initially, residents relied on electric heating, activating air conditioners, electric heaters, portable heaters, and electric blankets. However, after 10 days, power outages became rampant. Despite the power company's attempts to restore electricity, the city supply remained erratic, barely sustaining a fraction of the demand. Fuel and generators became the most sought-after commodities. Upon the announcement of the severe drop in temperatures, people began hoarding supplies. Yet the limited resources in the city could scarcely withstand the frenzy. In upscale neighborhoods, residents clashed violently over a single barrel of gasoline, with blood spilling onto the ground, only to freeze into icy shards. The streets occasionally bore witness to the frozen bodies of those who had ventured out in search of supplies, their forms resembling pale sculptures. These were the unfortunate souls who, inadequately dressed for warmth, succumbed to the cold. Supermarkets had long been stripped bare, leaving nothing in their wake. Almost everyone remained confined to their homes, bundled tightly against the relentless chill. However, as affluent families, the lives of the Gu and Chung households are considerably more comfortable than those of ordinary people. Upon receiving news of the impending extreme cold, both families exerted every effort to stockpile supplies. Even if items were unavailable in the market, they utilized their own enterprise's reserves. Food, drinking water, winter clothing, coal, and solid alcohol fuels were all transported to their residences. In the Gu family's villa, Gu Pingfei donned polar cold weather gear yet still felt the chill. The villa's walls were already insulated, and the glass was double-glazed, superior to the common residential buildings. Nevertheless, the cold air permeated, and the indoor temperature hovered around -20 degrees. He called his secretary. "Have the diesel generators been secured? I instructed you to have the company's diesel generator delivered. Is this such a trivial matter that it cannot be accomplished?" The secretary, nearly frozen, timidly replied, "I am in the process of contacting and arranging it." Gu Pingfei incessantly urged the housekeeper, "Make the fire burn brighter." The exquisite hardwood floors of the Gu residence were piled high with dark honeycomb coal. The family huddled in a single room, relying on the scant honeycomb coal stove for warmth. Despite residing in an affluent area, life remained arduous. This coal had been procured just before the arrival of the extreme cold. Gu Pingfei inquired of his father, "Father, have you not received any insider information? How is the government responding to the severe cold?" His father replied, "I've heard that the military has taken over all energy resources and is actively working to restore heating. If the heating doesn't resume, a significant portion of the city's population will perish from the cold." Gu Pingfei responded incisively. "Indeed," sighed his father, "and with our family's enterprises, dozens of companies. The losses this time are truly catastrophic." Gu Pingfei remained silent, even hesitant to calculate the damages. Meanwhile, the Chung family relocated to the basement of their villa. The Chung family owned a furniture factory, which contained ample firewood. When the extreme weather warning was first issued, Chung's father astutely sensed that the weather forecast might be inaccurate, and temperatures could continue to plummet. The consequences of inadequate heating would be dire. He personally drove a large truck to the factory, loading it with a substantial amount of firewood, which he delivered to their villa, filling both the upper and lower levels with wood. The family resided in the basement, which was well appointed and had previously served as a space for leisure, featuring a gym and a singing room. Cheng Feng enjoyed singing, and to prevent the noise from disturbing those above, soundproofing materials had been installed during renovations. Thus, the basement's temperature was warmer than that of the upper floors. Regarding their daily necessities, for both the Gu and Chung families, it was never a concern. As long as they had the means, even in times of scarcity, they could procure what they needed, especially since their own companies included food-related enterprises. Cheng's father, with a solemn expression, gazed at the burning firewood and slowly said to Cheng's mother, "I have been contemplating that these extreme natural disasters may merely be the beginning." "No, it began with the tornado on the day of Jasmine's engagement." Cheng's mother, perplexed, countered, "Perhaps it is just a coincidence." Cheng's father replied, "How can there be so many coincidences? In a mere span of less than 3 months, calamities such as tornadoes, acid rain, and extreme cold have ravaged the land. Additionally, mudslides have plagued the region surrounding Qingchuan Mountain." Cheng's mother repeatedly reminisced, recalling that Jasmine underwent a remarkable transformation since the day of the tornado, adamantly refusing to wed into the Gu family. And after a brief period at home, she fled from her impending marriage, never to return or make contact. Cheng's father remarked, "Pingfei informed me that Jasmine has taken up with another man. Initially, I found it hard to believe, but now I suspect it may indeed be true." Cheng's mother could not contain her reproach. "When Jasmine went missing, I suggested notifying the authorities, but you were resolute in your refusal, insisting she was merely sulking and would return in due time. Yet now, she has vanished without a trace." Cheng's father retorted, "Report it? What if it becomes known that Jasmine went missing due to her elopement? How would that reflect on my reputation and standing in the business world?" Cheng Feng interjected, "Could Jasmine's sudden transformation and defiance stem from her knowledge of the truth that she is not the biological daughter of the Cheng family, but rather an adopted child?" Cheng's father and mother exchanged a knowing glance. "It is quite possible. Otherwise, how could her temperament have shifted so drastically? She was once the most obedient and considerate child." Cheng's father's countenance darkened, resembling iron, We have devoted over 20 years nurturing her, with the intent of shaping her into a refined lady. To marry a wealthy man who could assist the Chung family in times of need. This is what she owes us. Otherwise, she would be nothing more than an orphan. Perhaps even struggling to fill her belly. Cheng's mother lamented bitterly. That ungrateful girl is utterly heartless. She declares she won't marry and simply leaves, vanishing without a word. Disregarding our years of care. Cheng's father squinted thoughtfully, slowly articulating his speculation. Could Jasmine's departure be related to these natural disasters? Natural disasters? Cheng's mother suddenly recalled Jasmine's prior words, inquiring of Cheng's father. Do you remember when Jasmine refused to marry Gu Pengfei? She expressed a sentiment to us. Cheng's father shook his head, unable to recall such details. Cheng's mother reiterated. Jasmine said, how much money is truly enough in life? Perhaps a single natural disaster can obliterate everything. Our family fortune is sufficient for a comfortable existence in our later years. Why not extricate ourselves from business pursuits and find a pleasant place to retire together, enjoying a life of ease, which too is a form of happiness? Cheng's father and Chung Feng widened their eyes in astonishment. Did Jasmine foresee the impending calamities? Cheng's father continued. Gu Pengfei mentioned that his subordinates spotted Jasmine appearing after the acid rain, engaging in a shopping spree around the hardware market. What do you suppose she is purchasing? She is not merely acquiring hardware. It appears she is stockpiling essentials, buying everything she encounters. Cheng's father misrepresented the situation. Jasmine wasn't merely buying but rather collecting items at no cost, gathering whatever she could find. Gu Pengfei concealed the truth from him, withholding genuine photographs and videos, preventing him from realizing that Jasmine possessed a spatial storage capability. Chung Feng exclaimed, is Jasmine hoarding supplies? Does she believe the apocalypse is imminent? The apocalypse. Chapter 23. Gradually approaching the truth. Chung Feng, being youthful, was more open to these revelations. He began to analyze. If Jasmine were to buy everything she encountered, accumulating a vast and diverse array of supplies, it would seem as though she were preparing for an apocalyptic scenario, stockpiling resources in advance. Perhaps she had foreseen the impending extreme cold and thus procured a substantial quantity of provisions, finding a place to hide away. Upon hearing this, Cheng's mother instantly broke down, weeping. Oh, this ungrateful girl. She clearly knew the severe weather was approaching, yet did not inform us to prepare. Does she truly have no regard for her parents? Chung Feng interjected. How could Jasmine afford to purchase so many supplies? Did you give her money? Cheng's father shook his head. Impossible. The allowance we provided over the years barely exceeds 2 million. I would not give her any more. Chung Feng was puzzled. 1 or 2 million, while substantial, seemed insufficient for facing an apocalypse. Cheng's father spoke slowly. If Jasmine knows the truth, it explains her reasons for acquiring those supplies. I suspect Gu Pengfei has concealed the truth. There is certainly something we are unaware of, and he intends to keep this secret to himself. Chung Feng pondered. What could the secret be? For instance, where is she storing all those supplies? Either she has a hidden refuge, which would need to be quite large and discreet to accommodate such a bounty, or she possesses a spatial storage. Spatial storage? Chung Feng explained to his parents what spatial storage entailed. However, it seemed too fantastical for Cheng's father and mother to believe, yet they could not refute it either. Chung Feng, eager to probe further, suggested, I will call Gu Pengfei and test him. He dialed Gu Pengfei's number, deliberately lowering his voice. Pengfei, I have discovered Jasmine's whereabouts. On the other end, he could hear hurried breaths. Where? Chung Feng glanced at his parents and continued, that is not the focal point. The crux is, she possesses something that can contain an entire supermarket, correct? After a 10-second silence, Gu Pengfei suddenly laughed. Ha! Even Uncle Qing knows now? This single statement unequivocally confirmed Qing Feng's suspicions. Gu Pengfei indeed knew of Jasmine's spatial storage and had chosen to conceal it. It appeared he was aware of more than just that. Chung Feng exchanged glances with his father, their thoughts aligned. It was utterly astonishing. Jasmine possessed spatial storage. If they could locate her, they would acquire an extraordinary treasure. Chung Feng gestured for prompt action, conveying the urgency of not allowing Gu Pengfei to seize Jasmine in that space alone. Cheng's father snatched the phone, declaring, Pengfei, we shall collaborate. You divulge all that you know, and we shall join forces to obtain that space. I have a brilliant plan to ensure Jasmine is retrieved. Very well. Let us meet to discuss, Gu Pengfei replied. The two families were not too far apart. The Chung family, clad in their finest winter attire, set off in their cold-resistant SUV, braving the harsh weather to the Gu residence. Late at night, in the underground wine cellar of the Gu villa, Gu Pengfei wrapped in a fur coat and bearing frostbite scars on his face, awaited their arrival. The Chung family brought a bottle of whiskey as a token of goodwill for their meeting. Lu Xiaoling was unexpectedly present, diligently massaging Gu Pengfei's shoulders. Upon seeing her, Cheng's father displayed a look of displeasure. It was this woman who had ruined the engagement ceremony of Jasmine and Gu Pengfei. Had it not been for her illicit affair with Gu Pengfei, which Jasmine discovered, she would not have fled from the wedding, thereby ensuring a smooth marriage into the Gu family, which would have bolstered Chung family's business. No, Jasmine no longer needed to marry into the Gu family. Remaining with the Chung family would suffice. Cheng's father's thoughts rapidly spun in circles. Gu Pengfei addressed the matter directly. How did you discover Jasmine's secret regarding her spatial abilities? Cheng's father chuckled lightly. Well, we inferred it. After all, Jasmine is a child of the Chung family. We know her well. And you? How did you come to know? Cheng Feng pressed on. Gu Pengfei replied, because Lu Xiaoling encountered Jasmine. I saw Jasmine in the market and uncovered her secret. Lu Xiaoling interjected eagerly. When the acid rain descended, I was shopping in a large mall and witnessed Jasmine merely wave her hand, causing an entire row of shelves to vanish instantly. Cheng's mother gasped in astonishment. Is it truly a spatial ability? Cheng Feng hurriedly inquired, are you certain that what you saw was Jasmine? Lu Xiaoling nodded affirmatively. I am certain. At that time, I was hiding beneath a counter. While Jasmine was fully disguised and wrapped up tightly, I recognized her figure quite well. Moreover, I heard a man calling her name, urging her to leave quickly. Cheng's father and mother exchanged glances, realizing that Jasmine had an accomplice, a man. Who is this man? Do you know him? I do not. Gu Pengfei hesitated, struggling to find words. Cheng Feng murmured. She waved her hand and collected the items. What was she holding? Surely, space requires some form of storage medium. Cheng's father probed further. Was there anything special in Jasmine's possession? Cheng's mother pondered. Nothing particularly special. Let me think. After a moment of contemplation, she softly replied. There was nothing extraordinary. Perhaps Jasmine suddenly acquired this ability. I understand. Cheng Feng interjected, believing himself to be clever. Jasmine awakened her extraordinary powers and then obtained the ability to manipulate space. He proceeded to explain to everyone why such powers might awaken and their potential applications. Enough of this for now. Gu Pengfei waved his hand dismissively. What is certain is that Jasmine possesses a personal space, in which she has hoarded a significant amount of supplies and is currently in hiding. Furthermore, she must be aware that a severe cold disaster is approaching, which is why she stocked up in advance. I fear she knows more than just this. If there are other extreme weather events on the horizon, she is likely aware of them as well. If she could inform us, we could take preventive measures and not be caught off guard as we were with this current bitter cold. The group grew increasingly excited with their speculations, eager to retrieve Jasmine immediately and utilize her spatial abilities. The pressing question remained, where was Jasmine? Gu Pengfei fixed a piercing gaze upon Cheng Feng. Did you not claim to know her whereabouts? Cheng Feng hesitated, stammering, I suspect that Jasmine is still at Moon Mountain. I dispatched someone to search for her, but unfortunately, they found nothing. However, I firmly believe she remains there. Gu Pengfei scoffed disdainfully. You cannot accomplish anything, yet you dare to discuss cooperation with me? Uncle Cheng, you assured me last time that you would present Jasmine to me within a week, or else. I had previously shown you leniency. Now, what assurance do you offer that you will bring Jasmine back? Cheng's father feigned a smiling demeanor while harboring ulterior motives. Knowing Jasmine's secret, the Chung family intended to reap the benefits alone. Why should they share with the Gu family? After all, Jasmine was a daughter of the Chung family and had yet to marry into the Gu family. Cheng's father, with nefarious thoughts, maintained his smile and stated, Pengfei, we are family and should not speak as strangers. Jasmine is a daughter of the Chung family and also your fiancée. The resources she possesses should be shared between us. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoling seethed with frustration. Gu Pengfei replied coolly, given the current frigid weather, locating Jasmine will prove quite difficult. If one steps outside and fails to find her, they might succumb to the cold themselves. Let us speak of this after the bitter chill has passed. Cheng's father understood the implications and took his leave from Gu Pengfei. Chapter 24. Each with their own schemes. Upon returning home, the Chung family huddled together, deep in discussion around the firewood pile. They deliberated on how to locate Jasmine and persuade her to return home. Cheng's father declared vehemently, we must not allow Gu Pengfei to succeed. We must find Jasmine ourselves and bring her back. Jasmine is one of us. Yes, with Jasmine, our family can endure in this apocalyptic world, Cheng Feng added. Cheng's mother chuckled slyly. Earlier, I did not speak the truth at the Gu residence. When Cheng Feng inquired about what Jasmine possessed, I replied that she had nothing. Cheng Feng pressed, "Mother, you know?" Cheng's mother affirmed, "Of course, I know." During that period, Jasmine always wore a jade bracelet. The jade bracelet has space. Cheng's father and Cheng Feng exclaimed in unison. However, how could a jade bracelet possess space? This bracelet was a birthday gift from Cheng's mother when Jasmine turned 18. Jasmine had never mentioned any special attributes of the bracelet. Cheng's father praised, "Ah, you were wise not to disclose the bracelet. This secret is known only to our family. We must ensure Gu Pengfei remains unaware." Cheng's mother smiled proudly, clearly pleased with herself. The pressing question now was how to find Jasmine. Was she still at Moon Mountain? Previously, I had hired someone to inquire at Moon Mountain, but no one had seen Jasmine. Had she gone to Moon Mountain with that mysterious man and then been hidden away? Cheng Feng shook his head. I suspect Jasmine may no longer be at Moon Mountain. She might have ventured to another city to gather supplies and seek a suitable refuge before the impending severe cold. Indeed, Cheng's father nodded. Your analysis is quite astute. Since Jasmine is aware of the coming extreme cold, she would certainly seek a sturdy and warm place to stay. However, we do not know where that place might be. Furthermore, given the frigid weather, there is no way to seek her out. The three of them let out a collective sigh. Father, I have an idea, Cheng Feng whispered. We can exploit Mo Li's Achilles heel. Cheng's father inquired. What weakness do you speak of? Emotional ties, Cheng Feng replied with a cold smirk. Mo Li has always been deeply sentimental, especially towards her mother. Cheng's mother's eyes lit up. Are you suggesting we employ a strategy of feigned suffering? The three huddled closer, their voices growing ever softer. After sending off the Cheng family, Gu Pengfei stood by the window, his gaze dark and brooding. He rotated the wine glass in his hand, remaining silent for an extended period. Lu Shaoling sidled up to him, seeking intimacy, but he brusquely pushed her away. Go away, I'm busy. After the acid rain, Lu Shaoling informed him that the jade bracelet in Mo Li's possession held a secret space. He had dispensed 1 million to Lu Shaoling to procure this information. Soon, however, a sense of alarm washed over him. What if Lu Shaoling divulged this secret to someone else, perhaps the Qing family? Would he not be inviting another competitor? He promptly summoned Lu Shaoling to remain by his side, ostensibly claiming, Mo Li refuses to marry me, so I need a woman. In truth, he harbored a desire to eliminate her, ensuring the secret remained buried within her. He contemplated her potential future utility, deciding to keep her confined within the Gu household, dangling the prospect of marriage before her to secure her unwavering loyalty. Lu Shaoling sweetly approached him. Pengfei, you've mentioned that Mo Li wants to marry you. Why cling to the Cheng family, entangling yourself further? Isn't it better to have me by your side? You don't understand. I am manipulating the Cheng family. If they wish to seek Mo Li, let them. Regardless, Mo Li will ultimately belong to me. No, only the jade bracelet and the space within it are mine. I have no desire for her as a person. Lu Shaoling felt a weight settle in her heart. Yet, Gu Pengfei remained ever vigilant. The secrets surrounding Mo Li were of immense significance. This space was invaluable and must belong to him. As for how to acquire it, he needed to strategize carefully and plan meticulously. Unbeknownst to Mo Li, the Moon Mountain lay shrouded in silence. At the pinnacle of Yuya village, the Yang family abode was particularly quiet. The three-story structure of the Yang family resembled a mere faade, completely devoid of inhabitants. Mo Li and the Yang family continued to reside in the cavern. Within the cave, a warm orange light illuminated the entire living area. Yang's mother busied herself in the kitchen, simmering a fragrant chicken soup that bubbled enticingly. Mo Li, come taste this, she said, ladling a spoonful of soup, blowing gently on it before bringing it to Mo Li's lips. Mo Li took a sip, her eyes sparkling. Andy, this is delicious. Yang's mother beamed, patting her shoulder. Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes. If you like it, drink more. This soup has been simmering for 3 hours. You look so thin, it pains me to see. After running around gathering supplies these days, you must replenish your strength. Mo Li felt a warmth in her heart upon hearing those words. Yang Chao and his father sat before the chessboard in the living room, engaged in a game of chess. Checkmate, Yang's father exclaimed with pride as he placed his piece. Yang Chao raised an eyebrow. Dad, where did you learn that move? Your mother taught me. Yang's father laughed heartily. She said your chess skills are so poor that I should practice more to spare me from your constant victories. Molly sat on the sofa, a book resting on her lap and a steaming cup of coffee cradled in her arms. As she watched this scene unfold, a warm tide surged within her. This was the essence of home. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, a hint of sadness lingered in her heart, since running away from home. Although she had been preoccupied with shopping and adventures alongside Yang Chao, leading a thrilling life that consumed much of her energy, the stillness of the night often brought memories of her home of 25 years. The revelation that her parents were not her biological ones, and that she had been raised as a pawn in a marriage to uphold the Chung family's interests, often pierced her heart, leading her to shed silent tears in the dead of night. Yet, observing the warmth of the moment, she felt a deep sense of intimacy and comfort. Yang Chao approached and sat beside her. "What are you reading?" Molly closed her book, the survival manual for the apocalypse, the one you hoarded. Yang Chao chuckled. "What? Are you afraid I haven't taught you enough? I've shared all the tales of our past lives." Molly shook her head. "No, I just think we are truly fortunate." Yang Chao glanced at her. "Indeed, I am fortunate to have been reborn, fortunate to have met you, fortunate to have activated the jade bracelet space. All in all, everything has aligned favorably for us to be where we are today." Molly lowered her gaze, feeling the weight of his words. The atmosphere grew momentarily silent. Yang's mother entered, carrying a plate of freshly baked cookies, shattering the awkwardness. Come, eat while they're warm." Molly picked one up, taking a bite of its crisp sweetness. "Auntie, your skills are remarkable." Yang's mother winked with pride. "Of course, I have specifically studied baking." Molly praised. "Auntie, how do you excel in everything?" Yang Chao quickly chimed in. "My mom is a jack of all trades. But the most impressive part is that she was once an outstanding doctor at the county hospital. After being wronged by a patient due to a medical incident, she became disheartened and opted for early retirement, returning to her hometown to build this house for her golden years." Molly's understanding dawned. No wonder she found Yang Chao's mother so graceful and scholarly, not at all resembling a typical villager. She realized she had misjudged her. Yang's mother playfully scolded, "You child, always showing off." At the dinner table, Molly suddenly recalled something and asked Yang's father, "Uncle Yang, Yang Chao mentioned that in his previous life, it was you who told him to find me, saying that my jade bracelet contains a space. How did you know about the bracelet space?" Yang's father looked bewildered. "I told Yang Chao? I have no idea when I would have said such a thing." Yang Chao furrowed his brow in contemplation and slowly recounted, "In my previous life, my father was on a business trip in the Northeast. He became trapped there due to the severe cold and did not return until the sweltering heat of the following year. Just shy of reaching home, he fell prey to robbers who targeted him on the road, stealing his food and water and delivering a fatal blow. When I finally saw him, he was on the brink of death. His last words to me urged me to seek out Chung Molly, for her jade bracelet contained a spatial pocket. He implored me to acquire this bracelet to stockpile supplies and survive." Molly responded with a soft acknowledgement, remarking that in this life, you called Uncle Yang home early, and until now, he remains oblivious to the truth. It appears he only uncovered the reality after the onset of the extreme cold, during the interval before returning to Moon Mountain. What transpired during that time, he remains unaware of, as he did not experience rebirth. Yang Chao affirmed, "Indeed. What occurred during that period remains a mystery to us. However, it matters not. Perhaps there will come a day when the truth is revealed." Molly nodded in agreement. "The past life holds little significance now, in this life. We must strive to live well," Yang's father advised. "Given the substantial secret hidden within Molly's bracelet, we must safeguard it diligently. If outsiders were to discover it, Molly would be in peril." Yang Chao replied, "Molly and I have long considered this. Whenever we venture out, Molly is fully equipped, her identity concealed, so as not to reveal her true self. We make a concerted effort to return to the village at night, ensuring Molly does not encounter the villagers. As of now, no one in our village is aware that we have an additional member in our household." Yang's mother added, "Our family resides at the northernmost edge of the village, atop Moon Crescent Village, distanced from the villagers, and seldom do visitors come to our home." Yang Chao concurred. "Father is right. It is wise to exercise caution. Better safe than sorry. We must ensure Molly remains hidden." Molly managed a faint smile. "I am fortunate to be with you. If I had to live alone in a cave, hiding for years, it would be a fate worse than death." Yang's mother quickly reassured Molly. "Fear not, dear child, for you have us. We shall always be by your side." Laughter filled the air, lightening the mood. To shift the conversation, Yang's father remarked, "This dreadful weather, I wonder how long it will persist. Many out there may have succumbed to the cold. Are the villagers holding up well?" No one could respond to his query. Though residing in the cave, they had light, electricity, water, and food. Yet the absence of a network signal left them ignorant of the outside world. Gradually, temperatures began to rise. The extreme cold, which had plunged over -50 degrees, lasted just over 20 days, eventually creeping up to the tolerable -30 degrees. This was the limit for the villagers of Moon Mountain. At last, the villagers could emerge from the cave and return to their homes, for nothing could compare to the comfort of one's own abode. As long as there was coal, food, and water, survival was assured. The village gradually came alive with the sounds of its inhabitants. "Auntly, how are you all faring?" "My family is well, with ample food and drink, though residing in the cave is quite uncomfortable. How about you?" "Alas, do not mention it. My second child has caught a cold from the chill in the cave, and we lack any medicine to alleviate the symptoms. He is enduring it stoically, but his cough worsens daily, nearly bringing up blood. I must urgently seek some medicine from a neighbor." "Indeed. This dreadful weather has compelled us to keep the stove burning from dawn till dusk without respite, while also ensuring proper ventilation, yet warmth remains elusive." Molly, observing through the surveillance, noticed the villagers gradually emerging from the cave and inquired, "Should we consider moving out?" Yang Chao replied, "Relocating is quite a hassle, and the weather will only be mild for a few days before plunging us back into frigid conditions, accompanied by heavy snowfall." Yang's parents were startled. "Heavy snowfall? Is it truly arriving so swiftly?" Concerned, Yang's father remarked, "Chao, I shall venture into the village to gather information and make an appearance to avoid arousing suspicion. We must guard against any potential looting." Yang Chao insisted, "Allow me to accompany you. I cannot bear the thought of you going alone." Yang's father declined repeatedly, No, I can manage on my own." Reluctantly, Yang Chao opened the passage to the front door, seeing him off. Ascending from the basement to the upper floor, the house felt as frigid as an ice cellar. Molly expressed to Yang Chao, "I too wish to ascend for some fresh air and bask in the sunlight. Prolonged confinement underground is indeed stifling." Yang Chao agreed. "Very well, we shall all go up. Mother should join us, donned in the thickest polar gear, wrapped securely." Despite the biting cold outside, the sight of the sun brought an overwhelming sense of warmth. Molly stood in the yard, soaking in the sun while surveying the surroundings. Yang Chao remarked to Molly, "The cave connected to our basement is the largest in the village, discovered by chance, known only to my parents and me. The villagers remain unaware. However, beside the firewood shed in the northeast corner of the yard, there lies a small cave where my father, before the onset of extreme cold, accompanied villagers to procure supplies, which we stored there. Let us retrieve some of those provisions." Molly extracted a portion of the supplies from the small cave, leaving behind a bit of coal, firewood, and some basic necessities. She clapped her hands. "All right, now it resembles a place once inhabited." Yang Chao responded, "Indeed. We must strive to maintain a semblance of normalcy akin to that of the villagers to avoid suspicion. The cold is so severe that it is unlikely anyone will visit our home, just as a precaution." More than an hour passed before Yang's father returned. Upon entering, he immediately exclaimed how cold it was, shedding his heavy polar gear and cradling a hot water bottle, taking a considerable time to recover. The family was eager to hear about the village's situation. "It is not good. 3 households have lost members to the cold, 1 elderly person, 1 infant barely over 100 days old, and a family of 3 succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning." A somber mood enveloped everyone. Although Yang Chao and Molly had issued early warnings, the sudden calamity left humanity feeling minuscule in the face of nature's wrath. Yang Chao reassured everyone, stating that the situation had significantly improved. In a previous life, a harsh winter had claimed half the lives in the village. Now, the villagers had developed a sense of vigilance, and such circumstances would only continue to improve. Yang's mother remarked that their village had been well prepared, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The villages at the foot of Moon Mountain, as well as the people in the city, were unaware of how many had perished from the cold. Just as Yang's father had regained his composure, Yang Chao suddenly noticed someone approaching their home on the surveillance screen. Yang's father and Yang Chao hurried upstairs from the basement. "Old Yang, are you home?" It was the voice of village chief Jia Jinhua. Yang Chao's expression changed, and he swiftly pushed Emily into the basement, instructing her to remain silent. Chapter 26. The secret almost exposed. Yang's mother grabbed a cloth, pretending to wipe down the stove. Yang's father cracked open a door slightly, saying, "Village chief, come in quickly on this frigid day." Jia Jinhua, bundled in a thick cotton coat with a face flushed from the cold, was followed by a young man and woman from the village, the latter cradling a child of over 2 years old. As Jia Jinhua rubbed his hands to warm them, he scanned the room and remarked, Your home is quite chilly as well. The stove seems to be burning well. Yang's father chuckled awkwardly. We're managing. How's the situation in the village? Jia Jinhua sighed. 6 people have died. Old Li's grandson didn't he survive last night? Turning to Yang's mother, he continued, Yang Chao's mother. I brought Tan Deshang's family to seek your help. Please, take a look at the child. He has been suffering from a high fever for several days. Since Yang Chao's mother returned to the village to enjoy her retirement, villagers often sought her assistance when they fell ill. The instinct to save lives was inherent in a doctor, and she had always welcomed those in need. Upon hearing about the sick child, she quickly grabbed her stethoscope to examine him and retrieved 2 boxes of medicine from the cabinet to give to Tan Deshang. The child had caught a cold and had bronchial inflammation. This is all I have left at home. The child is a priority. Administer the medicine according to the instructions. Jia Jinhua, smiling at Yang Chao, remarked, You truly have foresight. Previously, the Gu family from the city wanted to sign a contract with us to develop the caves. But you opposed it. You said that in the event of a natural disaster, the caves could serve as a refuge. Look, you were right. It all came to pass. You possess a remarkable gift for foresight. He gave Yang Chao a thumbs up. Yang Chao's expression shifted slightly. At that time, he had only intended to prevent the Gu family from developing the caves, expressing those cautionary words. After all, their proximity to the Gu family's development of Moon Mountain posed potential dangers to his family and Mo Li, as well as to the villagers of Yueya. He hadn't anticipated that such a statement would raise suspicions. With a stiff resolve, Yang Chao replied, I merely spoke casually. I never expected it to come true. It's my bad luck to have spoken so carelessly. Jia Jinhua, unfazed, continued to chatter. Interestingly, someone impersonated President Gu's secretary, added me on WeChat, and deceived me into notifying the villagers to stockpile supplies, claiming that the Gu family would buy them back at a high price. Eventually, the Gu family exposed the ruse. There was no such plan. However, the provisions hoarded by the villagers came in handy during this frigid weather. The individual masquerading as the advisor's secretary remains a mystery. One could argue that he deserves our gratitude. Yang Chaoyua listened intently, astonished. This Jia Jinhua is indeed a cunning old fox, rather astute. He is clearly questioning whether Yang Chao possesses prophetic abilities and has impersonated the secretary to alert the entire village. Yang Chao, with a stiff resolve, remarked that it was likely a prank by someone, coincidentally timed. He had added the village chief as a secret contact on his WeChat, and it appeared that this secret could no longer be kept. As expected, Jia Jinhua cast a penetrating glance at Yang Chao, yet chose not to elaborate. Yang's father quickly interjected, expressing relief that they were in the village and crediting the chief for their survival. Jia Jinhua revealed a faint smile, acknowledging the dire situation in the city, where countless lives had been lost to the cold. Yang's mother, eager to expedite their departure, promptly reminded Tan Deshang that the child needed rest and physical cooling. He should return home at once. Placing the child in a warm room and applying a damp towel with warm water to the child's forehead and extremities. The clothing should remain intact to ensure effective cooling. Otherwise, a rise in body temperature could yield grave consequences. Upon hearing the seriousness of the situation, Tan Deshang and his spouse hurriedly pulled Jia Jinhua away. As Kai Jinhua returned home, he received a phone call. He answered with utmost respect, stating, Yes, this is the village chief, Lao Kai. Please, go ahead. Once they had departed, Jasmine emerged. Yang's mother expressed her apprehension, saying, Jasmine, I fear for your safety should they encounter you. If unexpected visitors arrive, and you cannot find a hiding spot in time, what will we do? Yang's father sighed, wishing, if only Jasmine could retreat to her own space. An idea struck Yang Chao. Jasmine, I wish to experiment with the jade bracelet once more. Having possessed the bracelet for some time, he wondered if it had undergone an upgrade or transformation. He produced a small knife, pricking his fingertip to draw a drop of blood, then held Jasmine's hand tightly while letting the blood fall onto the jade bracelet. Jasmine closed her eyes to feel the connection, and Yang Chao, too, shut his eyes. Suddenly, they both opened their eyes in unison. Yang Chao exclaimed in exuberance, Jasmine, I can see the space. I can see the provisions within. Jasmine responded with her own surprise. Has the space upgraded? Indeed, the space had experienced an upgrade, yet not in the manner they had anticipated. It did not allow Jasmine to enter invisibly. Yang Chao, filled with eagerness, declared, Can I also utilize the space? I want to retrieve something. However, he found himself unable to extract anything. He could only observe but not take. Moreover, he needed to hold Jasmine's hand to see. The moment he released her grip, all visibility vanished. It seemed this upgrade had only progressed halfway. Yang's parents, intrigued, tried the same and, like Yang Chao, could only observe without being able to retrieve any provisions. Similarly, upon releasing Jasmine's hand, all sight was lost. It appeared that the jade bracelet recognized its master, exclusively acknowledging Jasmine. Yang Chao felt a twinge of regret, reflecting, being able to see is still a comfort. It brings joy to my heart. Jasmine could not help but chuckle softly. Yang Chao's parents were astounded to discover the vast array of supplies within the space. Goodness. You two have amassed such an abundance of resources. Yang's mother was utterly shocked, realizing the enormity of the secret. Innocent men suffer when they possess precious treasures. This jade bracelet and the space, if known to outsiders, could invite dire consequences. Everyone would covet it. Yang Chao reminded her, Mom. You must remember that only Jasmine can utilize the jade bracelet. If others steal it, it will be of no use to them. Yang's mother patted her chest. Yes. I was so frightened I lost my senses. However, outsiders are unaware. We must keep this secret steadfastly, denying it to the end, and protect Jasmine. Yang's father, regaining his composure, solemnly declared, I proclaim that Jasmine, now a member of our family, is someone we are duty-bound to protect. Henceforth, in the face of any peril, as members of the Yang family, our foremost priority must be Jasmine's safety. In this apocalyptic world, if misfortune befalls us and only one of us survives, it must be Jasmine. For without the space, we cannot endure. Yet Jasmine possesses the space, and only she can thrive. Let her live well. Someone must survive to carry on in our stead. Yang's mother nodded immediately. Indeed, since heaven has bestowed this extraordinary ability upon Jasmine, she is the chosen one we must safeguard. Yang Chao said nothing but nodded earnestly. Jasmine listened in a daze, her nose suddenly tinged with warmth, and she buried her head in Yang's mother's embrace, softly weeping. Chapter 27. Journey to Moon Mountain. Seeking Jasmine's space, the situation in the city was far worse than that on Moon Mountain. The streets had transformed into a frozen wasteland, deserted and strewn with lifeless bodies. The city's power system had undergone numerous repairs but remained largely incapacitated. However, the internet signal had been restored, allowing for normal use. The government was organizing the surviving military and civilians to strive for self-rescue in an effort to restore order to life and production. Gu Pengfei and Cheng's father had dialed Jasmine countless times, only to be met with a deadline, despite having stockpiled supplies in anticipation of this extreme cold. Both the Gu and Cheng families found themselves overwhelmed by the severity of the weather. Should they fail to locate Jasmine, they might not survive the winter. With the weather improving slightly, Gu Pengfei donned a heavy winter coat, standing on the balcony of his villa, gazing at the snow-covered world outside, filled with anger and resentment. Damn it, this extreme weather has devastated half of the Gu family's assets. The losses are tremendous. I need Jasmine and her space more than ever. I have heard that the space can house countless resources. Had we possessed it, the Gu group would not have suffered such immense losses. Moreover, should calamity strike again, the Gu family could endure with the space. The weather has improved. It seems it is time for me to take action, Gu Pengfei muttered to himself. Gu Pengfei deeply regretted not having married Jasmine sooner. Had he done so, both Jasmine and the space would have been entirely his. The situation at the Cheng family was equally dire, as they too were eager to locate Jasmine. Despite the mutual yearning of both the Gu and Cheng families to find her quickly, the harsh weather conditions rendered them incapable of venturing outside. Their search plans had to be indefinitely postponed. As the weather began to improve, Mr. Cheng, unable to contain his impatience, instructed his subordinates to assess the damages to their factories and companies. One by one, the reports that came back were filled with grim news. Mr. Cheng sat by the furnace in his basement, his expression dark and brooding. Opposite him, Mrs. Cheng and Cheng Feng sat in silence, all three enveloped in an oppressive quiet. Where on earth is Jasmine? Mrs. Cheng finally broke the silence. Mr. Cheng shook his head. I don't know. What troubles us most is our ignorance of her whereabouts. I suspect Gu Pengfei knows something, yet he refuses to speak the truth to us. Cheng Feng sighed. It seems we must start our search from Moon Mountain. Hoping she has not departed from there. Mr. Cheng slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, this natural disaster has inflicted tremendous losses upon us. Jasmine is a member of the Cheng family, and we must bring her back. We have raised her all these years. She must contribute to the Cheng family. If she were at home, if her space were available, our losses would be minimal. All our possessions, our factories, could be stored in that space. Alas, all my life's work, we must find Jasmine. This is not just the goal of the Gu family, but also of the Chung family. Gu Pengfei stood by the window, his fingers drumming against the glass, his gaze dark and menacing. "Young master, the car is ready," the butler murmured from the doorway. Gu Pengfei turned, donning a heavy winter coat, a handgun tucked securely in his grasp. With a cold smirk, he declared, "This time, I will personally bring Chung Jasmine back." Behind him, Lu Xiaoling, wrapped in a fur coat, attempted to dissuade him. "Pengfei, it's too dangerous outside. If the temperature drops, further silence." Gu Pengfei impatiently interrupted her. "Without the space, we will all perish. Do you think the Gu family can endure much longer?" Lu Xiaoling bit her lip, refraining from further protest. Gu Pengfei, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards, boarded a modified snow vehicle and set off toward Moon Mountain. Outside the window, the snow-laden city resembled a ghost town, with the occasional sight of frozen bodies abandoned by the roadside, unclaimed. The roads were exceedingly treacherous. Gu Pengfei commanded the driver, "We must reach Moon Mountain today. Head directly to Moon Crescent Village. Someone will be there to assist us." Upon arriving at the foot of Moon Mountain, the group began the serpentine ascent toward Moon Crescent Village. "Mr. Gu, this is bad. We can't proceed. The path ahead is blocked by fallen rocks from the mountain," they reported. This route had been destroyed by Yang Chao using pre-placed explosives before the extreme cold set in, leaving debris obstructing their way. Gu Pengfei scoffed. What a coincidence that the road here is blocked for no apparent reason. He promptly made a phone call. 10 minutes later, Jia Jinhua directed a young man to bring down an excavator, clearing the obstacles on the road. Jia Jinhua personally led the way, guiding Gu Pengfei to his residence. The two men leaned in closely, engaging in hushed conversation. Meanwhile, the Chung family had also cast a net, simultaneously beginning their search for Jasmine. In the basement of the Chung household, Father Chung scrutinized a map, his finger pressing heavily on the location of Moon Mountain. "We shall commence our search from the entrance of Moon Mountain," he declared. Chung Feng frowned. "Father, Moon Mountain is vast. How shall we find her?" Father Chung scoffed. "We will simply inquire in the village. You see, the largest village at Moon Mountain is Yuya Village, positioned at the heart of it all. We shall first seek information there. Perhaps we might uncover some leads. To search is to invite breakthroughs. To wait is to court failure." Chung mother hesitated. "But Jasmine is our daughter. If we forcibly bring her back, might she not resent us?" Father Chung slammed the table. "Resent? How dare she, a foster daughter? We have cared for her for over 20 years. Now that the Chung family is in peril, she must return. According to our original plan, we shall act immediately." Chung Feng promptly replied, "Very well, I will gather a team." Father Chung insisted, "We must commence our actions at once. We cannot allow Jasmine to fall into Gu Pengfei's hands. My informant within the Gu household has informed me that Gu Pengfei has already set off for Moon Mountain. His target is undoubtedly Jasmine. In Yuya Village, at Yang Chao's home, Jasmine observed the activities in the village through the surveillance footage, her brow furrowed. Yang Chao. There are people entering the village." Yang Chao leaned closer, the screen revealing several unfamiliar SUVs parked at the village entrance. With men clad in winter gear entering Jia Jinhua's home. "They are from the Gu family. They have indeed come," he exclaimed. Yang mother, filled with concern, asked, "At this hour, they cannot possibly be here to develop the caverns, can they?" The group exchanged glances. The Gu family's intentions were unmistakable. Jasmine, feeling anxious, queried, "What should we do? If they search house by house?" Yang Chao reassured her, "Do not panic. They will not find us here for the time being. However, we must prepare. Worst case scenario, we can lock you in the underground cavern for a while." He turned to his parents, saying, "Father, Mother, you both should hide in the underground cavern with Jasmine. Regardless of any noise, do not come out." Young father shook his head. "Let the two of them go down. Son, I will stay above with you." Jasmine rushed to Yang Chao's side, slipping something into his hand and whispering a few words. Young mother took Jasmine downstairs. Indeed, it was not long before Gu Pengfei arrived with his men. Shortly after reaching Yuya Village, he headed straight for Yang Chao's home, indicating the presence of an informant. Yang Chao's suspicion was confirmed. Leading the way was none other than village chief Jia Jinhua. Upon seeing Yang Chao, Gu Pengfei chuckled, "So it is you, the paramour of Chung Jasmine." Yang Chao erupted in fury. "Watch your tongue." He then turned to Jia Jinhua. "Old Jia, how much did you take from him to willingly become a pawn of the Gu family?" Chapter 28. When your mother is on the brink of death, do you choose to see her or not? Jia Jinhua's gaze wavered, his lips sealed in silence. Yang Chao discerned the entirety of the truth within his eyes. Indeed, this cunning old fox had betrayed him, forsaking the Moonlight Mountain. Yang Chao had harbored suspicions when he thwarted Gu's family from developing Moonlight Mountain, subsequently employing a WeChat alias. He incited the villagers to hoard supplies, and the anticipated frigid weather soon arrived. Doubts arose in his mind, leading him to suspect that the individual behind the warning might very well be Yang Chao. Following the extreme cold, he feigned a need to bring Tan Deshang's family to seek treatment for Yang Chao's mother, ostensibly to gather more information. Although he gleaned little, his suspicions only deepened. Instead of expressing gratitude to Yang Chao for rescuing the villagers of Moonlight Mountain from peril, he seized the opportunity when Gu Pengfei inquired about any suspicious characters in the village, promising a reward of 1 million if he could locate Yang Chao. Without a moment's hesitation, he betrayed Yang Chao, disregarding the fact that this man had just saved the lives of all the villagers, including his own family. He meticulously relayed his suspicions regarding Yang Chao to Gu Pengfei, even retrieving a photograph of Yang Chao from his phone to show him. Upon seeing the man dining with Mo Li in a restaurant, who was hiding in Moonlight Village, Gu Pengfei burst into laughter. He quickly assembled a cadre of bodyguards and, guided by Jia Jinhua, stormed towards Yang Chao's residence. Gu Pengfei discerned that the elusive Qing Mo Li was indeed concealed within Yang Chao's home. With a mere gesture, Gu Pengfei commanded his bodyguards to encircle Yang Chao, guns pointed at his head. As the bitter cold descended, Gu Pengfei perceptively recognized the abnormality of the weather. To safeguard himself, he had invested heavily in firearms, which now proved fortuitous. Gu Pengfei arrogantly raised his chin, declaring, "I am aware of everything, including the secrets that Chung Mo Li harbors. My men have witnessed her presence in your home. Surrender her to me, and I shall spare your life." Yang Chao scoffed disdainfully. "Do I appear to be one who fears death? Are you not afraid? Are you unconcerned for Chang Mo Li's life? For your family's safety?" He turned to one of the bodyguards and signaled, "Bring it forth." The bodyguard produced a package of explosives. "Let us see if this can level your abode," he taunted. "You dare?" Yang Chao seethed. "You may attempt it. In this apocalyptic world, what do I have left to fear? If I cannot have Cheng Mo Li, neither shall you. I will ensure her demise." A flicker of uncertainty crossed Yang Chao's countenance. The explosives were potent enough to obliterate his home, potentially destroying the cave system as well. He hesitated to take the risk. In the tense standoff, Chung Feng burst into the courtyard, his expression shifting upon spotting Gu Pengfei. "Gu Pengfei, what brings you here?" Gu Pengfei, with a mocking smile, replied, "Young Master Chung, you certainly are quick on your feet. Is your family also eager to partake in this bounty?" Fuming, Chung Feng retorted, "Mo Li is my sister. I have come to take her home." "Higi," Gu Pengfei chuckled coldly, "Cheng Mo Li is my fiancée, and our engagement has yet to be dissolved. I have come to retrieve my betrothed and take her back to become the lady of the Gu family. Is this not precisely what your Chung family desires?" Chung Feng, seething with anger, retorted, "Mo Li has already expressed her desire not to marry you. She belongs to the Chung family, and I intend to bring her home." Gu Pengfei cast a sidelong glance at him. "On what grounds do you presume to compete with me for her?" Qing Feng's chest heaved with fury. "Do you truly believe Mo Li will accompany you? Do not forget her disposition. She would rather shatter than compromise." Gu Pengfei hesitated. If Mo Li resolutely refused to accompany him, she might choose to destroy the jade bracelet, leading to mutual devastation, a possibility he recognized as true to her character. Chung Feng coldly regarded him and stepped aside. "I shall take Mo Li home. As her brother, I possess the utmost confidence in bringing her back." Gu Pengfei retreated a step. He was aware that Mo Li loathed him, yet unbeknownst to him, her disdain for the Chung family stemmed from past grievances. Very well, he would wait for Chung Feng to return Mo Li to the city, and then he would devise a plan to reclaim her. He remained hopeful. Chung Feng began to play the emotional card, calling out loudly, Mo Li, are you there? It's your brother. I miss you dearly, and our parents do too. Will you come out so we can see each other?" In the underground cavern, Mo Li watched the surveillance screen, biting her lip in silence. "Mo Li, do you wish to meet them?" Yang Mama inquired softly. Mo Li shook her head. "No, I do not wish to see them. Yang Chao informed me that in the last life, they sold me to others in exchange for resources." Seeing Mo Li's lack of response, Chung Feng prepared to enter the room to search. Yang Chao interjected, raising his head to block him. "You shall not enter." Swiftly drawing a handgun and aiming it at Chung Feng's head. Having spent days idly in the underground, he had become adept at handling firearms. Gu Pengfei raised a hand, and over a dozen bodyguards aimed their weapons at Yang Chao. The standoff ensued. The guide, Jia Jinhua, sensing the tension, discreetly slipped away to avoid getting caught in the fray. Chung Feng remained stationary, yet his words flowed incessantly. Molly, are you there? I know you can hear me. Come home with your brother. Molly remained unmoved. Suddenly, Chung Feng's demeanor shifted. He wiped away tears and cried out, Molly, are you truly so heartless? Mother is gravely ill. She longs to see you one last time. As one approaches death, will you not fulfill her final wish? Molly glanced skeptically at young mama. Harboring doubts about their sincerity, my mother is in good health. She should not be. Young mama interjected. Indeed, do not be easily deceived. Yang Chao has instructed that you must not meet them under any circumstances. Realizing Molly's continued silence indicated her disbelief, Chung Feng pulled out his phone and made a call. Then shouted, Molly, I have brought mother here by helicopter. Her dying wish is to see you one last time. If you refuse to come out now, you may truly miss the opportunity. Mother has cherished you for 25 years. Are you truly so unfeeling as to deny her the chance to see you once more? As soon as the words left his lips, the thunderous roar of a helicopter echoed above. The aircraft gradually settled atop Yang Chao's building, its wings stirring a powerful gust that swept down towards the people below. Yang Chao felt a pang of uncertainty. Had Mother Jasmine truly arrived? Was she on the brink of death? Upon hearing Qing Feng's words, Jasmine clenched her fists, an amalgamation of anxiety and sorrow flooding her. Was her mother truly facing death? Or was her brother deceiving her? Throughout the past 2 decades, her mother had shown her immense affection. She could not remain indifferent to such news. Mother Yang grasped Jasmine's hand, reassuring her, Jasmine, do not be anxious. I will ascend to assess the situation. If the individuals above are indeed your mother and she is in grave danger, I shall send a video to Uncle Yang. You may then decide whether to bid her farewell. With a stethoscope in hand, Mother Yang ascended. She calmly stated, I would like to examine Mother Jasmine. Chung Feng nodded at the sight of her stethoscope, permitting her assent. Very well, go ahead and see if my words hold any truth. As Mother Yang climbed to the rooftop, supported by Yang Chao, she boarded the helicopter. Mother Jasmine lay motionless within, her body silent. Mother Yang employed her stethoscope to listen to her heart, checked her pulse, and illuminated her pupils with a small flashlight. Subsequently, she recorded a brief video, sending it to Jasmine's father along with a voice message. I have examined her. Her heart is nearly ceasing, and her pupils have dilated. Witnessing the lifeless visage of Cheng's mother in the video stirred Jasmine's heart, despite the past grievances. Though the Chung family had cruelly sold her in a previous life and pressured her into marriage in this one, she found her heart softening in the face of Cheng's mother's impending demise. Auntie, I wish to see her. After all, she raised me for over 20 years. Jasmine dashed upstairs towards the helicopter. Yang Chao extended his hand to halt her, but retracted it upon seeing the tears staining Jasmine's cheeks. Inside the helicopter, Cheng's father swiftly pulled Jasmine aboard. She tenderly caressed Cheng's mother's face, feeling its icy touch. Mother, please wake up. Look, it's Jasmine. I have come to see you. Do not leave us. Tears brimmed in Jasmine's eyes as she pressed her face against Cheng's mother. Cheng's father seized Jasmine, imploring, Jasmine, come back home with us. Return to being your wealthy self. Do not linger in this desolate place. Jasmine shook off his grasp, declaring, No, put mother down. I must allow Annie to attempt to save her, to see if there is any hope. Her sole focus was on rescuing Cheng's mother. Cheng's father produced an epinephrine pin and administered it to Cheng's mother. Moments later, she slowly opened her eyes and smiled. Jasmine, I am fine. Come. Let us return home together. Jasmine stood frozen in disbelief. Silly child, your father administered propranolol, which can induce a false state of death. If it were not for this, you would hardly make an appearance. In her desperate quest to find you, mother resorted to such measures. Cheng's mother gently coaxed Emoli, be a good girl and return home with me. I promise to care for you and love you dearly. Emoli suddenly realized they had been deceiving her. As Cheng's mother spoke, her hands searched Emoli's wrists, finding nothing. Anxiously, she inquired, Emoli, where's your jade bracelet? Emoli abruptly looked up. The jade bracelet? You want the jade bracelet? Tell me, where is your jade bracelet? Cheng's mother's eager gaze betrayed her urgency. Everything became clear. Their intentions were not as innocent as they seemed. Emoli's eyes filled with disappointment and fury as she stared incredulously at Cheng's mother. So you were deceiving me. Your goal is the bracelet? Of course, tell me, where is the bracelet? Cheng's father pressed, while loudly calling for his son, Chung Feng. The bracelet is not with Emoli. Chung Feng immediately leapt onto the helicopter, seizing Mo Li and preparing to search her. It dawned on Yang Chao that their mission was solely for the bracelet, not to see Mo Li at all. Clearly, the Chung family had uncovered the secret of the bracelet. Yang Chao shouted, "Release Mo Li." Simultaneously, he urged, Mo Li, jump from the helicopter. Mo Li struggled to escape, but Cheng's father held her wrist tightly. Chung Feng drew a gun and aimed it at Mo Li's head. "Quickly, hand over the bracelet, or I will end you with a single shot." Mo Li gritted her teeth. "I was still holding on to a shred of familial affection, yet you conspired to deceive me." Chung Feng swung the gun towards Yang Chao. "The bracelet is not on her. It is with you. Hand it over." Yang Chao kept his gun trained on Chung Feng. Speaking slowly, "You may attempt to see whose shot is faster." Chung Feng scoffed. "Even if you kill me, can you escape?" Yang Chao scanned the surroundings, aware that a dozen bodyguards under Gu Pingfei were all aiming at him. Escape seemed impossible. Reluctantly, Yang Chao lowered his gun. "Let us negotiate. You release Mo Li, and I will ensure she gives you the bracelet." "No tricks," Chung Feng replied. "I must verify the space within the bracelet, confirm it holds resources, and that we can utilize them before I hand over Mo Li." Cunning fox. Yang Chao silently cursed, remaining mute. Gu Pingfei brandished a sharp knife, pressing it against Yang Chao's neck, still unwilling to comply. The blade pierced his skin, blood trickling down his neck. "I will count to 3, Gu Pingfei coldly stated. 1, 2. Mo Li suddenly broke free from Chung Feng's grasp. "Stop. The bracelet is with me." She retrieved a green bracelet from her cold weather suit pocket. Cheng's father snatched the bracelet, inspecting it from various angles. "How does it work? I need to verify." Mo Li produced a sharp knife from the space, piercing Cheng's father's finger, allowing a few drops of blood to fall onto the bracelet. Grasping Cheng's father's hand, she instructed, "Close your eyes." As he complied, he indeed beheld a vast array of resources within the space. He was elated, for there were resources. "Oh my, mountains of resources." Jasmine inquired, "What do you wish to take?" "I desire a box of instant noodles," replied Father Chung. In an instant, a box of instant noodles landed at his feet. Father Chung, Chung Feng, and Gu Pingfei were beside themselves with joy. Chung Feng urged his father, "Dad, please give me the jade bracelet. I shall make use of it." Jasmine retorted coldly, "The jade bracelet can belong to but one person. It currently belongs to him, and you cannot use it unless he transfers it to you." Father Chung, in desperation, insisted, "Just give it to me." Reluctantly, Chung Feng acquiesced. However, Gu Pingfei grew anxious. The jade bracelet must be his. A thought struck him. Acquiring the bracelet was paramount, and he had myriad ways to compel Father Chung to relinquish it. Chung Feng pressed the barrel of his gun harshly against Jasmine's temple, threatening, "If you dare to play tricks, you shan't see tomorrow." Jasmine's eyes blazed with fury. Chung Feng threatened again, "If you comply, I may spare this young man's family." Jasmine declared defiantly, "I will not accompany you. Even if you force me back, I shall bite my tongue and die before you." Chung Feng scoffed, "If you wish to die, go ahead. I fear you not." Yang Chao suddenly laughed. "Do you truly believe that the spatial jade bracelet can be utilized simply by shedding blood upon it?" He deliberately allowed his voice to reach every ear. "This bracelet recognizes its master. You may have seized it, but you possess only the right to use it, not to own it. If the host perishes, the bracelet shall perish as well, and the space will collapse, obliterating all resources. Should Jasmine die, none shall benefit from the space." This was a blatant lie, yet Chung Feng's resolve wavered. Father Chung urged, "Enough, Fenger, let Jasmine go. We require only the bracelet." Chung Feng shoved Jasmine aside and boarded the helicopter with his parents. The helicopter roared, creating a tremendous gust as it ascended, taking with it Jasmine's jade bracelet. Chapter 30. A blizzard tonight. Jasmine watched her parents depart with the bracelet. Her eyes ablaze with rage, her body trembling uncontrollably. This was the final instance of her trust in them, she silently vowed. From this moment forth, bridges would be burned, and paths would diverge. She and the Chung family would share no further ties, no familial bonds. She would never again be soft-hearted, nor would she ever trust them again. She would no longer be their pawn. In that instant, her heart turned cold-blooded and formidable. Jasmine pivoted, glaring fiercely at Gu Pengfei, raising a pistol to point at him. "Are you not leaving? Will you wait for me to kill you, or shall we perish together?" Gu Pengfei, intimidated by Jasmine's piercing gaze, gestured for his team of bodyguards to retreat swiftly. The jade bracelet had fallen into the hands of the Chung family. Jasmine was of no further use to him. Why linger? He needed to return quickly and devise a plan to reclaim the bracelet from the Changs. Yang Chao stepped forward, quietly taking Jasmine's hand. In the biting cold of -30 degrees, her hand was frozen, red as a beet, as cold as iron. Let us return home, Jasmine. From now on, this shall be your true abode. Inside the house, Mother Yang had stoked the fire, creating a warmth reminiscent of spring. Upon seeing Jasmine, who was as cold as a block of ice, Mother Yang tenderly embraced her. Dear child, do not be disheartened. They may not want you, but we do. From now on, this is your home. Jasmine wept aloud, releasing all her grievances and fury before finally ceasing. Yang Chao watched her, his heart aching as if pierced by needles. He longed to comfort her, but hesitated, retracting his outstretched hand. Eventually, Mother Yang helped Jasmine dry her tears. Do not cry. Jasmine, you were very clever today, and you did exceptionally well by giving them a fake jade bracelet, deceiving them all. Indeed, the bracelet presented to Mr. Chung was but an imitation. Jasmine had discovered it in a basket at a stationery store, a counterfeit that could easily be mistaken for the real thing. The authentic jade bracelet was hidden within her clothing. When Mr. Cheng examined the bracelet, she used her thoughts to guide him into seeing the space, coordinating with him to produce items, and handed him the fake jade bracelet, leading him to believe he had acquired the genuine article. To deceive them for a moment was sufficient. Once the Chung family received the bracelet, their true, unsightly nature was immediately revealed. The matter of the genuine versus false jade bracelet had been previously orchestrated among the four of them as a contingency plan for emergencies. Young father expressed his concern. Chao, they will soon realize they have been duped. What precautions should we take next? Should we relocate to evade them? Yang Chao composed himself. Father, I have considered whether to change our residence, but time is of the essence. We did not prepare an alternate refuge, which was a miscalculation. Now that our location is exposed and perilous, moving is no longer feasible. A snowstorm is approaching tonight, heralding another natural disaster. Young father pondered. As long as the Chung family and the Gu family do not discover the bracelet tonight and come searching, it will be difficult for them to reach us after the blizzard. Yang Chao replied, we have no choice but to take this gamble. Young father added, during this time, we must contemplate a suitable place, as we may need to relocate. The sound of text message alerts chimed one after another. Weather forecast anticipates heavy to severe snowfall from tonight until tomorrow, with a north wind at 4-7, temperatures ranging from -40 to -12 degrees Celsius. 3 days of heavy snow. Young father muttered to himself. Yang Chao suggested, let us seek refuge underground. It will be warmer there. The Chung family remained oblivious to the weather forecast, lost in the joy of acquiring the jade bracelet. Chung Feng, eager on the helicopter, turned to Mr. Chung and exclaimed, Father, let me see the space within the jade bracelet. With that, he pricked his finger and, following Jasmine's method, let his blood drip onto the bracelet. However, he saw nothing. Father, is there something wrong? I cannot see anything. Mr. Chung, perplexed, responded, that cannot be. Jasmine had previously shown me, and I saw numerous supplies, even retrieving a box of instant noodles. Cheng's father closed his eyes to sense the space, but found nothing. Once again, he dripped his blood, yet still, nothing appeared. He was dumbfounded. Chung Feng, in his misguided cleverness, speculated that perhaps their altitude in the airplane hindered the process. They decided to wait until they returned home to reassess. Hours later, upon finally arriving home, the three of them eagerly attempted the experiment once more, only to be met with the same disheartening result. Chung Feng suddenly realized the issue lay with the jade bracelet. It did not recognize them, only Jasmine. Cheng's mother took the bracelet into her hands for a closer inspection and exclaimed, wait, this bracelet does not belong to Jasmine. It is a counterfeit. A counterfeit? Cheng's father and Chung Feng stared in disbelief. Had Jasmine deceived them? The Chung family, engulfed by confusion and fury, felt betrayed. How dare Jasmine toy with them in such a manner? After nurturing her for over 20 years, was this her way of repaying their kindness? Cheng's father was heartbroken. Cheng's mother began to weep. Having endured hunger and cold after living a life of affluence, she could no longer bear it. She longed to reclaim the jade bracelet and restore her comfortable life. Now, everything had come to naught. Chung Feng, seething with anger, clenched his teeth and resolved. I refuse to accept this. I must return to Moon Mountain and retrieve that wretched jade bracelet. It was originally purchased by my mother for her. It is a Chung family heirloom. She used the pocket money given by the Chung family to buy her belongings. He adamantly denied that his true desire was for the resources the bracelet could provide. Cheng's father regained his composure and concurred. Yes, We must go again and reclaim the bracelet. Tomorrow, we shall set out. This time, he intended to ally with Gu Pengfei to ensure they regained the bracelet. Cheng Feng pondered, I lack a capable ally. Gu Pengfei has a formidable team of bodyguards who could be of use. When Gu Pengfei heard that the Cheng family had retrieved a fake jade bracelet, he was incredulous, believing it to be a ruse. However, once Cheng Feng proposed a collaboration, bringing bodyguards and weapons for another expedition to Moon Mountain to secure the bracelet with certainty, Gu Pengfei was convinced. Very well. I agree to accompany you to Moon Mountain tomorrow. Cheng Feng replied, bring your bodyguards and weapons. We will take a helicopter. I have just rented one for another day. The two struck a deal. However, that night, a snowstorm arrived as anticipated. The snowflakes fell in large, swirling flurries, truly resembling the vast snowfall of the Yinshan Mountains. The blizzard persisted for 3 consecutive days. The snowfall on Moon Mountain was particularly heavy, accumulating to over 2 meters in depth, with some areas reaching as high as 5 meters. The doors of many homes could no longer be opened, with snow piling up to the windows on the first floor. Most families returned to live in the caves, where the thick mountain walls and sturdy wooden doors effectively kept the cold at bay. Yang Chao's family once again took refuge in the underground cave, warmed by the comforting heat of coal, reminiscent of spring. Only a narrow strip of glass above their heads was covered with a thick layer of snow, preventing any sunlight from penetrating. They were left to rely on a diesel generator to power their lives, charging all the batteries for illumination. Cheng Feng anxiously observed the relentless snowstorm, feeling increasingly desperate. The weather continued to deteriorate, and their living conditions were in a constant decline. The coal and firewood for heating at home were dwindling, and he feared they might not endure much longer. To make matters worse, the blizzard rendered helicopter flights impossible, thwarting his efforts to reach Moon Mountain to retrieve the jade bracelet from Jasmine. Chapter 31. Return to Moon Mountain, explosive retribution. 3 days later, the heavy snowfall finally ceased. The accumulated snow in the city reached a staggering 1.5 meters, completely paralyzing urban transportation. As soon as the snow stopped, Gu Pengfei eagerly called Cheng Feng. Well, can we set off? Cheng Feng replied, I've paid extra to the helicopter rental company to ensure the aircraft is fully fueled. We'll depart early tomorrow morning. No matter how difficult it may be, we must go. This time, we will not rest until we achieve our goal. Cheng Feng spoke through gritted teeth. I'll bring the explosives as usual. If we fail to secure the jade bracelet, I will obliterate Yang Chao's home. Even if we succeed, it will still be destroyed. Otherwise, my resentment will remain unresolved. Brother, you're ruthless as ever. All right, I'll follow your lead. Let us blow it up. On the 4th day, Cheng Feng and Gu Pengfei, accompanied by 2 bodyguards armed with weapons and explosives, set out once more for Moon Mountain. The helicopter roared as it circled above Yang Chao's building, and powerful gusts of wind scattered the snow from the rooftop. They had arrived. Yang Chao stared intently at the surveillance monitor. Jasmine withdrew 2 carbines from a concealed space, tossing one to Yang Chao. Who is afraid of whom? Let us face them in a decisive battle today. On the monitor in the underground cavern, 4 red dots descended from the helicopter. Cheng Feng, Gu Pengfei, and 2 heavily armed bodyguards, each with bulging packs of explosives at their waists. Yang's father paled upon seeing the monitor with such a large quantity of explosives. They could likely collapse the entire mountain. Jasmine, you and your parents should exit through the back door of the cave. There is another exit that leads to the hillside outside. When we renovated the cave, we installed a hydraulic blast-proof door at that entrance. Jasmine shook her head. I want to leave. I cannot abandon you to face this danger alone. Yang Chao smiled. All right then, we will fight side by side. At worst, we perish together. Cheng Feng stood atop the building and fired a shot, shouting loudly, Cheng Jasmine, come out. I know you can see and hear me. I give you 10 minutes. If you do not hand over the genuine jade bracelet, I will blow up this building. Following Cheng Feng's instructions, the 2 bodyguards began to secure the explosives on the rooftop. After a long wait, there was no response. Cheng Feng and the bodyguards climbed through a window into the small building, searching up and down, but found not a single trace of anyone. Yang Chao initially intended to discreetly discharge his firearm. However, upon observing the agile bodyguards, he relinquished this notion. His proficiency with firearms was insufficient, at least not on par with that of these guardians. His primary targets were Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng, not the bodyguards. You refuse to part with the jade bracelet, do you? Very well, then you shall perish alongside it. Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng returned to the rooftop, grinning malevolently as they activated the timer on the explosives. 10 minutes would surely be enough for their cries of despair. As they piled the explosives on the rooftop, preparing to flee, a sudden sharp sound echoed from above. Before the words could leave his lips, a grenade plummeted from the sky. Yang Chao stood in the courtyard, having hurled a grenade onto the rooftop, landing it directly at Gu Pingfei's feet, the fuse sizzling ominously. "Take cover," Gu Pingfei shouted. One bodyguard, quick-witted, kicked the grenade away with great force. The grenade exploded midair, sending Gu Pingfei hurtling backwards, crashing against the rooftop surface. The blast triggered an avalanche, with snow cascading swiftly down the mountainside. "Hurry," Gu Pingfei urged. "The explosives will detonate in 6 or 7 minutes." In a flurry, Gu Pingfei and Cheng Feng scrambled onto the helicopter, with 2 bodyguards covering their retreat. Jasmine remained, fists clenched, standing before the surveillance screen. Damn it, they've escaped again. On the monitor, Yang Chao emerged like a specter from the snow, shooting a bodyguard in the knee. Another bodyguard raised his weapon towards Yang Chao. In a moment of peril, Yang Chao lunged beneath the eaves, narrowly evading the shot. Gu Pingfei, Cheng Feng, and the bodyguards boarded the helicopter, which roared to life with a thunderous noise. The wind picked up, and snowflakes began to fall, accompanied by a howling gale. "We must leave. The weather is turning foul. We need to return quickly, or the plane may very well crash on the way back," the pilot urged Cheng Feng. They had no choice but to depart. Gu Pingfei and Cheng Feng had already boarded the helicopter, while the 2 remaining bodyguards climbed aboard. The explosives on the rooftop were counting down, the ticking sound echoing crisply. A long ladder lay in the courtyard, leading to the rooftop. Yang Chao swiftly ascended the ladder. Above him, the helicopter had just taken off, the rope ladder left dangling. Yang Chao lunged towards the explosives, noticing that the timer displayed merely 2.5 minutes remaining. 4 explosive packages were tightly bound together. He grasped them, preparing to hurl them away. Alas, the packages were far too heavy, weighing at least 50 pounds. He attempted to lift them but was uncertain if he could throw them far enough. Should the explosives not be cast a sufficient distance? The ensuing blast could still obliterate the building. Stretching out his hand to untie the ropes, he saw they were bound so securely that they could not be loosened swiftly. Above, the helicopter swayed precariously in the fierce wind, slowly ascending into the sky. Yang Chao lunged towards the helicopter's rope ladder, gripping it firmly with his left hand while clutching a bundle of explosives in his right. The countdown on the explosives read 2 minutes. His intentions were crystal clear. Using the helicopter, he would soar far away and discard the explosives as far as possible. In doing so, his parents and Emily would be safe. As for his own safety, he could not afford to dwell on it. Yang Chao endured the intense pain in his left arm being tugged, desperately tightening his grip on the heavy explosives, mentally counting down the seconds. As the helicopter hovered over the valley, he hurled the explosives into the abyss with 30 seconds remaining. Moments later, a deafening explosion reverberated through the mountains. Another avalanche erupted, snow cascading down the slopes towards the valley. The helicopter shuddered, momentarily spinning in the air, failing to fly away. After a brief pause, the avalanche subsided, and the helicopter began to move forward. Emily stood before the monitor, witnessing Yang Chao leap and grasp the rope ladder, being carried away by the helicopter. She was left in a state of shock. Yang Chao's parents gasped in alarm. It was perilous. Yang Chao was gambling with his life, taking the explosives away to secure their safety. Gu Pingfei and Cheng Feng, upon hearing the explosion, realized Yang Chao was hanging from the rope ladder, the explosives having been thrown into the valley. "Give me a gun. I want to kill him." Gu Pingfei seethed with rage. He forcefully yanked open the helicopter door. But as he opened it just 10 centimeters, the howling wind rushed in, causing the aircraft to tremble. "Close the door. We cannot open the hatch. The helicopter will crash," the pilot shouted angrily. With no choice, Gu Pingfei reluctantly shut the door. Preserving their lives was paramount. "Ascend higher and shake that kid off," Cheng Feng commanded. "We cannot gain altitude. The winds up there are too strong and unsafe." "I must lower the altitude," the pilot replied, disregarding him. Yang Chao clung tightly to the rope ladder, striving to climb higher until both feet found purchase on the ladder, achieving a semblance of stability. However, his body dangled precariously, swaying with the wind, at risk of plummeting at any moment. A truly harrowing situation. Chapter 32. A rescue in the snow. The moment Emily saw Yang Chao being carried away by the helicopter, she understood that he intended to discard the explosives at a distance. Yet, he had also placed himself in the most perilous position. "I must go save him," she declared to Yang Chao's parents. She gestured towards the rows of convenience food, fuel, and supplies piled high in the cave. "Uncle, Auntie, if Yang Chao and I do not return, these are for you. Do not come out," Emily choked with emotion. "Child, do not go. It's too dangerous." Yang Chao's mother cried, desperate yet still reaching out to stop Emily. She shook off her hand and dashed towards the passage, racing up the stairs without looking back. By the time she reached the rooftop, the helicopter had flown far away. Yang Chao remained precariously perched on the rope ladder, swaying dangerously. Emily bit her lip, forcing herself to remain calm, to be composed. Her gaze remained fixed on the helicopter as she retrieved a set of skiing equipment from the storage space, her hands trembling as she donned it with utmost urgency. She harbored a profound passion for skiing, making annual trips to Switzerland each winter. While stockpiling supplies at an outdoor gear store, she had purchased several sets of skiing attire, which now proved invaluable. Following the blizzard, the snowfall, reaching a depth of 2 meters, created ideal conditions for skiing. Jasmine focused intently on the helicopter's trajectory before leaping from the rooftop, gliding down the slope towards the valley below. At this moment, the helicopter was descending along the valley. As she navigated the snowy path, she intermittently glanced up to ascertain the helicopter's direction. In the distance, she witnessed Yang Chao lose his grip and plummet downward. The small traditional helicopter, caught in the fierce winds, was flying at a low altitude, hovering just a few dozen meters above the ground. Despite the thick snow below, it could hardly mitigate the impact of such a fall from a height. The consequences of such a drop were dire. Jasmine cried out softly, "Yang Chao, don't die. Wait for me." The thick helmet muffled her voice. Relying on her memory, she swiftly glided towards the location where Yang Chao had fallen. Meanwhile, on the helicopter, Cheng Feng observed Yang Chao's descent and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Huh, fantastic. That fellow Yang is bound to become a pancake." Gu Pingfei leaned out to look, pondering whether the snow below would cushion Yang Chao's fall. Impossible. Even with the snow, it's only a few meters deep. There's no chance of survival from that height. The two exchanged high fives, laughing heartily. Returning to the city, although they had failed to locate the jade bracelet or blow up his building, the prospect of Yang Chao's demise was sufficient to celebrate. Jasmine zeroed in on Yang Chao's fall zone and skied down with remarkable speed. Upon reaching the area, she circled frantically, her anxiety akin to ants on a hot pan. It was imperative to find Yang Chao swiftly. Buried in the snow, even if he had not succumbed to the fall, he would soon suffocate. Just as despair began to creep in, she finally spotted a deep snow pit, the very spot where Yang Chao had fallen. A glance revealed that, fortunately, due to the avalanche, the snow from the slope had accumulated significantly in this area, reaching a thickness of at least 10 meters. However, being buried so deeply posed a grave danger to him. Uncertain of his consciousness or ability to endure, Jasmine remained composed, her mind racing. What resources were available in the storage? She quickly summoned a small excavator. Positioning it on the snow, the machine instantly sank into the snow. Jasmine leaped onto the excavator, removing her skis. With the agility of a hawk, she maneuvered into the cabin and started the excavator. The machine roared to life, pushing aside the thick blanket of snow. As her operation became increasingly adept, the pace of snow removal quickened. In a fleeting minute, then 2, and finally 5, she had pushed her way to the entrance of the snow cave. Fearful of injuring Yang Chao, she hesitated to dig further. Jasmine retrieved a large snow shovel from her storage, summoning all her strength to swiftly clear the snow. With each scoop, she gasped for breath like a weary beast. Suddenly, her shovel struck something solid. She lunged forward, desperately clawing at the snow with her hands. Revealed beneath the icy blanket lay Yang Chao's leg. Overjoyed, she exerted herself further and eventually unearthed him from the snow. It was evident that during his descent, he had consciously attempted to save himself, using his arms and hands to shield his head and face, creating a small triangle above his face to preserve a pocket of air. However, as he awaited rescue, his strength waned, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Jasmine called out and anxiously slapped Yang Chao's face, but there was no response. Leaning closer to his chest, she detected a faint heartbeat. A sense of calm washed over her. It appeared he was merely experiencing temporary asphyxiation. She removed her gloves, knelt beside him, and laid his body flat. Then, she commenced mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, coupled with continuous chest compressions. With every desperate push and breath, Yang Chao remained unresponsive. Just as her energy began to wane, she blew air into his mouth once more, and to her astonishment, his eyes fluttered open. In that moment, a whirlwind of emotions coursed through her, embarrassment, joy, shyness, and fear, causing tears to stream down her face. She slapped Yang Chao's cheek with a firm hand, her voice cracking as she exclaimed, "You nearly scared me to death." He exhaled deeply, extending an arm to draw her into his embrace. "Do not fear. I am here," he murmured, his voice low and warm. Jasmine rested against Yang Chao's broad chest, feeling his heartbeat grow stronger, like a resounding drum, finally allowing her to relax. Though the temperature hovered around -40 degrees. Jasmine was drenched in sweat from her frantic digging. As she paused, she immediately felt the chill seep into her bones, causing her to shiver. She touched Yang Chao's face. Noting the stiffness of his frozen muscles, his hands exposed and numb, she attempted to help him sit up. "Do not move. My right arm cannot move. It hurts." "It may be broken," Yang Chao softly replied. Alarmed, Jasmine hastily stabilized his arm, then proceeded to examine other areas of his body. Confirming a fracture in his right arm and a sprain in his left ankle, she retrieved 2 appropriately sized wooden planks and a strap from her storage, clumsily securing his arm. "What shall we do next?" she pondered. "If he cannot move, we will perish in this snow pit." Yang Chao reassured her, "Do not rush. First, retrieve something to keep warm from your storage. I am cold." Jasmine regained her composure and quickly fetched a hexagonal ice fishing tent, erecting it with haste. This was the warmest tent available from the outdoor equipment store. She then laid out 2 inflatable thermal mats, an extreme cold sleeping bag, and a down comforter, arranging them meticulously. Finally, she carefully moved Yang Chao into the tent, wrapping him snugly in warmth. She took out the alcohol stove and ignited it, then retrieved a bottle of white liquor, allowing him to take a few sips. Jasmine meticulously examined his body and discovered that his hands and face had turned a deep red, numb from the cold. This was alarming. Immediate first aid was necessary, for in such frigid temperatures, frostbite could worsen, leading to necrosis of the subcutaneous tissue. Chapter 33. The subtle flow of affection. Yang Chao advised her. "Get a pot or basin, heat some water, ensuring it does not exceed 40 degrees Celsius. Soak my hands in the warm water for 20 minutes. It should alleviate the discomfort." Jasmine promptly set about boiling water. The alcohol stove was inadequate, heating the water too slowly. She then produced a smokeless charcoal stove, quickly preparing a basin of hot water. After testing the temperature, she submerged Yang Chao's hands in the water and continued to heat more water with a kettle. "Keep your hands still. Let them soak in the warm water. If the temperature drops, I will add more water to maintain it around 40 degrees. Yang Chao observed her diligent efforts, chuckling softly. "All right." A sharp intake of breath escaped him as the temperature of the water, though mild, felt like countless needles piercing his skin as his stiff hands entered the basin. The pain elicited involuntary groans from him. Momentarily, a wave of warmth coursed through the muscles of his palms and backs of his hands, and he began to feel them gradually warming. Yet, while his hands were being warmed in the water, what about his face? Jasmine noted that Yang Chao's handsome visage was becoming increasingly flushed, clearly indicating worsening frostbite. If this continued, there was a risk of necrosis in the subcutaneous tissue, rendering the situation dire. Should the frostbite progress unchecked, his beautiful face would be irreparably damaged. Jasmine steeled herself and resolutely unfastened her cold weather gear. In the midst of Yang Chao's bewildered gaze, she pulled him close, pressing his face firmly against her abdomen. A wave of warmth radiated from her body, enveloping Yang Chao's face and penetrating deep into his heart. His mind exploded in a cacophony of fragmented thoughts, leaving him speechless, unable to utter a word. In contrast, Jasmine remained composed, alternating between warming his face with her hands while continually adding hot water to the basin, ensuring his hands remained submerged in the warm water. 20 minutes later, Jasmine observed with care, his face and hands had regained their normal coloration. Still, it was prudent to offer further protection. She turned her face, a hint of unease crossing her features. From her supplies, she retrieved gloves, a scarf, and a hat. Adorning him with the gloves and hat, and wrapping his face securely with the scarf, the tent grew increasingly warm. Jasmine exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling utterly exhausted, devoid of any strength. She lay beside Yang Chao in the sleeping bag, tucking him under a down blanket. An ambiguous atmosphere seemed to permeate the air. "How will we return?" She diverted her thoughts. "You're unable to move. I will see if I can carry you, and then ski back." But the reality struck her. There was no way she could lift him. He was too tall and robust for her to manage. She was even less likely to ski from the foot of the mountain to its summit. Yang Chao remarked, "If only we had a snowmobile or an all-terrain vehicle." Emily focused her thoughts, searching her space. But after a while, she shook her head. "There is none. We did not prepare for such transportation. At that time, we neither encountered the need nor anticipated it. Yang Chao sighed. The question of how to return home had become a dilemma. The straight-line distance to home exceeded 5 kilometers, with the snow depth several meters. Lacking any means of transport, and with Yang Chao's ankle injured and his arm fractured, how could they possibly make their way back? Well, let us not dwell on it for now. It's getting late. We'll have to spend the night in the snow, Emily softly said. Yang Chao replied, first, let us find something to eat. I'm starving. Emily retrieved a small table from her space, heated a packet of self-cooking rice, and brought out 2 plates of dishes she had previously purchased from a restaurant and stored in her space, still warm. The two shared a comforting meal, feeling considerably warmer. As night fell completely, Emily thought to light a lamp. Yang Chao stopped her. No, we are in the mountains. I fear animals may come. Emily instantly became alert. The dangers in the mountains were numerous. They had to find a way to return swiftly. That night, they slept in sleeping bags, covered with several layers of down blankets, with an alcohol lamp flickering nearby and warm packs pressed against their bodies. They even utilized a fully charged battery to connect to an electric blanket beneath them. Every conceivable measure for warmth was employed. Emily nestled closely against Yang Chao, managing to sleep fitfully through the night. She awoke several times to ventilate the tent. Just as dawn broke, Emily noticed Yang Chao's pallor and the blood at the corner of his mouth. Panic surged within her as she gently shook him. Yang Chao, what is wrong? Yang Chao, fatigued, managed a faint smile but did not speak. In truth, he had sustained internal injuries. In the dead of night, he had felt excruciating pain and could not suppress the urge to cough up blood. Lying motionless in his sleeping bag, he wished to spare Emily any worry. However, the agony of his injuries was undeniable. After a night had passed, his condition deteriorated further. Emily's eyes brimmed with tears as she gently propped up Yang Chao's head, cradling his face, uncertain of what to do. Suddenly, Yang Chao coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, staining Emily's hands and clothes. She wept. At that moment, the jade bracelet on her wrist began to radiate warmth. Emily pushed aside the fabric on her arm, gazing at the bracelet. The blood Yang Chao coughed up flowed toward her wrist, saturating the jade. As the blood seeped into the bracelet, it began to heat up. A soft glow enveloped Emily's surroundings. In a flash of inspiration, she thought, if only Yang Chao could enter the space. In an instant, Yang Chao vanished, entering the space and lying on the ground there. Emily was overjoyed. The jade bracelet had evolved. Yang Chao, having gained access to the spatial realm through a blood pact, now coexists with this ethereal dimension. At this juncture, Jasmine, unburdened, prepares to embark on her journey home. Ready to bring Yang Chao back, she promptly dismantles the tent, intent on setting forth alone, braving the arduous path that lies ahead. The road is fraught with peril, as she must traverse through snowdrifts reaching 2 to 3 meters deep for at least 10 kilometers. With determination, Jasmine devises her route back. She secures herself on skis and glides down for 7 kilometers, ultimately arriving at the mountain road's entrance. Though this path adds an additional 7 kilometers to her journey, totaling approximately 12 kilometers, it affords her the opportunity to drive. In her preparations, having noted Yang Chao's fondness for automobiles, she has accumulated a diverse collection of vehicles and an array of automotive accessories. Venturing into the spatial realm, Jasmine selects a high-clearance off-road vehicle, equips it with snow tires, and installs anti-slip chains. After modification, she has fashioned a rudimentary snow vehicle. Driving home is imperative. Traversing on foot would be futile, as the frigid conditions would render her immobile. Though the journey is long and the snow is deep, the path is relatively straightforward, hugging the mountainside. With the towering mountains on one side and a steep gorge on the other, Jasmine maneuvers her vehicle with utmost caution, her heart racing with anxiety at the thought of slipping and plummeting into the abyss. Snowflakes continue to fall as the wind howls around her. The 12-kilometer trek takes her a grueling 4 hours. Concerned about fuel levels, Jasmine refrains from turning the car's heating system up high, opting for only a slight warmth. Upon reaching the outer wall of Yang Chao's home, she is rendered nearly immobile by the cold and tension. Chapter 34. 2 patients share a bed hearing the commotion. Yang Chao's parents rush outside, believing that both their son and Jasmine have vanished in the blizzard, perhaps never to return. Yang's mother, her eyes swollen from tears, and his father, who has not slept a wink, have ventured outside several times, desperate to find Yang Chao and Jasmine, only to be met with the insurmountable blanket of snow that envelopes the landscape. Upon seeing Jasmine alone in the vehicle, Yang's mother is overcome with mixed emotions, relief intertwined with sorrow, as she cries out for her son. Jasmine's voice trembles in the cold. Auntie, Yang Chao is alive. I've placed him in the space. Recognizing Jasmine's distress, Yang's father swiftly lifts her from the vehicle and carries her inside, laying her on the bed. Yang's mother rubs Jasmine's frostbitten hands, trying to restore warmth. Regaining her composure, Jasmine focuses her thoughts and retrieves Yang Chao from the spatial realm. Placing him upon the large bed, the sight of their son, once feared lost, now before them, fills his parents with astonished joy as tears stream down their faces. Auntie, Yang Chao is injured, Jasmine explains. His right arm is fractured, his left ankle is sprained, and there may be internal injuries. Please, you must examine him at once. At present, Yang Chao's parents were bustling about, one attending to Yang Chao's examination while the other warmed water for Mo Li and rubbed her hands. On this day, Yang's mother conducted a thorough examination of Yang Chao. Lacking medical instruments, she relied solely on her experience to make a judgment. Fractures are manageable, although she is an internist. She has undergone training in general practice and knows how to handle fractures. After treating Yang Chao's injury, she suspected a possible rupture of the spleen. The mere thought of a ruptured spleen made Yang's father tremble with anxiety, questioning whether they needed to rush him to the hospital for surgery. Yang's mother replied that they could only hope the rupture was not severe and that they could alleviate his condition through blood transfusions and intravenous fluids. If the situation did not improve, they would have no choice but to find a way to transport him to the hospital for surgery. However, under the current circumstances, such a journey seemed almost impossible. Yang Chao began to vomit blood again, prompting Yang's mother to ask Mo Li to retrieve various medical supplies from their space. Selecting the appropriate tools to commence intravenous therapy and a blood transfusion. Yang Chao shared the same blood type as his father, who had already rolled up his sleeves and was prepared. With both intravenous fluids and blood transfusion administered, Yang Chao's condition finally stabilized, at the very least. It had not worsened, indicating that the spleen damage was not critical and could heal with time. Mo Li, however, had also suffered frostbite and had caught a cold, leading to a high fever that flushed her face a bright red. Despite her condition, she mustered her strength to retrieve all the medications she had gathered from the pharmacy. Bringing them from the space, Yang's mother sifted through the items to find a frostbite ointment, carefully applying it to Mo Li's injured skin. She also located cold and fever medications, which she administered to her. Then, supporting Mo Li, and with Yang's father carrying Yang Chao on his back, the four of them returned to the underground cave to take shelter. Inside the space capsule, the warmth enveloped them. That night, for convenience in caring for them, Yang's mother placed Mo Li and Yang Chao on a large bed, while she settled on the nearby sofa to keep watch, waking several times throughout the night to check on them. The following morning, Yang Chao woke first. Turning his head, he beheld Mo Li sleeping beside him. Her face as enchanting as a newly blossomed flower, her rosy lips resembling petals in full bloom. The fever had given her a flushed complexion, making her look even more alluring. Remembering how she had performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on him the previous day, Yang Chao felt his cheeks flush, his heart racing like a fawn. He gazed at her intently, reluctant to divert his eyes. Yang's mother, witnessing this tender moment, stifled a giggle behind her hand. It seemed her previously obtuse son had finally awakened to his feelings. In misfortune lies fortune, and in fortune lies misfortune. Mo Li's illness was severe this time, having been invaded by cold, and Yang Chao was beside himself with worry. Understanding her son's concern, Yang's mother casually remarked to Mo Li, "You are quite ill, and it is essential to take good care of yourself. Otherwise, if it develops into pneumonia, it will be difficult to treat. To facilitate caring for both you and Chao at night, why don't you two share a room? It will allow me to observe and attend to you both more easily. Otherwise, I would have to run back and forth, which would disturb everyone's sleep. Would that be acceptable?" Jasmine weakly nodded, unable to utter a single word. When one falls ill, the heart feels an overwhelming sense of loneliness and fragility. Her illness this time was primarily due to a fright and exposure to the cold. She was left bedridden, suffering both physically and emotionally, although she felt it inappropriate to share a living space. The presence of Yang Chao by her side and the constant care from Yang's mother throughout the night brought her considerable comfort. In contrast, Yang Chao, being robust, remained unaffected by the cold, aside from a broken arm and a sprained ankle that rendered him somewhat immobile. Having Jasmine beside him each day filled his heart with joy. However, after 3 days, as her condition improved slightly, Jasmine returned to her own room. Yet, Those 3 nights of shared slumber left Yang Chao utterly content. Yang's mother, a doctor, tended to their health, while Yang's father, a chef, ensured they had nourishing meals to aid their recovery. A week later, Jasmine's health had significantly improved, and Yang Chao was able to move about a little. Yang's mother finally felt a sense of relief. One day, the four gathered around the table for a meal. Yang's mother inquired in detail about how Jasmine had rescued Yang Chao, her eyes welling with tears. "Jasmine, you are our family's savior. You appear so delicate yet disregarded everything, risking your life against all odds to save my son. Without you, he surely would not have survived. If he were gone, neither his father nor I could bear to live," she said, choking on her words. Jasmine hurried to console her. "Auntie, please do not think that way. Your family has saved me as well. Let us not be so polite with one another." Yang's father, with a hearty laugh, added, "Indeed, we are family now. Why should we be so formal? From now on, we will share life and death together." "Family?" Jasmine and Yang Chao exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Yang Chao's heart soared at the thought, yet he maintained a serious demeanor and quickly changed the subject. "Dad, has the heavy snow outside stopped? How is the temperature?" "The snow has ceased for several days, but it remains frigid, around -40 degrees. Did the villagers suspect anything from the loud explosion that day?" "Everyone was trapped indoors by the biting cold, so no one ventured out to investigate. I suspect the entire village heard the blast, yet not a single soul came to check. It is best not to get involved in others' affairs," he sighed. "This way, we remain safe and distant from one another." Speaking of safety, Yang Chao felt that their stay in the cave was becoming increasingly precarious. What if the Chung family or the Gu family sought them out again? He frowned. Time had become too constricted since his rebirth. He had been preoccupied with finding Jasmine, persuading her, acquiring funds, and stockpiling supplies, neglecting to adequately prepare their sanctuary in this post-apocalyptic world. Presently, they had only this single refuge, which was indeed insufficiently secure. Should the Chung or Gu families return with explosives as before, it would be all too easy for them to collapse the building, possibly endangering the underground cavern as well. In such a case, they would find themselves with nowhere to escape. Father Yang spoke slowly. "Once the blizzard subsides, we shall relocate to the summit of Moon Mountain, where a vast cave awaits us. There, we will reconstruct our bastion for the apocalypse." Mother Yang interjected, "Are you referring to Wanglong Cave?" Chapter 35, The Varied Lives Under the Blizzard. Chung Feng and Gu Pingfei returned empty-handed. On their second expedition to Moon Mountain, aside from discarding a few packs of explosives, Jasmine remained elusive, and they gained nothing. Their efforts seemed futile, and they nearly encountered disaster on the return journey. The helicopter jolted violently amidst the storm, resembling a fragile boat amid turbulent waves. The warning lights flashed frantically, and the altimeter's numbers fluctuated wildly. "Steady. Hold it steady." Chung Feng grasped the armrests tightly, his knuckles turning pale. The pilot, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, gripped the controls with strained hands, exclaiming, "No. The icing is too severe." Suddenly, a strong crosswind struck, causing the aircraft to tilt sharply at a 45-degree angle. Gu Pingfei's head collided forcefully against the window, and the metal clasp of the seatbelt dug painfully into his shoulder. "Altitude is dropping," the pilot yelled. 300 meters, 250 meters. Outside, a wide expanse enveloped them, visibility nearly non-existent. The helicopter spiraled downward like a drunken man, narrowly grazing the antenna of a high-rise, sparks flying in its wake. Just as it seemed destined to crash into the television tower, the pilot thrust the controls, and the helicopter barely skimmed past the tower's pinnacle. Ultimately, it landed safely on the rooftop of the Chung family villa. Chung Feng and Gu Pingfei exhaled in relief. The journey had been perilous. Chung Feng gazed through the window to find their garden transformed into a frozen graveyard. Kicking open the cabin door, snow cascaded down. The storm raged fiercely, and the temperature plummeted, leaving the helicopter coated in ice and snow. The flight had been fraught with danger, had it not been for the pilot's extensive experience. They might have met with disaster. Father Chung approached with joy, but upon seeing Chung Feng's expression, he inquired, "Another failure?" Chung Feng sighed. "We searched for ages but found nothing. With the storm returning, we had no choice but to hurry back." Disappointment clouded Father Cheng's face. Chung Feng continued, "That wretched person was well prepared. They possessed weapons, and Pingfei nearly sustained injuries from a grenade. If we had insisted on seizing the jade bracelet, it would have resulted in mutual destruction." The thermometer in the basement indicated a chilling -15 degrees. Mother Chung was busy inventorying the last of their supplies: 12 packs of compressed biscuits, half a case of bottled water, and 3 boxes of antibiotics. Hearing footsteps, she looked up. "So, you returned empty-handed again? That rascal Yang Chao is remarkably fortunate," Ching Feng exclaimed, grabbing a cup of water, only to find it frozen solid. "The helicopter had frozen during the flight, and we nearly crashed." Father Ching scolded. "What a useless endeavor. It was all for naught. Without the jade bracelet, we cannot survive this winter. What good is it to be angry now?" Mother Chung retorted. "If you hadn't forced Jasmine to marry into the Gu family, she wouldn't have fallen out with us, and the jade bracelet would still be with the Chung family." Silence. Father Ching thundered in fury. In the dimly lit basement, 3 individuals confronted one another, each seething with anger, their breaths intertwining in a misty haze. Beneath the relentless blizzard, life for the Cheng family became increasingly unbearable. And the villagers of Yueyao were not faring any better. With the return of the snowstorm, temperatures plummeted once more, prompting the villagers to seek refuge in the caves. The snow nearly enveloped their homes, and none could ascertain how long it would be before life returned to normalcy. Day by day, the supplies within the cave dwindled. Coal became increasingly scarce, leading each household to collectively reduce their consumption. With the limited coal and firewood available, they could only hope to survive the cold. As for food, it was merely enough to stave off hunger, hardly sufficient to speak of a good meal. Yet, this situation was already considered relatively fortunate. Reports emerged that in the village at the foot of the mountain, a significant portion of the populace had perished from the cold. In contrast, fewer than 10 had succumbed in Yueyao village. Village chief Jia Jinhua believed himself to have discreetly betrayed Yang Chao. However, it wasn't long before the truth came to light, with the source being Tan Deshang. After the extreme cold set in, Jia Jinhua, accompanied by Tan Deshang and his family, sought out Yang Chao's mother to tend to her child, using the visit as a means to gather information. Tan Deshang, a man of keen intelligence and a veteran special forces soldier, possessed a heightened sense of vigilance. Upon witnessing Jia Jinhua probing for information at Yang Chao's home and harboring suspicion towards him, Tan Deshang sensed something amiss. According to the village chief, it appeared that Yang Chao had anticipated the impending severe weather, thereby thwarting the Gu family's plans to develop Moon Mountain. Furthermore, Yang Chao had alerted the villagers, cunningly persuading them to stockpile supplies, which they depleted before the harsh conditions arrived. Should this be true, Yang Chao would indeed be a benefactor to the entire village. From that moment on, Tan Deshang became increasingly attentive to the situation. As Jia Jinhua conspired with Gu Pengfei, reporting on Yang Chao's movements and secretly accepting a sum of 1 million from Gu Pengfei to betray Yang Chao, he remained blissfully unaware of the watchful eyes observing his every move, fully aware of his actions. When Jia Jinhua, with a guilty conscience, led Gu Pengfei and his accomplices to Yang Chao's home in search of a jade bracelet, Tan Deshang followed at a distance, clearly perceiving all that transpired. Upon returning home, Tan Deshang, incensed, confided in his wife, Miao Miao. Jia Jinhua is no good. During the development of Moon Mountain, he accepted bribes from the Gu family, persuading each household to agree to the project. At that time, we were all in the dark, believing that development would provide us with employment opportunities in the scenic area. And we were all quite pleased. Yang Chao opposed the development, stating that if a natural disaster were to strike, the caves in the mountain could shelter the villagers. Miao Miao, puzzled, inquired, why did Yang Chao oppose it? Was it solely to preserve the caves? Tan Deshang pondered deeply. I suspect Yang Chao knows something. Do you recall the voice message Jia Jinhua sent to the villagers, claiming that the Gu Group CO urged them to stockpile supplies and fill the caves, promising to repurchase them in a month? It turns out this was false. What could be the motive behind such actions? His intent was to ensure that the villagers amass supplies. It is precisely due to this batch of supplies that we have evaded the harsh cold. Miao Miao nodded in agreement, remarking, indeed, who would stockpile such a vast quantity of coal, firewood, and grain if it weren't for this situation? This coal has proven invaluable. We have incessantly stoked the furnace for 24 hours a day, just to maintain a barely livable temperature within the cave, lest we succumb to the frost. Tan Deshang expressed his suspicion that the one who prompted the villagers to hoard supplies was Yang Chao. Today, Jia Jinhua brought Gu Jia to seek out Yang Chao, and Gu Jia harbored ill intentions towards him. From a distance, I overheard them, and it seemed that Gu Jia was demanding something from Yang Chao, with palpable hostility on both sides. Sensing the escalating tension, Jia Jinhua discreetly slipped away. Miao Miao remarked, if this is true, we owe a great debt of gratitude to Yang Chao for saving the villagers. He is truly our village's benefactor. The more Tan Deshang analyzed the situation, the more convinced he became of his theory. I could not conceive of another suspect, and it was highly likely that Yang Chao had forewarned everyone. Although I remained perplexed as to why Yang Chao would issue such a warning or how he anticipated the impending calamity, he undeniably saved the entire village. Jia Jinhua, that opportunistic old fox, driven by greed, betrayed Yang Chao's family for profit. With him around, the villagers' interests would continue to be compromised. When the villagers learned of Yang Chao's heroism, they spoke of it repeatedly over tea and meals, their gratitude overflowing. As for Jia Jinhua, the ancestral lineage of his family had been thoroughly condemned by the villagers. Chapter 36. Contemplating the formation of a team for self-protection when Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng detonated explosives at Yang's residence, the villagers heard the resounding blast. Crouched within the cave, they listened anxiously to the distant echoes of the explosion, fear gripping their hearts. Yet, with such a thick layer of snow, who would dare venture outside? Tan Deshang climbed onto the roof and gazed towards Yang Chao's home, just in time to witness Yang Chao suspended from a helicopter, dropping explosives. Shortly thereafter, Yang Chao plummeted into the valley, his fate uncertain. Having saved the lives of our entire village, could we merely stand by as misfortune befell his family? In a corner, Tan Deshang's wife sighed. The snow is so deep, going out would be tantamount to seeking death. Tan Deshang, eager to assist, resolved to visit Yang Chao's home to see if he could lend a hand. Witnessing Yang Chao fall from such a great height, I feared he would not survive. The weight of despair settled heavily upon Yang's household. Clad in the thickest of garments, Tan Deshang decided to make the trek to Yang Chao's home, wielding a shovel as he trudged through the snow. The snow was so deep that it exceeded his height. He attempted to lie flat on the snow, but quickly found himself sinking. After scarcely covering 20 meters, he returned in defeat. Well, did you manage to get far? His wife inquired. Tan Deshang lamented. The snow is too thick, clearing a path is arduous. I shall wait until it melts. Yet, mere moments later, he resolutely declared, No. I must find a way to go. My instincts tell me that something is amiss with Yang's situation. I have to see for myself. Tan Deshang rummaged through the cave and found 2 wooden planks, each measuring 3 meters long, 30 centimeters wide, and 10 centimeters thick. He laid a board upon the soft snow, stepping onto it to traverse forward, subsequently placing another board on the ground, retrieving the one from behind. Thus, the 2 boards alternated as he advanced until he reached Yang Chao's residence. Standing in the courtyard, he called out several times, but received no reply. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Yang Chao had fallen from the plane, while Jasmine was skiing in search of him. Yang Chao's parents, trapped in an underground cavern, were consumed by anxiety. His mother wept, fearing for the safety of her son and Jasmine. They failed to notice Tan Deshang had entered the yard. When he called out with no response, he peered through the window, discovering the house was vacant. He then proceeded to the small cave atop the woodshed, only to find it equally deserted. However, the cave contained some supplies. With the keen observational skills of a seasoned soldier, he discerned that the cave was camouflaged. Despite the provisions, it had clearly not been inhabited. The implication of a disguise suggested that the Yang family must have another refuge, one they wished to keep hidden. With this realization, he felt a sense of relief. Upon gazing at the supplies, he felt a pang of desire. Jasmine had left an array of convenience foods here: instant noodles, self-heating rice, packaged bread, and small cakes, all neatly arranged within the cave. Tan Deshang was tempted. He longed to take some bread and cakes for his son, Tiao Tiao, who had just turned 2 and was in poor health. The harsh cold had caused the child to suffer from a severe cold, nearly developing into pneumonia. Although Yang Chao's mother had treated him with medicine, the child's condition had deteriorated. Residing in the cave, they could only manage some porridge and boiled potatoes from their limited supply. Their food reserves were scant, as they usually lived in the city and rarely stayed in the village. This time, their brief visit had coincided with the brutal cold snap. Fortunately, being in the village meant they had access to coal, making the cave somewhat warmer. Had they been in the city, they likely would have succumbed to the freezing temperatures. Yet, the family's provisions were limited, devoid of meat or eggs, leaving the child malnourished and increasingly frail. The small cakes contained eggs, which could provide essential nutrients, and he contemplated taking some. However, as a veteran, he could not bring himself to take without permission. After a brief internal struggle, he placed 200 yuan on the ground and used a twig to etch 2 lines of text, stating that he had taken a box of bread and cakes for his child. He then returned home. Though he had not encountered Yang Chao or his family, He held on to the belief that they were safe. All he could do was silently pray for Yang Chao's well-being, hoping he would return home unscathed. 10 days later, Yang Chao's father emerged to keep watch and discovered the money and note left by Tan Deshang in the small cave. Father Yang sighed, remarking on how commendable Tan Deshang's character was. As a retired soldier, he refrained from thievery even in the direst of times, which is truly remarkable. Yang Chao had limited interactions with Tan Deshang and was only aware of his military background and his employment in the city. Mother Yang added, "Indeed. Deshang is an exceptional individual. Having come from the Special Forces, he is undoubtedly reliable." "What? Tan Deshang is a Special Forces soldier?" Yang Chao exclaimed, astonished, as he had never heard of this before. Mother Yang nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Deshang is quite humble and never boasts about his military service in the village. His wife once mentioned it when I was treating their child." She continued, "Deshang works as an instructor at a security company in the city and seldom returns to the village. He might have coincidentally come back just as disaster struck." Molly and Yang Chao exchanged glances and remarked, "If this man possesses integrity, we could potentially ally with him for our benefit." Yang Chao contemplated the idea. "Indeed. We have an abundance of weapons, yet we are not adept at using them." Molly asserted, "Last time, when Gu Pingfei and Cheng Feng caused us trouble, having someone like Tan Deshang to protect us might have prevented a dire situation, sparing you from having to jump from a plane. Such occurrences should only happen once. They cannot be allowed to repeat. It is far too perilous." Mother Yang patted her chest. "Yes, just thinking about it fills me with dread. If it weren't for Molly's desperate efforts to save you, you foolish boy." Yang Chao interjected, "I will find a way to get in touch with Tan Deshang. It would be best to discuss matters face to face. Unfortunately, with no internet signal, communication is challenging. His phone is likely out of battery." He noted, "In the village, we might be the only ones with electricity." Molly suggested, "We should relocate to Wanglong Cave. We cannot remain just the four of us. If danger arises again, it would be difficult for us to manage. With someone like Tan Deshang to protect us, we would feel considerably safer. Furthermore, we ought to consider forming a team. As time progresses, disasters will become more frequent, leading to increased casualties and further societal chaos, revealing the darker aspects of human nature." Yang Chao proposed, "We can gradually assess and select a portion of the villagers, enticing them with resources to establish a team for our protection." Father Yang concurred, "Indeed, strength lies in numbers. United, we can better endure the trials of this apocalyptic world." Molly cautioned, "We must be discerning in our selection of villagers. Certain individuals, like that village chief, are absolutely unsuitable. We need trustworthy people." Chapter 37. Recruiting a Special Forces soldier. His abilities are limitless. 5 days later, Tan Deshang visited the Yang household once more, this time seeking to purchase some self-heating rice. Before the onset of the extreme cold, all the villagers had been persuaded by Yang Chao to stock up on supplies. Except for Tan Deshang, who had no intention of staying long in the village, as he returned to fetch his wife and child to the city. However, when he found himself trapped in the village by the severe cold, his household supplies were among the least in the village. They had no fresh vegetables, only potatoes, and their grain reserves were dwindling. After subsisting on potatoes for so long, the monotonous diet had led both him and his wife, Meow Meow, to develop numerous mouth ulcers. Potatoes had become intolerable. The last time he visited Yang Chao's small cave, he discovered self-heating rice, which contained vegetables that could provide a suitable supplement of vitamins. Should he fail to locate the Yang family again, he planned to proceed methodically, setting aside some funds to purchase additional self-heating rice to take back with him. Upon entering Yang Chao's yard, Yang Chao spotted him via the surveillance cameras. Tan Deshang was in the yard, looking around when Yang Chao emerged. Surprised, Tan Deshang exclaimed, "Yang Chao, you survived. Good heavens, you fell from the plane and yet remain unharmed? Oh, this is splendid. I've been so worried these past few days." Yang Chao, equally astonished, replied, "You actually witnessed me plummet from the aircraft? Come, it's cold outside. Let us converse indoors." Yang Chao did not lead Tan Deshang to the basement. Instead, he fabricated an excuse about his family residing there, claiming he would fetch his parents to join them in the living room. He also gathered some firewood to ignite the stove in the living area. Yang Chao refrained from mentioning Emily, as he wished to shield her existence from the villagers to mitigate any potential risks. Tan Deshang, undeterred, candidly shared his suspicions regarding Jia Jinhua, recounting his eyewitness account of Yang Chao's fall and the circumstances that led him to search for the Yang family. Though Tan Deshang harbored numerous inquiries, Such is why the Gu family would seek to cause him trouble to the extent of deploying aircraft and explosives. He, as a retired soldier, understood the boundaries of inquiry. Recognizing that the young family was unwilling to disclose information voluntarily, he refrained from pressing further. He possessed a keen sense of propriety. Grateful for Tan Desheng's concern, Yang Chao inquired about his family. With a sigh, Tan Desheng responded, Uncle Yang and Auntie should be aware that I spend little time in the village, as I usually work in the city. My return was intended to organize some belongings to take back to the city for an extended stay. But I encountered a severe cold snap and became stranded in the village. Fortunately, the cave still contains some coal, which has allowed us to survive. Had we been in the city, we would surely have perished from the cold. However, alas, our coal supply is dwindling, and we have only a handful of potatoes left. I came to your home hoping to purchase some supplies. I noticed you had some instant noodles and self-heating rice in your cave. Would you be willing to sell them to me? I am truly at my wit's end. Yang Chao did not respond affirmatively to the sale. Instead, he inquired, I have heard that you were a Special Forces soldier? Tan Desheng raised an eyebrow. You know about that? Indeed, there are no secrets that remain hidden. Yes, I retired from the Special Forces and now serve as an instructor at a security company in the city, specializing in training high-level security personnel in combat techniques and the use of firearms. Yang Chao's eyes widened in astonishment. So, you can operate all types of firearms and ammunition? Tan Desheng replied, Of course, I am proficient with any weaponry utilized by active duty forces. I am also adept at operating various modes of transportation. I can drive almost any vehicle or vessel, and I am even capable of piloting helicopters. Yang Chao was filled with both surprise and delight. He truly requires such talent. The Jasmine space is filled with numerous firearms and ammunition seized from the crime lord, yet he lacks the ability to wield them. It is imperative to recruit Tan Desheng to safeguard their family. Additionally, he must be taught hand-to-hand combat techniques, as they too must acquire skills to protect themselves in critical moments. Tentatively, Tan Desheng inquired, Brother Yang Chao, do you think you could sell me some of those self-heating rice meals? Yang Chao shook his head. Disappointment washed over Tan Desheng as he prepared to take his leave. Yang Chao restrained him, saying, I wish to invite your family to reside with us in that small cave. I will provide all the necessary supplies, and you will be responsible for ensuring our family's safety. Are you willing? Tan Desheng was elated. Yang Chao added, Please do not fault me for not inviting you into my home. It is somewhat inconvenient. Furthermore, once the small cave is arranged, it will be warmer than a house. Most importantly, from that cave, you will have a clear view of my yard and house, making it easier to observe and protect us. Tan Desheng readily agreed. Having always sensed Yang Chao's exceptional nature, this arrangement was acceptable to him, especially since his own supplies were soon to dwindle due to the heavy snowfall obstructing transportation. There was nowhere to procure resources except by pillaging from the villagers. Although he possessed the capability to do so, he was reluctant to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. Now, relying on his skills to exchange for food and coal, while safeguarding his family, seemed a most agreeable proposition. Moreover, he knew Yang Chao's parents were good people, well known in the village. Tan Desheng promptly consented, intending to return home to fetch his wife and child. You need not bring anything. Simply bring Miao Miao and the children. I will prepare everything else, Yang Chao instructed him. However, Tan Desheng did not anticipate the abundance of supplies Yang Chao would provide, far exceeding his expectations. He only hoped to ensure his family was well-fed and warm. Yet Yang Chao had already stocked the small cave with an astonishing array of provisions: piles of honeycomb coal, firewood, a stove, several boxes of instant noodles, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, bags of rice and millet, 2 large baskets filled with various vegetables, half a slab of frozen pork, an assortment of spices, a box of apples, a box of pears, several cases of mineral water, and 2 enormous water barrels brimming with fresh water. The cave itself lacked a bed, but contained a thermal tent equipped with an inflatable moisture-proof mat, 3 down sleeping bags, 2 comforters, and several sets of cold weather clothing for both adults and children, including sweaters, thermal wear, down pants, and autumn garments, along with a collection of children's toys and several books. He immediately recognized that the tent was designed for insulation, providing exceptional warmth. Sleeping in the tent would certainly be far more comfortable than resting directly on the cave floor. There was also a table with several chairs, upon which lay pots, bowls, cups, thermoses, and various kitchen utensils, facilitating their ability to cook for themselves. On the box of instant noodles, several cans of baby formula, and 2 large bags of snacks suitable for children were placed, creating a scene of sheer perfection. My wife, Meow Meow, and our son, Tio Tio, were overjoyed upon seeing these supplies, bouncing with delight. These provisions were beyond their reach until now, yet Yang Chao generously bestowed them upon us. Chapter 38. Learning the art of capture and combat. How do you find it? Are you satisfied? Yang Chao inquired with a smile from behind. Absolutely, I am immensely satisfied. Tan Desheng replied, wiping the corner of his eye. A man of pride, he rarely shed tears. But the sight of these supplies, enough to ensure his family's survival and comfort, moved him deeply. Yang Chao proposed, I request that you ensure the safety of my family. But I cannot offer you a salary. Rather, I will compensate you with these supplies. Would that be acceptable? Tan Desheng waved his hand dismissively. These supplies are invaluable, far surpassing any monetary worth. Rest assured, my brother, I will take full responsibility for the safety of you and your family. No one shall lay a finger on you. Upon returning, Yang Chao recounted the conversation with Tan Desheng to Jasmine, concluding, after our discussion, I believe Tan Desheng is an exceptionally reliable person. My parents also recognize his trustworthiness. Most importantly, he possesses a wealth of skills, firearms, combat techniques, transportation. He is well equipped to safeguard us. Jasmine suggested, let us learn some capture and combat techniques from him. Since we have some free time, we might as well exercise our bodies and acquire new skills for self-protection. Yang Chao agreed. Indeed, we must practice. It is better to be self-reliant. Learning more could prove vital in a critical moment. However, Yang's mother quickly intervened. No, Chao, your health has not yet fully restored. You must take care of yourself and avoid any strenuous activities. Remember, a muscle or bone injury requires 100 days to heal. Your arm must not be exerted for 3 months. Furthermore, your spleen has yet to recover. Reluctantly, Yang Chao conceded. All right, I will heed your advice and focus on recuperation. Fearing Yang Chao would grow bored, Jasmine offered a suggestion. You could have Tan Desheng teach you about firearms and various melee weapons, first explaining their use, then demonstrating. Once your arm is healed, you can practice. Yang Chao's eyes lit up. Yes, indeed. I shall first learn by observation. Jasmine chuckled. I, however, intend to start practicing immediately. Being cooped up underground has been exceedingly dull. Thus, Yang's father cleared the second-floor living room, a space of over 30 square meters, dedicated to their training. He even set up a large stove to warm the room. When Tan Desheng ascended the stairs and beheld the array of weapons laid out in the living room, he was momentarily stunned. Compound bows, crossbows, arrows, machetes, broad knives, tang swords, tomahawks, military shovels, crowbars, daggers, military knives, shotguns, hunting rifles, ammunition, smoke grenades, traps, high-voltage electric batons, Glock 17 pistols, American M4 carbines, heavy machine guns, Russian RPG-7 rockets, military-grade plastic explosives, assorted ammunition, and various models of grenades filled the room. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Tan Desheng confirmed that the living room was indeed brimming with weaponry and not a figment of his imagination. He took a deep breath, admonishing himself not to inquire, not to ask. He made a concerted effort to suppress the urge to question Yang Chao, unless the master chose to disclose information willingly. He quickly repositioned himself, acknowledging that his relationship with Yang Chao was that of an employee, and it was imperative not to overstep bounds. If Yang Chao wished for him to be informed, he would certainly share it. Given Yang Chao's possession of an array of weapons, it was reasonable to assume that other supplies were plentiful as well. His sole commitment was to vow allegiance and provide protection. Yet, he could not help but remark, with these weapons, one could stride confidently through the apocalypse. Yang Chao smiled faintly, gesturing for him to meet someone. Molly approached, adorned in a pristine white athletic ensemble, gliding forward like a delicate and elegant jasmine flower. Tan Desheng, upon seeing Molly, was awestruck by her ethereal beauty and freshness. Maintaining an outward composure, he immediately bowed respectfully. Yang Chao introduced her simply. This is Chung Molly. No further explanation was offered regarding her identity or their relationship. Tan Desheng understood implicitly, refraining from further inquiries, and courteously greeted her. Miss Chung, greetings. Molly nodded in acknowledgement. There is no need for formalities, just call me Molly. I would appreciate it if you could teach us how to use these weapons, as well as some grappling and combat techniques. Tan Desheng composed himself, inviting Molly and Yang Chao to sit. He then proposed, I shall begin by instructing you on cold weapons. Each morning, I will teach a few methods of utilizing cold weapons. Miss Ching, if you're interested, you may practice a little. In the afternoons, we will focus on grappling and combat. Does this arrangement suit you? Yang Chao glanced at Molly, who nodded in agreement. Thus, Tan Deshang commenced with the bow, crossbow, and arrows, explaining the usage, principles, methods, techniques, and lethality of each weapon, accompanied by demonstrations. Molly learned how to draw the bow, which made Yang Chao restless. However, his arm was still immobilized in a splint, rendering him unable to practice. Noticing his impatience, Tan Deshang retrieved a handgun, drew a target on the wall, and instructed him to hold the gun with his left hand to practice aiming. And so, mornings were dedicated to weaponry, while afternoons were reserved for combat practice. Molly tied her hair into a ponytail, the wisps at her forehead dampened by sweat. Standing in the center of the living room, she positioned her fists before her chest, knees slightly bent. This was the basic combat stance taught by Tan Deshang. Lower your wrists a bit more, he advised while gently adjusting her elbow from behind. When you punch, use the power from your waist and abdomen, not just your arms. Molly nodded and suddenly thrust a punch forward. The air sliced with a sharp whoosh, yet her body staggered from the force of her effort. Don't rush, Tan Deshang chuckled. Combat isn't about brute strength. It's about precision here, he pointed to his temple. For the next half hour, Molly diligently practiced the fundamental straight punches, hooks, and elbow strikes. With each punch, Tan Deshang patiently corrected her form. Yang Chao reclined on the nearby sofa, his left hand gripping a pistol, ostensibly practicing his aim. Yet his gaze occasionally flickered toward Jasmine. Now, let's try this. Tan Deshang suddenly approached Jasmine from behind, his right hand poised as if to strangle her. Jasmine stiffened, but quickly recalled the maneuvers she had just learned. She swiftly lowered her head and drove her elbow backward with great force. Bang! Tan Deshang had anticipated her move, blocking her elbow with his palm, yet he still retreated a half step. Well done. He nodded in approval, once more, but this time faster. Jasmine, panting and flushed, cast a glance at Yang Chao, who was watching her intently with a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Focus. Tan Deshang suddenly lunged forward, his left hand clawing toward Jasmine's shoulder. An adversary would not wait for your distraction. Jasmine hastily dodged, but still felt the brush of his hand against her clothing. Undeterred, she bit her lip and unexpectedly swept her right leg toward Tan Deshang's lower body. This was a technique she had just learned that morning. Although her movements lacked fluidity, they displayed nascent power. Chapter 39. The village chief burned down the Yang family's building. Tan Deshang nimbly leaped aside, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. You learn quickly, Miss Ching. Just call me Jasmine, she replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. Suddenly, she feigned a move that deceived Tan Deshang, this time genuinely pressing her elbow against his throat. Like this, right? Tan Deshang raised both hands in surrender, while Yang Chao whistled from the sofa. I will teach you joint locks tomorrow, Tan Deshang said, rubbing his neck. He glanced at the wall clock. It was time for dinner. Yang Chao set down the pistol and clapped awkwardly with his left hand. Jasmine smiled slightly, satisfied with the day's practice. From downstairs, Yang's mother called out for dinner. Tan Deshang, understanding the cue, descended first. Yang Chao and Jasmine followed to the dining area. Meanwhile, Tan Deshang returned to the cave where he resided. Before he even entered, he was greeted by the tantalizing aroma of meat. It turned out that his wife, Miao Miao, had prepared braised pork. Goodness, it smelled divine. They hadn't eaten meat in 2 months. As he devoured the meat ravenously, he turned to Miao Miao with gravity. Miao Miao, all these supplies, and our current way of life, are provided by the Yang family. I suspect they harbor secrets, but we must not pry. On the contrary, we must safeguard the Yang family. Our survival depends on it. No matter who inquires, you must not utter a word. Do you understand? Miao Miao nodded. I understand. Without the Yang family, we would be doomed. Protecting them is tantamount to protecting ourselves. Tan Deshang continued, these past few days, I've been teaching them boxing upstairs. During the day, you must remain vigilant. If anyone comes, you must sound the alarm promptly. In this weather, visitors often bring danger. Yet, Tan Deshang did not foresee how swiftly that danger would arrive. On the night 3 days hence, amidst the stillness of the deep night, 2 shadowy figures stealthily approached Yang Chao's courtyard, aided by the colorful plastic tarp underfoot. Suddenly, Tan Deshang's ears perked up. He abruptly sat up in bed and pressed his hand over his sleeping wife's mouth. He heard the sound of footsteps crunching on the snow. Leaning close to Miao Miao's ear, he whispered urgently. Instantly alert, she clutched the blanket tightly. Tan Deshang had already silently reached the hole in the wall. peering through the gap to see two figures creeping towards the small building of the Yang family. One of them was unmistakably shouldering a hunting rifle. It was Jia Jinhua. By the light of the moon, Tan Desheng recognized him, noting the distinctive gait of the village head. Even more alarming was the sight of the other figure holding a canister of gasoline. "You go sound the alarm," Tan Desheng urged, hastily donning his winter gear and clenching a dagger between his teeth. "I will confront them." Miao Miao, anxious, cautioned him, "Be careful." Tan Desheng pushed open the wooden door and turned back. The ventilation shaft of the Yang family's basement faces the backyard. Pouring gasoline in and igniting it could be deadly. Jia Jinhua's son, Jia Xiaohu, was nervously pouring gasoline at the base of the Yang family wall. The frigid temperature of -40 degrees caused the gasoline to crystallize upon contact with the ground. "Dad, are we really going to burn it down?" Jia Xiaohu's hands trembled. "Dr. Yang saved my wife last year." "Shut up." Jia Jinhua pressed the rifle against his son's back. The boss said, "Burn them alive, and we get 5 million. That's enough for us to live on for a lifetime." Just as Jia Jinhua was about to ignite the gasoline, a creaking sound broke the tension. Footsteps echoing from behind. As he turned, a shadow lunged at him like a wraith. Tan Desheng's dagger struck precisely at his wrist, causing the rifle to fire wildly. The bullet piercing the gasoline canister in Jia Xiaohu's hands. "Tan Desheng!" Jia Jinhua shrieked in retreat. The only reply was another brutal elbow strike. Tan Desheng, a former Special Forces soldier, unleashed a flurry of fierce blows. The sound of Jia Jinhua's nasal bone breaking was piercing, blood spraying onto the snow with alarming vividness. The gunfire triggered the alarm system in the underground cavern, awakening Yang Chao. He sprang up, grabbing his Glock 17 from the bedside. "It's Jia Jinhua." Yang Chao focused on the monitor. "Look, Brother Tan is fighting them." Tan Desheng found himself ensnared by Jia Jinhua's grip on his legs. Jia Xiaohu ignited a lighter and tossed it onto the gasoline. Flames erupted, soaring 3 meters high, the heat melting the surrounding snow. Tan Desheng, feeling the weight of his predicament, exerted force with his legs and kicked Jia Jinhua away. Jia Xiaohu, brandishing the torch, aimed to throw it into the main house. Bang! The shot from Tan Desheng's handgun struck Jia Xiaohu squarely in the right shoulder. Jia Xiaohu collapsed, howling in agony, the torch falling into the snow with a hissing sound. "Desheng!" came Miao Miao's startled cry from behind. Jia Jinhua, having somehow broken free, was now aiming his hunting rifle at Miao Miao, who had quietly emerged from the cave. Unable to quell her concern for her husband, and was spotted by Jia Jinhua. At a critical moment, Tan Desheng delivered a powerful kick towards Jia Jinhua, causing the latter's shotgun to tumble to the ground and roll into a ring of burning gasoline. Jia Jinhua's cotton coat ignited upon contact with the flames, transforming him into a human torch. "Father," dropped to the ground. Jia Xiaohu, witnessing the flames engulfing his father, was struck with terror and urgently urged him to lie down to extinguish the fire. With a piercing scream, Jia Jinhua hastily fell to the ground, rolling repeatedly until he plunged into a snowbank. The icy, soft snow proved to be his salvation, snuffing out the flames. Trembling, he rose, intent on launching himself at Tan Desheng with ferocity. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt shot from the shadows, piercing Jia Jinhua's shoulder. Tan Desheng turned to see Miao Miao standing on the hillside, wielding a compound bow gifted by Yang Chao. This was the weapon Tan Desheng had retrieved from Yang Chao's armory. Years prior, when he possessed a similar compound bow, he had taught Miao Miao how to use it, hoping she could defend herself in his absence. Miao Miao had practiced diligently with the bow, honing her aim to perfection. It was unexpected that her skills would be called upon today. Tan Desheng then delivered a swift kick to Jia Jinhua's head, causing him to lean back and collapse, unconscious. The Jia father and son lay on the ground, one in a stupor akin to a lifeless pig, while the other, wounded by the bolt, cried out in agony. Tan Desheng and Miao Miao hurriedly extinguished the fire, which was quickly quelled, having only charred the back wall of the small building, leaving its structural integrity intact. Tan Desheng rummaged through Jia Jinhua's pockets and retrieved a mobile phone, unlocking it with the latter's fingerprint. Within the WeChat app, he discovered a recent conversation. "Burn down the Yang family's building, and I'll give you 1 million. If you kill them all, just one person, I will give you another 1 million. If you find the jade bracelet in Chung Moli's possession, I will reward you with 10 million. The conversation was attributed to Gu Pengfei. Yang Chao emerged and, upon witnessing the scene, glanced at the messages on the phone with a cold smirk, saying, "Gu Pengfei truly will not rest until he achieves his goals, but alas, he shall be disappointed. Not only am I alive, but I also intend to survive until the end. Tan Dasheng wiped his face and remarked, "This place is no longer safe. Since the Gu family can bribe one person, they can easily bribe 10. It is a threat we cannot ignore." Chapter 40. A visit to Wanglong Cave. Preparing to relocate, Yang Chao nodded. "I have a plan. Brother Tan, please take care of these two and rest for the night. You have worked hard." Tan Dasheng dragged the Jia father and son out of the yard, one in each hand, and tossed them down the slope of the back wall, leaving them to their fates. Yang Chao returned to the cave, where his parents and Moli were awake, gathered around the table in the living room, awaiting his news. It has been resolved. It was Jia Jinhua and his son who intended to burn down this building, Yang Chao informed them, revealing the contents of Jia Jinhua's WeChat messages. Moli seethed with anger, grinding her teeth at Gu Pengfei's unyielding nature. "We must hasten our departure from here and head to Wanglong Cave," Yang Chao insisted. Yang's father expressed concern. "Wanglong Cave is deep in the mountains, 8 kilometers away, and with the snow this thick, how will we traverse it?" Yang Chao sighed, expressing regret over not purchasing several snowplows earlier. Jasmine tentatively inquired if, on the day she rescued Yang Chao, she could have driven a modified off-road vehicle equipped with snow tires and anti-skid chains to reach their destination. She then recalled that she possessed a small excavator in her space, suggesting that each of them could operate one vehicle, one to clear the snow from the road, pushing it down the mountainside, while the other drove the off-road vehicle. Upon arriving at Wanglong Cave, they could leave the excavator there for her to retrieve on her next visit. Yang Chao agreed, acknowledging that while the snow removal process would be slow, once the road was cleared, future journeys would be easier. He and Brother Tan decided to scout the cave to assess its habitability and determine necessary renovations. Yang's mother expressed concern about the frigid temperatures and persistent snow, deeming the drive perilous. Jasmine asked when they would set out, to which Yang Chao furrowed his brow and thought before glancing at the calendar they would depart in 5 days, when the weather was expected to warm slightly, with temperatures dropping to around -20 degrees Celsius. He noted that as the weather improved, the Gu family and Chung family would likely pose further challenges, necessitating their swift renovation of Wanglong Cave. 5 days later, the temperature indeed rose to -18 degrees. Just as dawn broke, Yang Chao and Tan Dasheng, fully equipped, set off. Jasmine had filled the trunk and back seat with provisions and various tools they might require. She handed Yang Chao a long-range walkie-talkie to maintain constant communication. They were to return immediately after inspecting the cave, without lingering. Yang Chao, aware of Jasmine's worries, reassured her repeatedly. With superior driving skills, Tan Dasheng volunteered to operate the excavator, clearing the path ahead, and Yang Chao did not object. In such circumstances, Tan Dasheng's capabilities as a special forces soldier naturally surpassed Yang Chao's. The two vehicles struggled through the snow, the sound of the anti-skid chains crushing the icy crust reminiscent of beasts gnawing on bones. Jasmine stood on the rooftop, binoculars in hand, watching them disappear into the snowy haze, the crackling sound of the walkie-talkie intermittently breaking the silence. 6 hours later, they spotted the boundary marker. Yang Chao's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, announcing that they were just 2 kilometers north. Suddenly, a jarring static erupted from the device. "Yang Chao?" Jasmine grasped the walkie-talkie tightly, her heart racing with anxiety. After a tense 3 minutes, Tan Dasheng's excited voice burst forth. "We found it." The cave entrance was half buried in snow, yet the characters spelling Wanglong Cave were still discernible on the rock face. Yang Chao shone his flashlight at the entrance, revealing remnants of battle preparation slogans painted in red from the 1960s, still faintly visible. Even more astonishing was the natural archway of the cave entrance, soaring 5 meters high, flanked by man-made shooting holes. The two men abandoned their vehicles and proceeded on foot, navigating a narrow mountain path that allowed passage for only 2 individuals. After climbing several hundred meters, they finally reached the cave entrance, which opened onto a flat platform approximately several dozen square meters in size, surrounded by stone walls rising to half a person's height. The walls were adorned with climbing plants, such as the ivy, merging seamlessly with the surrounding mountains, now entirely blanketed in a layer of pristine white snow. The entrance was marked by a rusted iron gate, long in need of reconstruction. "Is this a military installation?" inquired Tan Dasheng, as he touched the cement-reinforced walls. Yang Chao brushed away the snow, revealing a door riddled with rust. "My father mentioned that it was repurposed during preparations for a nuclear war." With a determined tug, he freed the jammed latch, and a creaking sound echoed as a gust of frigid air mingled with the dust, rushing forth. Yang Chao directed a powerful flashlight into the abyss. Upon entering, they found themselves in a passage measuring 5 meters in height, 8 meters in width, and extending 15 meters deep. As they reached the end of the corridor, they were met with an expansive chamber, the main cave of Wanglong Cave. The sight within rendered them breathless. The cavern extended over 100 meters in depth, its ceiling soaring to impressive heights, with stalactites hanging like the fangs of a colossal dragon. The floor was remarkably level, evidently refurbished in places, with sections even laid with blue bricks, as smooth as a mirror. Most astonishing was a diesel generator, cloaked in a dust cover, nestled deep within the cavern. Yang Chao meticulously surveyed this natural fortress. The main chamber was approximately the size of 2 basketball courts, with a height of several meters, topped by a circular opening leading directly to the mountain summit, about 3 meters in diameter. Sunlight streamed in, illuminating the cave with a natural glow, dispelling any sense of foreboding. This round aperture resembled a well, plunging dozens of meters deep, with the chamber at its base. Within the main cave, a vast passage exceeded 100 meters in depth, 5 meters high, 8 meters wide, and extending over 100 meters inward. The side walls of the main chamber branched into 3 sub-caves. The East Cave, featuring a natural underground spring with water deemed safe for direct consumption. The West Cave, where rock fissures formed a natural ventilation system, ensuring good airflow. And the North Cave, housing an astonishing discovery, 3 vintage machine tools partially buried underground, with a militia weapons maintenance manual hanging on the wall. "Look here," Tan Deshang suddenly exclaimed, having discovered a hidden door behind the generator. Pushing it open revealed an iron ladder descending into a concealed underground level. Though compact, it was dry and warm, with a combat map displayed on the wall indicating that this had once served as a command center. Yang Chao excitedly contacted Jasmine via satellite phone. "Wanglong Cave surpasses our expectations. The generator can be fueled and put to use. There's potable spring water," and he paused. "It can withstand a nuclear blast." Yang Chao captured numerous photos and videos of both the interior and exterior of the cave, eager to share them with Jasmine and his parents. Tan Deshang was equally exhilarated. "Brother, this place is perfect for habitation, spacious and comfortable. If we could install a sturdy door, it would maintain an ideal temperature." Yang Chao shared his enthusiasm, recognizing the cave as an ideal retreat for them. However, Tan Deshang mused, "Moving here will be a monumental task. We'll need provisions and supplies galore, and only an off-road vehicle can navigate this terrain. We'll have to make multiple trips to transport everything." He continued to ponder the considerable undertaking of renovating the cave, lamenting the absence of a proper entrance. Yang Chao smiled silently. He decided to move his entire family over, naturally bringing along the Tan family. Tan Deshang's remarkable skills and discretion made him an invaluable ally, capable of safeguarding their family. However, this meant that the matter of Jasmine's space would likely come to light. Nevertheless, after careful consideration and observation, it was clear that Tan Deshang and Miao Miao were trustworthy individuals. Tan Deshang would prove to be a great asset for their family as they navigated the challenges of the apocalypse. Chapter 41. Renovating the Wanglong Cave that evening. Yang Chao returned home and shared the photos and videos he had taken of Wanglong Cave with Jasmine and his parents. Everyone was exceedingly pleased with their prospective residence. Jasmine remarked, "We could place a space capsule inside the cave and live there directly." Yang's father stated, "The priority is to properly install the main entrance door and to clean the interior of the cave. We can gradually make other modifications. Additionally, the round opening above should be fitted with glass to allow light in while providing insulation." Yang Chao nodded in agreement. "That's exactly what I was thinking." Yang's mother inquired, "When shall we move in?" Jasmine replied, "It's better to do so sooner than later. I'm quite worried that the Gu and Cheng families might come looking for us again. The last time they bombed the building was terrifying, and I do not wish to endure a second occurrence." Yang's father decisively declared, "Then we shall move the day after tomorrow." Yang Chao noted, "The snow on the roads has been cleared, making driving much easier. Jasmine and I will head over first to settle in and arrange a few essentials. When Deshang returns, he can bring my parents and his wife and children." Jasmine added, "I will gather the supplies from the cave and the upper floors tomorrow, placing everything into the space. You can travel light when you leave the day after tomorrow." Yang Chao responded, "Tomorrow, I will also take everything that can be moved from Deshang's cave." Early the next morning, Yang Chao summoned the Tan family to the building to discuss his plans and arranged for them to stay in the building. Jasmine collected all the supplies from the underground cave into her space, leaving only the space capsule in case they needed to return in the future. Jasmine's space also housed a dozen or so space capsules, with several larger ones that she intended to use for living in Wanglong Cave. She proceeded to store all of Tan Deshang's belongings from his cave into her space. With everything organized, Yang Chao and Jasmine made their way to Wanglong Cave first. The following morning, Tan Deshang drove with Yang Chao's parents and his own wife and children toward Wanglong Cave. Along the way, Tan Deshang murmured to Yang's father, "Uncle Yang, Yang Chao, and Miss Chung went to Wanglong Cave without bringing anything. We are also leaving today with nothing but a locked door. How are we supposed to live there? At the very least, we should take the supplies from my cave. We cannot leave them behind for others." Yang's father smiled but said nothing. Jasmine had already taken all the supplies from Tan Deshang's cave, and the wooden door had been locked, leaving Tan Deshang completely unaware. It seemed that the secret of Jasmine's space could no longer be concealed. However, even if it were to reach Tan Deshang's ears, it would have to be through his son and Mo Li, as the elderly couple would remain silent. Upon Tan Deshang's arrival at Wanglong Cave, he was utterly astonished. The entrance was laden with an array of construction materials: cement, sand, steel bars, and a 1-ton, bank-grade, all-copper double-leaf explosion-proof door, alongside various construction tools. Everything was prepared, seemingly awaiting the installation of the grand entrance. The main cave had been thoroughly cleaned, revealing 3 immense space capsules that exuded an air of luxury. These capsules were 2 stories high, each comprising a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom, interconnected by a communal activity area. The shared space featured a living and dining area spanning over 50 square meters, along with a multimedia room and a gym. The capsules were fully furnished with every conceivable appliance, rendering them even more comfortable than the opulent villas in the city. Tan Deshang and Miao Miao stood there, mouths agape in astonishment. My goodness, how on earth did all this come to be? Tan Deshang glanced at Yang Chao and then at Mo Li, rendered speechless by their extraordinary transformation. Finally, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "I bet it's Mo Li. She must possess some extraordinary abilities to conjure all this." There could be no other explanation. Mo Li, with a beaming smile, replied, "Brother Tan, you are incredibly astute. Your guess is spot on." Miao Miao, a gentle and virtuous woman, rarely spoke, yet she couldn't help but add, "Mo Li must be a celestial fairy, capable of manifesting whatever she wishes. We are truly fortunate to reside alongside her." Mo Li chuckled and said, "Sister-in-law, choose whichever cave you prefer, and I shall arrange it for you. I can work wonders." Tan Deshang and Miao Miao exchanged glances. Tan Deshang shook his head and said, "We shan't reside in a cave. Our family will live in the passage leading into the cave. You plan to install a grand copper door. I suggest we also place an inner door near the main cave. Our family will stay in the passage, effectively transforming it into a security room. I shall ensure your safety. With 2 great doors, that is double insurance, and with me, I will certainly safeguard your family. If Mo Li could conjure a mobile board house in the passage, I would be most content." Yang Chao urged, "Brother Deshang, this cave is vast. You should move in and not confine yourselves to the passage." However, no matter how much he advocated, Tan Deshang remained resolute. Yang Chao and Mo Li both held deep respect for Tan Deshang. He truly was a man who understood boundaries and expressed gratitude. Mo Li gently offered, "In that case, I will place a space capsule in the passage for your comfort." Consequently, Mo Li selected a space capsule suitable for a family of 3, approximately 60 square meters, with 2 levels, comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The downstairs bedroom was transformed into a children's room, filled with various toys, picture books, and a small slide. Tan Deshang and Miao Miao were exceedingly pleased. Tan Deshang immediately rolled up his sleeves, instructing Miao Miao to prepare a meal for everyone while he set about mixing cement and installing the grand door, recalling his previous experience in the military. Yang Chao accompanied his father to assist Tan Deshang, first organizing the materials. The following day, the 3 men commenced the construction of the grand entrance. Due to his arm discomfort, Yang Chao primarily operated the machinery. The door frame needed to be installed first. Tan Deshang meticulously measured the opening with a level, ensuring that the concrete was mixed with antifreeze agent, as it would not set in temperatures below -10 degrees. Yang Chao brought over the prefabricated steel framework, embedding it into the stone crevices alongside his father. Meanwhile, Tan Deshang skillfully mixed the cement, adding a special rapid setting agent. The trio worked in seamless harmony as the heavy bronze door was lifted by machinery and precisely fitted into place. The welding points required reinforcement. The weight of the door necessitated sufficient load-bearing capacity. Donning a welding mask, Tan Deshang began the welding process. Sparks flying as the door frame was firmly anchored to the rock wall with rebar. Yang Chao applied low-temperature lubricant to the door hinge, ensuring that the grand door would open smoothly. Finally, Jasmine retrieved an electronic lock from the space, a highly secure device featuring dual verification through iris recognition and fingerprint scanning. As Tan Deshang adjusted the surveillance camera, he chuckled. Now not even a mouse can sneak in. As the sun set, the one-ton bronze door thunderously closed. Yang Chao clapped his hands, declaring, "All done, now we are safe." Jasmine remarked, "There is much work ahead. We must transform this place into a robust, secure, comfortable, and convenient stronghold for the apocalypse." Yang Chao smiled. "Starting tomorrow, we shall commence." Chapter 42. Continuing the renovation of Wanglong Cave, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the circular skylight of the cave as Jasmine stretched and emerged from the space pod. Yang Chao was already using a laser rangefinder to plan the interior layout, while Tan Deshang and Miao Miao cleared rubble from the eastern chamber. "Awake and refreshed? Did you sleep well last night?" Yang Chao inquired gently, admiring Jasmine's fresh and ethereal visage. "Yes, I had a deep and restful sleep until dawn," she replied. Tan Deshang and Miao Miao exchanged knowing glances, unable to suppress their smiles at Yang Chao's gaze upon Jasmine. "Brother Deshang, I would like to create a hydroponic vegetable area here." Jasmine pointed to the flat area on the western side of the main chamber, suggesting the use of growth lights. As they had the necessary equipment in the space, Miao Miao exclaimed in delight. "Does that mean we will have fresh vegetables to eat?" Jasmine smiled warmly. "Of course. While I have stored a significant amount of vegetables in the space, cultivating some hydroponically provides a different experience and flavor. Moreover, with the uncertainty of how long this apocalypse may last, it's prudent to consider the long term." Yang Chao nodded, rummaging through the toolbox for a power drill. "Let us set up the support structure first. Brother Deshang, could you assist with the electrical connections?" Tan Deshang nodded affirmatively. "The old wiring in this cave is still functional. I checked it yesterday." He pointed to the weathered metallic conduits on the rock wall. This military-grade cable was installed in 1958, featuring copper cores of superior quality compared to modern alternatives. By noon, the three-tier hydroponic rack had been erected. Jasmine retrieved the nutrient solution and seeds from the space and clapped her hands, saying, "I don't know how to plant this." Yang's mother smiled subtly. "You are a city child. When have you ever grown vegetables? Leave this to me and your Uncle Yang." Yang's father and mother carefully buried the lettuce seedlings in the clay pellets. Miao Miao watched intently, asking, "Auntie, will this really grow into vegetables? I've only eaten those grown in the soil, never hydroponic ones." Jasmine turned on the light, and a soft purple glow enveloped the seedlings. "Not only will they grow, but in half a month, we will be able to enjoy fresh salad." Hearing this, Miao Miao beamed with joy. In the afternoon, the focus shifted to safety installations. Yang's father and Tan Deshang measured the dimensions of the opening, preparing to install the second inner door. This door was to be designed with layers. Tan Deshang explained while tapping on the blueprints, the outer layer will be steel, with 2 centimeters of Kevlar fiber sandwiched in the middle, and the innermost layer will be fireproof wooden boards. This will ensure sound insulation. "Brother Deshang, how do you know so much?" Yang Chao marveled at Tan Deshang's expertise. Tan Deshang grinned. "When I first joined the army, I was an engineer, and I have done all this work. I served as an engineer for 2 years and was selected for the Special Forces through a military skills competition." Yang Chao felt he had struck gold. On the third day, Tan Deshang busied himself setting up a warning system outside the cave. He buried a vibration sensor 50 meters away in the snow and camouflaged it. If anyone approached, the sensor would trigger the alarm system inside the cave to alert them. After a long day of work, Tan Deshang returned to the cave in the afternoon, carrying several frozen wild rabbits, and cheerfully announced, "Tonight's feast." These were caught in the infrared traps. They work remarkably well. Jasmine was checking the surveillance screens. Yang Chao had installed 6 high-definition cameras outside the cave, covering all the mountain paths. Suddenly, Jasmine furrowed her brow. There's a heat source at 3 o'clock to the west. Instantly, everyone tensed, gathering around the monitor to observe. Eventually, a foraging snow fox appeared on the screen, causing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Chao relaxed but still placed the shotgun conveniently nearby. On the 4th day, Yang Chao discovered the cave's most precious treasure, an old diesel generator that, after repairs, surprisingly still functioned. He excitedly pointed at the nameplate. "Look at this. Manufactured in Shenyang in 1974, it can be powered by rapeseed oil." Jasmine was equally thrilled. "Is that so? This is a valuable item. Although we have our diesel generator, its power is relatively limited. This one looks much larger and should provide considerable power." Jasmine promptly retrieved 10 barrels of diesel from the space. Naturally, the installation work was entrusted to Tan Deshang. "Brother Deshang, give it a try." Moments later, as the generator sputtered to life, the entire cave was illuminated as if it were daytime. Jasmine covered her ears, complaining, "This generator is too noisy." After a discussion, Jasmine decided to move the generator to the north cave and installed a simple door at the entrance for sound insulation. To their astonishment, the antiquated socket embedded in the rock face still carried electricity. Yang's mother eagerly plugged in the rice cooker, exclaiming her intent to prepare some rice. "Not so fast," chuckled Tan Deshang as he pulled the circuit breaker, prioritizing power for the defense system. Meanwhile, Jasmine pondered and decided to check the diesel reserves in their storage. She then addressed the group. "Our supplies of diesel and gasoline are rather limited. We must use them sparingly. I have collected numerous solar panels. Let us generate power using them." Yang Chao raised his hands in agreement, deeming it an excellent idea. They dedicated an entire day to the arrangement of the solar panels. The panels were laid upon the mountain peak, with wires descending from the skylight above the cave. The cavern featured a grand skylight, 3 meters in diameter, which was fortified with thick, shatterproof glass on both the exterior and the interior, near the rock wall. Both ends of the skylight were also fitted with glass, ensuring warmth and brightness. Tan Deshang meticulously climbed to the summit, camouflaging the surrounding glass to make it less conspicuous. Jasmine contributed her stockpile of flexible photovoltaic film from their space, adorning the skylight like a technological crown upon a majestic dragon. As the transformation reached its 10th day, the atmosphere of daily life began to flourish. One morning, Yang's mother brewed millet porridge on the newly constructed wood stove, its fragrant aroma wafting into every space capsule. Yang Chao and his father busied themselves maintaining their firearms in the repurposed weapons storage. Tan Deshang set traps in the snowy entrance, both to deter intruders and to hunt for wild game. Their efforts bore fruit, and at lunch, Meow Meow served spicy rabbit meat accompanied by the first batch of hydroponic pea shoots. "Jasmine, your growth lamp is truly remarkable. The pea shoots and lettuce are thriving, allowing us to enjoy the freshest vegetables." As they dined around the hearth, discussions about the next day's projects ensued. Jasmine retrieved the air purifier from their space, suggesting, "Let us install this first. Even with good ventilation, there is still moisture in the cave." Yang Chao disagreed, proposing instead to install a fresh air system, to be done the following day. Ultimately, they planned to convert the west cave into a kitchen. The east cave, which housed a spring and a subterranean river, would be equipped with an electric water heater, complete with plumbing, and transformed into a shower area. Given the presence of the underground river, Yang's father constructed a restroom in the east cave, allowing wastewater to flow along the river and out of the mountain. However, due to the frigid temperatures outside, it was temporarily unusable. They resorted to utilizing stored sandy soil in a dry toilet for their needs. After half a month, the Wanglong Cave underwent a remarkable transformation. The entrance featured dual electromagnetic locks and a copper anti-explosion door, complete with iris recognition. The living area boasted 6 space capsules arranged like petals, with a central ecological garden. Energy was supplied through a complementary system of diesel generators, solar, and wind power. Security was ensured with vibration alarms, infrared monitoring, and an automated array of crossbows. A secret chamber, fortified with lead, lay 2 levels underground, serving as a refuge in emergencies. That evening, everyone gathered in the communal area to enjoy a hot pot meal. Jasmine retrieved an array of vegetables, beef, mutton, and hot pot ingredients from the space. The steaming meat and vegetables swirled in the copper pot, releasing an enticing aroma. Yang Chao raised his glass, proclaiming a toast to new homes and new lives. The group joyfully clinked their glasses together. Outside, the cold wind howled, yet within the cave, it felt as warm as spring. Jasmine gazed at the starry sky through the glass skylight and cheerfully remarked, "I suddenly feel that the end of the world isn't so terrifying after all." Yang Chao, with a hint of meaning in his words, responded, "In a life like this, I could reside here for a lifetime." Chapter 43. The weather warmed, the snow melted, and it was time to seek out Jasmine. Yang Chao's family enjoyed a simple, yet comfortable existence in Wanglong Cave. In the blink of an eye, the weather warmed, and the snow melted. Day by day, temperatures rose, surpassing 0 degrees Celsius by February. Within a few days, it climbed another 10 degrees. The snow on Moon Mountain began to melt rapidly, cascading down the slopes into the rivers of the valley, flowing outward from the mountain. The swift melting of snow led to flash floods, as the rushing water roared through the valley. The surviving villagers of Yuya village returned to their homes, initiating their own recovery efforts. After a winter of hibernation, they had sheltered in the cave, evading the bitter cold and blizzards. The coal stored for winter was nearly exhausted, and the provisions they had accumulated were over half consumed. Yet they had survived, finally welcoming the warmth of spring and the melting of snow. The sound of melting snow dripping from the eaves became the most melodious morning song for Yuya village. Although the ground below remained muddy, the elevated terrain of Yuya village allowed the snowmelt to flow down the slopes. After several days of early spring sunshine, the courtyards and fields gradually began to dry. With the warming weather and thawing earth, it was time to cultivate the land. The villagers commenced plowing. The roads were too muddy for farming machinery to access, so they utilized modified sleds to till the soil. In the frigid temperatures of -50 degrees during winter, all livestock perished, becoming a source of sustenance for the people. Now, lacking animals for plowing, the villagers harnessed themselves with ropes to pull the plows, their sweat mingling with the melting snow as it soaked into the thawing soil. Old Sun called out to his son, Debeo, "Today we must exert ourselves to finish turning over this plot of land. In a few days, we can sow wheat." Debeo, head bowed as he pulled the rope, felt the weight of labor. Old Sun steadied himself against a pear tree, and together, their sweat would dry and then dampen again. This year's farming proved to be several times more arduous than in years past. Debeo wiped the sweat from his brow and couldn't help but complain, "Dad, farming this year is far too grueling. Who knows what the outcome will be? Will there be natural disasters? Will we have a harvest? I think it would be better for me to seek work elsewhere, earn some money, and buy food." Old Sun immediately dissuaded his son, saying, "Silly child. Look at the state of the world now. Can you even find work? Nearly half the people in the city have perished, and those who remain have lost their jobs and income. What kind of work could you possibly do? Though farming is tough, it is through sowing that we find hope, through sowing that we reap a harvest, and through sowing that we fill our bellies. I believe we are better off than those in the city. At least we have land to cultivate. They are envious of us." Old Sun was right. The city has become akin to a hellish inferno, a scene of desolation. The relentless onslaught of frigid temperatures and blizzards has claimed the lives of nearly half the city's inhabitants. As the weather warms, the melting snow reveals a grim tableau of corpses strewn across the streets, rapidly decomposing under the spring sun. The air is thick with a stench of decay. The government has begun to organize the survivors to clear the bodies, offering a meager ration of 5 pounds of food daily to those who volunteer. Surprisingly, many have signed up. Those who remain are resolute, indifferent to the foul odor of death. Gu Pengfei, donned in a gas mask, stood atop the Gu Corporation building, gazing out not at a bustling metropolis but at a vast graveyard. His secretary, head bowed, reported, "The water supply plant has collapsed. Chaos reigns in the streets with looting and pillaging, and the military is attempting to restore order." He heard whispers that some survivors have resorted to cannibalism. Gu Pengfei raised his hand to silence him. He was correct. The rampant looting had become commonplace. In the northern village within the city, frantic individuals were smashing the doors of supermarkets. A gaunt man, having found a can of fruit, could not contain his joy, only to have it snatched away by several eager hands, shattering upon the ground. The man immediately knelt, scooping up the fruit pieces and devouring them hungrily. Such scenes are now the norm within the city. The Gu family, possessing firearms, has managed to stave off hunger, yet their quality of life has plummeted. The Chung family fared little better. Cheng's mother dismissed the household staff when the blizzard struck, unwilling to expend their limited provisions on those deemed unnecessary. Following the dismissal, she was compelled to undertake the household chores herself, cooking and laundering. As she sorted through the scant supplies, she clutched a yellowed adoption certificate, staring blankly at it. It was Jasmine's adoption proof. Cheng's mother sighed in despair to her husband. "I have raised Jasmine for over 20 years in vain." Cheng's father retorted angrily, "After 20 years, we have raised a thankless wretch." Cheng Feng, eyeing the dwindling supplies, felt a pang of anxiety. "Mother, these provisions will not last us long. I believe we must seek out Jasmine and seize the jade bracelet." "Father, have you not seen her space? It is filled with countless resources, enough to sustain us for generations." Cheng's father replied. You've tried twice and failed to secure the bracelet. If you attempt again, they will surely be on guard, making it even more difficult. Cheng Feng countered. How can we know without trying? My previous misfortune stemmed from a lack of manpower and weaponry. This time, I intend to stay at Moon Mountain until I achieve my goal. Cheng's father's eyes lit up. Indeed, that is an excellent idea. Bring more people. Since you know Jasmine is at Moon Mountain, residing there will surely yield a solution. Cheng Feng responded. Our family has not trained enforcers, and I cannot trust hired help. What if we acquire the bracelet and they refuse to give it to me? I plan to join forces with Gu Pengfei. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of a car horn echoed from outside. Gu Pengfei arrived, carrying with him a contract. He pointed to the joint search agreement and asked if they would sign it. The Cheng family would provide supplies, while the Gu family would supply firearms and bodyguards, all in pursuit of the jade bracelet, which would be divided equally among them. Should they refuse to participate, he would resort to force. He was confident in retrieving it nonetheless. This proposition was indeed quite favorable for them. The three members of the Cheng family exchanged glances, their eyes darting about. Finally, Cheng's father made the decision. It was a deal. The Cheng family's enterprise included a food processing factory. Following the onset of the natural disaster, Cheng's father had promptly secured all the supplies within the underground warehouse. These provisions could sustain the family for several years. Now, in the quest for the jade bracelet, he resolved to contribute these resources, believing that once in possession of the bracelet, the bounty it contained would far exceed what they were sacrificing. This was something he had witnessed firsthand. Cheng Feng declared, I intend to reside at Moon Mountain until I find Jasmine and seize the bracelet. I refuse to waste time running back and forth. Gu Pengfei laughed heartily. I share your sentiment. Damn it, I'll rent a place to stay and search for it there. I refuse to believe we won't achieve results. I will bring skilled bodyguards, along with firearms and explosives. You should gather all necessary supplies for our stay. We will take up residence in Yuya village. I have already bribed the village chief. During the blizzard, I had instructed him to set fire to the Yang family's building, but he was dealt with instead. Foolish man, unreliable, incapable of executing tasks properly. This time, I shall take matters into my own hands. Indeed, village chief Jia Jinhua had been kicked in the head by Tan Dishang, a veteran who, not wishing to act as a killer, had shown mercy. Unexpectedly, this man survived, and rather than reflecting on his actions, he continued to serve as a sycophant for the Gu family. Cheng Feng clenched his teeth. Very well, back to Moon Mountain. Since this natural disaster has rendered business unfeasible, we shall dedicate ourselves to the search for the jade bracelet. Chapter 44. The Gu family, the Cheng family, residing at Yang Chao's house days later. Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng, accompanied by 10 bodyguards, arrived at Yuya village in 2 vehicles, along with a truck laden with supplies. Jia Jinhua had long been waiting at the village entrance, bowing and nodding in anticipation. As Gu Pengfei stepped out of the car, Jia Jinhua immediately approached him. Gu Pengfei noticed the burn marks on his neck and face, which were both horrifying and repulsive, prompting him to inquire, how did you sustain those burns? With a face full of sorrow, Jia Jinhua replied, Mr. Gu, this is all for you. I attempted to set fire to the Yang family's building, but they had assistance, and I was thrown into the flames, resulting in this condition. I sacrificed everything for you, and now I am left with nothing. Look at me. Gu Pengfei casually tossed him 20,000 yuan in cash. Take this and tend to your wounds properly. Upon receiving the money, Jia Jinhua immediately adopted a sycophantic smile and led Gu Pengfei. Mr. Gu, I heard you wish to stay longer this time. I've inquired and found 2 houses in the village available for rent. Allow me to take you to see them now. Gu Pengfei shook his head. No, I must first visit Yang Chao's residence. Jia Jinhua hesitated, halting his steps. President Gu, the Yang family. What is the matter? Are you afraid I might clash with the Yang family? Gu Pengfei retorted. Jia Jinhua shook his head. No. It's just that there is no one left in the Yang family. They seem to have vanished without a trace. What? Vanished? Gu Pengfei quickened his pace. And together with Cheng Feng, they hurried to the Yang family's courtyard. Indeed, the house stood empty. Gu Pengfei instructed his subordinates to break the lock on the door and ordered the bodyguards to search the premises thoroughly. As expected, there was no one inside, and it appeared that the house had been uninhabited for quite some time. Where have the Yang family gone? Gu Pengfei inquired of Jia Jinhua. Jia Jinhua responded with utmost respect. I do not know. They disappeared during the heavy snow, and no one has seen them since. Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng scoured the upper and lower floors, convinced that the house was indeed deserted. Damn it. Why rent another place? We can reside here. I find this house rather agreeable, Gu Pengfei remarked with satisfaction. Cheng Feng's eyes sparkled with mischief. What a brilliant idea. If Cheng Moli finds out we are living here, she'll have no choice but to show herself. They surely cannot endure our presence in the Yang household. Haha. We shall lie in wait like hunters. Jia Jinhua also expressed delight at Gu Pengfei's decision to occupy the Yang residence. With such a formidable entourage accompanying Gu Pengfei, it was certain that Yang Chao would face dire consequences. Avenging his grievances would merely be a secondary benefit. Regrettably, the whereabouts of the Yang family remained a mystery. Having vanished without a trace, the Tan family had also gone missing. Jia Jinhua speculated that they must have departed alongside Yang Chao. Thus, Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng settled into the Yang home. Cheng Feng and his family took residence on the first floor, while Gu Pengfei and his men occupied the second and third floors. Molly went to Wanglong Cave to retrieve the Yang family's supplies, yet she left behind the beds, bedding, kitchen utensils, and furniture, preserving the semblance of a home, ready for a return at any moment. Little did they know, this fortunate turn of events benefited Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng immensely. Gu Pengfei kicked open the door to Molly's room on the third floor, where he found a photograph of her left behind in the haste. With a sinister grin, he slashed the image of Molly's face with a dagger. Tonight, I shall sleep here. Downstairs, a loud crash echoed as Cheng Feng broke open the basement door. The bodyguards cheered as they unearthed half a jar of Yang Mother's pickled vegetables and several bottles of homemade wine, crafted from grapes grown in the courtyard. It seemed they had departed in a great hurry. Perhaps they would return for their belongings. Cheng Feng waved a bottle of wine, the amber liquid swirling enticingly within. Gu Pengfei scolded, "Fool, didn't you notice the trap in the basement?" He pointed to a surveillance camera nestled in the corner, its infrared light glowing ominously. In the monitoring room of Wanglong Cave, Yang Chao intently watched the intruder's every move on the screen. Although they had left home, Yang Chao had installed several cameras before their departure. As Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng entered the Yang family's quaint abode, Yang Chao was met with the piercing sound of an alarm. Witnessing Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng brazenly take residence in his home, Tan Deshang was filled with an overwhelming rage. Grabbing a firearm, he declared, "I shall return and eliminate these scoundrels." With that, he made to leave. In recent days, Yang Chao had conveyed to Tan Deshang the full extent of Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng's misdeeds. The enemies of Yang Chao were indeed the enemies of Tan Deshang. Molly hastily intervened. "Brother Tan, let us not act in haste. We must first assess the situation." With a furrowed brow, Molly expressed her concern. "I fear they may discover a hidden passage to the underground caverns in the basement." She switched to another view, revealing Cheng Feng scanning the walls with equipment, evidently searching for secret chambers. Fortunately, they had found nothing. Yang Chao had concealed the hidden chamber remarkably well. Without activating the mechanism, the door remained shut. Yang's father seethed with anger. "How do we drive these bullies away? We cannot allow them to wreak havoc upon our home." Tan Deshang, eager for action, replied, "I still wish to return and ascertain their true intentions." Molly pondered deeply. Their arrival bodes ill. They are certainly here to retrieve the jade bracelet. If they cannot find us at home, they will likely seek us out in Moon Mountain, potentially rallying the villagers against us. Yang Chao reassured them here. "We are quite safe. Locating us will not be easy for them, and even if they do, they cannot breach the front gate." Molly countered, "If they venture into the deep mountains, they could easily discover our whereabouts. The front gate, notably conspicuous, poses a risk. We must disguise it, otherwise they could blast it open with explosives, putting us in peril." Yang Chao concurred. "Indeed, the bronze gate is too prominent, easily visible from the mountains below." Yang's mother suggested, "Let us camouflage the gate, perhaps by planting some climbing ivy to obscure it." Molly replied, "There is not enough time to plant now." Taking a moment to collect her thoughts, Molly rummaged through their supplies and found a pile of artificial turf. The group affixed the faux grass to the bronze door, and from a distance, the entrance blended seamlessly with the mountainous surroundings, appearing entirely verdant. During dinner that evening, Molly shared her speculation. After enduring extreme cold and blizzards, many in the city have perished. The businesses of the Gu and Cheng families must have suffered significant losses, rendering them incapable of conducting normal trade. In order to survive comfortably in these dire times, they are likely reconsidering their attempts to reclaim the jade bracelet. Gu Pengfei's arrival with a contingent of followers signifies long-term intentions. "We cannot rely solely on Brother Tan and our limited resources," she continued, "despite our possession of weapons. Our numbers are insufficient, placing us at a disadvantage. I propose we rally the villagers to our cause. Yang Chao expressed his agreement. We discussed this long ago. We must depend on the villagers to establish our own faction in Moon Mountain. The time has come. Tan Desheng concurred. Indeed, forming a team is imperative. While I am not intimidated by the mere 10 or 8 members of the Gu family, direct confrontation is easily avoided, yet treachery is far more difficult to defend against. If they were to increase their manpower and utilize explosives or other weapons in the shadows, they might still have a chance. Father Young responded, "All right. We shall follow your lead. Although we currently find refuge in this cave, appearing safe on the surface, we cannot guarantee that they will not locate us. While the cave is easy to defend yet challenging to assault, they are desperate individuals, capable of any atrocity." Mother Yang, with a worried expression, inquired, "How do you plan to rally the villagers?" Jasmine smiled and replied, "With seeds." Chapter 45. Providing seeds to win over the villagers. Indeed, what the villagers lack the most at present is seeds. The hillside has been cleared for cultivation, and it is time to sow, yet there are no seeds available. Although the villagers plan to plant wheat, the grain reserved for their own use cannot be directly utilized as seed, as the yield will be insufficient. In Yuya village, the villagers gathered in the fields, their faces marked with concern. Old Sun sighed, "Alas, Dabao and I have toiled to turn the soil, eagerly awaiting to plant wheat. But with no seeds, what shall we do?" Uncle Lee lamented, "I drove down the mountain yesterday to purchase seeds, but there were none to be found. The situation down there is dire. Few villagers remain, and the lands lie barren. The shops in town are all closed. Where can we find seeds?" Lu Dazhuang expressed his thoughts. "I was considering driving to the city to buy seeds, but I heard that nearly half the population there has perished. I am uncertain if the markets are open or if I can procure any." Old Sun despondently remarked, "Without seeds, how can we cultivate the land? If it comes to it, we will have to plant what little wheat we have left." Lu Dazhuang replied, "It seems that is our only option. However, the yield from our own wheat is low, with a high susceptibility to disease and pests. I fear we may not harvest much, rendering those seeds wasted." The villagers engaged in a flurry of discussion, yet no viable solutions emerged. At that moment, an off-road vehicle quietly approached the crowd, and Tan Desheng and Yang Chao stepped out. Jasmine remained seated in the car. Yang Chao approached the villagers, greeting Uncle Sun, Uncle Lee, Dazhuang, and Dabao. "Are you all discussing farming?" Old Sun exclaimed. "Oh, is that not Yang Chao? It has been a winter since we last saw you. Where has your family been?" Yang Chao did not respond to the inquiry, but asked, "The land has been prepared. Why has planting not commenced?" Lu Dazhuang, in distress, replied, "Brother Yang, without seeds, how can we plant? Everyone is worried. We cannot procure seeds, and thus cannot cultivate." Yang Chao declared, "I have come today to provide you with seeds. I stockpiled a batch last winter, and since my family no longer farms, I would like to share them with you." Lu Dazhuang exclaimed, "Oh, this is wonderful. Brother Yang, you are truly a blessing in our time of need. What kind of seeds do you have?" Yang Chao responded, "They are suitable for spring planting, specifically Yangmai 16. Lu Dazhuang clapped his thigh. "These are exceptional seeds, known for their high yield, producing between 550 to 600 kilograms per mu, potentially exceeding 1,000 gene per mu." Old Sun remarked, "Yang Chao, your seeds have arrived just in time. However, due to last winter's disaster, I currently lack the funds to purchase them. Could I possibly pay you after the harvest?" Yang Chao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "As neighbors, let's not discuss monetary matters. These seeds were surplus from my purchase. Rather than letting them sit idly, I would prefer to distribute them among you all. Once the wheat is harvested, a single bag of flour from each family will suffice as repayment. I asked for nothing more." The villagers expressed their immense gratitude, showering him with words of thanks. Yang Chao continued, "All right, you may return home and await your seeds. Besides wheat, I also possess seeds for rice, soybeans, and corn. However, at this moment, only wheat and corn are suitable for planting, so I shall share some with everyone." The villagers, overflowing with gratitude, returned home to await their allotment of seeds. Tan Damon drove from household to household, and at each stop, Jasmine retrieved seeds from the trunk, while Tan Desheng and Yang Chao delivered them to the villagers. By the afternoon, every family in the village had received their seeds, except for the home of the village chief, Jia Jinhua. The last bag of wheat was unloaded in Lu Dazhuang's courtyard as the sun dipped below the horizon. These seeds had all been purchased by Jasmine from the city's seed market, initially procured in quantities sufficient to cultivate 10 years' worth of land for 200 households. and now they were being put to use. Lu Dazhuang rubbed his rough palms together, hesitating as he observed Yang Chao wiping the sweat from his brow. "Brother Yang," he said in a lowered voice, "everyone knows about the city folks staying at your place." He glanced cautiously out the window to ensure no one was listening before continuing. "This morning, I saw them transporting explosives into your building. Although I am unaware of your current residence, you must exercise extreme caution." Yang Chao steadied himself. "Thank you for informing me, Dazhuang. I shall not let those scoundrels off lightly." Lu Dazhuang grasped Yang Chao's hand firmly. "Brother Yang, your act of kindness in distributing seeds to the entire village has alleviated our urgent needs. We will remember this favor. Should anyone dare to trouble you, they will become the enemies of the whole village. From now on, my fellow villagers and I will keep a vigilant watch for these ruffians. If anything arises, I will send word to you. Please remain cautious and prepared." On their return journey, passing by Yang Chao's small courtyard, he and Jasmine glanced at their building. Their emotions tangled. Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng, accompanied by a band of bodyguards, were residing there. Yang Chao exclaimed, "I can't help but wish to charge in with a heavy machine gun and eliminate them all." Over the past few days, he had been handling firearms daily under Tan Deshang's meticulous guidance, becoming adept at using various weapons. Tan Deshang immediately responded, "Do you wish to eliminate them? If so, I will go instead. I am confident I can take them on alone." "Jasmine, hand me the heavy machine gun. I will deal with them." Jasmine countered, "Deshang, I acknowledge your skills, but they number over 10, and we are unaware of their weaponry or any ambushes that may be in place. I cannot bear to see you take such risks. Your wife and Tiao Tiao are still young. You must not encounter any misfortune." Tan Deshang sighed, "Tomorrow night, I shall conduct a reconnaissance of Yang's courtyard to ascertain their capabilities before taking action. I will not allow them to escape retribution." Throughout the journey, Yang Chao was deep in thought, burdened by worry. He informed Mo Li that, according to the villagers, the Gu family was transporting explosives once again. And this time the quantity was considerable. The off-road vehicle jolted violently, causing Mo Li's notebook to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. Tan Decheng swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel to avoid the debris on the road, casting a glance at Yang Chao, whose face had turned ashen. Explosives? They were preparing once more. Mo Li bent down to retrieve her notebook, her brow furrowed in concern, wondering if they intended to use explosives against them and if they would soon be discovered. Yang Chao reassured her, "Do not fear, we possess ample weaponry." Yet, he himself felt no sense of relief. Although the copper door of the Wanglong cave had been camouflaged, should Gu Pengfei dispatch a thorough search, there was a possibility they could be found. Tan Decheng pressed the accelerator, declaring, "I shall return and plant more landmines near the cave entrance to bolster our defenses." Currently, the entire village, save for Jia Jinhua, had received seeds, but convincing these individuals to confront the Gu family would likely require more courage than they possessed. "In my opinion, it would be best if I acted alone. I could make a nocturnal excursion to deal with them." Mo Li voiced her apprehensions. "I know Gu Pengfei well. He is a deeply calculating individual. Since he has taken residence in this courtyard and is aware of your disappearance alongside us, he must suspect something. He would not simply house everyone in the building without precautions. He is sure to have station guards and someone operating in the shadows. His bodyguards are meticulously trained, not ordinary men. I am somewhat uneasy about you confronting a dozen individuals alone. You cannot afford to take such risks. Furthermore, Gu Pengfei is adept at winning hearts and minds. I fear he may exploit resources to gain favor with the villagers, inciting them to seek me out in opposition to us." Chapter 46. Winning over the villagers as they approached Wanglong Cave. Mo Li suddenly placed her hand on Tan Decheng's shoulder, commanding, "Stop." She pointed into the distance. "Look, what is he doing?" Beneath the crooked pine tree on the hillside, a slender youth of around 15 was scanning the surroundings, searching for something as he walked. The area had been devoid of human presence for quite some time, raising Mo Li's suspicions about the boy. He resembles Sanchi from Widow Zhang's family in the west of the village. Tan Decheng, with keen eyesight, recognized the boy from afar. With a sudden push on the accelerator, the vehicle halted abruptly in front of the pine tree, and upon closer inspection, it indeed was Sanchi. Upon noticing the off-road vehicle, Sanchi displayed visible signs of panic, hastily stuffing something into his bosom, yet a portion of a plastic bag emblazoned with a skull insignia protruded from it. Yang Chao seized the plastic bag, discovering it contained compressed biscuits, detonators, and a lengthy fuse. "Did the Gu family's bodyguards give you this?" Yang Chao tightened his grip on the boy's wrist. Sanchi's lips trembled. They told me to find you near the mountains and report back if I located your family. I would receive 10 bags of flour in return. Suddenly, Sanchi fell to his knees. Brother Yang, I was wrong. My mother is coughing up blood due to her lung illness, and we are truly at our wit's end. Emoli sighed, then exited the vehicle. Retrieving 2 bags of flour and several boxes of medicine from the trunk, which were, in fact, drawn from her spatial storage. I now provide you with flour, along with antibiotics and medication for lung ailments. This afternoon, we distributed wheat seeds to everyone in the village. Upon your return, you may cultivate the land, and by summer, you will be able to harvest the wheat. Jasmine crouched down to meet the boy's gaze, assuring him that in a few days, she would bring him more flour and rice. Please tell me, who else in the village has been bought off by Gujia? Sanchi shook his head, admitting he truly did not know about others being compromised. However, he promised not to mention their encounter to Gu Pengfei upon his return. Yang Chao, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, instructed Sanchi to inform the others that beneath the great locust tree on the western slope, there is a landslide that resembles signs of an artificial burial. Sanchi nodded, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Jasmine and Yang Chao before departing with the flour. At 11 that night, the surveillance screen suddenly illuminated with an alarming red light. Cheng Feng, accompanied by 8 bodyguards, rushed towards the western hillside, with Jia Zhenhua leading the charge, brandishing a torch. Concealed cameras hidden in the trees captured footage of someone shielding a bulging backpack with their body. 2 figures were stealthily searching towards the landslide. The trap was set. Tan Deshang pressed the remote control, and the hillside erupted in chaos, sending the 2 figures hurtling into the air. You think you have explosives? So do we, Tan Deshang scoffed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, a disdainful smile gracing his face. Yang Chao leaned in closer to observe the surveillance, questioning who had been obliterated. I hope it's Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng. Tan Deshang shook his head, unable to discern the identities, but confirmed that someone had been blasted away, which was sufficient cause for concern. Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng remained cautious, positioning themselves at a distance while waiting for the bodyguards to assess the situation. Suddenly, 2 of the leading bodyguards were blown away. As the ground shook violently, Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng covered their ears and crouched low. Damn it, we've been tricked, Gu Pengfei cursed vehemently. Cheng Feng slammed his fist into the ground, lamenting the loss of 2 key operatives, suspecting that it was the work of Cheng Jasmine and Yang Chao. Gu Pengfei, deep in thought, speculated that they might be hiding nearby. From tomorrow onwards, let us invest more money and enlist more villagers to search this vicinity. I refuse to believe we cannot find them. There is no task that cannot be accomplished with sufficient funds. Jia Zhenhua sustained injuries to his leg from the explosion. This old fox, while leading the way, had cleverly instructed the bodyguards to proceed ahead, gradually retreating to a safe distance, yet still fell victim to the blast. Limping towards them, his trousers stained with blood, he received a stack of cash thrown by Gu Pengfei. Village Chief Jia, please tend to your wounds. We will need you to gather more villagers tomorrow. I am willing to spend considerably to search these surroundings. I suspect Yang Chao and Cheng Jasmine are hiding nearby. Jia Zhenhua accepted the money, nodding in agreement. With a wave of his hand, Gu Pengfei instructed the remaining bodyguards, go, and bury those 2 who were blown away. Cheng Feng clicked his tongue in disappointment over the loss of 2 valuable assets. The following day, Jia Zhenhua stealthily led a few individuals to Yang's small courtyard in search of Gu Pengfei. A few individuals quietly departed after receiving 1,000 yuan and a bag of flour. Jia Zhenhua, bowing his head in deference, assured, Manager Gu, we will expedite our search. We will surely locate Yang Chao and his family. Gu Pengfei scoffed, you've uttered this same phrase countless times, yet no progress has been made. You are familiar with Moon Mountain. Ponder carefully where they might be hiding. Jia Zhenhua wiped the sweat from his brow, acknowledging the multitude of caves scattered throughout Moon Mountain, making it difficult to ascertain their whereabouts. However, I will lead a team to search thoroughly. We will undoubtedly find them, he asserted. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Approximately 7 or 8 kilometers away lies the main peak of Moon Mountain, home to the Wanglong Cave, the largest cavern on the mountain. Once a military air defense shelter from the 1960s, long abandoned and locked. The location we visited last night was indeed in the direction of Wanglong Cave, he added. Gu Pengfei's eyes shifted thoughtfully, then we shall investigate tomorrow. After Jia Zhenhua left, Cheng Feng leaned closer to Gu Pengfei, stating, Pengfei, this old fox is surely concealing something. I noticed when he mentioned always locked, his gaze darted upward to the right, This is a classic sign of deceit. Gu Pingfei toyed with his lighter, a smile breaking across his face. Tomorrow, we shall split into 2 groups. I will take 5 brothers to follow Jia Jinhua, while you lead the remaining men to this area. He lowered his voice, tracing a circle on the map. I will explore the veracity of Wanglong Cave. Meanwhile, within Wanglong Cave, Jasmine scrutinized the surveillance screen displaying the Yang family's small building, her brow furrowed. Something is amiss. Jia Jinhua's gait appears rather peculiar. Enlarging the image for closer inspection, she noted, the injury on his leg is feigned. Yang Chao, look at the bloodstains on his trousers. They are too vivid, resembling red ink. Moreover, the way his bandage is applied defies standard procedures for staunching blood flow. Yang Chao leaned in for a better view, then nodded. He is performing. This cunning old man might suspect Wanglong Cave. Alas, we were careless yesterday, too eager for results. We should not have lured them to detonate explosives. Not only did we fail to eliminate Gu Pingfei and Cheng Feng, but we also risked exposing Wanglong Cave, given its proximity. If Jia Jinhua considers this possibility, he might reveal the entire situation regarding Wanglong Cave. Jasmine consoled him. Do not blame yourself. They will eventually discover our location. As long as they search each mountain peak, they will inevitably find us. Tan Deshang hefted a firearm. I shall lay mines at the mountain pass immediately. Yang Chao rose alongside him. Brother Deshang, I will accompany you. Should they dare to approach, we will eliminate 1 if they come alone, or 2 if they come in pairs. Chapter 47. Confrontation at the entrance of Wanglong Cave. Tan Deshang and Yang Chao meticulously arranged the mines, taking their positions before Wanglong Cave to observe if any further preparations were necessary. Suddenly, Yang Chao recalled, we must address the cave entrance at the mountain's summit. We need to cover the bulletproof glass and the solar panels. If anyone ascends to the summit, they will easily discover our defenses. The 2 hastily climbed the mountain, cutting grass to conceal the bulletproof glass and solar panels. If one does not approach closely, the truth remains obscured. Everything has been meticulously arranged. Waiting for the fish to take the bait. The mist before dawn envelopes the summit of Moon Mountain. Gu Pingfei, accompanied by 6 bodyguards, silently follows the route provided by Jia Jinhua, making their way towards Wanglong Cave. As they draw nearer to the cave's entrance, Gu Pingfei grows increasingly cautious. Release the dogs. Let them run ahead, he commands his subordinates. The bodyguards, holding several dogs on leashes, set them free, and the dogs dash forward. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupts, sending 1 dog flying. Aha! Indeed, an ambush awaits. The presence of an ambush indicates that they are nearby. Gu Pingfei sneers. Yang Chao, observing the explosion on the surveillance, feels a surge of frustration as he sees their men unharmed and slams his thigh in irritation. Tan Deshang grabs his firearm, declaring, I will ambush them at the entrance. If they come any closer, I will take 1 down with my marksmanship. On either side of the grand copper door, there are 2 concealed firing ports. With the dog blown away, Gu Pingfei becomes acutely aware, halting his team's advance. He raises his binoculars for a closer look. Minutes later, he spots the entrance to Wanglong Cave. The copper door appears deliberately disguised, yet the artificial grass is arranged too meticulously, rendering it unnatural. Gu Pingfei immediately senses something amiss. Furthermore, fresh soil disturbances near the door and the manipulated vegetation surrounding the entrance reveal an intentional concealment. Indeed, they are here. Gu Pingfei smirks coldly. They shall not enter through the main door, wary of further explosives. They will take a detour, allowing the dogs to scout ahead. A group of men, guiding the dogs, cautiously navigates a narrow path that skirts the main entrance, carefully making their way around to the front of the copper door. Tan Deshang's firing port becomes ineffective. Gu Pingfei gestures for his men to prepare for detonation. However, just as the bodyguards retrieve the explosives, a sudden sound of falling rocks echoes above them. Bang! A stone the size of a fist strikes a bodyguard's wrist, causing the explosives to crash to the ground. An ambush. Gu Pingfei abruptly looks up to see Yang Chao, shadowed against the rock face, coldly aiming a compound bow at them. Gu Pingfei, long time no see. Yang Chao's voice rings out clearly in the silent valley. Gu Pingfei squints, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yang Chao, you finally choose to reveal yourself. Just as Gu Pingfei prepares to issue a command for a full assault, a blood-curdling scream erupts from behind. A bodyguard has triggered a snare trap set by Mo Li, the sharp steel teeth piercing through his calf in an instant. Watch your step. Gu Pingfei quickly retreats, alertly scanning his surroundings. Boss Gu, be careful. Another bodyguard shouts, but it is already too late. Boom. The ground suddenly collapses, and two bodyguards plummet into a concealed pit. Where sharpened stakes stand erect, one is impaled in the thigh, blood gushing forth. Gu Pengfei's face turns ashen as he finally realizes that their ambush extends beyond just the main path. I fear there are ambushes on all sides, including the summit. Cheng Moli, Gu Pengfei bellowed, do you truly believe this will hinder me? It may not stop you, but it can certainly claim half of your men. Moli's voice echoed with a chilling mockery from the shooting hole. Gu Pengfei gritted his teeth, abruptly drew his pistol, and fired 3 shots at the copper door. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets sparked against the heavy metal door, yet it remained unyielding. If we cannot blast open the door, we shall scale it, Gu Pengfei commanded sharply. The remaining 2 bodyguards quickly formed a human ladder, attempting to ascend the rocky walls flanking the copper door. However, just as they reached halfway, a torrent of scalding hot oil was suddenly poured down upon them. The valley resonated with their anguished cries as the 2 bodyguards were seared and fell back from the entrance. Yang Chao stood atop the rocky wall above the copper door, holding a bucket of oil, a gun propped against him. Tan Deshang, hearing the commotion, fired 2 shots from the shooting hole, each finding its mark, instantly claiming the lives of the 2 bodyguards. Damn it! Gu Pengfei was utterly enraged, pulling out his walkie-talkie to shout, Chung Feng, bring reinforcements immediately. Wulong Cave. Hurry. On the cliff, Yang Chao calmly drew his compound bow, aiming for Gu Pengfei's shoulder. This arrow is a retribution for Moli. Whoosh. The arrow flew through the air, striking Gu Pengfei's right shoulder with precision. Gu Pengfei cried out in pain, stumbling back several steps, blood instantly staining his clothing. Mr. Gu. One remaining bodyguard hurriedly shielded him, dragging him backward. Gu Pengfei clutched his shoulder, his eyes filled with venomous rage. Yang Chao, you cannot escape. In the distance, the roar of engines thundered as Cheng Feng arrived at full speed with the remaining 2 bodyguards in Jia Jinhua. Pengfei, how are you? Cheng Feng leaped from the vehicle, his expression shifting dramatically upon seeing Gu Pengfei's arrow wound. Jia Jinhua, however, lingered in the background, his eyes darting, evidently calculating how to ensure his own safety. If we cannot blast open the door, we shall entrap them. Gu Pengfei gritted his teeth, commanding, seal the entrance and set it ablaze. I refuse to believe they can hide indefinitely. Cheng Feng immediately directed his men to transport barrels of gasoline, preparing to ignite Wulong Cave. Behind the copper door, Moli fixated on the surveillance screen, sneering, you think you can burn us out? Dream on. She pressed the remote control. Boom. A cascade of massive boulders suddenly tumbled from the mountainside, crashing directly towards Cheng Feng and his men. Get out of the way, Cheng Feng shouted. But it was too late. One bodyguard was struck dead on the spot by the boulder. Jia Jinhua, paralyzed with fear, sat on the ground, his pants soaked. Retreat. We must withdraw. Gu Pengfei finally grasped that they were no match for Yang Chao and Moli. Watching Gu Pengfei and his men retreat in disarray, Yang Chao and Moli finally breathed a sigh of relief. They would not return for the time being. Yang Chao sheathed his bow and entered the cave. Moli nodded, her eyes clouded with concern. They will not give up. Especially Gu Pengfei, he will surely devise another plan. Tan Deshang approached and patted Yang Chao on the shoulder, commending him for his remarkable performance in severely injuring the bodyguard under his command. Now he has no manpower left, he noted. Jasmine interjected, with his character, he will likely recruit more bodyguards overnight or lavishly bribe the villagers to serve him. Yang Chao replied, we must thwart his plans. We cannot allow him to succeed. Jasmine continued, we need to expedite the formation of the villagers' guard. Otherwise, if they return with an even larger contingent, we will be in grave danger. Jasmine glanced at Yang Chao, and they shared a mutual understanding. It was time for the villagers to take a stand. Chapter 48. Formation of the villagers' guard at dawn. Jia Jinhua limped into Yang's courtyard, dragging his injured leg. His trousers were still caked with the mud from last night's explosion. In the study on the 2nd floor, Gu Pengfei lounged on a leather sofa, clutching his shoulder where an arrow had struck, gasping in pain. You are late, village chief Jia, Gu Pengfei remarked, his tone devoid of courtesy as he fixed his piercing gaze on Jia Jinhua. His feet rested atop a table cluttered with cash and flour. Gu Pengfei's sharp eyes bore into Jia Jinhua. 3 of my brothers perished last night. This debt must be settled. How did you lead them? My brothers are either dead or wounded because of you. Jia Jinhua's throat tightened, his gaze fixated on the pile of money. Gu Pengfei pressed on. Why did you come alone? Where are the people you were supposed to find? Chung Feng cast a derisive glance at him. You had better not play tricks. By the end of today, I expect to see at least 20 villagers report here. Mr. Chung, Jia Jinhua stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The villagers are terrified. The explosion was loud, and everyone heard it. No one wants to risk their lives. Moreover, Yang Chao just distributed seeds to the villagers. And they are grateful. They want to help you against the Yang family. Afraid? Gu Pingfei suddenly laughed, slapping a stack of cash against Jia Jinhua's face. Tell them it's 500 a day, cash on the spot. An additional 10,000 for each person found. Tell them that following me, Gu Pingfei guarantees meat at every meal. In Widow Jing's home, Sanchi sat on the earthen Kong, counting the 500 yuan he had just received multiple times. The flickering oil lamp cast a glow on the bills, making his eyes redden. Widow Zheng coughed painfully, blood appearing in the sputum bowl at her feet. Mother. The Gu family said if I go out every day to search, they'll pay 500, Sanchi said, lowering his head. That will bring retribution. Widow Zheng struggled to sit up. Yang Chao just delivered wheat seeds for us and medicine for me. Spring is here. The land is ready. Once we plant, we will reap a harvest. You cannot involve yourself in this. Sanchi grew frustrated, tossing the bills onto the Kong. Mother, you are being foolish. It takes months to harvest wheat. How much can 5 acres yield, and what will it sell for? If I pretend to search for people every day, I can collect 500 each evening without having to find anyone for that extra 10,000. Please, let me do this. The Gu family even provides meat. Sanchi felt increasingly aggrieved, as Li Chang's father had collected money the previous night, and now they were simmering meat at home. Their family had not tasted meat in 2 or 3 months. Widow Zheng sighed deeply, choosing not to utter another word. Under the old locust tree at the eastern end of the village, Lu Ergu squatted with several young men, smoking. Gu Pingfei had distributed a box of cigarettes to every man in the village. Scattered on the ground were several empty liquor bottles, all purchased with Gu's money. In my opinion, Yang Chao and his group cannot hide for long. Lu Ergu exhaled a smoke ring, recalling that Chung had mentioned a reward of 10,000 for finding them. Just think how many bags of rice that could buy. However, Yang Chao had just delivered wheat seeds to our village, and now that they were planted, we cannot burn bridges. The youngest, Wang Taiju, hesitated. You fool. Lu Ergu kicked him. Gu is distributing money and meat daily. What can Yang Chao provide? Wait until autumn harvest? We might starve to death. In the surveillance room of Wanglong Cave, Mo Li's fingers danced swiftly over the keyboard. The screen displayed 16 segments, each showing the villagers' movements in real time. These cameras had been secretly installed by Tan Deshang. Yang Chao sat nearby, taking notes on the villagers' activities. While recording, he cursed, these ungrateful ingrates. Not only do they lack gratitude, but they also stab me in the back. Mo Li offered comfort. Human nature is unpredictable, especially in apocalyptic times. Survival often reveals the darker aspects of humanity. Tan Deshang praised Mo Li. You are astute, Mo Li. By installing these numerous surveillance cameras, we can discern the villagers' intentions and eliminate those who betray us. Mo Li replied. Now, we can actively select our candidates. You should already have an idea of who to choose. Tan Deshang added. I will go alone tomorrow. The two of you should not return to the village. It's dangerous. Avoid direct confrontation with Gu Pingfei and Chung Feng. I will select candidates, distribute supplies, and stay in the village for a while to train them. Mo Li nodded. I share your thoughts, Deshang. Thank you for your hard work. The next day at noon, Tan Deshang drove into the village in a modified truck, filled with supplies. From the loudspeaker on the vehicle, an announcement repeated, Uaya village is forming a villagers' guard team. Willing men should come forward to register. Yang Chao's family will distribute rice, flour, oil, and pork. The truck made several rounds in the village before finally stopping in the small square in front of the village committee. Men eager to sign up rushed forward. Deshang, is what you said true? How much rice, flour, oil, and meat will be distributed? Tan Deshang climbed atop the truck and bellowed, natural disasters abound. And the villagers have suffered greatly. Everyone is struggling. Many have perished beyond the mountains, and soon, robbers will come into the mountains. To protect Uaya village, Yang Chao's family has proposed forming a villagers' guard team, with supplies provided by the Yang family. Each selected man will receive a bag of rice, a bag of flour, a barrel of oil, and 10 jin of pork each month. A throng of men surged forward, all raising their hands. I want to sign up. Count me in. Tan Deshang was not one to refuse anyone. Through careful reconnaissance via surveillance, he selected over 30 young and robust individuals. all of whom were ostensibly aligned with the Yang family. Although the resources within the Jasmine space were abundant, Jasmine opposed the notion of initially bestowing a plethora of goods and wealth to win over the villagers. Solely relying on material provisions would not reveal the true nature of the human heart. Once a loyal and brave contingent was cultivated, augmenting resources and funds would pose no challenge. In the small square, the 30-plus young men stood in 3 rows. Tan Deshang paced back and forth, wielding a submachine gun. "Brother Deshang, where did you procure these weapons?" Tan Deshang cast a stern gaze over the crowd and declared, "The Yang Chao family possesses an ample supply of weapons and resources. These arms will safeguard the villagers, and the provisions can be distributed among the members of the guard, ensuring you have food and meat to eat. From this day forth, all who join the guard must not only defend the safety of Yueya village, but also protect the Yang family. Should any guard member or their family dare to engage with the Gu family or the Chung family, heed their commands, or waver in their loyalty." Tan Deshang raised his gun and fired several shots into the sky, proclaiming, "This shall be your fate." The crowd exchanged glances, and one by one, they affirmed, "We will follow you and support Yang Chao. We shall never betray the Yang family." Tan Deshang continued his demonstration in the small square, instructing, "Pay close attention. This is the safety catch, and this is the rate of fire mechanism. Learn well, for soon each of you will wield a weapon, and no one will dare to bully us again." After a while, Tan Deshang proceeded to teach them how to set up a minefield. He dug a shallow pit and carefully buried a homemade landmine, explaining, "This type of bouncing mine will explode at waist height when triggered." As he demonstrated by pulling the detonation cord, the target was instantly riddled with steel pellets. "Oh my goodness!" Wang Taizu exclaimed, frightened and collapsing to the ground. Just yesterday, he had been coaxed by Lu Ergu to the Gu family's side to collect money, and now his pants were soaked. Chapter 49. Unyielding Greed. Relentless failure. All of Tan Deshang's actions in the village were closely observed by Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng. Their faces darkened with fury. Gu Pengfei was so enraged that he nearly summoned his bodyguards to unleash a barrage of gunfire upon Tan Deshang. Indeed, Gu Pengfei had urgently summoned 10 bodyguards from the city overnight. The previous bodyguards had been nearly obliterated by Yang Chao and Jasmine at Wanglong Cave, and these new arrivals had been hired at great expense, boasting formidable combat prowess. Gu Pengfei contemplated taking action against Tan Deshang, but Cheng Feng restrained him, cautioning, "Hold on. This man is highly skilled. If we cannot strike decisively, we risk losing personnel. Moreover, he was currently surrounded by dozens of individuals. Bringing more men would not guarantee victory." Gu Pengfei clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale. Cheng Feng queried, "Since we failed at Wanglong Cave, should we return to the city and procure some superior weapons before making another attempt?" Gu Pengfei shook his head, his thoughts meticulous and far-reaching, deeper than Cheng Feng's. "I have no intention of retreating." Gu Pengfei took a drag from his cigarette, slowly exhaling rings of smoke. "Have you ever considered that Moonlight Mountain is, in fact, an ideal sanctuary for the apocalypse?" Cheng Feng was taken aback. "What? Do you wish to reside here permanently?" Gu Pengfei replied, "Why not? Have you pondered the reasons behind your sister's choice to live in such a place?" Cheng Feng shook his head. Gu Pengfei regarded him with a hint of disdain. This spoiled scion, perpetually indulging in feasting and revelry, lacked the acumen to engage in thoughtful reflection. He had little inclination to explain himself to Cheng Feng, however. He had resolved to make Moonlight Mountain his home. Since Cheng Moli had opted for this location, he instinctively felt that her choice was not influenced by Yang Chao. Moli had always been clear-headed, possessing high standards in matters of the heart. She would not easily invest her emotions in anyone. Thus it was highly improbable that her move to Moonlight Mountain was for Yang Chao's sake. But for what reason then? Undoubtedly, it was due to the area's suitability for habitation. With her jade bracelet and portable space, Moli likely harbored knowledge of greater secrets, perhaps even foreseeing future natural disasters. Hence, she would select a location most conducive to retreat. Consider last autumn. Acid rain ravaged several cities, yet Moonlight Mountain, merely hundreds of kilometers away, remained unscathed. The frigid cold and blizzard conditions claimed nearly half the population of the cities, while the villages at the foot of Moonlight Mountain suffered catastrophic losses. In stark contrast, only 10 souls perished in the village of Yueya, situated halfway up the mountain, with the vast majority of its residents surviving. This indicated that Moli had chosen a place exceptionally suited for evading calamity. The harsh winter had passed. Could there be no further disasters on the horizon? Gu Pengfei thought otherwise. given that a succession of disasters had rendered the Gu family's business inoperable, forcing them to live off their dwindling resources. He saw no reason not to remain at Moonlight Mountain. Firstly, to seize the opportunity to acquire the jade bracelet, and secondly, if another disaster should arise. It would be far preferable to take refuge in Moonlight Mountain than elsewhere. With Chung Moli already there, why should he leave? Having reconciled these thoughts, Gu Pengfei resolved to make his abode at Moonlight Mountain, specifically within the Yang family's courtyard. Humph, that scoundrel Yang Chao had dared to abduct his fiancée, depriving him of the splendid opportunity to obtain the jade bracelet. He would not easily forgive Yang Chao. As for the appropriation of his family's property, what did that matter? He intended to claim Yang Chao's life as well. With this in mind, Gu Pengfei inquired of Chung Feng, "What progress have you made regarding the new weapons?" Chung Feng's eyes darted about. "No leads as of yet. I will make a call to expedite matters." In the dead of night, within the Yang family's study, Chung Feng picked up the phone. "Brother Hu, what I require is not ordinary herbicide." Chung Feng lowered his voice. "I need something that causes flesh to rot upon contact. Preferably the kind similar to the Agent Orange used in the Vietnam War." A hoarse chuckle echoed from the other end of the line. "You are quite ruthless, my friend. However, given the current scrutiny, the price will rise by 30%. Chung Feng cast a glance at the safe on the table, which contained the gold bars he had brought. Brother Hu, money is not an issue. Please provide me with 5 additional 79-style submachine guns, equipped with silencers." Gu Pengfei stood by the window on the 3rd floor of the Yang residence, surveying the entirety of Yuya village. His new bodyguards were training in the courtyard. Clad entirely in black tactical uniforms, with combat knives secured at their waists, executing their movements with precision and efficiency. One bodyguard approached to report, "Boss, as per your instructions, the basement of the Yang residence has been converted into an armory. The weapons and equipment transported from the city have all been properly arranged." Gu Pengfei nodded, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. His current ambitions extended far beyond merely acquiring the jade bracelet. He sought to seize the entirety of Moon Mountain. Since Jasmine had chosen this location, it indicated that Moon Mountain would be a safe haven amidst the impending calamities. He needed to gain an advantage by transforming this area into his territory. As for Yang Chao and Jasmine, once his weapons arrived, their demise would be imminent. Chung Feng hung up the phone, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. Brother Hu had already agreed to his demands. The orange agent and submachine guns would be delivered in 3 days. By then, he would not only annihilate Yang Chao and Jasmine, but also turn the entire Wanglong Cave into a desolate wasteland. Within Wanglong Cave, Jasmine fixed her gaze on the surveillance screen, her brow furrowed in concern. Gu Pengfei had not retreated. Instead, he was fortifying the defenses of the Yang residence. Jasmine pulled up several feeds, pointing to the new bodyguards for Yang Chao's perusal. "Look, these individuals are well-trained, not just ordinary thugs. They appear stronger than the previous batch of bodyguards." Yang Chao contemplated. "It seems they intend to establish a long-term presence here and have no plans of leaving for the time being." Tan Desheng scoffed. "I will ensure they come and never return. Jasmine, procure the most formidable weapons for me. I will infiltrate the Yang residence and confront them directly." Jasmine shook her head. "That's not feasible. They currently outnumber us, and a direct confrontation would be disadvantageous." Yang Chao lowered his head, deep in thought, remaining silent for a long while. Finally, he raised his head. "I have an idea. We should leave Moon Mountain and reside elsewhere for a while." Jasmine, taken aback, asked, "Why depart?" Yang Chao explained, "This summer, after the wheat harvest, extreme heat and drought will follow in rapid succession, with temperatures soaring above 50 degrees and drought conditions persisting for several months. We are still in a window of opportunity, and I wish to utilize this time to stock up on supplies such as fertilizers and water." Tan Desheng slapped his thigh. "Indeed, we lack fertilizer. Just a few days ago, when I distributed seeds to the villagers, they inquired whether I had any fertilizer available. Jasmine had only provided me with seeds, lacking fertilizer. However, most villagers still had some leftover fertilizer from last year, so they would make do and plant their fields this year." Yang Chao continued, after the acid rain. "We were pressed for time while hoarding supplies and did not consider the need for fertilizer. Moreover, following the extreme heat and drought, we will require a substantial amount of water, so I intend to stockpile more." Jasmine concurred, "Excellent. Let us leave Moon Mountain and find a place to stay for a while. Living in a cave without sunlight is stifling. Furthermore, With Gu Pingfei and Cheng Feng persistently pursuing us, it might be wiser to depart, seek a suitable location, enjoy a period of stability, and then prepare to face the impending apocalyptic disasters once more. Yang Chao, we must meticulously plan our departure. If we leave Moon Mountain, we must ensure they also depart. Chapter 50. Leaving Moon Mountain in the early hours of a day 2 days later, Yang Chao and Mo Li stealthily departed from Moon Mountain in their car. They had resolved to take their parents and the Tan family along with them. Tan Decheng was already aware that Mo Li's supplies had been purchased with money, not conjured out of thin air. However, being a man of few words, he refrained from inquiring about the source of her funds or the reasons behind her substantial purchases. Nor did he question where the supplies were stored. As long as Yang Chao and Mo Li remained silent, he would not utter a word. He focused solely on his duty, to protect Mo Li and Yang Chao. With natural disasters occurring in rapid succession and the outside world in turmoil, this journey out of the mountain was far less secure than before. It was only with Tan Decheng's presence that Yang Chao and Mo Li felt a sense of reassurance. They headed straight for the city, accompanying Mo Li. Yang Chao discreetly visited her home. Upon seeing Mo Li, Cheng's mother was taken aback, then rushed forward, exclaiming, "Mo Li, why have you returned? Are you here to give me the jade bracelet?" Yang Chao swiftly intervened, preventing her from approaching Mo Li. Mo Li stepped back and replied, "I have merely come to see you. There is nothing else. I have moved back to the city. If you are so intent on the bracelet, then I shall take my leave." With that, she turned to exit. Yang Chao shielded her as they retreated from the Chung family villa and promptly got into their car. Yang's parents and the Tan family awaited them outside. Cheng's mother was in a flurry, helplessly watching them drive away. The two cars sped towards the airport. A flight had recently commenced, and Mo Li had already purchased tickets for 7 people to the city. The purpose of this visit was to see Cheng's mother, intending to convey through her that Mo Li and the others had returned to the city and left Moon Mountain. This would serve as bait to entice Cheng Feng and Gu Pengfei away from Moon Mountain. By the time they arrived in the city, Mo Li and her party of 7 were already aboard the plane, en route to the city, located in the northeast. The city was where Yang's father had worked before the apocalypse, and he was well acquainted with it. He had arranged in advance to rent a villa at the foot of Mount Baishan in the city, where they would be staying. The northeast is vast and resource-rich, enduring harsh winters. Hence, when extreme cold and heavy snowfall arrive, this city, accustomed to prolonged low temperatures and heavy snow, possesses ample experience in combating such calamities. With abundant energy and fuel resources, it withstands extreme cold and blizzards more effectively than cities in the south. Most importantly, the city is located within 100 kilometers of the renowned Baishan water reservoir. The reservoir holds 2 billion cubic meters of water, pristine enough for direct consumption. Mo Li was uncertain about how much water would be needed, given the anticipated prolonged heat and drought. She intended to maximize the capacity of her space with water. Fortunately, the reservoir maintained a stable water supply year-round, ensuring that her withdrawals would not affect its levels. Upon disembarking from the plane, Jasmine retrieved her vehicle from the space and made her way directly to the villa nestled at the foot of the mountain. As she stepped inside, a sense of satisfaction washed over her. The villa, newly renovated, was said to have been built by a wealthy individual who had yet to reside there due to the onset of severe weather, prompting his family to retreat to their rural hometown to escape the calamity. Situated in a sparsely populated area, the villa was not particularly convenient for daily living, but it was ideal for retirement, and certainly not suitable for evading natural disasters. Jasmine's father had a personal connection with the affluent owner, allowing them to rent the property at an exceptionally low price for a brief stay of several months. The villa was well equipped, featuring 7 or 8 rooms, surpassing their expectations. Jasmine arranged some bedding and kitchenware from her space, making it ready for habitation. Before dusk, she and Yang Chao took a stroll around the vicinity, returning even more pleased with their surroundings. Jasmine remarked, "There are hardly any neighbors around. It's just our building. Indeed, life here may be inconvenient, but it is remarkably tranquil and serene. It suits us perfectly, especially since we have no need to venture out for anything." Yang Dad commented on the land in the yard, expressing his desire to cultivate some fresh vegetables, tapping into the deeply ingrained agricultural tendency of their culture. Jasmine chuckled, "Of course, Uncle Yang. Feel free to plant whatever you wish. I have an abundance of seeds." The following day, Yang Dad began planting in the yard, with Yang Mom assisting him, insisting on keeping others at bay. Meow Meow cooked for everyone in the kitchen, while Tiao Tiao played in the yard. Jasmine settled into a rocking chair outdoors, closing her eyes to bask in the sun. Yang Chao approached, setting up a small table nearby. Brewing tea while soaking up the sunlight. Jasmine sighed contentedly. How wonderful it is to freely enjoy the sun and the gentle breeze, savoring these delightful moments. Life in the cave had become stifling, often interrupted by the Gu and Cheng families. Living under the sun is truly blissful. Yang Chao remained silent, not wanting to disrupt Jasmine's musings. He allowed her to relish her happiness, letting her bask in the sun for a while longer. After tidying up the small courtyard, they enjoyed a few days of peaceful, joyful living. Everyone relished the time spent in the sunny yard. Jasmine even placed a gazebo in the courtyard, along with lounge chairs, sofas, and a dining table. Each day, they gathered to drink tea by the fire, grilling lamb and beef. They even opted to dine outdoors, fully embracing the joy of life beneath the sun. Jasmine often exclaimed, "There is no place more comfortable than in nature under the sun." Yang Chao hoped such days would last indefinitely. Days free from natural disasters were indeed a blessing. Alas, this happiness could not endure for long. A few months later, as high temperatures and drought approached, chaos was poised to ensue once again. Surely, once they departed from Moon Mountain, the Gu and Cheng families would also move on. Yang Chao's intuition proved correct. When Cheng Feng heard his mother mention that Jasmine had gone to the city, he was left utterly dumbfounded. At one moment, he reproached Cheng's mother for not stopping Jasmine, and at another, he blamed Cheng's father for failing to station bodyguards at home to protect the jade bracelet. Eventually, he began to persuade Gu Pengfei, suggesting they return to the city, as he had heard that the corpses in the city had been cleared away and life had returned to normal. Jasmine had left Crescent Mountain. What were they still doing here? Cheng Feng longed for the comforts of urban life, convinced that city living was most convenient. Jasmine has returned to the city? Gu Pengfei scoffed, turning to stare at Cheng Feng. She went to great lengths to hide in Crescent Mountain. Do you truly believe she would suddenly return? Cheng Feng was taken aback. My mother saw it with her own eyes. Their entire family has left. Gu Pengfei pondered. If they have truly left, then it is perfect. We shall head to Wanglong Cave tonight. But with Jasmine gone, what purpose does that serve? If you wish to go, then go. I have no interest. I want to return home. Perhaps Jasmine is residing in the city, and if I return, I might see her. Gu Pengfei slapped his forehead. Indeed, if Jasmine is in the city, then he must hasten back. The city was his territory. Upon returning, he need not fear losing track of Jasmine. The following morning, Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng set off for home, accompanied by a retinue of bodyguards as they departed Crescent Mountain and returned to the city. Chapter 51. Water collection from Baishan. Preparing for high temperatures and drought after a few days of rest, Jasmine resolved to collect water from the Baishan Reservoir. The reservoir lay deep within Baishan, a natural deep pool reaching hundreds of meters in depth and spanning several dozen kilometers, encircled by steep rock walls. Its water so clear that one could see to the bottom. At 4 in the morning, as dawn broke, mist swirled around Baishan. Yang Chao drove while Jasmine dozed in the passenger seat, and together they approached the reservoir. Yang Chao located a secluded grove and parked the car beneath the trees. The two settled under a large tree by the reservoir. Jasmine entered the space to inspect the pond, discovering that it had been upgraded, now larger and deeper. The trees and fruit-bearing plants she had cultivated around the pond thrived. Due to the upgrade, the existing water volume was less than 1/3. Jasmine decided to replenish the pond completely. Tan Deshang and Yang Chao stood a distance away, on guard. Jasmine removed her jade bracelet, securely tying it with a rope and lowering it into the water. She closed her eyes, her thoughts flowing, and the water from the reservoir swiftly surged towards the bracelet, flowing into the pond space. Thus, for 3 consecutive days, they collected 20,000 tons of water each day. On the 4th day, they continued the collection. Yang Chao observed Jasmine, noticing the fatigue etched on her face. He glanced at her, feeling a pang of concern. Perhaps we should stop collecting tomorrow? He suggested. 3 days have yielded 60,000 tons. That should be sufficient for the space. Jasmine shook her head, grasping Yang Chao's hand to show him the space within the jade bracelet. Not enough. Look, the pond is still not full. If the heat and drought are more severe and prolonged than what you experienced in your previous life, what then? It is prudent to store more now, thus reducing future risks. Yang Chao furrowed his brow, but chose to remain silent. Tan Deshang murmured, "This pond is truly peculiar. Despite the vast quantity of water, it seems to diminish not at all." Yang Chao elucidated, "I have perused the records. and this pond is connected to an underground river, its source being glacial meltwater, which accounts for its exceptional quality and seemingly inexhaustible supply. Is that not perfect? Tan Desheng grinned. Perfect? Yang Chao shook his head. What concerns me is Jasmine. Ever since her arrival in the city, she has developed an almost obsessive compulsion for stockpiling supplies. Every dawn, without fail, she ventures to the pond for water. And by day, she and Tan Desheng scour the city's abandoned supermarkets and warehouses, collecting whatever they find. Her space is already overflowing with food and medicines, and she is relentlessly seeking various fuels, yet she still feels it insufficient. Upon her arrival, she ordered 10,000 large water storage barrels from the factories in the city, utilizing them not only to store water in the pond but also within the barrels. In truth, the space contains a well that perpetually yields water. When Yang Chao suggested Jasmine cease her water gathering, she countered, what if one day the well runs dry? Yang Chao empathized with her anxiety. Yet he sensed something was amiss with Jasmine. Tan Desheng followed Yang Chao's gaze. Jasmine's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, beads of perspiration forming at her temples. Has she perhaps taken too much? Tan Desheng furrowed his brow. Yang Chao remained silent, striding over to grasp Jasmine's hand firmly. Jasmine, stop. She jolted, her eyes momentarily vacant. What's wrong? Today, you spent 2 hours longer fetching water than yesterday. The pond is already full. It's time to halt. Jasmine glanced down at her jade bracelet, noticing a fine crack appearing, as if some unseen force had strained it. She shook her head, attempting to regain her clarity. The atmosphere on the return journey was heavy. Jasmine sat in the passenger's seat, staring silently out into the night. Yang Chao stole a glance at her, but could not restrain himself from speaking. You are being too reckless. The bracelet is not a bottomless pit. It has its limits. I fear that exceeding those limits may burden your health. Jasmine replied softly. I merely wish to store more water. I feel an incessant anxiety that it is insufficient. Yang Chao gently reassured her. You are overly tense. There are only 7 of us. This water will suffice for several lifetimes. Upon returning to the villa, dusk was just settling in. Tan Desheng did not rush inside but instead circled to the rear of the yard to inspect the security line he had set up the previous night. Suddenly, he halted. Fresh footprints marred the earth, none belonging to any of them. He crouched down for a closer examination. The imprints were delicate, as if someone had deliberately slowed their pace. Yet the trajectory was clear, heading straight for the villa's back window. Tan Desheng's brow furrowed in worry. He followed the trail of footprints, ultimately discovering a snuffed cigarette, but outside the wall, its tip branded with the insignia of an upscale brand. This was not the sort of cigarette a typical survivor would smoke. During dinner, Tan Desheng placed the cigarette butt on the table, suggesting that someone might be watching us. Uncle Yang, have you noticed any suspicious individuals loitering around the villa today? Yang's father shook his head. We have all been indoors today, without venturing outside. I haven't seen anyone around the villa, nor has anyone knocked on the door or inquired. Yang Chao picked up the cigarette but to examine it closely. When was this discarded? The footprints were fresh, likely no more than 3 hours old. Molly set down her chopsticks, her expression shifting slightly. Could it be Gu Pengfei or Cheng Feng's men? Impossible, Yang Chao replied. Even if they pursued us to the city, they wouldn't arrive so quickly. That must mean it's a local force, Tan Desheng said solemnly. Our frequent shopping sprees over the past few days may have attracted unwanted attention. Molly pondered for a moment. Starting today, let's suspend our purchases and observe if there are any suspicious individuals. Yang Chao agreed. Yes. We need to ascertain who our opponent is. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to courting death. After dinner, Molly took Tan Desheng to inspect the footprints. Molly analyzed. These footprints belong to a man. They are quite deep, indicating he is either overweight or quite robust. Miao Miao speculated, could he be a thief? Seeing that someone lives here, he might have intended to steal something. After exploring, he discovered the presence of occupants and left. This suspicion held some merit, yet what if he were not a thief? The footprints were too concerning, and unease settled over everyone. That night, Yang Chao and Tan Desheng installed several surveillance cameras inside and outside the house. Tan Desheng cracked his knuckles. If this person dares to return with ill intentions, I will make him regret it. Miao Miao volunteered to monitor the surveillance. You 3 work hard during the day. At night, you should rest well while I keep watch. If anything stirs, I will call for Desheng. Yang Chao's parents also insisted on participating, not wanting Miao Miao to bear the burden alone. They decided to take shifts, 3 hours each at night for the 3 of them. While during the day, they would rotate watching the yard to see who might come. In the end, They followed Young Father's suggestion, Young Father, Young Mother. And Meow Meow would take turns monitoring the cameras at night. However, after several days of vigilance, no one appeared. As time passed, the owner of the footprints remained absent, and everyone began to relax. Perhaps it was merely a petty thief. Chapter 52. The emergence of Molly's white moonlight. Unbeknownst to them, over 2 months had elapsed. Even in the northeast, the weather began to warm. Molly found it hard to stay at home and yearned to go shopping once again. This time, she had no choice but to venture out, as the objective was to procure fertilizer. After the acid rain, they had forgotten to buy fertilizer while purchasing seeds in the city. It was only when the villagers of Uaya village began farming that Molly realized they were out of fertilizer. The city, located in the northeast, boasted fertile land and a plethora of farmland, hence numerous fertilizer factories. Upon arriving in the city, Young Father helped Molly connect with a fertilizer factory to order all the fertilizer they had available. This factory was on the brink of closure, with nearly a year's worth of production lying unsold. Since the acid rain last year, followed by an extreme chill and blizzard, vast expanses of farmland have been devastated, leaving them uncultivated and natural fertilizers unsold. Factories are unable to disperse wages, and only the factory manager and a solitary guard remain employed. Jasmine and Yang Chao negotiated a purchase price with the manager, made the payment, and exchanged a knowing glance with Tan Deshang. Tan Deshang immediately understood, ushering the manager and the guard into the vehicle, exclaiming, "Let us go. We're off for a meal. There is no need to worry about transporting goods. We rented 10 large trucks and will load the cargo ourselves." Once they departed, Jasmine swiftly collected all the fertilizers and headed straight to the northern suburbs of the city. She resolved to acquire a batch at zero cost. In this apocalyptic era, having ample supplies is paramount, for none can ascertain how long this calamity will endure. There stood an abandoned warehouse supermarket, discovered by Tan Deshang. Jasmine crouched beside the ventilation duct at the back in trance, her fingertips gently tapping the metal, straining to hear any sounds from within. Silence prevailed. It was safe. She gestured to Yang Chao and Tan Deshang behind her. Tan Deshang retrieved a hydraulic cutter from his backpack, swiftly prying open the wire mesh of the vent. Yang Chao was the first to squeeze inside. "Wow, this place has been completely emptied?" Tan Deshang exclaimed as he jumped down, illuminating the rows of shelves with his flashlight, revealing an impressive stock of canned goods and vacuum-packed foods. Jasmine's eyes sparkled. After the acid rain, this place had been sealed off by the military, deterring ordinary people from approaching. As Jasmine rummaged through the shelves of canned goods, she called out to Yang Chao, "Look, these cans can last at least 5 years, and the variety is extensive." Yang Chao scanned the surroundings warily. "Jasmine, hurry up, we must evacuate within 30 minutes. Jasmine nodded, drawing closer to the shelves, her mind subtly directing the movement. Cases of canned meat, fruit, compressed biscuits, and powdered milk vanished in the blink of an eye, as if swept away by an invisible hand. Tan Deshang stood guard, when suddenly he perked up. Someone's coming. The side door of the warehouse was violently kicked open, and 5 men wielding iron rods barged in. The leader was bald, a grotesque scar marring his face, his fierce gaze sweeping across the empty shelves. "Damn it, someone beat us to it," he spat, fixing his eyes on Jasmine and her companions. The bald man bellowed, "Confess where you've hidden the goods." Tan Deshang calmly positioned himself in front of Jasmine, his right hand inching towards the modified crossbow at his waist. Yang Chao whispered urgently, "Stay calm. They outnumber us." Jasmine stealthily reached into her backpack, grasping the stun gun. With a sincere expression, Yang Chao addressed the men, "Brothers, we just arrived and have found nothing." The bald man scoffed, "Nonsense. I've been watching this place for 3 days. No one else has come in. Yet the goods have vanished." He raised his iron rod, striking the shelves with a loud clang. Tan Deshang suddenly chuckled. "Are you certain you want to make a move?" He slowly drew his crossbow, the arrow aimed at the throat of the bald man, capable of piercing through the skull in a mere 0.3 seconds. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with an impending confrontation. Jasmine seized the moment to retreat into a corner, holding her jade bracelet poised above the ground, should the need arise. She was prepared to unleash the gasoline canisters she had previously gathered to create chaos. The bald man scrutinized Tan Deshang's professional stance, his expression shifting between uncertainty and determination. Upon catching sight of Jasmine's exquisite beauty, he was instantly captivated, his thoughts turning audacious as he resolved to subdue both Tan Deshang and Yang Chao. Intending to take Jasmine away, wielding an iron rod, the bald man lunged at Tan Deshang, with ferocity. In response, Tan Deshang released his grip, and an arrow pierced the bald man's neck, causing him to collapse with a thud. The remaining 4 thugs, witnessing the scene, screamed and fled faster than rabbits. Tan Deshang lowered his weapon and kicked the fallen bald man, noting that he was no ordinary thug. Observe the calluses on his palms. He knew how to handle a gun. Yang Chao furrowed his brow, remarking that the survivors in the city were more perilous than they had anticipated. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in the Eastern Agricultural Market, Jasmine donned a baseball cap and mask, meticulously comparing various drought-resistant fertilizers. Yang Chao pushed a shopping cart filled with monopotassium phosphate and humic acid. The vendor enthusiastically recommended a water-soluble fertilizer, claiming it to be most effective in high temperatures, especially when combined with their water retention agent, which could reduce evaporation by 60. Just as Jasmine was about to pay, a clear male voice called out from behind, "Ching Jasmine?" She froze momentarily before slowly turning around. The man standing at the stall wore a faded denim shirt, and his eyes, concealed behind gold-rimmed glasses, sparkled with a crescent-shaped smile. His gentle, jade-like features instantly transported Jasmine back to her university days. Tao Haoran, her former senior, and the object of her unspoken affection for 3 years. She was aware that he harbored feelings for her as well, but familial pressures regarding a business marriage had compelled her to suppress her emotions. After Tao Haoran graduated, they had lost contact. What would contacting him achieve? She was destined to marry Gu Pengfei, a man she had never truly loved. "It's really you," Tao Haoran exclaimed, stepping forward with surprise, extending his hand towards Jasmine. "I heard the city is suffering greatly. I was worried about you." Jasmine instinctively removed her mask, joyfully grasping his hand. "What brings you to the city?" Tao Haoran retrieved his work ID from his pocket to show her. "I'm involved in a disaster relief project at the Agricultural Science Institute. Right after graduation, I joined the team working on research and development. We have developed genetically modified drought-resistant corn that can thrive at temperatures of up to 45 degrees Celsius." Yang Chao observed their lingering handshake, his expression darkening as he interjected, "Genetically modified foods pose safety risks." Tao Haoran remained unfazed, smiling as he presented Jasmine with a testing report. "Our product has undergone 4 generations of mouse testing, showing no abnormalities. Currently, 1/3 of the shelters in the city are cultivating this." As Jasmine accepted the report, her heart raced. This was precisely the technology they desperately needed. Tao Haoran gazed at her with a warm smile. "Shall we sit down together and catch up, Jasmine? It has been so long." Molly glanced at Yang Chao, remaining silent. "If you require seeds, I can assist," Tao Haoran whispered. "The Agricultural Institute possesses a secret seed bank, housing ancient varieties from the last century, which exhibit far superior drought resistance compared to contemporary crops." Yang Chao fixed his gaze on Tao Haoran, suddenly wrapping his arm around Molly's shoulder. "No need. We don't require it. We have other matters to attend to and must take our leave." Tao Haoran observed Yang Chao, then turned his attention to Molly. Even a fool could discern Yang Chao's possessiveness towards Molly. Their relationship was anything but ordinary. A sense of discomfort stirred within him. Yet he found it inappropriate to voice his thoughts. He cast a meaningful glance at Yang Chao, suggesting that a private conversation would be more beneficial. As there were technical details he understood, Yang Chao glared at Tao Haoran, his eyes sharp as blades. "We don't need it," he reiterated. Reluctantly, Tao Haoran excused himself. Once Tao Haoran had departed, Yang Chao's expression soured. "Something is off about that man." Molly, rarely raising her voice, retorted, "You are biased against him. He is my senior, and I trust his character and expertise. Moreover, the drought-resistant technology he offers is precisely what we need." A cough interrupted their dispute. "Let us discuss this later," Tan Deshang suggested. Both Yang Chao and Molly wore displeased expressions. On their return journey, Molly turned away, choosing silence. Through the rearview mirror, Yang Chao noticed Tao Haoran standing at the market entrance, watching them as they drove away. Instinctively, Yang Chao felt that Tao Haoran harbored a secret, and he instinctively wanted to keep Molly and him apart. Chapter 53. An upset of jealousy. In the early morning, Molly was startled awake by the doorbell. Rubbing her eyes, she glanced at the bedside clock, which read 6:15. Who could be ringing the bell at this hour? She donned her robe and padded barefoot down the stairs. Peering through the peephole, she was surprised to see Tao Haoran standing outside, cradling a peculiar plant with leaves shimmering with a metallic sheen. "Tao Haoran." Molly opened the door, the cold air causing her to shiver. "How did you find me?" She regarded him with suspicion, perplexed. She had not disclosed her address to him. How had he located her? Had he followed her? Apologies for disturbing your rest. Tao Howard adjusted his glasses, his eyes filled with gentle warmth. He attempted to clarify. I'm sorry, after you left yesterday, I realized I hadn't obtained your contact number, so I hurriedly drove over here upon discovering your residence. Since leaving the Chung family, Molly had changed her phone number and had not been in touch with old acquaintances. Tao Howard shook the plant in his hands, saying, I researched late into the night and suddenly thought of this drought-resistant corn sample. I believed it prudent to show you sooner rather than later, as I felt you would be interested. Molly instinctively glanced upstairs. Yang Chao's door remained closed, but she knew with his vigilance, he must have awakened. She stepped aside. Please come in. I will brew some coffee, and we can have breakfast together. As Tao Howard entered the living room, Molly noticed his gaze swiftly surveying every corner of the room. He murmured in admiration, your arrangement here is truly exquisite, far superior to the conditions in a shelter. Jasmine added 2 spoonfuls of coffee beans to the coffee machine and inquired, did Uncle Yang find this place? Do you prefer black coffee or with milk? Black coffee will suffice, replied Tao Howard as he placed a pot of plants on the coffee table. This was a newly cultivated drought-resistant variety, capable of surviving in extremely arid conditions. Jasmine approached with 2 cups of coffee, her curiosity piqued as she examined the plant. She reached out to touch the leaves, which felt cold and firm, entirely unlike crops grown in nature. Is this truly corn? She couldn't help but ask, noticing that the leaves bore no resemblance to the corn she was familiar with. Just as Tao Howard was about to respond, footsteps echoed from the staircase. Yang Chao stood midway down the steps, a stern expression on his face as he addressed Tao Howard. Mr. Tao, entering someone else's home without permission seems rather impolite. Jasmine's face flushed crimson. Yang Chao's words left her feeling embarrassed. However, Tao Howard feigned ignorance. He exchanged pleasantries with Yang Chao's parents, introducing himself, and then began to eloquently discuss the cultivation process of drought-resistant crops. Yang's father listened intently, frequently posing questions. Thus, we employed genetic fragments from desert plants for recombination, resulting in seeds that can withstand high temperatures and drought. Tao Howard sliced open a white corn kernel, revealing its peculiar translucent appearance. Jasmine, would you care to try? The sweetness of this corn is twice that of ordinary corn. Jasmine gingerly accepted it and took a delicate bite. To her surprise, the kernels were indeed sweet and juicy, infused with an unusual aroma. This is delightful, she exclaimed. It hardly resembles a laboratory product. Suddenly, Yang Chao slammed his fork onto the table, startling everyone. Are you certain this can be consumed? He glared at Tao Howard, his eyes filled with challenge. The atmosphere at the dining table instantly thickened. Tao Howard adjusted his glasses. It seems Mr. Yang has a misunderstanding regarding genetic editing technology. Yang Chao smirked. Need I reiterate the news from last year about genetically modified wheat causing diarrhea in 3,000 people? Jasmine felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Yang Chao, Senior Tao is here to help. Help? Yang Chao's gaze darted between Tao Howard and Jasmine, a specialist from the Agricultural Institute personally delivering seeds at this hour? What a coincidence. Tan Desheng discreetly kicked Yang Chao under the table, attempting to lighten the mood. Perhaps we could conduct a small-scale trial to observe the effects? I concur. Yang's father, a natural enthusiast for farming, rubbed his hands together excitedly. I can allocate a patch of experimental land on the east side of the backyard. Jasmine cast a grateful glance at Yang's father and then turned to Tao Howard, apologizing. Please don't take offense. He has been under considerable stress lately. Tao Howard smiled understandingly. Caution in a post-apocalyptic world is indeed wise. He stood up and retrieved several sealed bags from his briefcase, all filled with seeds. Handing them to Jasmine, he said, these seeds are for you to use. They have been irradiated for sterilization and can be sown directly. Jasmine took the seeds and cast a glance at Yang Chao, who frowned with an air of displeasure. The atmosphere in the room was charged with tension. Tao Howard rose to take his leave, saying, Jasmine, I have matters to attend to. Will you accompany me? Without uttering a word, Jasmine stood up and escorted Tao Howard outside. The two conversed for an extended period in the courtyard, while Yang Chao watched them from the window, his expression darkening. Tan Desheng approached and patted Yang Chao on the shoulder, saying, Brother, I believe you might be overreacting. He is merely an acquaintance of Jasmine. You are reading too much into this. Yang Chao remained silent, sensing the unmistakable scent of jealousy. After a moment, Jasmine returned. Yang Chao inquired, what did you discuss? Jasmine, her face cold, replied, it is none of your concern. You need not know. Yang Chao replied solemnly, For the sake of a stranger? Jasmine maintained her stern demeanor, retorting, "It is because of your attitude. Since Tao has appeared, you have been hostile towards him at every turn." Yang Chao fixed his gaze on Jasmine, articulating each word with intent, because his gaze towards you is unsettling. Furthermore, his arrival is too coincidental for my comfort. Jasmine scoffed, "And what of it? I am not beholden to you, Yang Chao. I have the right to choose my companions." Her words pierced Yang Chao's heart like a needle. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing, merely stepping aside to let her pass. That day, Jasmine remained upstairs, not descending until dinner, when she finally appeared. Her demeanor serious as she stated, "We shall return to Moon Mountain tomorrow. We will no longer stay here." Everyone was taken aback, especially Yang's father, who had grown fond of the courtyard and was eager to tend to the garden. "Jasmine, why such a sudden decision?" Tan Deshang anticipated Yang Chao's opposition. But to his surprise, Yang Chao succinctly replied, "Fine, let us pack up and return tomorrow. I will book the tickets now." Tan Deshang and Miao Miao exchanged glances, sensing an unusual dynamic between Yang Chao and Jasmine. However, since they were returning, no one felt entitled to object. Moreover, after several months away from Moon Mountain, everyone had begun to miss their hometown. After dinner, they all pitched in to organize their belongings, and by the next day, Jasmine had stored everything away and was heading straight to the airport. Chapter 54. Returning to Moon Mountain, awaiting the heat upon returning to Moon Mountain. They traveled in 2 vehicles. Jasmine, in a fit of defiance, refused to ride with Yang Chao, opting instead to sit with Yang's parents while Tan Deshang drove. Yang Chao drove with Miao Miao and Tiao Tiao. On the way back to the village, Jasmine gazed through the car window and noticed the villagers harvesting wheat. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Finally, the heavens have shown mercy, allowing the villagers to reap their harvest." Yang's mother could no longer contain her curiosity, asking, "Jasmine, why did you return so suddenly?" The moment you mentioned it, Chao agreed. "Was he also planning to come back?" Jasmine replied, "Yes, Auntie. Yang Chao initially planned to return next week, but I hastened our departure by a week, due to the impending high temperatures, which the nation has yet to announce. It is anticipated that within 2 weeks, the mercury will soar to around 50 or 60 degrees. A few individuals were taken aback, exclaiming, "What? Such extreme temperatures?" Thus, there is an urgency for you to return swiftly. Jasmine nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, the heat has arrived earlier than expected." Yang's father and mother exchanged glances, fully aware of the implications of her words. The onset of high temperatures precedes what Yang Chao experienced in his previous life, a troubling sign indicating that changes are afoot in this era. Jasmine continued, "I believe Wanglong Cave remains the most suitable refuge for us amidst this scorching apocalypse. No other location compares." "Absolutely," interjected Yang's father. "Wanglong Cave offers warmth in winter and coolness in summer, along with underground springs and dark rivers. There is no better haven." Tan Deshang inquired, "Did Yang Chao inform you of the impending heat wave?" Jasmine shook her head. "No, it was Tao Howren who conveyed the message to me. While he presents himself as an agricultural expert, he is, in fact, serving the military. The government has detected an alarming rise in temperatures and convened a group of agricultural specialists to develop various seeds resistant to cold, high heat, and drought. The newly developed heat-resistant seeds he generously offered me were intended to assist us in surviving the impending crisis." Before Jasmine could finish, Tan Deshang grasped her meaning. Yang Chao, in his naive vet, had misinterpreted the situation, allowing jealousy to blind him and inadvertently hurt Jasmine. Tan Deshang advised, "Well, Jasmine, since everyone is now aware, misunderstandings should be averted in the future." Yang's mother added in support of her son, "So it seems your classmate acted out of kindness. We misjudged him, especially Yang Chao, who ought to apologize." Jasmine turned her gaze toward the window. "There is no need for that. He has returned to the army to collaborate on new projects and to develop additional seeds to aid the populace through this dire period. After his return, we will no longer be in contact. He came by yesterday morning specifically to bid me farewell." Jasmine fell silent, yet her melancholy was palpable, leaving others uncertain whether her sorrow stemmed from Tao Howren's departure or Yang Chao's unjust blame. As the vehicle passed by Yang Chao's residence, his parents expressed a desire to visit, stating, "It has been a while since we last entered our home. Let us take a look." Upon entering the courtyard, they found Yang Chao had already arrived. Spotting Jasmine, he wished to speak with her, but she turned away, ignoring him. Yang's father opened the door, cursing under his breath. "These scoundrels have turned our home into a disaster." The interior was in disarray, evidently ravaged by Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng, accompanied by bodyguards, leaving the place in a state of utter chaos without any semblance of tidiness. Jasmine, witnessing the scene, felt both anger and remorse. For Gu Pengfei and Cheng Feng were intricately linked to her. In a hushed tone, she addressed her uncle and aunt. I am sorry. It is they who have caused this. Yang's mother gently reassured her. Jasmine, this is not your fault. There is no need for you to apologize. They have come here with ill intentions, and their motives are clear to everyone. Father Yang said, Jasmine, do not blame yourself. We must look forward and unite as a family, showing mutual understanding. Yang Chao stood silently in the yard, watching Jasmine deliberately avoid his presence. Feeling as if a heavy stone pressed upon his chest, he opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing, merely turning to inspect the damage to the house. Tan Desheng patted his shoulder and whispered, Brother, you have truly gone too far this time. Yang Chao smiled bitterly, replying, I know. He glanced at Jasmine, who was helping Mother Yang tidy up the house, a wave of discomfort washing over him. He had intended to protect her, yet his words had turned into daggers that inflicted pain. At that moment, Old Sun hurried over with several villagers. Yang Chao, you have finally returned. Old Sun was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. The village's well is nearly dry, and the wheat harvest is incomplete. This dreadful weather. Yang Chao responded. Tomorrow we shall find a way to divert spring water. Lu Dazhuang wiped his face and said, We cannot. The spring water ran dry yesterday. A heavy silence fell over the group. The true heat had yet to arrive, and the water supply was already in crisis. Yang Chao suddenly stood up, declaring, I will go check the reservoir. Jasmine instinctively wanted to follow, but came to an abrupt halt. Tan Desheng, noticing this, quickly said, I will go with you. The water level at the Yueliang Mountain Reservoir had already dropped below the warning line. Tan Desheng remarked, it can only last for another 2 or 3 weeks. By then, we will face not just irrigation issues, but even a scarcity of drinking water. Yang Chao gazed at the distant, gray sky and suddenly said, I was wrong. Huh. Yang Chao's voice was hoarse. Tao Haoran did come to help. Jasmine is right. I was too self-righteous. Tan Desheng sighed, Brother, you need to tell Jasmine this. It won't do to tell me. Yang Chao smiled bitterly. She doesn't want to talk to me now. Tan Desheng raised an eyebrow. So you will just wait? Wait until the heat melts her resolve, and then you will regret it? Yang Chao steeled himself, saying, Let us go. We must head to Wanglong Cave. The heat is coming. We need to prepare in advance. The family locked the door to the house, none of them in the mood to tidy up. They decided to stay at Wanglong Cave instead. Yang Chao remarked, During my absence, I was always worried that the Gu and Cheng families would blow up the cave entrance to take over Wanglong Cave. Tan Desheng chuckled strangely. You are only thinking of this now. It's too late. Jasmine thought of it before we left. She had me choose 10 strong villagers, led by Lu Dazhuang, and provided them with supplies and explosives to guard the area around Wanglong Cave. If the Gu and Cheng families dare to come again, we will blow them up. Who is afraid of whom? Yang Chao was astonished. Why didn't you tell me? Tan Desheng laughed. Jasmine asked me not to tell you, to see if you could guess. As soon as I returned, I asked Lu Dazhuang, and Wanglong Cave is secure. The Gu and Cheng families likely suffered greatly last time and have been deterred from coming back. Hearing this, Yang Chao felt a complex mix of emotions. The bronze door of Wanglong Cave remained steadfast as Yang Chao and Tan Desheng pushed it open with combined effort. The temperature inside the cave was at least 10 degrees cooler than outside, and the refreshing air allowed everyone to exhale in relief. Young's mother wiped her brow, remarking on the comfort within, as the outside had become stifling like a steam room. Molly headed directly to the storage room, retrieving the supplies she had prepared in advance: various grains, oil, vegetables, water barrels, everyday necessities, and seeds resilient to high temperatures and drought. Her movements were swift, yet she avoided making eye contact with Yang Chao. Meanwhile, Tan Desheng and Miao Miao ascended to the mountaintop to organize the solar panel power generation system, removing the grass that had previously covered the panels and connecting the wires. Yang's father examined the water level of the underground river, his expression fraught with concern as he noted, the water level has dropped by over a meter since we left. The high temperatures have not even fully commenced, and yet the water has diminished so significantly. This does not bode well. Yang Chao crouched down, tracing the damp rock wall with his fingers. He reassured his father. The underground river connects to a water source, so it should not completely dry up for the time being. There is no need for worry. Additionally, we have stored a substantial amount of water in the northeast, sufficient for our needs. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Molly organizing the seeds given by Tao Howren, a pang of pain stirring within him. Chapter 55. Seeking the Underground River, Unraveling Secrets in the Deep of Night. Molly sat alone on the stone steps at the cave entrance, gazing vacantly at the pitch-black sky. The sound of footsteps approached from behind, and she instinctively knew who it was without turning around. Yang Chao settled beside her, offering a glass of chilled tea. Here, I added mint to help you cool down. Molly did not accept it. I'm sorry, Yang Chao murmured softly. I should not have treated you that way, nor questioned Tao Howren. As the night breeze tousled Molly's hair, she finally spoke. Do you know why he suddenly returned to the army? Yang Chao shook his head. Molly turned to face him, her complexion pale, as she revealed their grim prediction. The impending heat wave and drought were expected to last at least 2 years. Crops would fail. Rivers would run dry. They sought to cultivate crops capable of thriving in extreme conditions to save more lives. Yang Chao's heart sank. 2 years? That is far worse than in my previous life. He also told me something, Molly continued, her eyes shimmering in the moonlight. Deep within Moon Mountain lies an ancient underground river, its water of a unique quality, potentially beneficial in combating the extreme heat. In an instant, Yang Chao comprehended her intention. You wish to seek it out? Yes, Molly nodded gently. Tomorrow morning, I will go in search of it. The true heat will not arrive for another 2 weeks, and I wish to utilize this time to locate the underground river, as it could greatly assist us in our future endeavors. Yang Chao responded, we have collected ample water in the northeast, enough to sustain us for generations. Is it still necessary to pursue the underground river? Molly affirmed, we must seek it out. I understand that in your previous life, you endured immense suffering. Thus, in this life, you wish to ensure your own safety and live well. Indeed, in the face of impending catastrophe, such prudence seemed entirely justified. The supplies we have stored are sufficient for our needs, as long as we remain stationed at Wanglong Cave. If we are not disturbed, we shall continue to thrive. However, this existence differs from your previous one. Perhaps in the future, there will be relentless external forces that will harass, attack, or even seek to plunder us. In the face of cataclysmic disasters, the survival of individuals remains uncertain. We must establish our own faction to withstand these calamities and counter external threats. Therefore, we must contemplate sustainable survival and development. Yang Chao inquired. So, are you suggesting that the resources we have stored are not solely for our needs, but also for the villagers and our own team? Jasmine gently shook her head. No, it is not for all villagers, but rather for those who align with us and can be of service. The stronger our influence, the better we can protect ourselves. Yang Chao responded. You have long held this thought, Haven Tiyu? Is that why you sought so much water in the northeast? Jasmine nodded. Indeed. We cannot predict how long this apocalypse will last. With high temperatures and drought expected to persist for 2 years, we cannot ascertain how much water will be sufficient. Thus, I must seek the dark river. Yang Chao wanted to express that it was too dangerous, but upon meeting Jasmine's gaze, he softly said, I will accompany you. Jasmine finally accepted the cup of cool tea. Their fingertips briefly touched before quickly parting. The night air remained stifling, yet something quietly melted away. Early the next morning, Tan Dushang approached Jasmine. Jasmine, I must return to the village to continue training my guard team. After being away for several months, I entrusted the team to Lu Dazhuang. But I am still somewhat uneasy and need to check on them. Jasmine nodded. Brother Dushang, the guard team must continue their training. The supplies and food I promised them can still be provided. With the high temperatures approaching, the guard members can be supplied with water. Upon your return, focus on training the team. Before the heat arrives, I will return to the village and ensure each of your guards receives a water storage barrel filled to the brim, sufficient for their daily needs. Yang Chao added, Brother Dushang, I have another concern. After the high temperatures set in, the caves of Moon Mountain may very well become a refuge for many. After all, the caves contain water and provide coolness. At that time, Moon Mountain may be filled with all sorts of people, increasing the risk of incidents. Therefore, our village's guard team must be established. Tan Dushang felt a tightening in his chest and readily agreed. Yang Chao and Jasmine then ventured together to search for the ancient dark river deep within Moon Mountain. After a week of searching without success, on the 8th day, at noon, they finally discovered a concealed entrance on the north face of the main peak. To their surprise, the dark river was located within the main peak, just 3 kilometers from Wanglong Cave. The entrance was obscured by thick vines, without the instrument emitting a strong signal. It would have gone unnoticed. As Yang Chao cleared the vines, a rush of cool air enveloped them, the temperature being at least 15 degrees lower than outside. Jasmine exclaimed in astonishment, "There must be a large body of water beneath." Yang Chao activated his powerful flashlight, illuminating the inky darkness of the cavern. The walls were adorned with glistening stalactites, while the ground was slick with moss. He extended his hand to steady Jasmine, cautioning her that the surface was treacherous. Jasmine instinctively recoiled, yet ultimately permitted his support. Together, they ventured deeper into the cave. After approximately half an hour, the soothing sound of flowing water echoed ahead. As they rounded a bend, an expansive cavern unfolded before them. A dark river, about 5 meters wide, stretched across the center of the chamber, its crystalline waters revealing the pebbled bottom. Even more astonishing were the peculiar plants flourishing along the riverbank, their thick leaves dusted with sparkling granules. Jasmine crouched down, her fingers grazing the water's surface, and was immediately struck by a bone-chilling cold. "You must feel this. The water temperature is nearly freezing," she exclaimed. Yang Chao also knelt, directing his flashlight towards the river and dipping his hand into the water, exclaiming, "Wow, it's so cold." A shiver involuntarily coursed through him. The duo followed the river upstream, where the darkness deepened. Yang Chao surveyed his surroundings, pondering the river's origins and destination. "The water seems substantial. If only we could devise a method to divert it," he mused. Just as they were deliberating on a plan, an unusual sound resonated from the depths of the cavern, reminiscent of a large creature in motion. Jasmine's eyes widened in fear as she strained to listen, but the noise seemed to have ceased. Yang Chao abruptly rose, positioning himself protectively in front of Jasmine. "We should leave," he urged. They hastily gathered several buckets of water samples and retraced their steps. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Jasmine suddenly halted. "What is the matter?" Yang Chao inquired. Jasmine pointed to the rock face at the cave's mouth. "Look at these scratches. They are quite recent, as if made not long ago." Yang Chao's expression shifted upon inspection. Indeed, these marks are fresh, resembling those of a dagger. Someone has been here, and quite recently. They must have discovered this dark river. A shared glance passed between them, both thinking of one name, Gu Pengfei. Yang Chao grasped Jasmine's hand, urging her to hurry. "We need to return swiftly. If Gu Pengfei becomes aware of the dark river, our situation could become dire." Though he did not finish his sentence, Jasmine understood his implication. Should the oppressive heat arrive, and the Gu family encroach upon this territory to seize control of the river, the potential for violent conflict loomed large. Chapter 56: The Heat Arrives. Villagers rallied behind Jasmine after discovering the dark river. Yang Chao accompanied Jasmine back to the village in haste. Tan Deshang was diligently training the guard team, promising each member a monthly supply of rice, flour, cooking oil, and pork, along with a water storage barrel for every household. Jasmine ensured that all provisions were delivered promptly. Consequently, the villagers began to recognize Jasmine. Yang Chao had initially intended to keep her concealed, preventing her from drawing attention. However, Jasmine interrupted him, asserting that it was inevitable they would become acquainted. The members of the guard surrounded Yang Chao and Mo Li, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. "Brother Yang, we are immensely thankful for the rice, flour, oil, and meat you provided. This will sustain my family for an entire month. Indeed, with the recent heat, the water levels in the reservoir have dwindled. Fortunately, my family has acquired a substantial water storage tank, brimming with water. Thank you for delivering the water. Now we can live without worry. Rest assured, we will ensure the safety of Brother Yang and Miss Mo Li. Anyone who dares to oppose you will be opposing us." The crowd buzzed with conversation. Mo Li smiled and suggested, "As the weather grows increasingly warm, perhaps we should all relocate to the caves. Many of them contain water, even underground rivers and springs, ensuring a reliable water supply. Moreover, the caves are cooler than our homes." Indeed, someone chimed in. "We are fortunate that our village has caves warm in winter and cool in summer, with some water available, albeit limited. It is certainly better than none." Yang Chao cautioned. "If the heat continues to rise, outsiders may come to seize the caves. We must remain vigilant." Lu Dazhuang, with the loudest voice, declared, "Whoever dares to invade our caves, we shall take up arms and fight to the death." He then added, "By the way, Brother Yang, I heard that someone named Gu mentioned you reside in Wanglong Cave. When the heat becomes unbearable, we should simply move closer to Wanglong Cave. There are numerous caves near the main peak. Everyone can find a cave nearby to facilitate the protection of you both. Before you left, Brother Deshang instructed me to lead the guard in safeguarding Wanglong Cave. Fortunately, The Gu and Chung families haven't made an appearance in recent months. It seems Gu Pingfei has already spread rumors about the Yang family residing in Wanglong Cave. His intentions are clearly malicious, hoping to incite the villagers against us. Mo Li, however, has taken the opposite approach, rallying the villagers to protect themselves. She understands that the Gu and Chung families are after the jade bracelet, and since they have never entered Wanglong Cave, they are unaware of its contents and thus uninterested. With Mo Li absent and the jade bracelet missing, they would have no reason to come. However, now that Mo Li has returned, the news will inevitably leak out, and the Gu and Chung families may very well attempt to seize the jade bracelet once again. Presently, they wish for the members of the guard to reside near Wanglong Cave for their own safety. Indeed, as the weather continues to heat up, the wheat harvest is complete, and nothing can be sown in the fields. We might as well take refuge in the caves to escape the heat. The crowd eagerly agreed. Mo Li readily consented. Tan Dishang arranged for the members of the guard to encircle Wanglong Cave, settling them in the surrounding caves. Naturally, a few trustworthy individuals were stationed at the village entrance as a forward lookout. 3 days later, the first group of guard members, along with their families, relocated to the vicinity of Wanglong Cave. Lu Dazhuang led the way, carrying bedding, followed by a dozen young men, and behind them were the elderly, women, and children, a grand procession of dozens. Brother Yang, Lu Dazhuang called from a distance, "We have arrived." Yang Chao stood at the cave's entrance, observing the procession with mixed emotions. He initially wished to live modestly, but now they find themselves compelled to establish their own power. Jasmine emerged from the cave, greeting them with a smile. "Welcome." The villagers swiftly settled into the cavern surrounding the dragon-watching cave. Jasmine retrieved spare tents and simple bedding from her space, even providing a few solar-powered fans. "Oh my. These conditions are splendid. This is incredibly thoughtful. You have saved our entire family." The villagers expressed their gratitude in unison. "Miss Jasmine, we are immensely grateful for your kindness." Jasmine felt a bit embarrassed, responding, "You are all too kind. We are merely helping one another." That afternoon, Tan Dishang convened all the guards for a meeting, assigning tasks. "From today onward, we shall establish 3 lines of defense." He drew a schematic in the dirt with a twig, the first at the foot of the mountain, setting up sentry posts, the second halfway up, laying traps, and the third surrounding the dragon-watching cave, with 24-hour patrols. Yang Chao added, "The high temperatures may draw more people to Moon Mountain. We must be prepared." "Understood." Lu Dazhuang thumped his chest. "I will lead the first line of defense." The other team members also accepted their assignments. To Jasmine's surprise, some elderly villagers and women volunteered for logistical support. "Miss Jasmine," Aunt Lee said, grasping her hand, "though we may not fight, we can cook, mend clothes, and care for the injured." Jasmine smiled in appreciation. "Thank you, Aunt Lee." 2 days later, Jasmine and Yang Chao returned to the Dark River, this time with more containers, ready to collect additional water for study. Yang Chao scooped a handful of water, carefully observing it under the moonlight. Indeed, the water was remarkable. Despite the sweltering heat, it maintained a temperature close to freezing. Jasmine nodded. "I suspect it contains special minerals. Perhaps a natural refrigerant, or maybe it's due to the cave's conditions, as the water flows through the mountain's underground river, which is inherently cool." She cautiously filled a specially designed thermos with the water, sensing that it might not only serve to cool, but perhaps also support the cultivation of heat-resistant crops. Suddenly, Yang Chao lowered his voice. "Today, Dazhuang informed me about Gu Pengfei." Jasmine's expression tensed. "What have you discovered?" Yang Chao furrowed his brow. "I sent Dazhuang to the city for information. He called me, saying the Gu family is recruiting personnel, seemingly preparing to return to Moon Mountain. Furthermore, they are particularly interested in water source information." Jasmine's heart sank. A few days prior, a weather forecast had issued a heatwave warning. Gu Pingfei was indeed taking action. Just as they had anticipated, he recognized that the caverns of Moon Mountain were an ideal refuge from the heat. If Gu Pingfei could think of it, others certainly would as well. It was likely that Moon Mountain would soon be inundated with people, all vying for resources, which could become a primary objective for many in the days to come. At the entrance of the Dark River, scratches appeared, leaving one to ponder whether they were left by Gu Pingfei. If so, it might not be long before they confront the Gu family once more. Jasmine spoke gravely. "We must expedite the construction of our defensive fortifications and strengthen our defensive system. Additionally, we must maintain strict confidentiality regarding the location of the Dark River. At present, only the 2 of us and Brother Tan are privy to its whereabouts. others should remain uninformed for the time being. Just as Yang Chao was about to respond, a sharp whistle pierced the air, an alarm signal from the guard team. Chapter 57. Repelling the first wave of thieves targeting the cavern, the duo hastily returned to Wanlong Cave, where they discovered Tan Desheng fully armed. A group has descended from the mountain, he briefly stated. There are over 20 of them, armed and claiming they wish to borrow the cavern. Yang Chao scoffed. Borrow? They likely intend to scout the area. Jasmine contemplated for a moment. I will go take a look. Yang Chao seized her arm, exclaiming, It's too dangerous. You must not go. Stay back and observe from a distance. Brother Desheng and I will handle it. Concern for Jasmine weighed heavily on Yang Chao. Her beauty could easily incite malicious intent. Jasmine shook her head. Rest assured, I know my limits. You need not worry. I will not approach the scene. You and Brother Desheng go ahead, while I observe from afar with binoculars. Yang Chao and Tan Desheng descended with their team, while Jasmine followed in the vehicle at a distance. At the foot of the mountain checkpoint, Yang Chao encountered the group. The leader was a burly man with a brutish face, who introduced himself as Boss Wong. Brothers, he grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. It's sweltering today, and we just seek a cool place to rest. We heard that the caverns in Moon Mountain are quite refreshing, so we'd like to stay here. It won't trouble you, will it? Yang Chao surveyed the group, noting the bulges at their waists, clearly concealing weapons. He replied calmly, I'm afraid this cavern is already occupied. This area falls within the jurisdiction of Yuya Village. Outsiders must take their leave or seek uninhabited caverns elsewhere. Boss Wong's smile faded. I have my sights set on this area. I will occupy whichever cavern I choose. Those who dwell in my chosen caverns must vacate. Just as he gestured for his men to force their way in, a dozen individuals suddenly surrounded them. Lu Dazhuang, accompanied by members of the guard team, emerged from the shadows, each brandishing firearms, effectively encircling the intruders. Attempting to force your way in? Lu Dazhuang sneered. Perhaps you should inquire whether our weapons will permit that. Boss Wong, observing their superior firearms compared to his concealed knives and axes, realized a direct confrontation would be to his detriment. His expression darkened as he begrudgingly retreated, but not before casting a menacing glare at Yang Chao. We shall return. Following this minor skirmish, more villagers chose to ally themselves with Yang Chao and Jasmine. Miss Jasmine. Sanchi approached with Widow Zhang. We wish to move here. May we? I would like to join the guard team. Previously, the child was naive and took money from the Gu family. However, I later educated him, and he came to realize his mistake. Jasmine gazed at the frail youth, shaking her head with regret. Earlier, she had observed Sanchi's filial piety and had provided him with flour and medicine for his mother. Yet, Sanchi later assisted the Gu family in opposing her, a matter that Tan Desheng had informed her about. She did not wish to associate with such a person. Nevertheless, considering that Sanchi was, after all, a dutiful child, Jasmine addressed Widow Zheng, saying, Sanchi is frail and young. He is unsuitable for the guard team. However, Sister Zheng, since you are feeling better now, you could prepare meals for the team members, receiving supplies just like everyone else. Widow Zheng was overjoyed and expressed her gratitude profusely. Within a mere week, nearly 100 individuals gathered around Wanlong Cave. Tan Desheng increased the guard team by 30 members, who practiced day and night. Yang Chao was responsible for the allocation and distribution of supplies, while Jasmine coordinated the overall situation, emerging as the core of this small refuge. As a wealthy second generation, Jasmine had absorbed many management methods from her family's business. Coupled with her internships during her university and postgraduate studies, she possessed a considerable amount of work experience. Managing these individuals was well within her capabilities. The scorching heat arrived as expected. At 6 in the morning, the thermometer already indicated 42 degrees. By noon, it soared to 48 degrees, and this was merely the beginning, with temperatures likely to rise even further. According to Yang Chao's experiences from his previous life and the information revealed by Tao Haran, the maximum temperature might exceed 50 degrees. Outside Wanlong Cave, heat waves rolled in, and the earth beneath their feet was searing. In just a few days, the vegetation of Moon Mountain began to wither at a visibly rapid pace. The once lush forest turning a parched yellow, while the streams in the valleys gradually dried up, leaving only cracked riverbeds. Jasmine stood at the entrance of Wanlong Cave, gazing at the scene of Moon Mountain, and sighed involuntarily. In such weather, they could only remain hidden within the cave, where the temperature hovered around 30 degrees, significantly cooler than outside. Yet, the coolness of the cave would attract those from outside seeking refuge from the heat. The risks of Moon Mountain were escalating. She could only hope that the Gu and Chung families would refrain from approaching again. Yang Chao approached her, offering a damp towel, and softly remarked, "The heat is more severe than anticipated, even worse than what I experienced in my previous life." Within less than a week, the trees at the foot of the mountain had already withered away. Jasmine wiped the sweat from her brow, saying it is too hot outside. Such weather truly is unsuitable for lingering outdoors. While the temperature within the cave remained bearable, if this continued, it was feared that the water levels of the underground river would also decline. The two stood in silence, gazing into the distance. This heat wave had merely just begun. The lives of the villagers in Yeye village had become exceptionally arduous, despite the fact that the temperature within the cave is significantly lower than that outside. Many elderly individuals and children, having endured prolonged exposure to the dark and damp environment, have begun to experience health issues such as joint pain, skin irritation, and respiratory infections. Mother Yang, a physician, felt compelled to provide medical care for the villagers. Jasmine retrieved her stock of medicines from her supplies and organized the women into a medical team to take turns caring for the afflicted. Bentley voiced with concern, "If this continues, we won't have enough food either. Although the rice and flour you provided earlier can last for a while, we have been without fresh vegetables for several days now." Jasmine nodded. "I am seeking a solution." When the situation became dire, she would distribute the vegetables stored in her supplies, having previously stockpiled a considerable amount from the wholesale market. Due to the extreme heat, Tan Deshang ordered the guards to halt their training to prevent heat stroke. Nevertheless, 3 lines of defense had to be established, requiring personnel to remain vigilant. Jasmine and Yang Chao returned to the dark river, finding that the water level had indeed decreased somewhat. Surprisingly, the peculiar plants along the riverbank had thrived even more robustly. Jasmine called Yang Chao over. "Look at these plants. They are quite strange. Despite the intense heat outside, they are flourishing." She carefully collected a few leaves, noting that they seemed to absorb the unique minerals from the water, adapting well to the high temperatures. Suddenly, Yang Chao pointed to the riverbed. "Look over there." In the depths of the dark river, a glowing patch of blue moss was faintly visible, swaying gently with the current. Jasmine's eyes sparkled with excitement. This could be the heat-resistant substance that Tao Howard mentioned. Yang Chao gathered several pieces of moss to bring back for further study. On their way back, Tan Deshang rushed towards them, breathless. "Another group is coming from the mountain. They've been driven up by the heat, and they're armed." Yang Chao quickly inquired, "How many?" "At least 50, Tan Deshang replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. "They are numerous and have taken control of several caves on the eastern side of the main peak, driving out the villagers who resided there and injuring 2 of our patrolling team members." Chapter 58. A rush to Mount Moon. Jasmine declared, "We cannot retreat any further. If we allow them to expel the villagers and seize the caves, more will inevitably come." After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chao suggested, "I will negotiate with them." Jasmine shook her head. "This time, I shall go. I have a way to make them reconsider." In front of the eastern cave, a ragged group of survivors confronted the guard team. Leading them was a scarred man brandishing a shotgun. "This cave is ours," he shouted arrogantly. "Those who know better should get lost." Jasmine coldly regarded him. "This territory belongs to Yea village, and the caves were first occupied by our villagers. If you wish to use them, seek out uninhabited caves elsewhere. You cannot use what we have claimed." The scarred man scoffed. "You're quite bold for a little girl. You think you can boss me around? In today's world, the one with the mightiest fist holds the reins of power." Jasmine offered no response, merely lifting her hand to press a button on the remote control she held. In an instant, the ground beneath the scarred man gave way, and he plummeted into a 2-meter-deep pit, an elaborate trap that Jasmine had arranged for her guards to dig beforehand. Gazing down at the disheveled figure at the bottom of the pit, she derisively inquired, "Now, do you still wish to debate whose fist is the mightiest?" Around her, the guards swiftly raised their weapons, the ominous muzzles of their guns aimed squarely at the intruding band. The scarred man, witnessing that each guard was armed, with every gun pointed in his direction, cursed himself for underestimating the villagers of Moonlight Mountain. He had initially believed that dealing with a group of farmers would be a simple task, especially leading a contingent of 50 burly men. However, the revelation that the villagers possessed firearms both intrigued and terrified him. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, the scarred man began to plead for mercy. "Please, spare us. Young lady, I will lead my men away and promise never to return to Moonlight Mountain." Jasmine raised her pistol and, with a sharp crack, fired a bullet that grazed his right leg and embedded itself into the earth. Consider this a warning. Should you dare return, the next shot will find your heart. Clutching his thigh, the scarred man, now thoroughly intimidated, continued to beg for clemency. With a dismissive wave of her hand, Jasmine allowed him to retreat from the cave, leaving Moonlight Village behind, although he muttered under his breath, plotting a return. Upon returning to the camp, Jasmine entrusted the dark river plants and blue moss to Uncle Yang for examination. Renowned for his expertise in agricultural research in the Northeast, Uncle Yang was well equipped for the task. To everyone's astonishment, the plants indeed contained a certain factor resistant to high temperatures. After experimenting by adding the extract to the growth medium of ordinary crops, he observed that within just 3 days, the nearly withered seedlings had regained vitality. Uncle Yang excitedly proclaimed, "These seedlings may not be able to fully withstand extreme heat, but they can thrive in temperatures around 40 degrees Celsius. With further refinement, we should be able to endure even higher temperatures." Jasmine, brimming with excitement, responded, "Uncle Yang, focus on your research. Additionally, the heat-resistant seeds that Tao Howren provided us will surely prove invaluable for future cultivation. After all, the high temperatures are expected to persist for 2 years, and we must be prepared for all contingencies." This news invigorated the villagers, who were eager to cultivate planting areas within or near their caves. Given the harsh weather, normal soil and seeds would yield nothing. The prospect of these heat-resistant seeds surviving and flourishing represented a glimmer of hope amidst despair. In most of the caves where the villagers resided, there was a trickle of water, though scant, sufficient for their daily needs. Some caves boasted hidden rivers or springs, allowing those families to collect water and construct simple wooden boxes filled with soil to grow vegetables and grains. Each day, they would carry the wooden boxes outside to bask in the sun. Remarkably, some of the boxes were already flourishing with verdant leafy vegetables. As night fell, Jasmine stood atop a vantage point, observing the bustling activity at the various cave entrances. As the temperature dipped slightly during the night, the women diligently cultivated the underground planting areas while the men reinforced the defenses and the children assisted in transporting supplies. The villagers exhibited a fervent desire for survival. Their indomitable spirit in the face of adversity was indeed commendable. "My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." In this apocalyptic calamity, no matter how arduous the challenges, they would not succumb, resolutely striving to endure. Jasmine gazed at the flickering campfires and the bustling crowd, her heart brimming with emotion. Yang Chao approached her, whispering, "I never anticipated that this life would unfold in such a manner. I originally intended for just a few of us to survive." Jasmine softly replied, "In chaotic times, it is exceedingly difficult to remain unscathed. Only through unity can we endure. You see, without the villagers' guard, our safety would be greatly compromised. We must resist both the Gu family and the Qing family, while also contending with the incessant external forces that harass us." Yang Chao, observing her hair tousled by the evening breeze, suddenly remarked, "You are doing exceptionally well." Jasmine turned to him, and they exchanged a smile. The barriers that once existed between them had, unbeknownst to them, melted considerably during these days of shared struggle. However, tranquility was short-lived. That very morning, a villager stumbled up the mountain, breathless. "It's bad. The Gu family is coming. They're armed." Jasmine and Yang Chao exchanged a glance, simultaneously realizing that Gu Pengfei had finally made his move. "How many are with Gu Pengfei?" Yang Chao seized the breathless villager. The villager, panting heavily, replied, "At least 30. All armed, with 7 or 8 vehicles, including 2 modified off-road trucks." Jasmine's heart sank. The Gu family had come thoroughly prepared. All personnel, on high alert. Tan Deshang had already sounded the assembly horn. The first line of defense was ready to confront the enemy, and women and children were to retreat deep into the Wanlong cave. The entire camp became a flurry of activity. The guards swiftly armed themselves, taking their positions as rehearsed. The elderly assisted in transporting supplies, while women ushered the children into the cave. At the foot of the mountain, Gu Pengfei's convoy blared its horns arrogantly. Dressed in a black combat uniform and wearing sunglasses, he stood atop a modified off-road vehicle, wielding a megaphone as he shouted, "Yang Chao, I know you're up there. Hand over Chung Jasmine and the jade bracelet, and I will leave immediately." His voice resonated clearly, and Jasmine heard every word. Yang Chao observed through binoculars the formidable lineup of over 30 fully armed bodyguards, well equipped, including 2 light machine guns. Tan Deshang murmured, "Their firepower is formidable. We cannot be assured of victory in a direct confrontation, especially since the guard squad has not undergone extensive training and their accuracy remains subpar. Yang Chao replied, "We should strive to avoid a head-on clash. I would be deeply unsettled if any villagers were harmed." Jasmine bit her lip. "I will go to meet him." Yang Chao grasped her arm firmly. "No. Jasmine, he is coming for you. You cannot go. It is far too dangerous. I will confront him." Jasmine gently pulled away. "Precisely because of that, I must go. You took the opportunity to set a trap. Remember our previous plan." Without waiting for Yang Chao to intervene, she strode purposefully toward the mountain path. Chapter 59. Jasmine confronts Gu Pengfei. When Jasmine appeared alone at the bend of the mountain road, Gu Pengfei was momentarily taken aback. "Miss Chong," he said, removing his sunglasses and revealing a disingenuous smile. "Long time no see." Jasmine regarded him coldly. "Gu Pengfei, have you brought all these people to declare war?" "Declare war?" Gu Pengfei exaggeratedly spread his hands. "I merely came to escort my fiancée home." Jasmine scoffed. "I am no longer your fiancée. What delusions are you entertaining? I will not return the jade bracelet to you." The smile faded from Gu Pengfei's face. "Do you think a few villagers can stop me?" With a swift motion, he commanded, "Charge. Capture Qing Jasmine alive." At his order, the bodyguards surged up the mountain. Jasmine drew her gun, aimed at Gu Pengfei, and fired. Over the past few months, she had diligently practiced her marksmanship under Tan Deshang's tutelage. And although she had little real combat experience, her daily training had greatly improved her aim. However, as soon as Gu Pengfei saw her draw her weapon, he ducked into the car. The shot struck the vehicle's body. Gu Pengfei, inside the car, shouted through a loudspeaker, "Charge. Capture Qing Jasmine alive, and a reward of 300,000 awaits." The bodyguards rushed forward recklessly. Just as they reached the halfway point up the mountain, a thunderous explosion erupted. The pre-placed explosives detonated, although no one was harmed. They successfully blocked the mountain path. Simultaneously, boulders tumbled down from the cliffs on either side, forcing the bodyguards to seek cover. "It's an ambush," someone shouted. Amidst the chaos, Jasmine had already vanished without a trace. Gu Pengfei's face turned ashen with anger. "Split up and search. We must find her." Yet, searching for someone in such sweltering heat was nearly tantamount to courting death. Before they could locate Jasmine, several individuals succumbed to heatstroke. Gu Pengfei hastily ordered his men to retreat, seeking refuge in their vehicles to cool off with the air conditioning. Tan Deshang directed the elite guards to shoot with precision. Anyone daring to exit their vehicle would be met with gunfire. Yang Chao remained steadfast by Jasmine's side, never straying a step away. Before long, Gu Pengfei led his convoy in retreat. Acknowledging that the opposing force was organized and armed, he decided not to pursue further. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. However, he did not depart from Moon Mountain. Instead, he took a detour straight to the pre-selected cave. His visit to Moon Mountain was not solely to find Jasmine, it was also a strategic retreat from the heat. During his last stay at the Yang family compound, he had recognized Moon Mountain as an excellent refuge from natural disasters. With the recent heat wave, his first instinct was to seek shelter in the caves of Moon Mountain. After all, remaining in the basement of his villa, where water and electricity were in short supply, was unbearable. Consequently, upon learning of the impending heat wave, he had promptly stockpiled supplies, preparing for an extended stay at Moon Mountain. Firstly, to evade the sweltering heat, and secondly, to seek out Jasmine and seize the jade bracelet. As for which cave to inhabit, he had already arrived ahead of time to scout the most suitable location. The bodyguards escorted Gu Pengfei and his entourage directly to a large cavern on the northern side of the main peak. Indeed, it was the very cavern where Yang Chao and Jasmine had discovered the underground river. The temperature within the cave was remarkably low, creating a stark contrast between the interior and the exterior, a veritable world apart. The bodyguards busily unloaded supplies from the vehicle, constructing a makeshift dwelling for Gu Pengfei inside the cave. He intended to reside here. Standing at the entrance of the cavern, Gu Pengfei surveyed the bustling figures of his bodyguards with satisfaction. This cavern exceeded his expectations. It was spacious, temperate, and delightfully cool. Most importantly, deep within the cave lay an underground river, providing a plentiful water source, an ideal refuge in the oppressive heat. Seated on a chair, Gu Pengfei directed the setup of the generator and the installation of surveillance equipment. He then dispatched 2 individuals to scout the area for a potential shortcut to Wanglong Cave. One bodyguard approached inquiring, "Mr. Gu, are we truly planning to stay here long term?" Those villagers can be quite troublesome. A few of our brothers face setbacks today. Gu Pengfei scoffed. What is there to fear? We have firearms and manpower. We will eventually drive them out. His gaze drifted towards the cave entrance. His thoughts fixated on Chang Jasmine and the jade bracelet. He was determined to possess them. As night fell, the extreme heat receded momentarily. Yet, within one long cave, the atmosphere grew tense. Tan Deshang sketched a rudimentary map, explaining its details to the group. Gu Pengfei has taken over the northern peak cavern, the very one where you discovered the underground river. It lies only 2 kilometers away in a straight line, connected by a concealed mountain path. Yang Chao furrowed his brow. They must have already discovered the underground river. Jasmine sighed. As soon as one enters the cave, the river will be revealed. Moreover, he had previously scouted the area, arriving well prepared with a clear objective, to occupy the cavern and escape the heat. We cannot remain passive. We must prevent him from discovering the hidden mountain path. If he traverses that route, he will arrive swiftly. Deshang, you lead a team to set traps along that mountain path. The more, the better. She then turned to Yang Chao. Let us enhance our patrols, especially during the night. Yang Chao nodded. I have already arranged for 3 shifts of sentries, with 2 stationed at each entry point. However, due to the intense heat, patrol durations must remain short to avoid heat stroke, which still presents a risk. Jasmine added, I have another concern. I fear he may uncover the secret of the underground river and realize that its water quality is suitable for cultivating heat-resistant plants. At that moment, a member of the guard rushed in. Breathless, we apprehended a spy on the rear mountain. He claims he has come to surrender. The man brought in was approximately 30 years old, bloodied and in tatters. I am Zhang Chong. He knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. I am a bodyguard for the Gu family. Jasmine eyed him warily. Why did you betray Gu Pengfei? Are you not afraid of his retribution? Zhang Chong lifted his head, his eyes filled with resentment. Gu Pengfei is utterly despicable. He ordered the bodyguards to patrol at noon, and already 3 individuals have collapsed from heat stroke. Yet, he disregards all advice, insisting that we patrol punctually every day. He tore open his collar, revealing a burn on his neck. This was inflicted by a cigarette, but I implore you, save me. I can divulge the Gu family's defenses. Yang Chao and Mo Li exchanged glances, each perceiving the doubt in the other's eyes. Ultimately, Mo Li resolved to confine him for the time being. His words could not be taken at face value, and they would verify the intelligence before acting. That evening, Tan Deshang, Yang Chao, and Mo Li analyzed the situation. Tan Deshang pointed at the map, noting that according to the information provided by Zhang Chong, the Gu family had established 4 machine gun positions in the North Peak Cave, primarily defending the east and south directions. Yang Chao added, I suspect they are still unaware of the peculiarities of the underground river, currently viewing the cave merely as a retreat from the summer heat. Mo Li remarked, our defense points must always be manned. Gu Pengfei now knows we are armed and organized. He will not act recklessly. Since he has taken residence, it indicates his intention for a prolonged conflict, and we shall inevitably face him directly in the future. However, Gu Pengfei has remained silent for an extended period, making no trouble for Mo Li. This is due to the extreme heat that is set in. Chapter 60. The village chief comes to steal the jade bracelet. The temperature has been soaring for several consecutive days, reaching a staggering 56 degrees. At such a high temperature, even the air seems to distort. No one dares to remain outdoors. The rocks outside have become scorching hot, capable of blistering bare feet, while shoes would melt upon contact. The most comfortable refuge on Moon Mountain is the Wanglong Cave. Atop the mountain, large solar panels are installed, functioning even in the extreme heat of 60 degrees. The electricity generated by these solar panels is sufficient to meet the demands of several space capsules. Inside the space capsules, air conditioning maintains a stable temperature of 26 degrees. Thanks to the excellent insulation of the Wanglong Cave, the interior temperature remains around 30 degrees. Should the temperature continue to rise, a diesel generator is available to provide additional power. Mo Li's ample supplies allow them to live in relative comfort. However, the villagers are enduring severe hardship. The villagers are trapped in the cave, where the temperature has also reached 40 degrees. No one dares to venture outside, forced to remain confined within the cave. Yet, the most pressing issue is not the high temperature, but rather the lack of drinking water. The water seeping from the cave is insufficient, and the underground river has run dry. Despite the villagers' efforts to conserve water, even their drinking supply is dwindling. Observing the members of the guard team report the situation, each with cracked lips oozing blood, their faces appearing as though they might split open. Emily decided to release water to save them. In her spatial pond, there is plenty of water. If she does not assist the villagers and allows them to perish from thirst, when the Gu family, the Chung family, and external forces invade the mountains to seize resources, she and Yang Chao will be unable to safeguard themselves. The Wanglong Cave is not invulnerable. As long as there is a sufficient quantity of explosives, the entrance to Wanglong Cave can be breached. Thus, saving the villagers is tantamount to saving oneself. Under the cover of night, as the temperature dipped to around 40 degrees, Tan Dasheng and Yang Chao directed the guards to connect water pipes to each household. Lu Dazhuang, holding the water pipe, widened his eyes in disbelief and asked Yang Chao, "Brother Yang, is it true that there is water and you will deliver it to every home? Where does the water come from?" Yang Chao smiled enigmatically. "Miss Jasmine is a fairy descended from the heavens. She can conjure water." Naturally, Lu Dazhuang found this hard to believe. However, if Jasmine could indeed provide water to every household, she would indeed be a celestial being. Therefore, Yang Chao emphasized that when connecting the water, they must ensure to keep it a secret to protect Jasmine. Otherwise, if ill-intentioned individuals targeted her, the entire village would perish from thirst. Lu Dazhuang and the other guards nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains. While working, they whispered among themselves, still unable to fathom that Jasmine could supply water for the entire village. Jasmine had stockpiled nearly 10,000 meters of heat-resistant pipes and quick connectors. A large water storage barrel was placed at the cave entrance for each household to receive water. Wanglong Cave, being the highest point, allowed the water pipes to descend and extend in 5 directions, connecting to the various homes carved into the caves. Once the pipes were properly connected, Jasmine began to release the water. Clear water flowed down the pipes, filling the storage barrels of each household. When the barrels brimmed with water, the villagers wept. "Heavenly Father, we have water again. Mother, hurry and bring a bowl for grandmother to drink. I thought we would perish from thirst. I haven't had a drop of water for 2 days. This water is truly life-saving. Miss Jasmine is indeed a fairy. She has performed a miracle, conjuring water for us. The lives of my entire family, no, the lives of the entire village are thanks to Miss Jasmine." Some villagers began to bow towards the direction of Wanglong Cave. Through the guards' relay, all the households receiving water understood that protecting Jasmine meant safeguarding themselves. "Whoever dares to harm Miss Jasmine, I shall fight them to the death," swore the villagers in unison. Yet, there was one whose conscience had been devoured by a dog, seeking to bring harm to Jasmine. This individual was Jia Zhenhua. He was among the last group to reside at the summit of the Moon Peak. He had long been at odds with Yang Chao's family, while the vast majority of the villagers had rallied to Yang Chao's side, leaving him alone in the village. However, under the extreme heat, he could no longer remain in the village due to the lack of water. Upon hearing that the Yang family delivered water to every household nightly, he immediately moved his family to reside near the peak, shamelessly begging the villagers he was on good terms with for a bucket of water. Yet, no one paid him any mind. When the guards connected the water pipes, they deliberately bypassed his home, providing no water for him. He could only rely on the water seeping from the cave walls to quench his thirst, harboring deep resentment towards Yang Chao's family. Ever since his encounters with Yang Chao and Mo Li, where he had faced defeat, Jia Zhenhua had survived but sustained numerous injuries. He attributed all his misfortunes to Yang Chao's family. Most importantly, Gu Pingfei had sent someone to find him, promising a substantial reward. That night, Jia Zhenhua squatted within the cave, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, his hands caressing a thick stack of gold bars, lost in a trance of greed. The steward of the Gu family assured him, "Village Chief Jia, this is merely a deposit. Once we acquire the jade bracelet, the remaining sum will be tenfold." Jia Zhenhua swallowed hard and inquired, "Are you certain you only need the jade bracelet from her, and in return, you'll provide me with this much gold? What is so special about this bracelet?" The steward chuckled derisively, "Do not ask what you ought not to. Simply bring me the item." Jia Zhenhua glanced at the clear water in the bucket by his feet, a fleeting sense of guilt washing over him, only to be quickly submerged by his insatiable greed. Gritting his teeth, he stuffed the gold bars into a cloth bag close to his body, exclaiming, "Very well, I shall do it." At 10 o'clock that night, Yang Chao and Mo Li sat in the courtyard of Wanglong Cave, filling the water barrels. This was their agreed-upon time to provide water for the villagers each night. They also took the opportunity to enjoy the fresh air, as remaining cooped up in the cave all day felt suffocating. Outside the courtyard, a bright voice called out, "Is Big Brother Yang Chao in?" Yang Chao hurriedly descended. The newcomer was Sanchi, holding a ceramic jar. Brother Yang. This is the osmanthus mung bean soybean milk my mother made today. It's refreshing and perfect for the heat. She asked me to bring you a jar. Yang Chao smiled gratefully, accepting the jar and inhaling the delightful fragrance of osmanthus flowers. He did not invite Sanchi into the courtyard, leaving the jar behind and sending Sanchi back home. In Wang Long Cave, only the Tan family was allowed to enter. The villagers were well aware of this. Yang's father and mother emerged with bowls, serving everyone a portion of the soybean milk. The milk, infused with osmanthus flowers, was fragrant, reminiscent of Mo Li's name. Yang's mother praised it as she sipped. Mo Li took a couple of sips, but suddenly smacked her lips, frowning slightly. This soybean milk seems to have a strange taste. Yang Chao had just taken a sip when he immediately set the bowl down. What's wrong? Mo Li shook her head. Perhaps I am overthinking it. After finishing the soybean milk, Yang Chao's parents entered the cave to tidy up and prepare for rest. Tan Deshang, along with Miao Miao and Taio Taio, also went inside. Taio Taio complained of a stomachache, prompting Tan Deshang to personally carry the child inside, concerned. Moments later, as Yang's father had just entered the cave, he suddenly clutched his forehead, exclaiming, "Strange, why do I feel so dizzy?" Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 61. The jade bracelet has been stolen. Following closely behind him, Yang's mother and the Tan couple succumbed to unconsciousness. In the courtyard, only Yang Chao and Mo Li remained, still engaged in their task of filling the water. Suddenly, Mo Li felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The soybean milk was poisoned. She struggled to reach for the dagger at her waist, but darkness enveloped her vision, and she fell limply to the ground. Yang Chao abruptly rose to his feet, only to be engulfed by a dizzying sensation. He bit down hard on his tongue, the taste of iron and the searing pain forcing him to cling to consciousness. Mo Li. He staggered forward, only to discover that Mo Li had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Yang Chao stumbled to the cave's entrance, scooping a handful of water from the storage barrel and dousing it over his head, striving to rouse himself, yet he crumpled softly to the ground. He bit his tongue with all his might, compelling himself to remain aware. Suddenly, he discerned hushed voices outside the courtyard, deliberately lowered. Are they all unconscious? Rest assured, I witnessed them drink it. It was Jia Jinhua's voice. What about the bracelet on that girl's wrist? It's odd. Why can't it be removed? Useless. Can't even handle an unconscious person? Cut off her hand. Yang Chao's heart dropped, his blood running cold at Jia Jinhua's words. With half-closed eyes, he caught a glimpse of Jia Jinhua and 3 unfamiliar men in the yard, one of whom was advancing towards the unconscious Mo Li with a dagger in hand. Summoning every ounce of strength, Yang Chao fumbled for his gun. Bang! He shot the man with the dagger in the chest. Yang Chao. Jia Jinhua stumbled back in fright. How come you're not? Jia Jinhua? You old fool. Yang Chao did not grant him the opportunity to finish, swiftly turning the gun towards Jia Jinhua. Seeing Yang Chao raise his hand, Jia Jinhua immediately shielded himself behind another thug. Yang Chao's bullet missed its mark. The other thug lunged at Yang Chao, seizing him tightly and shouting to Jia Jinhua, "Quick, grab the bracelet." Jia Jinhua hurriedly rushed to Mo Li's side, removing the jade bracelet from her wrist and fleeing with it. Yang Chao caught a glimpse of this, his heart racing as he struggled fiercely with the thug restraining him, plunging a dagger deep into the thug's chest. All the combat skills he had learned from Tan Deshang over the past few months were employed in this moment. Seizing the opportunity, a third thug drew a gun, shielding Jia Jinhua as they attempted to escape while aiming the gun at Yang Chao, intent on shooting him. However, Yang Chao was quicker, firing first and hitting the thug's wrist. "Ah!" The man screamed, clutching his wrist as his gun fell to the ground, and he fled like a rabbit. Realizing the peril, Jia Jinhua hastily followed suit. Just as Yang Chao was about to pursue, he heard Mo Li's faint groan behind him. The thug he had stabbed was somehow still alive, struggling towards the gun that had fallen from the third thug's grasp. Yang Chao dashed back, kicking the gun away, only to see the thug grinning maliciously as he produced a remote control from his pocket. "Let us die together." He lifted his shirt. Yang Chao's eyes widened in horror. The man had explosives strapped around his waist. In a split second, Yang Chao dove towards Mo Li, shielding her with his body and rolling beneath the table. Boom! A tremendous shockwave overturned the stone table in the courtyard, and Yang Chao felt a searing pain in his back, warm liquid soaking through his clothes. As the dust settled, the thug was no more, reduced to nothingness. Jia Jinhua vanished without a trace, taking with him the jade bracelet from Mo Li's wrist. Yang Chao, in a state of anxiety and anger, suffered from internal injuries, and felt a sudden sweetness in his throat before spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, losing consciousness. Mo Lee, having consumed only a small amount of soybean milk, remained only lightly unconscious. When Tan Deshang was roused by the sound of explosions and emerged to assess the situation, he found Mo Lee slowly sitting up. Yang Chao lay motionless in her embrace. In the darkness, gunfire and explosions echoed, drawing the patrolling guards nearby, who rushed over, clamoring with questions. What happened? What was that gunfire and explosion? Yang Chao. Is he hurt? Who is the deceased on the ground? Tan Deshang hurried over, scooping Yang Chao into his arms and inspecting his wounds. Apart from his bleeding arm, there were no external injuries, yet he was coughing up blood, clearly suffering from internal damage. Who did this? Tan Deshang's eyes widened in shock, seeing Yang Chao injured. A tumult of guilt, regret, and rage surged within him. To ensure the safety of Yang Chao and Mo Lee, he had arranged for a rotating patrol around the vicinity of Wanglong Cave. This evening, with the water being released, the patrols had focused their attention on the households vying for water, straying slightly from the cave. Furthermore, Tan Deshang had been stationed at the cave's entrance, his single strength surpassing that of 10 men. Thus, the patrols had grown somewhat lax. No one noticed that Jia Jinhua had stealthily approached with bodyguards from the Gu family under the cover of night. The entire family had consumed the drugged soybean milk and collapsed simultaneously. Tan Deshang was consumed by self-reproach, thinking, "It's all my fault. I should not have left." Supported by the guards, Mo Lee gradually rose to her feet. "Brother Deshang, please do not blame yourself. It was the village chief, Jia Jinhua. He came with his men and took my jade bracelet. I suspect he was behind the drugging of our soybean milk." "What? The bracelet was stolen?" Tan Deshang exclaimed, his anger igniting. With a wave of his hand, he sounded the assembly call, commanding all his men, "Follow me to pursue Jia Jinhua, regardless of the cost. We must capture him and reclaim Miss Mo Lee's jade bracelet." Under Tan Deshang's direction, the guards split into 4 teams, pursuing in different directions. In the darkness, Jia Jinhua and his accomplices were making their way through the mountains, each step fraught with peril. Tan Deshang, with a quick thought, stationed a team to block a crucial path leading to the northern caves of the main peak, holding their ground there. This route was essential for accessing the underground river controlled by Gu Pengfei. Jia Jinhua's theft of the bracelet was undoubtedly orchestrated by Gu Pengfei's orders. However, Jia Jinhua did not appear. He seemed to have vanished entirely. That night, Tan Deshang mobilized all the villagers to search, yet they found nothing. The mountains were ablaze with torches, illuminating the peak of Moon Mountain, but Jia Jinhua had completely disappeared. Tan Deshang returned to report to Jasmine with a heart full of remorse and reluctance. Yang Chao's parents had awakened. Jasmine was examining Yang Chao's condition with his mother. Upon seeing Tan Deshang enter the room, Jasmine quickly shook her head at him and placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to remain silent and step aside. Understanding Jasmine's desire to keep him from appearing before Yang Chao at that moment, Tan Deshang promptly retreated outside to wait. Yang Chao lay unconscious with his eyes closed. Tears streaked down his mother's face, and her brow was furrowed with concern. It seems that his internal organs are injured, leading to the bleeding, much like the last time he was hurt. Without any instruments for examination, I can only start with intravenous fluids and observe his condition. She turned to Jasmine. "Please bring out the fluids we used last time, along with some medications." "Oh dear, I forgot. Jasmine, your jade bracelet is missing, and without it, we have no medicine. What shall we do?" Chapter 62. The Chung family obtains the jade bracelet. Jasmine comforted her. "Auntie, do not worry. I have a solution." Steeling herself, Jasmine walked to her room and retrieved some unopened bottles of fluids and medications, checking their expiration dates before confidently handing them to Yang's mother. Surprised, Yang's mother inquired, "Where did you obtain these medicines?" "These are the leftover medications from when Yang Chao fell from the helicopter during the blizzard, which he used to treat his injuries. I had forgotten to put them away in storage, and they are just what we need now." Noticing Jasmine's pale complexion, Yang's mother reassured her, "Jasmine, do not fret. As long as we have medicine, I will ensure Yang Chao recovers." With tears welling up, Jasmine replied, "Yang Chao was injured while saving me. He has once again come to my aid." With a sigh, Yang's mother lamented, "Ultimately, it is all due to Jia Jinhua's misdeeds." As Yang's mother tended to Yang Chao, Jasmine quietly stepped outside to find Tan Deshang. "Brother Deshang, I fear there may be bad news. If Yang Chao hears it, his anger could worsen his condition." Tan Deshang waved his hand, indicating Jasmine need not explain further. He spoke urgently. Jasmine, I could not locate Jia Jinhua. I rallied the entire village last night, yet we still have not found him. It is driving me to despair. I suspect he may have been rescued by Gu Pengfei and is hiding in that cave with the ancient underground river. Should I gather people now to search for Gu Pengfei? Jasmine understood that while Tan Desheng was courageous, he tended to be impulsive in urgent situations, necessitating guidance. She offered her analysis. There are two possibilities. First, if Jia Jinhua has taken the jade bracelet and sought refuge with Gu Pengfei, then the bracelet is temporarily secure. If you confront them with the guard team, they are hidden while we are exposed, which could lead to a gunfight with mutual casualties. Perhaps we should wait a moment. But the jade bracelet is in their possession. Tan Desheng exclaimed, filled with anxiety. Jasmine gestured for him to remain calm and continued her analysis. The second possibility is that Jia Jinhua has fled with the jade bracelet without aligning with Gu Pengfei. He may wish to possess the bracelet for himself. However, regardless of the possibilities or who currently possesses the jade bracelet, it is secure for the time being. They are unable to utilize the bracelet, nor can they extract resources from the space it contains. In this world, I am the sole individual capable of retrieving items from the jade bracelet space. Tan Desheng exhaled in relief, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is that true? I have been so worried, fearing they would seize all the resources, leaving the people of Yueya village unable to survive. Moli affirmed with certainty, in this world, only I can extract resources from the space. Yang Chao and Cheng Feng's father can only observe the materials within, yet they cannot retrieve them. Therefore, their possession of the jade bracelet is futile. They will soon realize its ineffectiveness and will come seeking me. Tan Desheng suddenly comprehended. Thus, my foremost priority is to safeguard Wanglong Cave and ensure your safety. But, Moli sighed, the villagers have recently run out of water. The supply we released yesterday must be conserved to last as long as possible. If you're unwilling to wait, you might search for Jia Jinhua nearby this morning while the temperature is still bearable. If he remains elusive, we will have to wait for them to approach me with the jade bracelet for negotiations. At that time, we shall act accordingly. Tan Desheng stamped his foot in resignation. He swiftly organized several teams, one to inform the villagers to conserve water, while the other 4 groups continued the search for Jia Jinhua in the vicinity. Before 10 a.m., regardless of the search results, they were to return to the cave to avoid the sweltering heat and prevent heat stroke. Tan Desheng departed with hope but returned after 10 o'clock with disappointment. None of the teams had located Jia Jinhua. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. In truth, Jia Jinhua had not disappeared. He had been rescued by Cheng Feng. Gu Pengfei and his team had settled at Moon Mountain for only a few days when the Cheng family received word. As the temperature in the city soared, the number of deaths from heat stroke increased daily. Cheng's parents and Cheng Feng were hiding in the basement, relying on the meager power supplied by the solar panels on the villa's walls to keep a single fan running. The heat had become almost unbearable. The Cheng family had arranged for spies within Gu's household to inform Cheng's father that Gu Pengfei had taken his parents and dozens of bodyguards to stay at Moon Mountain. Furthermore, Moli and Yang Chao's family had already returned to reside there. Cheng Feng realized that Moon Mountain was indeed the most suitable refuge from the sweltering heat, especially with Moli present. The Cheng family's desire to seize the jade bracelet began to stir. The family decided to set off immediately for Moon Mountain. Even if they could not find Moli, they would establish a camp there to escape the oppressive heat. Under the cover of night, when temperatures dipped slightly, Cheng's parents boarded a helicopter directly to Moon Mountain. The location they intended to stay at had already been chosen by Cheng Feng, Yang Chao's residence. The underground basement of the Yang family was constructed deep enough that it would likely remain cooler during the extreme heat. The helicopter delivered Cheng's father and mother. Cheng Feng, however, took the lead, driving several large trucks laden with supplies ahead of the others. Once he had settled everything, he discovered that Ye village was deserted. After some inquiries, he learned that all the villagers had congregated in a cave near the summit of Moon Mountain. He instinctively sensed that Jasmine and Yang Chao resided at the peak of Moon Mountain. That night, accompanied by a few bodyguards, he stealthily approached the vicinity of the summit, intent on gathering information about Jasmine. Just when the path seemed hopelessly obstructed, a glimmer of hope appeared. As Jia Jinhua covertly intercepted Sanchi, who was delivering soy milk to Yang Chao and secretly laced the drink with drugs, Cheng Feng, shadowing him, witnessed the entire scene with clarity. Following Jia Jinhua, he overheard a conversation between him and his bodyguards, revealing that Jia had poisoned the soy milk, intending to seize Jasmine's jade bracelet while the Yang family was incapacitated, and deliver it to Gu Pengfei, who resided in the northern cave of the summit, in exchange for gold 10 times the deposit. Cheng Feng was elated by this revelation. Indeed, it was as if he had stumbled upon a treasure without effort. As Jia Jinhua, risking his life, snatched the jade bracelet and made a frantic escape. He was apprehended by Cheng Feng and his bodyguards, who had been trailing him. One of Cheng Feng's bodyguards, with remarkable agility, struck down the thug protecting Jia Jinhua, and they hurriedly escorted him down the mountain via a narrow path. The deceased thug was carelessly discarded into a nearby deep pit, hastily covered with a pile of weeds. Consequently, Tan Deshang found nothing. At the foot of the mountain, Cheng Feng's driver awaited them in the car. When Tan Deshang emerged in pursuit, Cheng Feng and Jia Jinhua had already fled in the vehicle. That night, Cheng Feng began to interrogate Jia Jinhua, swiftly retrieving the jade bracelet from him. Like a mantis capturing a cicada, the carefully orchestrated heist of the jade bracelet had fortuitously landed in the hands of the Cheng family. Cheng's father and mother were overjoyed. Ultimately, the jade bracelet returned to its rightful place within the Cheng household. Chapter 63. The jade bracelet becomes utterly useless. Cheng's father, unable to contain his excitement, pricked his finger to draw blood, holding the jade bracelet to sense the space within. He was once again met with an overwhelming vision of abundant supplies, sending him into a frenzy of delight. My heavens! Cheng's father's voice trembled with excitement. Those supplies. Food, medicine, weapons enough for decades. Cheng Feng seized the jade bracelet, pricking his own finger to let his blood drip onto it. The vision of the space surged into his mind like a tidal wave, heaps of rice and flour, entire racks of firearms, mountains of various supplies. All that he could conceive of was present. Breathless, Cheng Feng exclaimed, Father, we have struck gold. Cheng's mother, unable to contain her eagerness, snatched the jade bracelet, exclaiming, Let me have a look. The three of them took turns trying to glimpse the treasures, joyfully circling around the room. However, their happiness was short-lived. Soon, they realized that while they could see the supplies, they could not extract them. Cheng Feng, suddenly consumed by rage, shattered a teacup, shouting, Why can we see it but not take it out? Mr. Cheng reflected on Yang Chao's earlier words, stating that the jade bracelet recognizes its master, and only Jasmine could wield it. The rest of them could only observe, yet could not utilize it. Cheng Feng was taken aback. If they could not use it, then what purpose did the bracelet serve in their possession? Mr. Cheng contemplated. It is not entirely without value. We must locate Jasmine and negotiate. Yes, indeed, negotiate. Cheng Feng hurriedly asserted. We will negotiate with Jasmine, demanding that she share half of the supplies with us. Otherwise, we shall not return the bracelet. It is better to risk everything than to let it be for naught. The following morning, the atmosphere within the Wanglong cave was tense. Yang Chao remained unconscious, receiving intravenous fluids, while Jasmine meticulously assessed the dwindling supplies of medicine. She softly informed Yang's mother, Andy, there are only 3 antibiotics left. If his fever does not subside by tomorrow, Yang Chao will be in grave danger. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Tan Deshang, drenched in sweat, rushed in. Jasmine, I have just received news that the Cheng family has taken over the Yang family's residence, and Jia Jinhua has been taken by them. Jasmine rose. Is the information reliable? Are you certain the bracelet is with the Cheng family? Tan Deshang nodded. The patrol team discovered the tracks of the Cheng family's vehicle leading to the Yang household. They followed the trail and found them experimenting with the bracelet in the living room. Before he could finish, a shout from the guards outside interrupted. Someone is approaching. Shadows of a dozen figures loomed closer in the dawn light. Cheng Feng led the way, waving a white flag. He called out loudly, Jasmine, come out. I know you are inside. Let us discuss. Jasmine signaled Tan Deshang to hide. Drawing the concealed handgun from her waist and positioning herself behind the courtyard's protective railing, Cheng Feng, how dare you show your face here? Cheng Feng smirked with pride. I know you despise me, but the bracelet is in our possession now. He waved the bracelet in his hand. I have come to discuss terms with you. Jasmine struggled to suppress her fury. What do you want? Cooperation. Cheng Feng stepped forward. You will come with me and use the space under our supervision. We can allocate 30% of the supplies to the Yang family and the villagers each month. Otherwise, we all perish together, or I shall shatter the bracelet, rendering it useless to anyone. Mr. Cheng began to play the emotional card. Jasmine, we have raised you for over 20 years. Do you not owe your parents a debt of gratitude? If you return home, we can still be a family, and the bracelet shall remain yours. Our family will utilize the space and supplies. We can even provide some resources to the Yang family to help them survive. Jasmine, if you return home, your parents will continue to love you, and they will not pressure you to marry into the Gu family. You can stay in the Chung family for a lifetime. What say you? Tan Deshang had already aimed his gun at Chung Feng, but was restrained by Jasmine. Give me a moment to think, she said firmly. Chung Feng shouted. Jasmine, two paths lie before you. 1. Return to the Chung family and continue living as your privileged self, where your parents and brother will cherish you, granting you both the bracelet and the supplies. 2. Remain in this cave, opposing the Chung family, thereby losing both the bracelet and the supplies, left to your own devices. Such an easy choice. Do you still need to deliberate? Jasmine remained silent, turning back into the cave. Everyone awaited her decision. With tear-filled eyes, Yang's mother shook her head. Jasmine, you cannot go. They will torment you. Once you leave, there will be no return. You cannot take this risk. Suddenly, Yang Chao, who had been in a coma, began to cough violently, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Jasmine realized that Yang Chao had heard their conversation and was attempting to dissuade her. Glancing at the dwindling supply of medicine, she made up her mind. I will go, but under one condition. She leaned in to whisper a few words into Tan Deshang's ear. He shook his head vigorously. No, it's too dangerous. If you're even slightly delayed, your life will be at risk. Jasmine offered a faint smile. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. She cast a final glance at Yang Chao before turning toward the cave's entrance. Upon seeing Jasmine emerge alone, Cheng Feng laughed triumphantly. Ha, Jasmine. You truly are a child raised by the Chung family. Your courage is commendable. This is a wise choice. Come, Jasmine, return home with your brother. As for the jade bracelet in your possession, I must first ascertain whether it still functions. Jasmine replied coldly. I need to see the space first. Cheng's father hastily extended the jade bracelet, but did not let go. Try it, but do not take it away. Understanding his intent, Jasmine pinched one half of the jade bracelet with her fingers, closing her eyes to search with her mind. She continued until she had located all the medicine Yang Chao needed, placing it in an empty box. In a swift mental transition, she retrieved the box and tossed it toward the cave's entrance. Tan Deshang acted quickly, catching the box and handing it to Miao Miao, who immediately stepped back while pressing a button, sealing the entrance of the Longwang cave to prevent the Chung family from entering. Outside the cave, only Tan Deshang, Jasmine, and the distant guards who monitored and protected them remained. Witnessing Jasmine hastily retrieve supplies from the space and send them into the cave, Chung Feng was unable to intervene in time and felt a mix of anger and humiliation. However, this also confirmed that only Jasmine could wield the jade bracelet. He snatched it back and handed it to Cheng's father before lunging forward to seize Jasmine. Employing the evasion techniques Tan Deshang had taught her, she deftly dodged his grasp. Suddenly, she shouted, Brother Deshang. As she called out, Jasmine leaped out of the yard and rolled away, covering her ears. Bang! Tan Deshang's pistol accurately detonated the explosives beneath Chung Feng's feet. As Tan Deshang fired, Chung Feng had already pushed Cheng's father aside and jumped away. The fuse burned rapidly. Although the explosives beneath Chung Feng were limited, they still injured his leg, causing him to scream in agony. A bodyguard beside Cheng's father suddenly sprang forth, seizing the jade bracelet from his hand while he stood in shock, and dashed away. Chapter 64. Retrieving the jade bracelet. But it can no longer be used. Cheng's father was momentarily stunned, then shouted, Jia Jinhua, stop right there. It turned out that Jia Jinhua had disguised himself as a bodyguard and had accompanied Cheng's father and the others up the mountain. Mr. Cheng initially intended to bring Jia Jinhua to negotiate, intending to hand him over to Mo Li as a bargaining chip to secure her return to the Cheng family and acquire supplies. However, the negotiation yielded no results, and he found himself outsmarted by Jia Jinhua, who seized the jade bracelet and fled. When enemies meet, the animosity is palpable. Tan Deshang whistled sharply and commanded, all guards, listen closely. Surround Jia Jinhua and capture him alive. Upon hearing Cheng's father and Cheng Feng coercing and enticing Mo Li, Jia Jinhua realized the true value of the jade bracelet. It contained an inexhaustible supply of resources. With this revelation, he abandoned thoughts of the gold bars, snatched the bracelet, and ran. Possessing the bracelet meant he could live without worry. For the sake of his life, he sprinted desperately forward, only to find Tan Deshang blocking his path with an imposing presence. Jia Jinhua was nearly paralyzed with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He attempted to persuade Tan Deshang, listen to me, this bracelet holds supplies. Let me go, and we can share it equally. In response, Tin Deshang swiftly struck him twice across the face and searched him, demanding, "Hand over the bracelet, you scoundrel. I should have executed you sooner. Now you've become a menace." Jia Jinhua struggled fiercely, clutching the bracelet tightly. Tin Deshang lunged at him to wrest it away. Realizing he was no match for Tin Deshang, Jia Jinhua, in a moment of desperation, hurled the bracelet towards a large rock, shouting, "Let us perish together." Tin Deshang, quick as lightning, leaped forward and seized the bracelet just as it was about to collide with the stone, though it inevitably grazed the sharp surface. Tin Deshang kicked Jia Jinhua down and commanded the guards, "Bind him with rope." Then, scrutinizing the bracelet closely, he felt a sense of foreboding upon noticing a prominent crack. It had evidently been damaged against the stone. He pondered its potential consequences. Tin Deshang subdued Jia Jinhua and returned to Wanglong Cave. Cheng's father had already taken his bodyguards and the injured Cheng Feng back to Yang's small courtyard. Their mission had failed. They never anticipated Mo Li's audacity, willing to take such risks and daring to employ explosives against them, resulting in their futile endeavor. The loss of the bracelet and Cheng Feng's injury. Cheng's father was furious beyond measure. Inside Wanglong Cave, Yang Chao had regained consciousness, and Yang Mama was examining him. Ignoring his own condition, Yang Chao urgently inquired, "Did you find it? Where's the jade bracelet?" Tin Deshang presented the bracelet, stating, "I have captured the man. He is kneeling outside the cave for the team to see. Rest assured, I retrieved the bracelet, but it has a crack from hitting the stone. I'm uncertain of the implications." Emoli gasped in alarm and quickly took the bracelet to inspect it closely. After trying it on and closing her eyes to sense it thoroughly, she managed a faint smile and reassured Yang Chao, "There is nothing amiss." With that, Yang Chao finally felt a sense of relief. Jasmine turned her head and said, "Brother Tan, let us go and see Jia Jinhua." Outside the cave, several guards were dragging Jia Jinhua, binding him tightly and forcing him to kneel at the entrance. He was indeed beyond redemption. Jasmine, filled with fury, interrogated, "Who sent you? Was it Gu Pengfei who instructed you to steal the bracelet? How did you become involved with the Cheng family again?" Jia Jinhua remained silent. Tin Deshang stepped forward. His movement swift as lightning and struck several of Jia Jinhua's acupoints. Instantly, Jia felt an unbearable itch and pain, as if ants were gnawing at his insides. Tin Deshang exerted more pressure, and Jia Jinhua was soon in tears, confessing without hesitation. "I confess. I will tell everything. Oh, ha, I will speak." He cried out in agony. "Gu Pengfei sent someone with gold bars and a packet of drugs, instructing me to find a way to mix the drugs into your drinking water, then steal or snatch the jade bracelet from Miss Jasmine. He even sent 3 bodyguards to assist me. On my way, I encountered Sanchi carrying a jar of soy milk, claiming he wanted to bring it to you. I pretended to sniff it, and while he was distracted, I poured the drugs into the soy milk. Later, I stole the jade bracelet, but on my escape, I was captured by the Cheng family. You already know what happened after that." Hearing this, Tin Deshang and Jasmine were filled with rage. They had previously suspected that Jia Jinhua was colluding with Sanchi to harm the Yang family, especially since Sanchi was young and had made mistakes before. Now, all doubts about Sanchi vanished. It was all the sinister work of Jia Jinhua. Tin Deshang, infuriated, kicked Jia Jinhua repeatedly. "You ungrateful old wretch. The Yang family has shown you mercy time and again, yet you seek to harm them and Miss Jasmine, endangering the lives of all the villagers. If I do not take your life today, I shall not bear the surname Tan." Trembling in fear, Jia Jinhua knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Tin Deshang turned to Jasmine and asked, "Jasmine, what do you propose we do with him?" Jasmine replied resolutely, "Let him die. He must not see the dawn of tomorrow." Tin Deshang smiled, "I shall take him elsewhere to deal with him, so as not to tarnish your eyes. I assure you, it will bring you satisfaction." Tin Deshang, accompanied by his team, dragged Jia Jinhua to a distant location. The guards gathered around, asking, "Brother Deshang, how shall we deal with this old scoundrel?" With a wave of his hand, Tin Deshang commanded, "Bind him to the stone pillar on the platform and let the sun do its work." At that moment, the sun was slowly rising, and the temperature was climbing. By noon, it would reach a scorching 54 degrees. Perhaps Jia Jinhua would not even survive until noon. Jasmine stood at the mouth of the Wanglong Cave, beckoning to Tin Deshang, "Brother Deshang, come here." Tin Deshang felt a sense of perplexity. The usually delicate Jasmine was unexpectedly ruthless this time. As if sensing his thoughts, Jasmine declared, "Brother Deshang, the reason I am so merciless is that..." She paused. "The jade bracelet has been damaged, and I can no longer access the resources within its space." Tin Deshang was left utterly astonished, his mouth agape. as wide as the entrance of the Wanglong cave. He muttered to himself in a daze. The jade bracelet is damaged, and we can no longer retrieve the supplies. What will we do for food and drink in the future? Jasmine nodded, tears welling in her eyes as she cradled the jade bracelet against her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. The supplies that Jasmine and Yang Chao had risked their lives to hoard were now trapped within the jade bracelet, leaving her in a state of distress and anguish. Choking back her emotions, she said, "De Chung, please do not tell Yang Chao just yet. I fear he may succumb to anger and worsen his internal injuries." Whether Yang Chao would indeed be consumed by rage was uncertain. But Tan De Chung was already on the verge of fury. He turned and dashed towards Jia Jinhua, drawing a sharp knife and menacingly pressing its tip against Jia's face. Jia screamed, but Tan quickly muffled him with his clothing. Before long, the villagers were aware that Jia Jinhua had met a gruesome end. It was a true dismemberment, each slice of flesh deliberate, as he bled to death in agony. Several guards took turns delivering a few cuts, terrified to continue, leaving the remainder to Tan De Chung. Ultimately, only a skeleton remained of Jia Jinhua. Chapter 65. A grain of rice brings kindness. A dough of rice brings hatred. Tan De Chung shed his blood-stained clothing at the cave entrance, his garments soaked in Jia Jinhua's blood, now a macabre shroud. Miao Miao had already fetched him clean attire, urging him to change before entering the cave, fearing his appearance might frighten Jasmine. Jasmine was still engrossed in examining the jade bracelet. Holding it delicately, she watched as sunlight streamed through the cave's entrance, casting an ominous green light on the cracks of the bracelet. Closing her eyes, she attempted once more to sense the mountain of supplies that remained. Yet she could not extract even a fraction. Is it truly rendered useless? Tan De Chung crouched beside her, his voice barely above a whisper. Sweat dripped down his face like a stream. Dismembering Jia Jinhua under the scorching sun had taken a toll on him. However, the physical exhaustion paled in comparison to the helplessness he felt in his heart. Jasmine shook her head, her eyes reddening. I cannot retrieve them. It feels as if a door has been locked tight. I can see everything inside, but it refuses to open. Tan De Chung felt a surge of anxiety, but dared not show it. He patted Jasmine's shoulder, offering words of comfort. Do not worry, we will find a way together. On that day, both Tan De Chung and Jasmine were in a state of turmoil. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the time originally designated for the villagers to receive water, Jasmine found herself unable to release it. Although the guards had instructed the villagers to conserve water when the bracelet was taken, the scorching heat necessitated substantial amounts for quenching their thirst. Many households were nearing the bottom of their water storage barrels. Upon hearing that the jade bracelet had been recovered, some villagers approached Longdong Cave to seek news. Since the water had been released, word had spread among the villagers that the jade bracelet was a magical artifact summoned by Miss Jasmine, capable of providing anything they desired. Miss Jasmine possesses a jade bracelet, which enables her to release water and distribute supplies. Presently, she is engulfed in melancholy. Suddenly, Tan De Sheng makes a gesture for silence. Casting a wary glance towards the cave entrance, several villagers are peering in, their faces alight with anticipation. Miao Miao stands guard at the cave's mouth, preventing their entry. Today, there will be no water released. Everyone should return home for now. Miss Jasmine is unwell and has retired to rest. Yang Chao is injured and recuperating. Please do not disturb them. Go back for the time being. Yet, the villagers remain hesitant, unwilling to depart. Swiftly, Jasmine conceals the jade bracelet within her sleeve and approaches the entrance with Tan De Sheng. Miss Jasmine, why is there no water released tonight? My household's water barrel is nearly empty. We have nothing to drink. Indeed, Miss Jasmine, it is said that the jade bracelet has been recovered. Please summon the celestial beings to provide us with water. Yes, we heard that Jia Jinhua seized the jade bracelet, only for it to be reclaimed by De Sheng, and that Jia Jinhua has perished. You must have vented your grievances. Now, please release water for everyone. Jasmine forces a smile. I sincerely apologize, but today we are unable to release water. A tall, gaunt middle-aged man interrupts her. It is old Li, the village's supply distributor. Summoning his courage, he states, my second son is in the guard team. I heard from him that the jade bracelet. His gaze flits between Jasmine's sleeve and Tan De Sheng's grim countenance. Is there something amiss with the jade bracelet that prevents the release of water? Jasmine's heart sinks abruptly. Before she can respond, a commotion arises behind her. Yang Mama supports a pale Yang Chao, who stands at the cave entrance with his arm in a sling, blood seeping through the bandage. Yet he persists in maintaining his stance. Yang Chao, why are you up? Jasmine frowns, moving to steady his swaying frame. Yang Chao's lips are pale from blood loss. He remains silent, groping for Jasmine's wrist, seeking the jade bracelet. Realizing she can no longer conceal the truth, Jasmine reluctantly retrieves the cracked jade bracelet from her sleeve. In the sunlight, a conspicuous fissure stretches across the verdant surface of the jade, resembling an unsightly scar. A profound silence envelopes the cave and its surroundings. Oldly questions with suspicion, the bracelet is damaged with a crack. How could that affect your ability to release water? You are deceiving us. A sharp female voice erupts from the crowd, belonging to Aunt Zhang, notorious for her opportunism. That is a divine gift. How could it simply be broken? This jade bracelet is a fake. The real one must be hidden away by you. You have no intention of sharing water or food with us, do you? Her accusations pierce the air like a knife, harshly resonating. Jasmine's expression darkens, while Tan Deshang's face flushes with rage. He bellows, Aunt Zhang, how can you be so heartless? To utter such words? Does the Yang family owe you anything? It is Miss Jasmine's goodwill to provide water. Withholding it is her right. Without her, would you all still survive? A favor given may breed resentment. After several days of providing water, do you take it for granted? A growing number of individuals began to murmur, with a few unable to restrain themselves, stepping forward. Their suspicious glares pierced through Jasmine like daggers. Indeed, she had previously assured everyone that she would supply water daily, yet now she suddenly claimed that the jade bracelet was broken. How could it just be broken? Who knows if she secretly hid away the good supplies? What will we eat and drink from now on? My child is still ill. Tan Deshang bellowed, silence. How great a risk did Miss Jasmine take to save everyone? Without her, you would have turned to ash in the sweltering heat. Now, because that brute Jia Zhenhua damaged the jade bracelet, you dare to blame your benefactor? Jasmine looked at the villagers seeking trouble, her delicate face darkening, feeling quite discontented. The broken bracelet prevented her from supplying water to everyone. She, too, felt the weight of the situation and was actively seeking solutions. Yet, do your words not chill the heart? Seek solutions? What solutions? A portly man pushed through the crowd and stepped forward. Jasmine recognized him as Wang Dazhu, the most notorious slacker in the village. Isn't your Yang family quite capable? Now that you've lost everyone's lifeline, what do you plan to compensate with? Yang's mother trembled with rage. Wang Dazhu, was that bracelet yours? Why should you be compensated? Who was it that came daily for relief grain? Whose child was burning with fever while Jasmine delivered medicine overnight? How can you speak such words now? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Wang Dazhu spat disdainfully. Spare me the lectures. If it weren't for your flaunting that broken bracelet, would so much misfortune have befallen us? It's merely a bracelet, and yet it was stolen so easily. If it was so vital, why didn't you guard it better? Now we are all destined to perish together. Enough. Yang Chao suddenly shouted, followed by a fit of violent coughing. Jasmine quickly supported him, then turned to face the troublemakers, coldly stating, Deshang, take note of these individuals' names. Since they lack gratitude, even if we have supplies in the future, we shall not allocate any to them. Let them find their own solutions. If this is the prevailing sentiment, then let bridges be bridges and roads be roads. I can no longer assist you, nor should you seek me out. Chapter 66. Some people are ingrates. Oldly was instantly alarmed. Miss Jasmine, I have no such intentions. You cannot include me. Wang Dazhu scoffed, dismissing her. Her jade bracelet is broken. There are no supplies, no water, and yet she expects empty promises. At that moment, Sanchi, accompanied by several young people, squeezed into the crowd. Do you have no conscience? Brother Yang nearly gave his life to save Sister Jasmine. Sister Jasmine cares for everyone daily, distributing rice and water to the villagers. Now that she is in trouble and lacking supplies, you turn your backs on her? Sanchi is right. Miao Miao stepped forward, her petite frame shielding Jasmine. Without the Yang family, we would have perished long ago. Now, we should be devising solutions together, rather than casting blame upon our benefactors. An increasing number of villagers gathered before Wang Long Cave, whispering amongst themselves. The atmosphere grew tense. Some bowed their heads in shame, while others continued to murmur in discontent. A greater number fell into a silent panic, grappling with the loss of resources and clean water. In this sweltering heat, how long could they survive? Lu Dazhuang parted the crowd and stood atop the courtyard wall in front of Wang Long Cave, proclaiming loudly, fellow villagers, let us search our consciences and reflect. Who has been our steadfast supporter since the calamity struck? Last winter, Yang Chao, under the guise of the Gu family, alerted us in advance, enabling us to stockpile coal, firewood, and grain to endure the frigid temperatures and blizzards. While half of the townspeople perished from the cold, fewer than 10 of us in Ueya village succumbed. This is all thanks to the Yang family. Now, in this oppressive heat, young Jasmine possesses the divine ability to use her jade bracelet to provide water for our salvation. Yang Chao and Jasmine have even formed a protective squad to distribute rice, flour, oil, and medicine. They are the great benefactors of Ueya village. Yet, some short-sighted villagers not only fail to show gratitude but harbor resentment. Are these ungrateful souls even human? Now, as the true adversaries, the Gu family, the Chung family, and that wretched Jia Jinhua set their sights on the jade bracelet. Fighting amongst themselves and causing damage, we must recognize who our true enemies are. We must unite against the looming threat and continue to heed the guidance of Yang Chao and Jasmine, devising ways to save ourselves if we wish to survive. Do you not agree? Applause erupted from the crowd, growing increasingly fervent. We will listen to Jasmine, to the Yang family. Indeed, we must collaboratively seek solutions. Those without the jade bracelet must also find ways to survive, must they not? Jasmine, we all believe in you and are grateful for you. Do not let the foolish words of a few dishearten you. Jasmine and the Yang family are our great benefactors. We shall heed Jasmine's words. Wiping away her tears, Jasmine gently pushed Meow Meow aside and addressed the villagers. The jade bracelet is broken and can no longer provide water. I understand your concerns as I share them. It is a reality we must confront. First, we must find a solution for our water source, and then seek drought-resistant wild plants in the mountains. Wild plants? Wang Daju scoffed. What good are those? I see you merely wish to placate us. And what superior idea do you propose? Yang Chao retorted coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. From now on, you are no longer part of this. You can find your own water and resources. Fend for yourself and do not cross my path again. Consider how Jia Jinhua met his end. Wang Daju trembled, rendered speechless, and reluctantly retreated to the back of the crowd, though he refused to depart. Tan Deshang clapped his hands and spoke with authority. Everyone, please return home for now. Reflect on potential solutions, and we shall reconvene tomorrow to discuss how to address the current crisis. It is already midnight, and Yang Chao is severely injured and needs rest. Ultimately, under the mediation of Tan Deshang and Lu Dazhuang, the villagers dispersed temporarily. In the stillness of the night, Jasmine sat beside Yang Chao's bed, carefully changing his bandages. His arm bore a sharp gash inflicted by shrapnel from the explosion, a wound that remained unhealed both internally and externally. The moonlight filtered through the cracks in the cave ceiling, illuminating the grotesque injury on his arm. Does it hurt? Jasmine asked softly. Yang Chao shook his head. Compared to the grievances you have endured, this injury is nothing. He struggled to prop himself up. Jasmine, we must urgently resolve the water supply issue. We can endure without food for a while, but without water, Jasmine sighed. Indeed, water is the most pressing concern. There are springs within Wanglong Cave and a slender underground river, the source of which is unknown, but it flows away without providing enough for the entire village. Yang Chao retorted stubbornly. Those people are heartless. Let us simply disregard them. We shall seal the entrance of Wanglong Cave and live there ourselves, without venturing out. There is water, electricity, and sufficient supplies within the cave to last us 1.5 years without issue. As for safety, we can secure 2 large copper doors, which have firing ports on either side. With our firearms and ammunition, and with me and Brother Deshang on guard, I believe we can hold our ground against 10. Excellent. Tan Deshang interjected, entering uninvited, carrying a bowl of chicken soup in one hand and a bowl of millet porridge in the other. This is specially prepared for you by Meow Meow, to help you regain your strength. He set down the bowls and sank into the sofa. Let me tell you, with the conditions as they are, we could easily fend off 100 if necessary. If we shut ourselves away and live our small lives without concern for the villagers, we will undoubtedly survive. But do we truly intend to ignore the villagers? The 3 exchanged glances, silence enveloping them. The weight of indifference hung heavily in their hearts. However, the question remained, how could they provide for the villagers? With the jade bracelet broken, they lacked the means to procure water and supplies. How could they assist? Yang Chao as parents quietly approached, overhearing their discussion. His mother, wiping away tears, said, Chao, heed your mother's advice. Let us close the door and live for ourselves. The villagers must find their own way to survive. We genuinely lack the capacity to care for them. Most importantly, I cannot bear to see you injured any longer. Your wounds are mere strokes of fortune. I dread to think what might happen if luck were to abandon you. Your father and I live each day with our hearts in our throats, fearing for your safety. Listen to me. The broken jade bracelet is fate. We cannot manage the villagers. Let us not concern ourselves with them any longer. We reside in Wanglong Cave, living each day as it comes. If we can no longer endure, we shall embark on the journey to the underworld together. At least we shall have each other's company. Yang's mother grew increasingly sorrowful as tears streamed down her face like a spring. Yang Chao, distressed by her words, took her hand gently and whispered, "Mother, I shall heed your words." Chapter 67. Closing Wanglong Cave. No longer concerned for the villagers, Yang's father let out a deep sigh, remaining silent. His concern for his son's safety outweighed that for the villagers. Jasmine felt an overwhelming guilt. It was all her fault. Yang Chao had been injured multiple times while saving her. The thought of the arduous efforts to gather supplies, now trapped and inaccessible, weighed heavily on her heart. These were the fruits of both her and Yang Chao's labor. Jasmine was unable to contain her sorrow, tears cascading down her cheeks. Yang's mother embraced Jasmine tightly, saying, "Silly child, what nonsense are you speaking? Both you and Chao are my treasures. If you are in danger, he will undoubtedly save you. If he does not, I shall scold him myself. It matters not if the supplies remain inaccessible. Do not blame yourself. Perhaps this is fate, perhaps in time. The jade bracelet will regain its power and become useful once more." Upon hearing these comforting words, Jasmine buried her head in Yang's mother's embrace, her eyes brimming with tears, rendering her speechless. With the decision made to seal Wanglong Cave, a sense of relief washed over everyone. Tan Dasheng sought out Lu Dazhuang, entrusting him with the protection team. "Dazhuang, among all the members of the guard, you are the one I trust the most." With Jasmine's jade bracelet damaged, she could no longer access supplies or clean water. Yang Chao was gravely injured, and the Yang family was now struggling for survival. Thus, they resolved to close Wanglong Cave, retreating within to fend for themselves, never to emerge again. I have decided to accompany them. As long as I draw breath, I shall protect them. Should anyone foolish enough attempt to breach Wanglong Cave with ill intentions toward the Yang family, my weapon will not be idle. Please convey to the villagers that they should strive for self-sufficiency and rely on their own strength to survive, Lu Dazhuang said, his heart heavy, his eyes reddening. "Brother Dasheng, I understand your plight. Some foolish individuals in the village have uttered hurtful words to Miss Jasmine. I hope she can overlook their shortcomings. From now on, take care of yourselves within the cave. Yang Chao and Miss Jasmine have already helped the villagers immensely. Without them, we would have perished long ago." After their farewells, Tan Dasheng returned and closed the grand copper doors of Wanglong Cave. "Jasmine, I have returned. I have entrusted the guard to Lu Dazhuang for management. Let him inform the villagers that we are sealing Wanglong Cave, never to venture out again. From now on, we shall live our secluded lives behind these doors. I will stand guard at the entrance daily, observing the outside world to ensure everyone's safety." Jasmine rose, surveying the space that would become their final sanctuary. "We must take stock of our existing supplies to have a clear understanding," she proposed. Yang's father replied, "Let us do so together." Deep within the cave lies a passage extending over 100 meters into the heart of the mountain, towering 5 meters high and 8 meters wide. One section has been transformed into a storage room by Father Yang. Although Jasmine possesses a spatial storage, she understands the wisdom of not placing all her eggs in one basket. Therefore, she has stored some long-lasting supplies in the storage room. Inside, dozens of cardboard boxes are neatly arranged. Jasmine carefully opens the first box, revealing neatly stacked compressed biscuits and canned goods. There are still 30 boxes of compressed biscuits, 20 boxes of meat cans, and 15 boxes of fruit cans, all intended for emergency use at that time. If we ration them, they should be sufficient for the 7 of us for 3 months. Additionally, there are numerous bags of broken rice, weighing 100 pounds each. These were procured by me and Yang Chao a week before the onset of the severe cold, purchased from the grain merchant, Old Li, at the foot of the mountain. We initially bought 20 tons of broken rice, but later I found it too cumbersome in the spatial storage, so I set aside 5,000 pounds in the storage room. Tan Dasheng rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, "This is wonderful. We have so many supplies. We will have enough to eat." Although broken rice is inferior to fresh rice, it is sustenance nonetheless. In these times, who can afford to be choosy? Mother Young opened another box. The medical supplies are running low. We only have 5 antibiotics left, 3 boxes of antipyretics, and 2 bottles of disinfectant alcohol. However, there are still plenty of bandages and some common medications for colds and coughs. Worry etched on her face. She remarked, "Chao's injury has yet to heal, and jumping is still small and prone to sickness. We need to find some herbal remedies for backup." Tan Dasheng reassured Mother Yang, "Do not fear. I know many herbal remedies. I will go up the mountain to dig some. Although the herbs may be dried out, they will still be usable. Tan Deshang inspected the weapons rack. There are 20 bows, 300 arrows, 15 spears, 3 handguns, and only 60 rounds of ammunition remaining. We must use them sparingly. Oh dear, in my quest for convenience, I did not store the weapons Jasmine had given me in the spatial storage, leaving some outside for Uncle Yang to keep. They are my treasures. Father Yang counted the tools in the corner. 2 shovels, 3 hoes, 100 meters of rope, and 100 water buckets. Jasmine remarked, "We are just short of water. I have observed the spring in the cave. It flows daily. However, I am uncertain whether it will continue. With the high temperatures persisting, it is likely that the spring may run dry, and the water level in the underground river has visibly decreased. We should collect water daily and store it in the buckets for future use." Tan Deshang added. When we first moved into Wanglong Cave, we set up a hydroponic rack on the west side of the main cave, but we only planted lettuce. We can continue growing it, which will provide us with fresh vegetables. Mother Young mentioned, there are still many potatoes in the kitchen. I have set them aside. Once they sprout, we can plant some for food. Upon completing the inventory, we found the supplies more abundant than anticipated, yet there remained an air of scarcity. Nonetheless, this situation is far better than that of the villagers in Yuya village. The villagers soon learned of the Yang family's closure of Wanglong Cave, and various voices arose. Oh no, what shall we do? How will we survive from now on? I suspect they feign issues with the jade bracelet to withhold supplies and water from the villagers, aiming to monopolize the resources for themselves. This is why they have locked the gates. How absurd. Miss Jasmine revealed the jade bracelet, and all witnessed the visible cracks upon it. Even if the cracks are indeed present, who can prove that such imperfections justify withholding the distribution of supplies and water? Perhaps they never intended to share in the first place, and the claim of cracks serves merely as an excuse. Let us not judge the noble with the thoughts of the petty. Before the Gu, Chung, and Jia Jinhua appeared, Miss Jasmine tirelessly provided us with supplies and fresh water daily. What was her motive? The true villain is Jia Jinhua. Had he not seized the jade bracelet, it would have remained intact, and Miss Jasmine would have continued to supply us with water. Yes, it is indeed Jia Jinhua's fault. If only Tan Deshang could exact 1,000 cuts upon him. Alas, I too long to inflict some wounds to vent my anger. Were it not for him, our water barrels would surely still be full. Jia Jinhua, this selfish wretch, has led us astray. How blind we were to elect him as village chief. His conscience has long been devoured by dogs. Jia Jinhua's corpse is now but a pile of bones. Tomorrow I shall dismantle this heap and crush it, ensuring he finds no peace in death. It truly infuriates me. Words are futile now. We must hasten to find a water source, to seek out which cave may still harbor water, for survival is paramount. Chapter 68. The Struggle for the Ancient Underground River's Water Source. Lu Dazhuang said. Brother Deshang informed me that there is a cave nearby with water, located on the northern side of the main peak, in a very concealed spot. He sketched a map for me. Upon entering the cave, there is a vast chamber containing an ancient underground river, where Yang Chao and Miss Jasmine have ventured before. The water flows abundantly there. How far is it from here? Someone inquired. Lu Dazhuang replied, not far, approximately 3 to 5 kilometers from Wanglong Cave. Then what are we waiting for? We must go. We can only survive with water. The villagers responded eagerly. Lu Dazhuang raised his hands to quell the commotion, stating, that cave has already been occupied by the Gu family. They reside within, accompanied by dozens of bodyguards, armed with guns. It is far too dangerous. Old Li furrowed his brow. If the Gu family possesses firearms, they will certainly not allow us access to the underground river's water, Lu Dazhuang asserted. They will not grant us access. That much is assured. We must seize it. This is our only option. Tomorrow, I will take a few individuals to scout the area before we devise a plan. Before dawn the following day, Lu Dazhuang quietly set out with several of the most skilled guards. The sun had yet to rise, but the air was already thick with a searing heat. They stealthily traversed the ridge, evading any sentries the Gu family might have stationed. After 2 hours, they finally reached an elevated area near the northern cave. Look there, Lu Dazhuang whispered, pointing towards the cave's entrance. 4 armed bodyguards were patrolling, scanning their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Lu Dazhuang crouched behind the searing rocks, sweat trickling down his temples. He squinted, meticulously counting the guards at the cave's entrance. 2 pairs of patrolling guards, their alertness palpable. The young man beside him, Amin, lowered his voice and whispered, Brother Dazhuang, we cannot force our way through this situation. We must devise a strategy to divert their attention. Lu Dazhuang surveyed the surrounding terrain. The entrance to the cave was trumpet-shaped, flanked by steep rock walls, and the Gu family firmly guarded the only passage. On the right side, a narrow fissure in the rock emitted faint sounds of flowing water. Lu Dazhuang spoke softly. I have a plan, Amin. Take 2 others and circle around to the back to locate the exit of that hidden river. I recall Brother Desheng mentioning that Yang Chao and his group discovered a tributary of this underground river seeping out from the opposite side of the mountain. Amin's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting we intercept the flow from outside? Lu Dazhuang confirmed in a hushed tone. Precisely. But we must act swiftly and be cautious of being detected by the Gu family. The 3 young men crouched low and stealthily departed, their figures quickly vanishing. Lu Dazhuang remained with the others, continuing to monitor the entrance of the cave. As the sun rose higher, the temperature soared past 50 degrees. Sweat soaked Lu Dazhuang's back. Yet he remained motionless, his gaze fixed intently on the cave entrance. Suddenly, he spotted Amin waving to him from a distance. They succeeded. A wave of joy surged within Lu Dazhuang. He swiftly led his group to move along the rock wall towards the side of the cave. After circumventing a protruding boulder, they discovered the concealed fissure. Cool mist seeped from the crack, forming a wisp of white fog in the sweltering air. Lu Dazhuang extended his hand into the fissure, feeling the icy water wash over his fingertips. This is the spot. He whispered excitedly, quick, connect the water diversion pipe. The team sprang into action. Inserting the pre-prepared bamboo tube into the fissure, the other end linked to a long, flexible hose. This was the hose Jasmine had provided for the villagers to draw water, capable of withstanding high temperatures of up to 60 degrees, now a crucial lifeline. However, just as they were on the brink of success, the sharp crack of a gunshot echoed. Oh no. Lu Dazhuang looked around to see 3 bodyguards from the Gu family charging towards them, the leader already raising his pistol. Fall back. Lu Dazhuang bellowed, drawing his own firearm to return fire. Bullets struck the rocks, sending shards flying. Amin and the other 2 team members rushed over from the opposite side. Brother Dazhuang, we've been spotted. Before they could finish, another volley of gunfire rang out. Amin let out a grunt, clutching his shoulder as he collapsed. Damn it. Lu Dazhuang's vision turned red with rage as he seized Amin, simultaneously firing 3 shots at the pursuers. 1 bodyguard fell, while the other 2 quickly sought cover. Get Amin to safety first, Lu Dazhuang shouted to the others. I will hold them off. The team members hoisted the injured Amin and desperately retreated down the path they had come, utilizing the rocks for cover. Lu Dazhuang continuously shifted positions to shoot, buying precious time for Amin and the others. The gunfire startled an increasing number of bodyguards, and soon, a dozen men surged forth from the cavern, encircling them in a fan-shaped formation. Lu Dazhuang sensed the perilous nature of the situation and prepared to retreat when suddenly, an unusual noise caught his attention from behind. He turned abruptly to find Gu Pengfei, inexplicably having circled to their rear, coldly brandishing a pistol with a mocking grin. Ah! How audacious you are to attempt thievery of my water, Gu Pengfei sneered. What? Has that wretched Chung Moli abandoned you, prompting you to steal from me? Lu Dazhuang tightened his grip on his gun but refrained from acting rashly. Standing beside Gu Pengfei were 5 armed bodyguards, all poised to take aim at him. Gu Pengfei, this water belongs to Yaya Mountain, not your estate. Lu Dazhuang retorted through gritted teeth. The villagers are on the brink of dehydration. By what right do you monopolize it? Gu Pengfei erupted in laughter. By the very fact that I am Gu Pengfei. This cave has long been claimed by me. Why should I share it with you lowly peasants? He waved a jade bracelet in his hand. Look, Cheng Moli's bracelet has fallen into my possession. Why not gather your entire village and come pledge allegiance to me instead, following my command? Lu Dazhuang's gaze fixated on the bracelet, which appeared entirely green, resembling Moli's. Yet he knew it could not be genuine. Neither Moli nor Yang Chao had ever mentioned that a bracelet had fallen into Gu Pengfei's hands. However, why would Gu Pengfei resort to using a fake bracelet to deceive? Lu Dazhuang had no time to ponder. He glared fiercely at Gu Pengfei. A selfish person like you will inevitably face retribution. Gu Pengfei scoffed. Dare you insult me? Today, I shall ensure none of you survive. Just as the tension reached its zenith, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from a distance. Gu Pengfei and his bodyguards instinctively turned to look, and Lu Dazhuang seized the opportunity to roll behind a rock. Brother Dazhuang, we have arrived. To Lu Dazhuang's astonishment, the voices belonged to the villagers from Yeye village. Over 20 young men armed with various weapons charged forth, led by none other than Old Li and Wang Dezhu, the 2 who were most accustomed to complaining. Now at the forefront of the charge, Wang Daju, who had once lived a life of ease, relying on Yang Chao and Moli for provisions and water, found himself in disarray when the Yang family ceased their distribution. Isolated from resources and facing a dire lack of water and food, he slapped himself in regret, realizing the paradise he had taken for granted. Now, even a sip of water had become a luxury. After being schooled by the villagers, he understood that the Gu family, the Chung family, and Jia Jinhua were the true culprits responsible for the village's plight. Thus, when Lu Dazhuang rallied the villagers to seize water from the Gu family's cavern, he did not hesitate to join. Gu Pengfei was evidently unprepared for such a multitude of villagers, momentarily flustered. Fire! Everyone fire! The sound of gunfire erupted, and 2 villagers at the front fell to the ground in response. Yet, others did not retreat. Instead, they surged forward with even greater fury. Wang Daju brandished a machete, bellowing, "You mongrels of the Gu family! I shall fight you to the bitter end." Amidst the chaos, Lu Dazhuang seized an opportunity and aimed a shot at Gu Pengfei's wrist. With a piercing scream, Gu Pengfei's jade bracelet flew from his grasp, tracing an arc through the air and landing at Wang Daju's feet. The jade bracelet. It belonged to Miss Jasmine. Wang Daju's eyes widened in astonishment, and he bent down to retrieve it. "Don't touch it," Lu Dazhuang shouted. "It's a fake." But it was too late. Gu Pengfei, blinded by rage, fired several shots at Wang Daju. The latter's body jolted violently before he slowly collapsed, his fingers still clenching the counterfeit bracelet. "Daju!" Oldly cried out in anguish, raising his hoe and rushing towards Gu Pengfei. Other villagers, too, roared in fury, joining the fray, and the scene descended into utter mayhem. Lu Dazhuang realized that brute force would not suffice. Seizing the moment amidst the turmoil, he swiftly located the water pipe that Ming and the others had prepared. "Quick, connect the pipe," he shouted to the arriving villagers. Amidst the sounds of gunfire and cries for blood, they finally succeeded in attaching the pipe to the prearranged water barrel. Cool groundwater began to flow, shimmering enticingly under the scorching sun. "We have water. We've done it," a villager exclaimed with excitement. This exclamation seemed to provoke Gu Pengfei, who, in a fit of hysteria, commanded his bodyguards, "Blow up that water outlet." Now, one bodyguard produced a grenade and hurled it towards the rocky crevice. Lu Dazhuang, quick-witted, lunged for the grenade, managing to toss it away just before it detonated. Boom! A deafening blast sent debris flying. Although the explosion did not destroy the water outlet, it loosened the rocky wall, causing the previously meager flow of water to surge dramatically. Soon after, the entire rock face began to collapse. "Run!" Lu Dazhuang shouted, dragging his injured leg as he frantically retreated. The massive rocks crashed down, completely sealing the water outlet while also trapping the Gu family's bodyguards on the opposite side. As the dust settled, the scene was left in shambles. 3 villagers lay lifeless, including Wang Daju. The Gu family also suffered significant losses. Gu Pengfei was injured by falling debris and was escorted back into the cave by his bodyguards. Oldly helped Wang Daju up, while Dazhuang still clutched the fake jade bracelet. With a heavy sigh, Oldly lamented, "Alas, this fool believed that this counterfeit bracelet could save us all." Lu Dazhuang approached, limping, his gaze fixed on the precious buckets of water they had so laboriously obtained, his emotions in turmoil. They had paid a steep price, yet had secured only a meager amount of life-saving water. In a hoarse voice, he declared, "Let us take the water back and share it among the elderly and children. As for our vendetta against the Gu family, we shall remember it." Upon their return, the entire village gathered together. The heat was unbearable, and the 3 corpses, covered with tattered grass mats, began to emit a foul odor under the blazing sun. As they beheld the lifeless bodies, the villagers began to weep. Oldly sighed. Daju's wife fed her last half-bowl of water to the child and survived on urine for 2 days. Initially, the villagers had hoped that Daju could procure water. But Lu Dazhuang, gritting his teeth, resolved to confront the Gu family for it. Without water, the entire village would perish. The caves of each household were nearly devoid of moisture. Oldly suggested, "Let us seize the opportunity to steal water under the cover of night. There's a crevice that might yield some." The villagers readily agreed, "It is our only option. Every bucket counts. Even if we each get a small cup, it will stave off death from thirst. In a day or 2, we may truly face dire consequences." Determined, Lu Dazhuang affirmed, "Very well, we shall steal water tonight." Suddenly, Ming, battered and breathless, stumbled in, exclaiming, "It's bad. The Gu family has poisoned the dark river." The villagers erupted in alarm, rushing to witness the scene. The once crystal-clear tributary of the dark river now shimmered with a sinister green luminescence, and a fish floated belly up. Lu Dazhuang dipped his tongue into the water and tasted the foam. It was industrial alkali, a poison that would damage the stomach lining and internal organs, potentially leading to blindness. We must not drink this water. Gu Pengfei would rather poison the river than allow us to drink. This is an attempt to annihilate our entire village. A Ming declared fiercely, Brother Dazhuang, if death is inevitable, let us confront the Gu family head-on. Let none of us survive. Before he could finish, the ominous whir of helicopter blades filled the air. Cheng Feng arrived in a helicopter, which circled before landing in a flat area. He was accompanied by armed bodyguards who unloaded several cases of bottled water, swiftly dispersing with weapons drawn, aimed at the ragged villagers. Cheng Feng arrogantly surveyed the crowd, announcing, I am Cheng Moli's brother. Anyone who can provide her whereabouts will receive a case of water. Assist me in finding her, and you shall receive 10 cases. Capture her for me, and I will grant you 100 cases. The bodyguards opened the cases, displaying bottles of water, causing the crowd to swallow in anticipation. A woman cradling a baby stepped forward, only to be firmly restrained by Old Li. We truly do not know. Please leave us be, Lu Dazhuang interjected, stepping forward to shield the water from the villagers' view. Cheng Feng toyed with a dagger, smirking. It seems you are not yet thirsty enough. I have stated, should you hand over Cheng Moli, you may exchange her for 100 cases of water. With a sweeping gesture, Lu Dazhuang commanded, everyone, return with me now. Stay in your caves, and do not listen to the Cheng family. The villagers glanced at the water, their hearts heavy with discontent. Lu Dazhuang continued, both the Cheng and Gu families are cut from the same cloth. They wish to harm Miss Moli and seize the jade bracelet. Were it not for them, we would still live with ample water and food. Fellow villagers, both families are malevolent, untrustworthy. Return with me. Even if we face death from thirst or hunger, we shall accept our fate. Silently, the villagers followed Lu Dazhuang back. Cheng Feng sneered. Ah, such resolve. I wonder how long you can endure. No one paid him heed. After the villagers departed, Gu Pengfei emerged with his bodyguards and conspired with Cheng Feng for an extended period. Chapter 70. Jasmine opens the door, releasing water and grain. The following morning, a helicopter arrived once more, this time heading directly for Wanglong Cave, landing on the flat ground below the cave entrance. The roar of the helicopter startled the villagers, prompting them to come out and investigate. Cheng Feng gazed at the villagers and declared, do you think that by withholding Jiang Meili's whereabouts from me, I would be unable to find her? Behold, I have successfully located Wanglong Cave. I shall blow up the main entrance and entomb her alive within, ensuring she never escapes. Lu Dazhuang chambered his gun and aimed it at Cheng Feng, interrupting him. If you wish to blow up Wanglong Cave, you must first get through me. The villagers surged forward, shouting in anger, if you dare to blow up Wanglong Cave, we will perish together with you. Cheng Feng swiftly turned and seized the 6-year-old Zaiduzi, pressing the blade against the child's throat. Little one, when was the last time you saw Sister Meili? Stop. Lu Dazhuang's furious roar coincided with the sound of an arrow slicing through the air. A feathered arrow struck precisely half an inch in front of Cheng Feng's foot, the white fletching trembling. 100 meters away, on the edge of a cliff, Tan Deshang took his stance outside Wanglong Cave, using a wall for support as he readied his sniper rifle. You, Cheng's whelp, what bravado do you exhibit against a child? Release him at once, or I shall take your life with a single shot. Though Tan Deshang possessed confidence in his marksmanship, the multitude of villagers encircling Cheng Feng filled him with trepidation. Fearing an accidental injury to an innocent, Cheng Feng squinted, suddenly erupting into manic laughter. Indeed, you are still alive. Capture him alive, before his words could settle. The mercenaries leveled their weapons at Tan Deshang. Tan Deshang aimed his sniper rifle at the mercenaries, and with a crack, a bullet struck one mercenary squarely in the forehead. As the mercenaries fired back at Tan Deshang, they pressed forward. Suddenly, one individual triggered a buried landmine, which erupted violently. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Dazhuang scooped up Zaiduzi and dashed toward the cave. The villagers followed suit, each rushing home to the cave. Cheng Feng, filled with dread, began to retreat. Damn it! Tan Deshang is too formidable. He stands guard at the entrance of Wanglong Cave, truly a single man blocking the passage for thousands. Lu Dazhuang led a team of guards along a designated path to the entrance of Wanglong Cave. Brother Deshang, we have come to support you. The team echoed. Let us eliminate these wretches. As Cheng Feng observed the increasing number of guards protecting the entrance to Wanglong Cave, He whistled sharply and commanded, "Retreat, everyone retreat." Mei had been standing behind the cave entrance, observing the situation through a shooting hole. She opened the large door and stepped out. "Brother Dazhuang, thank you for coming to help. Is everyone well?" Upon seeing Mei emerge, Lu Dazhuang felt a mix of astonishment and joy. "Mei, how did you get out? Are you all right? How is Yang Chao's injury?" Jasmine nodded, expressing gratitude. "We are well. Thank you for your concern and for coming to protect us." She turned to the guards. "Do you have enough water and food at home?" Lu Dazhuang's eyes reddened. The villagers were out of water and had little food left. He then recounted in detail the expedition to Gu Pingbing's cave in search of water. Jasmine invited the guards to sit in the courtyard, and she went inside to fetch 2 jugs of water and some steam buns for everyone. Upon seeing the water, their eyes sparkled with hope as they eagerly raised their cups and drank heartily. Jasmine retreated into the cave to share the situation outside with everyone. Looking at Yang Chao, she said, "I think we should proceed as you suggest." Jasmine continued, "You know what I intend to do?" Yang Chao replied, "Of course I understand." Jasmine nodded. "With internal strife and external threats, we cannot afford to be indifferent. In the future, families like the Changs and Gus will likely come to rob us more frequently. The villagers have come to protect us. We cannot stand by and watch them perish from thirst and hunger. Let us all strive together to survive." Yang's mother hesitated and asked, "Do you two want to open the gates to distribute food and water?" Jasmine looked apologetically at Yang Chao's parents, uncle, and aunt. "Is that all right?" Yang's mother remained silent, but Yang's father voiced his support. "Children, you are doing the right thing, and I stand with you. The villagers have coexisted with us for decades. Although some may be selfish, the majority are good and supportive. In the face of great adversity, we must unite with all who can stand with us if we are to survive." That night, Jasmine announced the decision to distribute water and food to the villagers. At 10 p.m., villagers lined up outside the Wanglong cave with their buckets. Jasmine stood at the cave's entrance, the evening breeze lifting her hair and framing her delicate face. She raised a megaphone and addressed the crowd. "Fellow villagers, as you may know, my jade bracelet is damaged, and I can no longer draw water for everyone. There is a limited amount of water left in Wanglong Cave, along with a small reserve of broken rice we had stored. Each household will receive a modest portion of drinking water and food, especially water, which is extremely limited and can only serve as a temporary relief. We will distribute what we have today, and later we will find more solutions together." The villagers' lips were cracked and bleeding, yet they expressed their heartfelt gratitude. "Miss Jasmine, we are already very thankful for any water you can spare to help us in this urgent time." Yang's father had connected a water pipe to a large storage tank in the courtyard, ready to provide water for the villagers. Each person received 2 liters of water and 5 pounds of broken rice. "Conserve it wisely. It should last for 2 to 3 days." It took over an hour to distribute water and rice to the entire village. Those who had previously caused trouble and insulted Jasmine now stood at the end of the line, their heads bowed in shame, feeling both the need for water and the weight of their embarrassment. A brave individual mustered the courage to approach with a bucket, only to be intercepted by Tan Deshang. "What brings you back here? You spoke so vehemently before. I believed you were of strong character, unwilling to return to the Yang family for water and rice. Yet here you are today." Jasmine feigned ignorance, coiling the water hose and retreating into the cave. Some individuals, it seems, require a taste of hardship. A few, crestfallen, withdrew, leaving only Wang Daju's wife, who lingered outside with her child, observing from a distance. With a sigh, Tan Deshang ventured into the cave, fetched a bucket of water, and returned with 10 pounds of rice, offering it to her. Wang Daju's wife knelt, tears streaming down her face. "Brother Deshang, my husband has wronged Miss Jasmine before, uttering many hurtful words that wounded her heart. However, he has changed. I implore you, show magnanimity and do not hold it against him." Tan Deshang lifted her to her feet, saying, "This water and rice are from Jasmine. Take them home. Your child is as thin as a reed." Inside the Wanglong cave, everyone gathered to deliberate and assess how long the remaining rice and water would last. "The rice can sustain us for a while, but I am concerned about the water," Jasmine expressed. "Our spring is nearly dry. A mere trickle remains." Yang Chao sighed, lamenting, "Alas, we collected so much water in the northeast. Yet it is all trapped in this space." Suddenly, Jasmine seized a sharp knife and thrust it toward her finger. Chapter 71. Attempting to repair the jade bracelet and restore the space, the blade pierced Jasmine's fingertip, and blood gushed forth. Yang Chao gasped, "What are you doing?" Jasmine managed a bitter smile. "I wish to try and see if I can restore the jade bracelet." All eyes were fixed on her as she let droplets of blood fall onto the bracelet. In the past, blood had been swiftly absorbed, but this time, the absorption was sluggish. Some droplets fell unabsorbed onto the table, yet a portion slowly seeped into the bracelet. Jasmine closed her eyes, attempting to sense the connection, but could only see without retrieving any supplies. Yang Chao took the bracelet, pricked his own finger, and let his blood fall onto it. This time, the bracelet absorbed the blood much more rapidly. Jasmine attempted to extract supplies, but to no avail. She shook her head, closed her eyes once more, and concentrated all her thoughts on a box of medicine. Summoning every ounce of strength, she finally caused the box to tumble onto the table. Jasmine, both startled and elated, exclaimed, "Can I now retrieve supplies?" Everyone gathered around the table, eagerly touching the medicine box, filled with uncontainable joy. "This is wonderful. We can utilize the space now." However, something felt amiss. Jasmine slumped over the table, drenched in sweat, as if all her strength had been siphoned away. Yang Chao quickly intervened. "Do not extract any more supplies. It seems that drawing from the space now drains your vitality." Jasmine steadied herself, contemplating, "Indeed, it feels as if all my energy has been depleted, likely due to the damage to the bracelet. Nevertheless, this is a promising start. We have both shed blood, and the bracelet is gradually regaining its function. This suggests that we can nourish the jade bracelet with blood, thereby restoring its functionality. Therefore, we might experiment by placing a greater amount of blood within it, allowing the jade to gradually absorb our essence. Might this assist in rejuvenating the bracelet's capabilities?" Yang Chao gazed intently into Jasmine's eyes and nodded. "I believe your hypothesis holds merit. We should certainly give it a try." Jasmine fetched a porcelain bowl, using a knife to pierce her finger, allowing drops of blood to fall into the bowl. Yang Chao followed suit, his blood trickling into the vessel as well. Yang's mother, witnessing this, gasped in dismay, "Children, must you really resort to such measures? It pains me to observe." Jasmine smiled gently. "We won't know unless we try. What if it succeeds?" Yang's father extended his hand. "Let me contribute some blood as well." Yang Chao interjected, "No, Dad, that's not necessary. This jade bracelet recognizes its master. Only the blood of Jasmine and myself will suffice, especially mine, as it was my blood that initially activated the bracelet." Before long, the bowl was half filled with blood. Jasmine took a deep breath, ceased the flow, and placed the jade bracelet into the bowl, submerging it in the crimson liquid. "There, let it soak overnight. Tomorrow, we shall assess the situation. Let us nourish the bracelet with blood and hope for success." For 3 consecutive days, they nourished the bracelet. Each day, Jasmine would discard the previous day's blood and replace it with fresh blood. After 3 days of this ritual, Jasmine felt somewhat lightheaded. When they retrieved the jade bracelet to test it again, they found they could extract slightly larger items, yet only 1 or 2 at a time. Jasmine felt a twinge of disappointment. Yang Chao encouraged her, "At least this proves the method is viable. If necessary, we can continue to nourish the jade daily, allowing it time to repair itself. Surely, it will one day function normally." Yang's mother expressed her concern. "You two cannot keep this up indefinitely. Over time, you will deplete your health." Indeed, this was not a sustainable solution, and they could only hope for the jade bracelet's swift restoration. The villagers were growing impatient. That evening, they had agreed to release more water for the villagers. However, the water within the dragon-watching cave was dwindling rapidly. The portion available for distribution was merely 1 liter per person, sufficient for no more than 2 days. In such sweltering heat, 2 liters a day per person would be considered normal. 1 liter would barely stave off thirst. The pond within the space was full of water, as were the wells. Yet Jasmine was unable to extract any. Observing the villagers' parched, yearning expressions filled her with remorse. This time, no one blamed Jasmine. Rather, they were filled with gratitude. Yet, how many more days could this situation endure? On the evening of the 3rd day, the villagers once again flocked to the dragon-watching cave. "Jasmine, will there be any water available today? My son is on the brink of dehydration. His lips are cracked and bleeding. He can hardly speak." "Jasmine, I only need a bowl of water. My mother is nearing her limit. Is there truly not a drop left?" Jasmine looked regretfully at the crowd. Tan Deshang proposed placing 2 buckets of water at the cave's entrance. Yang Chao addressed the crowd. "Indeed, the Wanglong cave has run dry, the spring has ceased to flow, and the underground river has been severed. The relentless heat has persisted for days, leading to excessive evaporation with no trace of rain. And the water within the cave has evaporated as well." The majority of the onlookers accepted his words as truth. For their own caves had once contained water when they first moved in, But with the ongoing drought and sweltering temperatures, all had been depleted. Could the Young family be an exception? A few among the crowd whispered to themselves, harboring suspicions that the Young family had hoarded water. Yet they dared not voice such doubts openly. 2 buckets of water. How little would that afford each person? Tan Deshang, fearing discord among the villagers, took it upon himself to distribute the water, ladling a bowl for each individual. The wooden spoon in his hand scraped against the bottom of the water barrel, producing a grating sound. As the last bowl was filled, old Sheen's granddaughter tiptoed forward, extending her empty bowl, her eyes fixed longingly on the desiccated water barrel. The elderly man's withered hand trembled as he pushed the bowl back. "Dear child, this bowl is for Grandma Zhang next door." Lu Dazhuang grasped the old man's hand, pouring half of his own bowl of water into the girl's bowl, declaring, "I am not thirsty." The girl lifted the bowl and drank eagerly, as if she might swallow the bowl itself in her haste. Jasmine turned her face away, unable to witness the scene any longer. Yang Chao spoke in a muted voice. "Everyone, please return home. Tomorrow we shall devise a plan." "What plan?" A sudden uproar erupted from the back of the crowd. A young man, his face marred by burns, pushed through the throng, exclaiming, "My brother has already perished at the hands of the Gu family." His body was not even properly buried. With a sudden motion, he tore open his shirt, revealing homemade explosives strapped to his waist. "Better to die fighting than to perish of thirst. Let us confront the Gu family together." Tan Deshang approached him, attempting to calm him. "Do not act rashly. Reckless actions will only cost lives. Even if we must seize water, we must do so with strategy and forethought." Yet the unrest had spread like a contagion. Some began hurling stones at the empty water bottles left by the Chung family's helicopter. Others tore at their hair, wailing in despair. A woman suddenly rushed to Jasmine, pleading, "Jasmine, is there truly no water left in your cave? I need just a small bowl, a mere bowl. I beg you." Jasmine shook her head. "I'm sorry. There is none left." The woman stared blankly at Jasmine's cracked, blood-stained lips, ceasing her pleas. A woman who had once scolded Jasmine harshly approached, dropping to her knees and raising a bowl above her head. "Jasmine, I implore you, use your jade bracelet once more. My child has not urinated in 3 days." As if a switch had been flipped, hundreds knelt in unison. Tan Deshang shouted, "There is truly no water left. If there were, would Jasmine withhold it from you? Everyone, rise." Yang Chao bellowed, "No water means no water. What use is it to pressure Jasmine?" Chapter 72. Depleting vitality, drawing water from the void before Wanglong Cave. A profound silence enveloped the scene. Soon, the sound of mournful weeping filled the air. Little Duzzy timidly tugged at Jasmine's hem. "Sister, have my waters for you from this filthy bowl," shaking a small bowl containing murky liquid. Jasmine's tears finally overflowed. She dipped her hand adorned with a jade bracelet into the enormous water storage tank in the courtyard, then closed her eyes, her thoughts swirling, exerting every ounce of her strength to draw water from the ether. Water cascaded forth, and the crowd erupted in cheers. "There is water! There is water!" Yang Chao, filled with urgency, grasped Jasmine's shoulder, exclaiming, "Jasmine, stop. You must cease this. Are you disregarding your life?" The jade bracelet had released half a barrel of water. However, Jasmine began to convulse violently, and the onlookers watched in horror, too afraid to speak. "Stop!" Yang Chao clutched Jasmine's jade-adorned hand. Jasmine's complexion turned as pale as parchment as she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body arching backward and collapsing into Yang Chao's embrace. A timid woman inquired, "Why has Miss Jasmine stopped drawing water?" Yang Chao, his face cold, retorted, "Can you not see? Drawing water saps her life force. If she takes too much, she will perish." Mother Yang rushed to Jasmine's side to check her pulse, tears streaming down her face. "She's still alive. Chao, quickly bring Jasmine into the cave." Amid the chaos, no one noticed 3 shadowy figures stealthily slip away from the crowd, heading toward the Chung family's encampment. Before dawn, Jasmine awoke in a fever. Yang Chao was at her bedside, oiling his handgun. Upon seeing her eyes open, he immediately cautioned, "Do not move. You have expended too much life force. Further recklessness may cost you your life." "Did we acquire water?" Jasmine asked, her voice barely a whisper. Yang Chao hesitated for a moment, his eyes suddenly glistening with unshed tears. "We did. But this morning, Chung Feng sent word that he has discovered a method to restore the jade bracelet, requesting that I hand over both the bracelet and you to him." Anger burned within his eyes. Those ingrates in the village. They truly are ungrateful wretches. Now, some villagers are clamoring to trade you for water. The Chung family told them that if they surrender you, they will distribute water to the villagers. Jasmine's voice was faint, To survive, they have no choice. As if to affirm his words, a sudden uproar erupted outside the cave. Lu Dazhuang was shouting fiercely. Who dares to touch Jasmine must first step over my dead body. Jasmine struggled to sit up, listening to the commotion outside, urging Yang Chao to support her as they ventured out. At the cave entrance, a throng of villagers had gathered. Tan Deshang was violently assaulting Wang Dazhu's brother-in-law. Upon seeing them emerge, the bruised man continued to shout. Young Master Cheng said, "Hand over Jasmine, and we will receive 100 boxes of water." Jasmine is young Master Cheng's own sister. Even if we relinquish her, the Cheng family will not harm her. How could her parents and brother not love their own child? With no water, everyone would perish from thirst. It would be better to trade Jasmine for water. Several villagers echoed in agreement. Yes. Sending Miss Jasmine over is like sending her home. She will have water to drink, and the Cheng family will share water with us. No one suffers a loss. Miss Jasmine, your brother wants you to return home. Let us escort you back so that everyone can be saved. You ungrateful wretches. Yang Chao's furious gaze swept over the crowd. The Cheng family and Jasmine were now irreconcilable enemies. Returning Jasmine would be akin to signing her death warrant. Is this how you treat your benefactor for a mere sip of water? If I were to share water with you again, I would not bear the surname Yang. Tan Deshang raised his firearm, surveying the surroundings, declaring, "Let me see who dares to suggest trading Jasmine for water." Under the pressure of his authority, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yet a few individuals remained, discontentedly observing the activities around Wanglong Cave. Meanwhile, Cheng Feng was conspiring with Gu Pengfei inside the cave. Cheng Feng gazed enviously at the cavernous abode of Gu Pengfei, where a refreshing chill enveloped the air and a tranquil underground river flowed. Its crystalline waters icy to the touch, a veritable natural refrigerator. Stalactites hung from above, irregularly shaped, creating a captivating spectacle. This cave is truly magnificent. Perfectly suited for evading the sweltering heat, Cheng Feng exclaimed earnestly. Gu Pengfei, with a proud smile, replied, "I spent considerable resources dispatching individuals to Moon Mountain in search of this hidden cavern. Even the locals remain oblivious to its existence, otherwise it would have been claimed long ago. Now that the villagers lack water, my refuge has become a coveted sanctuary, with everyone eager to seize it. I will thwart any who dare approach. Even the tributary of the underground river outside has been obstructed by me. I now await the villagers' demise from thirst and hunger, rendering Cheng Mojing without allies, thus simplifying the task at hand." Cheng Feng continued, "You may not be aware, but Jasmine's jade bracelet has been damaged, rendering the extraction of resources impossible. The items within the bracelet space are trapped. My informant among the villagers informed me today that Wanglong Cave is devoid of water as well. In her desperate attempt to retrieve water, Jasmine risked her vitality, managing to extract half a bucket before collapsing and nearly losing her life." Gu Pengfei tapped his fingers thoughtfully. This was indeed dire news. While the villagers starving and thirsting would leave the Yang family bereft of support, facilitating our acquisition of the jade bracelet, its unusable state rendered it merely ornamental. Cheng Feng asserted, merely seizing the jade bracelet is insufficient. Even if it were intact, we have confirmed that it can only be utilized by Jasmine. To claim it, we must also capture her. Gu Pengfei smiled, regarding Cheng Feng, and spoke leisurely. "So your visit today is to discuss collaboration?" Cheng Feng clapped his hands, astute. "I have learned that Jasmine has an associate named Tan Deshang, a retired special forces soldier skilled in various firearms, capable of single-handedly fending off many. Furthermore, they have trained a guard unit from the villagers, loyal to the Yang family and thus formidable. Our combined strength would be substantial enough to contend with them." Gu Pengfei pondered, "Yet the jade bracelet is damaged and unusable. Even if we seize it along with Jasmine, it remains ineffective." Cheng Feng lowered his voice. "My informant has relayed that the jade bracelet is not entirely devoid of utility. Jasmine can currently extract a limited quantity of resources by sacrificing her vitality. I believe that as she discovers methods to unlock its potential, the amount she can retrieve will increase, sufficient for our needs." Gu Pengfei's eyes sparkled with insight. Indeed. Now was the opportune moment to seize the advantage while she was at her most vulnerable. They should acquire the resources first, then deliberate on the consequences. Cheng Feng added, "This is an excellent opportunity. The villagers are parched to the brink of desperation. If nothing changes, in a day or two, some may succumb to thirst." Cheng Moli faced a harrowing choice. To save the villagers would deplete her vitality, yet neglecting them would lead to their inevitable demise. How would she choose? Regardless of her decision, she was in a dire predicament. and it was during her greatest struggle that they could strike most effectively. The two conspired in hushed tones, their voices dwindling to whispers. Chapter 73. To exchange a jade bracelet for the source of the dark river water, will she or won't she? At dawn, the villagers once again gathered around the courtyard of Wanlong Cave, engaging in hushed discussions. Alas, this posed a formidable dilemma. Young Molly could indeed release some water using her jade bracelet, yet the amount was woefully insufficient for the entire village's needs. The meager water she could provide came at a cost to her own vitality. One could see her pallor and the blood she coughed up from the exertion. It was a heart-wrenching sight. It was understood that the Yang family had long since moved into Wanlong Cave. According to customary agreements, they had claimed the cave as their own. If the water were solely for their use, it would suffice for their needs. They had food and drink. If they chose to disregard the rest, their lives would continue comfortably. Yet, in their attempts to conserve water for the entire village, Yang's parents bore wounds no less severe than those of the others. Should Molly continue to release water? Each release inflicted further harm upon her body, a troubling prospect. However, if she refrained, they would all watch helplessly as they perished from thirst. Could she bear such a fate? Yet, to spare herself meant risking her own life. Should they then stand by and watch her suffer? Silence enveloped the villagers. Their thoughts unified. They yearned for Molly to release the water while simultaneously wishing for her safety and well-being. Suddenly, a villager rushed in. Upon closer inspection, it was Shi Tu, the second son of the Zhao family. He held out a letter. I found this at the entrance of my cave. It was sent by the Gu family. Living at the farthest cave, Shida's path was a necessary route to Gu Pingfei's dwelling. The villagers gathered around to read the letter. The message from the villagers of Yuya village stated, if you can persuade Cheng Molly to part with her jade bracelet, I shall unlock the tributary of the dark river, allowing you to draw water, and I assure you it will be clean and abundant. Gu Pingfei sought to trade Molly's jade bracelet for access to water. This was splendid. It promised them the precious resource they so desperately needed. However, would Molly agree to such an exchange? The bracelet belonged to her, and they could not make that decision for her. Yet, it seemed her bracelet was of little use at present. Perhaps it would be wiser to exchange it for water. The Yang family had ample water for themselves. Why should they part with their possessions to provide for the villagers? One must not be overly selfish. Exchanging someone else's jade bracelet for water, is that not selfish? Yet, this is a matter of life and death, determining the fate of the entire village. She should agree. Shouldn't she? Within the depths of Wanlong Cave, Yang Chao and Mo Li observed the surveillance footage. They heard all the discussions of the villagers outside the cave. Mo Li remarked, Gu Pingfei remains undeterred. Regardless of the bracelet's utility, he is intent on acquiring it. Now, he has turned his attention to the villagers. Yang Chao responded, this is clearly a moral coercion, compelling us to trade the bracelet for water. Mo Li pondered, if the villagers truly reach a critical juncture of life and death, and this is the only option, would we proceed with the exchange? Yang Chao resolutely shook his head. No, we shall not. Mo Li lowered her gaze. I do not wish to exchange it either. I have an unwavering belief that the bracelet will one day be restored. Yang Chao nodded affirmatively. It will undoubtedly be restored. Perhaps it simply requires the right opportunity. But where might that opportunity lie? No one knows. Yang Chao pressed a button, and the loudspeaker outside Wanlong Cave crackled to life. Villagers, we have heard your words. I am sorry, but we cannot consent to trading Mo Li's bracelet for water. Please return. Outside the cave, the villagers exchanged glances. Indeed, Mo Li was unwilling. Some were enraged, while others felt helpless. Yang Chao summoned Tan Deshang for a discussion. Brother Deshang, shall we venture to the dark river cave tonight? Tan Deshang's eyes brightened. You intend to confront Gu Pingfei? Yang Chao nodded. We cannot allow him to lead us by the nose. We must take the initiative. Tan Deshang slapped his thigh. Excellent. I have longed to deal with that scoundrel. We possess ample weaponry. Who has anything to fear? Oh, but the heavy weaponry cannot be brought out. It resides in storage. Mo Li approached with a radiant smile, tearing down a tarp from the wall. Brother Deshang, look. A heavy machine gun and a box of plastic explosives stood gleaming against the wall. Tan Deshang exclaimed, with these, what is there to fear? When did you procure them? Mo Li replied, I retrieved them earlier. They have been hidden in my room. Brother Deshang, tonight the three of us shall act together. Now that Yang Chao's injury has healed, I will assist you. Since training under Tan Deshang, Mo Li had diligently honed her skills, becoming adept with various weapons and remarkably agile. Tan Deshang nodded. Very well, let us deal with Gu Pingfei. Ideally, We should eliminate this rascal within the cave to prevent future troubles. That night, the trio donned black stealth gear and armed themselves as they approached the exterior of Gu Pengfei's cave. Outside, 2 bodyguards were stationed at the entrance, their heads nodding in slumber. Tan Deshang crept forward, raising his hand to present each a tranquilizer gun. Just as the bodyguards were about to call out, Tan Deshang lunged, swiftly covering their mouths and twisting their necks, incapacitating them effortlessly. Yang Chao rushed in to deliver 2 swift strikes to each bodyguard, swiftly ending their lives. Tan Deshang, agile and dexterous, retrieved plastic explosives and skillfully installed them within the crevices of the rock wall. He gestured for Yang Chao to step back. In the distance, Jasmine positioned a heavy machine gun, its muzzle aimed directly at the cave entrance. Though Tan had instructed her on its operation, she felt a twinge of anxiety as she steadied the formidable weapon. Tan Deshang and Yang Chao treaded lightly, retreating to a safe distance, ensuring that those within the cave had not overheard them. Yang Chao, clutching the remote control, glanced at Tan Deshang, who nodded in affirmation. With a press of the button, a thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the earth and causing the rock face to collapse, sending debris tumbling down. Moments later, a dozen bodyguards emerged from the fallen debris, panic etched on their faces. Jasmine steadied the machine gun, her index finger pressing down as a burst of bullets rained toward the cave entrance. The powerful recoil nearly toppled her. Some bodyguards perished while others fled. Through the night vision goggles, Jasmine noted that Gu Pengfei had not appeared. Could he have been annihilated within the cave? Tan Deshang, armed with 2 handguns, cautiously surveyed the area before proceeding to inspect the cave. At the entrance, for safety, he tossed in 2 grenades. Silence followed. Tan Deshang entered the cave with utmost care to investigate. Yang Chao remained outside, while Jasmine stood guard, ever vigilant. After a prolonged interval, Tan Deshang emerged, signaling that no one remained inside. Jasmine beckoned him over. Brother Deshang, for safety's sake, let us wait outside until dawn to see if any of the remaining individuals return or if they have fled. The 3 kept watch until daylight broke. And when the bodyguards failed to reappear, it appeared they had indeed escaped. Tan Deshang and Yang Chao ventured inside once more, confirming that the cave was devoid of life. Strangely, Gu Pengfei was neither dead nor present. He had vanished without a trace. Chapter 74. Occupying the ancient dark river, dividing water, cultivating the land before long. Lu Dazhuang led a contingent of guards to the scene. Tan Deshang beamed with delight. Well done, my friend. You are astute to have arrived so swiftly. Lu Dazhuang replied. Brother Deshang, we heard the explosion during the night, and I surmised that you had engaged with the Gu family. I quickly assembled the team to ascertain the situation, and we arrived just as dawn broke. Tan Deshang guided the team into the cave for inspection. The interior was completely deserted. Gu Pengfei's makeshift structures, including tents, were all intact. The vast cavern was equipped with all necessary amenities, presenting a remarkably comfortable refuge. Most astonishing was the ancient dark river, its waters flowing abundantly and its surface wide, with no indication of its source or destination. The team members leaned over, quenching their thirst at the riverbank. They had been parched for days and could finally indulge in refreshing drinks. Yang Chao, gazing at the river, was filled with joy at last. The villagers would have water to drink. Jasmine approached, meticulously observing the water flow and the cave, proclaiming to everyone, "We must seize this cave and assign guards to secure it." Then they devised a means to transport water to the village for the villagers to drink. Tan Deshang volunteered. I will station 20 individuals in the cave. There are ready-made board houses for accommodation. I cannot rest easy with others guarding it. Should Gu Pengfei return with men to seize the cave and the underground river, it would pose a considerable challenge. Molly replied, We appreciate your efforts, Deshang. Yang Chao and I will return promptly to organize the villagers to lay water pipes and channel the water. As it is several kilometers from here to where the villagers reside, it would be exceedingly inconvenient for them to fetch water from this location. Yang Chao leaned close to Molly and whispered, We can utilize that hidden passage for the water, which is only 2 kilometers long and rarely frequented. Molly smiled faintly. We are indeed on the same wavelength. She entrusted Tan Deshang with the heavy machine gun and other weapons, and hurried back to rally the villagers for the water supply. With a larger workforce, they could achieve more. The able-bodied individuals from the village congregated to lay the water pipes and bury the lines. As the sun ascended and the temperature reached the limits of human endurance, they finally connected the water pipes. Molly stood at the village entrance, communicating via radio to Yang Chao in the underground river cave. prompting him to release the water. The crystal-clear water gushed forth through the winding pipes. "It's flowing. The water is truly flowing," a villager exclaimed with excitement. The clear river water surged from the pipes, splashing crystalline droplets everywhere. The villagers eagerly surrounded the flow. Some even knelt, cupping the sweet river water in their hands and bringing it to their lips. Xiao Duzi scooped a ladle full of water and gulped it down eagerly. "Slow down. Don't choke," Molly cautioned, patting Xiao Duzi's back and watching as his cracked lips finally moistened, stirring a wave of emotion within her. The villagers exclaimed in unison, "This water is truly sweet." Molly stood aside, observing the smiles on the villagers' faces as the tension and fatigue of the previous night dissipated. Yang Chao returned deliberately to assess the situation and handed her a bamboo tube. Molly accepted the bamboo tube and took a delicate sip. "At last, we have alleviated our urgent need. The pressure has lessened considerably." Yang Chao gently patted her hand. "Do not place too much pressure on yourself. With the water from the underground river, the villagers will not perish from thirst for the time being." Molly lowered her voice. "However, Gu Pingfei will not relent. I have a foreboding that he will return." Yang Chao nodded. "He was absent from the cave last night. He must have gone elsewhere. He should now be aware that the cave has been blasted, and we have seized the source of the underground river. He is unlikely to let this go." At that moment, a commotion erupted in the distance. Tan Desheng hurriedly approached with several guards, his expression grim. "What has occurred?" Yang Chao became immediately alert. Tan Desheng wiped the sweat from his brow. "Our guard team discovered suspicious footprints outside the cave. The traces suggest they are no more than 2 hours old." Molly's heart sank. "Are they Gu Pingfei's men?" "Most likely," Tan Desheng confirmed. "I have already reinforced our defenses, but we must prepare for the worst." Jasmine pondered. "Brother Desheng, you should assign 2/3 of the guard to defensive duties, leaving 1/3 to protect this end of the village. You and Yang Chao should proceed to reinforce the defenses as swiftly as possible. Although our water pipes are entirely buried, I require that 1/3 of the guards to patrol and safeguard against potential internal threats." Yang Chao advised. "Retrieve all the empty water containers from Wanglong Cave and distribute them among the villagers. Utilize every possible vessel to store water and prevent any unforeseen incidents." Jasmine nodded in agreement as Yang Chao and Tan Desheng promptly departed with their team. In the following days, the entire village became bustling with activity. Filling every available container with water and excavating a pond in a low-lying area beneath Wanglong Cave to channel water there. The shooting apertures of the cave allowed for observation of the pond, which lay within its range. Jasmine designated personnel to safeguard the pond. Returning to Wanglong Cave, Jasmine inquired of Yang's father, "Uncle Yang, how are the drought-resistant corn experiments coming along?" Yang's father retreated into the storage room after meals for his research, allowing no one to enter. Upon hearing Jasmine's inquiry, he eagerly displayed his findings, exclaiming with delight, "The drought-resistant corn provided by Tao Haran is remarkable. After my research and improvements, it can yield a harvest in 3 months with minimal water for survival. Moreover, I've cultivated mushroom bags that are ready for distribution to the villagers for planting. Although the caves lack water, the walls still retain moisture, making them suitable for mushroom cultivation." Jasmine was overjoyed, realizing the villagers had hope for salvation. In the subsequent days, she organized the men to take turns guarding the village entrance and the pond area, erecting simple defensive structures at the village's entry point. Under the guidance of Yang's father and mother, the women began cultivating drought-resistant corn and mushrooms. During the sweltering days, everyone sought refuge in the caves, and as the temperature dropped at night, they took advantage of the moonlight to tend to their crops. Each family received mushroom bags, arranged meticulously to ensure even growth. Yang's mother knelt on the ground, teaching several young wives how to position the mushroom bags. A curious little girl approached, asking, "Grandma Yang, when will the mushrooms grow?" Yang's mother affectionately patted her head. "Soon, dear. Once they awaken, they will emerge from these little holes." Jasmine took out the hydroponic racks from Wanglong Cave and taught everyone how to grow hydroponic lettuce. The villagers' enthusiasm for production and life soared to unprecedented heights. With sufficient water, seeds for planting, hydroponic vegetables, and mushroom bags, they found a glimmer of hope for survival. Jasmine distributed the stored rice from Wanglong Cave to ensure that the villagers had enough nourishment to sustain their efforts. Observing the renewed sparkle in the villagers' eyes, she felt both comforted and anxious. That night, Jasmine tossed and turned, plagued by an unsettling sense of foreboding. She quietly rose and stepped outside the cave. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the distance, and a warning signal flare ascended into the sky. Chapter 75. Defending the Dark River water source. Panic surged as danger loomed. Jasmine sprang to her feet and dashed toward the source of the alarm. Upon reaching the entrance of the Dark River cave, the fierce sounds of gunfire echoed through the night sky. Jasmine treaded cautiously, her movements deliberate and stealthy. "Get down." Yang Chao spotted Jasmine and swiftly pulled her behind the cover. Nervously, Jasmine inquired, "Has Gu Pingfei arrived?" Yang Chao nodded affirmatively. "He is the only one." "What about the defensive arrangements here?" Jasmine pressed. In a hushed tone, Yang Chao reassured her, "Rest assured, we have stationed a formidable force here. Armed personnel, traps, explosives, and various defensive mechanisms are all in place. Our combat capability is substantial. We are all sworn to protect the water source." With a thunderous roar, Tan Deshang shouted, "Gu Pengfei, if you have the guts, come out and face me one-on-one." Yang Chao cursed under his breath, realizing the extent of Gu's reinforcements. In addition to the bodyguards who had escaped, there were likely mercenaries from Chengfeng. Peering through a gap in the cover, Jasmine observed several dark figures advancing from the shadows. Gu Pingfei loomed at the rear, his sinister visage flickering in the firelight. "Ah, Cheng Jasmine and Yang Chao. Since you choose to oppose me and seize my cave and water source, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. If you do not surrender the cave and the water source tonight, along with the jade bracelet, it will be your demise." Gu Pingfei bellowed. Tan Deshang took aim and fired, striking a mercenary at the forefront. The mercenary fell lifelessly before Gu, effectively silencing him. Tan Deshang gestured to Lu Dazhuang, who then maneuvered around to the rear. Suddenly, a peculiar noise emanated from above the cave. "Be careful," Yang Chao urged, pulling Jasmine back hastily. With a resounding crash, a massive boulder plummeted from the ceiling, effectively blocking Gu Pingfei and his men's escape route. A few mercenaries, in a reckless advance, were injured by traps, rocks, and crossbows, suffering various wounds. The guards from Yueya village, having honed their skills over the past months, finally had the opportunity to showcase their prowess. Enraged, Gu Pingfei shouted, "Charge! Are you all inferior to mere peasants?" However, the mercenaries, weary of the sweltering battle, had little desire to continue fighting for a meager paycheck. They showed a lack of resolve, merely going through the motions. In stark contrast, the guards from Yueya village fought with unwavering determination, driven by the desperate need for water. Seizing the moment, they launched a counteroffensive, causing Gu Pingfei's forces to disintegrate. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" Gu Pingfei commanded, scrambling away with his remaining men. He had not anticipated that a simple visit to Yang's small courtyard with his parents to negotiate with Cheng's family would lead to such chaos. He had thought it sufficient to leave a dozen men to guard the cave. Yet, in just a few days, Tan Deshang had set an intricate web of defenses both inside and outside his cave. Once lost, reclaiming the cave and the water source would prove exceedingly difficult. Jasmine observed Gu Pingfei's face turn an ashen hue, and a wave of satisfaction washed over her. The battle to safeguard the water sources of Yueya village had once again culminated in triumph. Now, the villagers enjoyed a bountiful supply of water and grain, seeds, vegetables, and mushrooms, with smiles illuminating their faces. The Gu and Cheng families were utterly dismayed. They conspired in the basement of Yang Chao's home. Gu Pingfei remarked, "The majority of the villagers of Moon Mountain have been bribed by Jasmine. They are armed with guns and explosives, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with them." Cheng Feng replied, "I have planted 3 informants among the villagers, but they have yet to yield any results." Gu Pingfei continued, "It seems we cannot seize the jade bracelet for the time being, and the villagers have confirmed that Jasmine's bracelet has developed cracks and is no longer usable. The supplies within that space are trapped." Cheng Feng questioned, "Does this mean our efforts here are in vain?" Gu Pingfei concluded, "Therefore, I have decided to return to the city." After bidding farewell to Gu Pingfei, Cheng Feng said to his father, "Pingfei is cunning. He left without revealing anything, believing we are oblivious." Cheng's father chuckled, "My informants within the Gu family have already disclosed everything to me. He has invested heavily in constructing an underground facility on the outskirts of the city, akin to an underground palace, equipped for extreme temperatures and adverse weather conditions. Now that the underground project is complete, it is far more comfortable than Moon Mountain, which is why he intends to return." Cheng Feng remarked, "Little does he know that our own underground facility will be completed next month. We have truly spent a fortune on it." Cheng's father added, "That wretched girl Jasmine has become mysteriously secretive. Since leaving home, she has regarded us as enemies. Otherwise, even if she did not provide us with the jade bracelet, She could at least inform us of impending natural disasters, allowing us to prepare and mitigate losses. Cheng's mother sighed sorrowfully. I feel as if I have wasted my efforts raising her. We should return to live there next month. This basement is far too cramped, and I feel stifled. The trio vented their frustrations about Jasmine and Yang Chao before retiring for the night, completely oblivious to the fact that they had occupied Yang's small house and were enjoying the comforts of the basement, which offered them pleasant living conditions. A villager returned to the village to check on their home and retrieve belongings, and upon returning, reported to Yang Chao and Jasmine that the Chung family had taken over Yang's small house and were residing in their basement. Yang Chao was seething with anger. Having just seen off the Gu family, the Chung family had now arrived, treating them with utter disregard as they brazenly moved in. Noticing Jasmine's change in expression, he quickly fell silent. Jasmine, he hesitated, realizing that Cheng's parents were Jasmine's adoptive parents, and he internally chided himself for speaking too freely. Jasmine, maintaining her composure, replied, They have entered without permission. You can expel them. Yang Chao clenched his fists, his eyes cold as ice. They have seized our home and attempted to steal the jade bracelet multiple times, even threatening our lives. Yet they reside here with such audacity? Do they truly believe we are easy prey? Jasmine paused for a moment before lifting her gaze and earnestly said to Yang Chao, I no longer have any ties to them. You need not concern yourself with my feelings. Since they refuse to reason, we need not extend our courtesy. Do they not relish residing in the basement? Let them occupy it to their heart's content. Yang Chao was momentarily taken aback. Do you mean? A faint smile graced Mo Li's lips. Drive them away. If they refuse to leave, we shall seal the entrance to the courtyard. Yang Chao's eyes brightened as he instantly grasped her intent. Since the Chung family dared to seize the Yang family's basement, they should experience the sensation of being trapped within. The thought of his family's newly constructed house, which they had cherished for merely 3 years, being occupied by the Gu and Chung families fueled Yang Chao's ire. Were it not for his fondness for the small building, he would have resorted to explosives long ago. That very night, Yang Chao, accompanied by several agile bodyguards, stealthily returned to the Yang family's small residence. The mercenaries hired by the Chung family had completed their contract days ago and departed to serve another client, allowing Yang Chao and his team to infiltrate the building with ease. Chapter 76. Departing the Yang family courtyard in disgrace, the Chung family was evidently unprepared. The basement's ventilation shaft still emitted a faint light, and one could vaguely hear the voices of Cheng Feng and his father engaged in conversation. We must act swiftly, Yang Chao commanded in a hushed tone. The team sprang into action, deftly sealing the basement entrance with steel bars and cement blocks, leaving only a small ventilation gap to ensure the occupants would not suffocate, yet could not escape. Having completed this task, Yang Chao cast a cold glance at the sealed entrance before turning away. The Chung family had repeatedly attempted to seize the jade bracelet. Had they ceased their relentless pursuit, Mo Li's bracelet would have remained unscathed. Those who commit numerous wrongdoings ought to bear the consequences. The following morning, the Chung family awoke in terror, discovering that the basement door was irreparably sealed, with the ventilation shaft blocked to a mere slit. Cheng's mother frantically beat against the wall. What is happening? Why won't the door open? Chung Feng's face turned ashen. It must be Yang Chao. They are behind this. Cheng's father fumed. That ingrate Mo Li. How dare she treat us this way? Yet, no matter how loudly they shouted, there was no response from the outside world. It dawned on them that they were utterly trapped. To compound their plight, the household bodyguards and the butler had been sent away just days earlier by Chung Feng to oversee the progress of the underground project at Chen's residence. Only the 3 of them remained in the Yang family courtyard. What shall we do? We are trapped here and unable to leave, Cheng's mother lamented. Cheng's father, in a fit of rage, slammed his thigh. Had I known this would happen, I should have left with Ping Fei. Cheng's mother suggested, Fenger, can we use explosives to blow open this door? Chung Feng shot her a disdainful look. You, a woman, with long hair and short insight. If there is not enough explosive material, it will not detonate. If there is too much, we will perish. In a confined space, we cannot withstand even the shockwave. Chung Feng then added, I will find a way to contact Mo Li, apologize to her, and request that she open the basement entrance. We shall vacate and return to the city. However, the network signal was intermittent, and despite Chung Feng's attempts to reach Mo Li through calls, texts, and WeChat, he could not establish contact. Panic ensued as they recalled their collusion with Jia Zhenhua, coercing Mo Li and seizing the jade bracelet, which indirectly led to its damage. The resources in their space had become unusable, and it was likely that Mo Li harbored a deep-seated hatred for them. Consequently, they were directly buried alive. Cheng's father reminded him, "Contact that mercenary leader and have them return to rescue us. They departed not long ago, and there is still an outstanding balance." This remark sparked an idea in Cheng Feng. He promptly moved his phone to the window in an effort to obtain a more stable signal. After countless attempts, just as he was on the brink of despair, the call finally connected. He promised the other party triple the payment, and they agreed to return for their rescue. The following day, the mercenary leader, accompanied by several team members, returned and detonated explosives to blow open the basement door, liberating the Cheng family. Cheng Feng, with his parents in tow, departed from the Yang family's courtyard. He cast a complex glance back at the courtyard, reluctantly leaving it behind. At Moon Mountain, neither Mo Li nor the jade bracelet had yielded the desired outcome, and he ultimately left in disappointment. On that same day, Yang Chao became aware of their departure. The Gu family and Qing family both vacated Moon Mountain, bringing relief to Yang Chao and Mo Li. With their exit, the village of Yueyao was considerably quieter. The Cheng family's SUV jolted along the cracked highway, and outside the window, the outline of the city gradually came into focus. Cheng Feng gripped the steering wheel, intensely focused on driving. Behind him, his mother incessantly complained, "This dreadful weather is nearly roasting us alive." Indeed, although the temperature had slightly decreased from previous days, the city remained shrouded in oppressive heat exceeding 45 degrees Celsius. The asphalt road had softened under the relentless sun, and stepping on it could even cause one's shoes to stick. The trees lining the streets had long since withered. Cheng's father leaned out of the car window to survey the scene, only to retract in horror as he encountered a roadside strewn with corpses. Unattended bodies piled up along the roadside, some already decomposing and emitting a foul odor, attracting swarms of flies. Cheng's father covered his nose, grimacing in disgust. Did the authorities not claim they would handle the bodies? Why are there still so many? Cheng Feng cast a sidelong glance at his father. Authorities? The officials in this city are holed up in underground bunkers. Who cares about the lives of those above ground? As the vehicle entered the urban area, the sight became even more shocking. Once thriving commercial streets now lay in eerie silence, shops ransacked, and shards of glass littering the ground. A few ragged survivors huddled in the shadows. Upon seeing the Cheng family's vehicle, they rushed forward, pounding on the windows. "Please, give us some water," a dirt-covered woman pleaded. Cheng Feng pressed the accelerator, leaving those desperate souls behind. The car eventually halted on the outskirts of the city, at one of Cheng's many subsidiary companies, a factory. Upon entering the factory, it was desolate and devoid of life. Cheng's father sighed, "Damn it, these natural disasters have utterly devastated our family's business." Cheng Feng reassured his father, saying that merely surviving was already a victory. Within the factory, there stood an unassuming warehouse. Cheng Feng alighted from the vehicle and entered a password, causing the heavy metal door to creak open. This was the entrance to the Cheng family's subterranean palace. Descending 20 meters in the elevator, a magnificent sight unfolded before him. The expansive underground space, spanning nearly 1,000 square meters, was adorned opulently, with a climate control system maintaining a comfortable temperature of 22 degrees Celsius. Artificial sunlight lamps simulated natural light, and the central courtyard featured a small fountain. Cheng's father surveyed the surroundings with evident satisfaction, exclaiming, "Fenger, this place has been beautifully constructed." Cheng Feng replied, "It has taken nearly a year and cost several hundred million yuan, nearly half of the family's savings, to create this underground palace. Spending this money is indeed a painful endeavor. However, father, I believe it is worthwhile. Your foresight in anticipating potential calamities has proven invaluable. We commenced construction after the blizzard, investing vast sums and employing countless workers, and at last, it is complete." Cheng's father remarked, "As your father, I possess decades more life experience than you. This place will serve as our sanctuary in the apocalypse, a refuge that could save our lives. We no longer have to endure the cramped, lightless quarters of the Yang family's small building. Living there was truly unbearable. At last, we are home, and it feels so comfortable." Cheng's mother exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the genuine leather sofa. Cheng's father expressed his contentment, noting, "Wealth can indeed move mountains. In this world of chaos, only the affluent can live comfortably. For the ordinary people, it is essentially a dead end." Cheng Feng approached the control panel to display the surveillance footage. The screen revealed the horrific scenes of chaos, high temperatures, corpses, and riots starkly contrasting with the tranquility of their underground haven. Cheng's father proudly caressed the walls, stating, "We have invested 500 million yuan. In the entire city, there are no more than 10 shelters of this caliber." Suddenly, Cheng's mother recalled something. "By the way, didn't the Gu family complete their underground project before us? I wonder how they are faring now." Meanwhile, Gu Pengfei stood in the surveillance room of his own underground estate, coldly observing the footage of the Cheng family's vehicles entering the warehouse. He turned to his confidant behind him and said, "The Cheng family has indeed completed their construction. Investigate how much supplies they have." His confidant hesitated, responding, "Boss, what purpose does that serve?" Gu Pengfei smiled. "What purpose? Just wait. In a month's time, the citizens of this city will be willing to pay any price to survive and secure resources." Chapter 77. The Black Scorpion aspires for dominance. After the Cheng family departed from Moon Mountain, Yueya village experienced a rare tranquility. Unexpectedly, with the exit of these two families, new external forces began to encroach upon the resources of Moon Mountain. In recent days, the temperature had slightly dropped, with daytime highs reaching 48 degrees and morning temperatures around 36 degrees, making the mornings bearable. At dawn, Jasmine stood at the entrance of the cave, observing the silhouettes of villagers engaged in labor in the distance. Drought-resistant corn had been planted, and the villagers were busy watering it. The ancient dark river has brought forth waters imbued with an unknown substance, capable not only of withstanding high temperatures, but also of accelerating the growth of crops. At last, tranquility has returned. Yang Chao approached her and offered a cup of warm water. The Gu and Cheng families had departed and were unlikely to return soon. Jasmine accepted the cup and took a gentle sip, murmuring, "I hope so." However, just as the two began to relax, a sudden flurry of urgent whistles echoed from afar, a warning signal. What could be happening? Yang Chao's expression shifted. Tan Deshang hurried over, exclaiming loudly, "Jasmine, the situation is dire. A group of people has been spotted at the village entrance. They are neither from the Gu family nor the Cheng family." Jasmine's heart tightened. Could it be that Gu Pengfei has returned? Tan Deshang shook his head. "No, their equipment resembles that of mercenaries. Yet they appear more professional than the Chengs. Their methods of movement resemble those of seasoned marauders." Marauders? The term sent a chill through Jasmine and Yang Chao. In this apocalyptic world, resources are scarce, and certain factions survive by plundering the supplies of other survivors, employing ruthless tactics, and are therefore dubbed marauders. Yang Chao inquired, "How many are there?" Tan Deshang scratched his head. "At least 30, fully armed, equipped with submachine guns and grenades. It seems they are after the Dark River's source." Jasmine scanned the villagers who were diverting water to irrigate the fields. The water source was their lifeblood, the cornerstone of Yueya village, and they could not allow it to be taken. Yang Chao immediately commanded, "Notify all guards to enter combat readiness. Elderly, women, and children must retreat to the deepest part of the cave, safeguarding the planting area and the water reservoir." The leader of the marauders, known as Black Scorpion, was a burly man with a sallow complexion and fierce eyes. He stood atop a hillside, surveying the defensive fortifications of Yueya village through binoculars, a cold smirk playing on his lips. A mere group of farmers dares to claim such a valuable water source? He lowered the binoculars and addressed his subordinates, "Brothers, if we seize their water today, we will no longer need to scavenge for supplies." A scar-faced henchman, with a sycophantic grin, chimed in, "Boss, this area around Moon Mountain has the least number of dead, indicating abundant resources. Your vision is impeccable. You have chosen this place wisely. If we take this hill, you shall be the king of the mountain, and we shall reign here." Black Scorpion chuckled, "Brothers, go all out to plunder. Here we will find rice, flour, water, and women. Soon, we shall live carefree lives." His subordinates erupted in excited cheers. Then, under Black Scorpion's command, divided into 3 teams, advancing towards Yueya village from different directions. Before long, the marauders approached the villagers' dwellings. Tan Deshang had established the first line of defense, standing majestically behind a rock. He held a loudspeaker in one hand and a machine gun in the other. "I warn you, this is the territory of Yueya village. No outsiders may approach. Otherwise, my bullets do not discriminate." The Black Scorpion chuckled. "A mere villager dares to threaten me? They should take a look at my arsenal." He possessed the audacity of a madman. The firearm in his grasp was pilfered from the military. As calamity struck, the army entered the region to assist in maintaining order. Black Scorpion led his gang, masquerading as ordinary citizens, to deliver water laced with drugs to a squad of soldiers. When the soldiers succumbed, he seized their weapons and ammunition. escaping the chaos of the city and making his way to Moonlight Mountain, where he engaged in rampant pillaging. Today, he had set his sights on the village of Crescent Moon. Bang! The first shot rang out, marking the commencement of battle. The raiders unleashed a barrage of firepower, with bullets raining down like hail, compelling the guards to cower. Damn it, these fiends are more ruthless than Gu Pingfei's mercenaries, Lu Dazhuang muttered from behind cover. Gritting his teeth, Tan Deshang squinted, keenly observing the enemy's movements. They aimed to breach our defenses from the side and storm the cave. Yang Chao inquired, Deshang, shall we unleash something fierce to intimidate them? Tan Deshang promptly commanded, detonate the traps. Boom, boom, boom. The explosives Lu Dazhuang had concealed erupted in succession, sending the foremost raiders flying. Yet, the relentless tide of enemies continued to charge forward. Were they truly so reckless? Jasmine gazed in shock at the unfolding scene. Yang Chao, fixated on the advancing marauders, remarked to Jasmine, they know that without water, they face death. Thus, they are willing to risk everything to breach our defenses. As the line of defense teetered on the brink of collapse, Jasmine raised her weapon and began firing. Her proficiency with firearms had reached an impressive level. Seizing the moment of chaos among the enemies, Yang Chao and Tan Deshang rallied the guards to counterattack. Charge! Protect our water source! Lu Dazhuang bellowed as he surged forward. Charge! Kill them! No one shall seize the waters of Crescent Moon Village. The guards echoed fervently. Surrounded and besieged, the raiders quickly fell into disarray. Sensing his precarious position, Black Scorpion gritted his teeth and ordered, retreat. Fall back. The battle unfolded swiftly. When it concluded, Crescent Moon Village had successfully defended its water source. Yet at a grievous cost. 3 guards had sacrificed their lives, 4 were severely injured, and over 10 bore lighter wounds. Yang Chao and Jasmine, along with their comrades, solemnly bore the fallen back to the village, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Tan Deshang approached quietly, saying, the situation is dire. Although this batch of marauders has been repelled, they may return. We must prepare in advance. Yang Chao nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must strengthen our defenses, train more combat personnel, and even take proactive measures to eradicate this threat once and for all. Jasmine harbored another concern. With each confrontation, their weaponry dwindled. Their stock of bullets, explosives, and grenades was becoming alarmingly low. That evening, after laying the deceased to rest, Crescent Moon Village descended into a renewed state of mourning. A few more families were left incomplete. Jasmine confided her concerns to Tan Deshang and Yang Chao. Tan Deshang sighed, stating, if only I had the materials, I could craft landmines. If successful, they would possess considerable power. Alas, I lack the necessary components. Jasmine inquired, Brother Deshang, what materials do you require? I can search in the space for them. Tan Deshang waved his hand dismissively. Not for now. It is unnecessary at this moment. Yang Chao understood that he wished to spare Jasmine from risking her safety by retrieving supplies from the space. For now, they could only hope to avoid new enemies and crises, allowing them to endure the heat wave in peace. Chapter 78. A method to repair the jade bracelet. After the Black Scorpion gang departed, Yuya village entered a period of relative tranquility. 3 months later, the temperature began to decline slightly. The highest daytime temperature fell to 42 degrees, while it hovered around 34 during the day. Yuya village reaped its first harvest following the intense heat, consisting entirely of corn. As the harvest approached, Jasmine organized the guards to stand watch in shifts, 24 hours a day, to deter any potential thieves. This corn was cultivated from high-temperature resistant seeds researched by Tao Howren and enhanced by Yang's father, resulting in an even more bountiful yield. Each household harvested several thousand pounds of corn, bringing immense joy to the villagers, many of whom shed tears of gratitude. Almost every family offered some corn, spontaneously delivering it to Wanglong Cave as a token of appreciation for the Yang family and for Miss Jasmine. Miss Jasmine, thank you for the seeds. My family is saved. Uncle Yang, the seeds you cultivated are remarkable, high-yielding, and delicious. Jasmine did not wish to diminish the villagers' goodwill, so she accepted a single ear of corn from each household as a gesture of thanks, while allowing the rest to be taken home. Soon, a large basket of corn piled up in Wanglong Cave. Perhaps the high temperatures had led to numerous fatalities, as this period was surprisingly calm. Once the corn was harvested, Jasmine suddenly felt the urge to return to the Yang family's small courtyard for a few days. I've been feeling restless lately. I really want to stay in the small courtyard for a bit, she expressed. Yang Chao replied, if you want to go back, then go. It's not difficult. However, The courtyard has been occupied by the Gu and Chung families in turn and is in quite a state. I will take some people back to tidy it up before bringing you back." Without delay, Yang Chao promptly returned to the village with a few individuals. In just 2 days, they thoroughly cleaned the small courtyard, ensuring each room was neat and orderly. The bedding used by others was discarded, and fresh linens brought from Wanglong Cave were laid out. Upon Jasmine's return, she was delighted to find the rooms immaculate. Yang's father was eager to inspect the basement. Ever since moving to Wanglong Cave, he had been anxious, fearing that the secrets of the basement might be uncovered. Yang's mother and Yang Chao were puzzled, wondering what secrets the basement might hold, aside from the passage to the underground cavern. Yang's father rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat uneasy and apologetic. "This secret has been concealed from you for quite some time. I have felt restless about it. Perhaps it is time to reveal it." Subsequently, Father Yang mysteriously led everyone to the basement, where he unveiled the hidden entrance to the underground cavern. Curiosity piqued, everyone was eager to explore. The cavern remained unchanged, preserving its ancient allure. Deep within, Father Yang grasped a protruding rock, twisting it 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right, revealing a small concealed door. Inside, an empty void housed a weathered wooden chest, adorned with an antiquated lock. The chest bore the marks of time, its surface mottled and worn. Yang Chao inquired with intrigue, "Father, is this your secret treasure?" Father Yang nodded, then shook his head, saying, "In a sense, yes and no. This was left to me by your grandfather before his passing, with instructions to open it only in times of life and death. I am uncertain of its contents. With the relentless calamities we face, I feel that the time to unveil it has come." Under the watchful gaze of the 3, Father Yang trembled as he opened the chest. Inside lay an assortment of jade artifacts, hairpins, rings, belt hooks, bracelets, charms, and pendants. Among these, one jade bracelet stood out, its vibrant green hue glistening with a cool luminescence. Yang Chao and Mo Li's eyes widened in astonishment. Yang Mama exclaimed, "Is this Mo Li's jade bracelet?" "No. It resembles it perfectly." Mo Li gingerly picked up the bracelet for comparison. Indeed, it mirrored her own nearly identically, albeit slightly larger, slipping effortlessly from her wrist. The craftsmanship, color, and style matched her bracelet flawlessly. Father Yang contemplated, "These 2 bracelets seem like mother and child. Ours is the larger, akin to a maternal piece, while Mo Li's resembles a child's." Mo Li fitted the 2 bracelets together in her palm. Her bracelet nestled snugly within Father Yang's, as if the larger piece were embracing the smaller one. "It truly resembles a mother holding her child. How extraordinary," she marveled. Father Yang continued, "This box was entrusted to me by my father, who implored me to keep it secret and well hidden, to be opened only in dire circumstances, as it could save my life. I have guarded it carefully for many years, never daring to speak of it. With the incessant disasters, I feel we have reached a critical juncture, and it is time to reveal its contents." Yang Chao mused, "I sense that this jade bracelet may harbor some secret, yet we remain unaware of it." Yang Mama meticulously rummaged through the chest, hoping to uncover a scrap of paper that might divulge some hidden knowledge, but found nothing. It appeared that the mystery would remain elusive. Yang Chao examined the trove of jade, noting its apparent value, though lacking expertise. His instincts told him these pieces were indeed precious. "Perhaps grandfather intended to leave this for you, so you could liquidate it in times of need," he suggested. Father Yang replied, "Your conjecture may hold merit, and perhaps other secrets lie within that we have yet to uncover." Jasmine pleaded, "Uncle, may I keep your jade bracelet with mine for a couple of days? When I see them nestled together, it feels like a mother and child reunited. I cannot bear to separate them and wish for them to remain together." Father Yang replied, "Of course, you may keep them for as long as you desire." Mother Yang then provided Jasmine with a box, saying, "Jasmine, place both jade bracelets in this box. After all, your bracelet cannot currently yield any resources, so there is no need to wear it on your wrist at all times." Jasmine carefully cradled the 2 bracelets and placed them in the box. That night, she tucked the jade bracelets beneath her pillow as she slept. The following day, with a sense of leisure, Jasmine opened the box and examined the 2 jade bracelets closely. Suddenly, she gasped, startling Yang Chao and his parents, who rushed over to see what had transpired. "Jasmine, what happened? Is everything all right?" they inquired, trembling slightly. Jasmine held up one bracelet in each hand for them to see. "Look, my jade bracelet, it has healed some of its cracks," she exclaimed, raising her own bracelet for their inspection. The previously prominent crack had faded considerably. Jasmine placed her small jade bracelet inside the larger one, aligning the crack perfectly so that it was barely visible. Her lips quivered with excitement as she realized that after a night together, it seemed the mother bracelet had the power to mend the child bracelet. The crack on my bracelet has lessened. It has become faint, she noted. Yang Chao immediately suggested, try to see if you can draw resources from the space. Jasmine concentrated, her thoughts returning to the jade bracelet space, where she beheld a wealth of resources. She attempted to retrieve a box of water, and instantly, it materialized at her feet. However, she felt slightly pale and unsteady, nearly stumbling. I can draw resources now. It is not as difficult as before, Jasmine exclaimed with delight. Chapter 79. The two jade bracelets are connected, Yang Chao remarked. Indeed, previously, retrieving resources felt as if you were struck by lightning. It was agonizing, even to the point of causing you to spit blood. Now, it appears there is no such suffering, though the effects linger, as I can see your pale complexion and unsteady footing. But there is evidently improvement, is there not? This indicates that the cracks are healing, and my ability to control the jade bracelet is returning, Jasmine replied. Mother Yang joyfully added, this mother bracelet is nurturing the child bracelet, using its very essence to mend it, much like a mother nourishes her child. Yang Chao nodded in agreement. That seems to be the case. Father Yang joyfully slapped his thigh, exclaiming, wonderful. Jasmine's jade bracelet will surely be restored completely. How miraculous it is that these two bracelets are indeed one, a mother and child pair. Jasmine beamed with joy, unable to contain her smile. We have finally discovered the method to restore the jade bracelet. No wonder I have felt so unsettled these past few days, constantly yearning to return. It was this jade bracelet calling to me all along. Mother Yang responded, indeed, it seems that fate has brought Chao and Jasmine together through the jade bracelet, leading Jasmine to our home. How serendipitous that we have a jade bracelet identical to Jasmine's. Yang Chao was struck by a sudden thought. Mom, do you think it's possible that this jade bracelet belonging to Mo Li was originally part of a pair with the one from our family, but they were separated for some unknown reason? Mo Li clapped her hands in agreement. Absolutely, that could very well be the case. This bracelet was a gift from my mother when I turned 18. It's possible that one of your family's jade bracelets somehow found its way to the market and was purchased by my mother. Yang's father nodded in agreement, convinced that this was plausible. However, he had left no detailed explanation or written record, so the secret remained elusive. Mo Li reassured him, regardless of the mystery. It's no longer important. What matters most is that my jade bracelet can be restored. Yang Chao suggested. Let us continue with the method of placing the two bracelets together to expedite the repair of the damaged one. Once it's restored, Mo Li's space should function normally again. Yang's mother added, since we can nurture jade with jade. Let South have Missouri Lee place all the jade from that small box into her space. It might aid in the restoration of the bracelet. Mo Li found this reasoning sound and collected all the jade into her space. For 3 consecutive days, she kept the two bracelets together. With the increased quantity of jade in the space, the restoration process appeared to accelerate. After 3 days, Mo Li's bracelet was as good as new, with no visible cracks. She attempted to retrieve items from her space, and indeed, it functioned perfectly, allowing her to extract items effortlessly. Joyfully, Mo Li leaped into the air, and everyone celebrated exuberantly. I've learned from past experiences and will make sure to retrieve more commonly used supplies from the space to store in the underground cave below. In the Wanglong cave, to prevent any future issues with accessing items from the space, Mo Li declared. Upon returning to Wanglong cave with the Yang family, Tan Deshang learned that Mo Li's bracelet had been restored and that the space was operational again. In a fit of joy, he slaughtered an old hen raised by Meow Meow to prepare a celebratory soup. The atmosphere in Wanglong cave had not been this joyful in a long time. Mo Li retrieved a variety of delicious foods from her space, and that evening, they all collaborated to prepare several dishes. Mo Li also took out some exquisite meals previously purchased from restaurants, along with white wine, red wine, beer, and beverages. They feasted together, filled with laughter and merriment. That night, Mo Li stocked up on a substantial amount of commonly used supplies, including non-perishable items and some with extended shelf lives, placing them in the long corridor of Wanglong Cave to prevent any recurrence of issues with the jade bracelet. These past days had certainly been challenging for everyone. In the evening, Yang Chao held the large mother bracelet and earnestly expressed, "Oh, jade bracelet, I sincerely thank you for restoring Mo Li's bracelet. You have performed a great service." Unable to resist, Yang Chao slipped the mother bracelet onto his wrist, finding it a perfect fit. Suddenly, he froze in place. Emily regarded him with curiosity. Yang Chao's eyes widened in ecstatic surprise. Emily, by wearing this bracelet, I can see the space within it. In the past, Yang Chao needed to hold Emily's hand to perceive the space within her jade bracelet. Now, adorned with a mother bracelet, he astonishingly found himself able to directly glimpse the resources within that space. Emily promptly urged him to attempt extracting some supplies. With focused determination, Yang Chao concentrated his thoughts and successfully retrieved a jar of canned goods. Overwhelmed with joy, he exclaimed, "Oh my, I can actually obtain resources on my own." The two continued their experiments, and Yang Chao realized that he could only extract a limited quantity of items, in stark contrast to Emily, who could effortlessly summon any resource at will. Nevertheless, this newfound ability filled Yang Chao with contentment. "Emily," he remarked, "placing the two jade bracelets together not only restored yours but also connected them, allowing me to use it as well." Emily shared in his excitement, acknowledging the unexpected delight of this revelation. "Although I do not fully comprehend the principles behind it, I regard it as a gift bestowed upon us by fate." This discovery brought immense joy to the entire family. As night enveloped the surroundings, the family gathered in the Wanglong cave, engaged in conversation. Above them, through two panes of glass, the starry sky twinkled. Yang Chao inquired, "What are your plans moving forward, Emily?" Resting her chin on her hand, Emily entered a contemplative silence. "I wish to transform Yueya village into a paradise amidst the apocalypse. With the jade bracelet restored, we can procure more resources to aid the villagers. Once they become stronger, they can, in turn, protect us." Yang Chao's eyes sparkled with realization. "Are you suggesting?" Emily began to enumerate on her fingers seeds, fertilizers, farming tools, and even livestock. With these provisions, the villagers can achieve true self-sufficiency and no longer fret over survival. Once they are empowered, we can train them to establish a formidable guard. Any external forces seeking to seize our resources will have to reckon with their own strength. Yang Chao excitedly replied, "This idea is magnificent." However, he hesitated momentarily, pondering the potential consequences. Might an abundance of resources attract more marauders? Emily smiled gently. "Thus, we must distribute resources strategically." At dawn the following day, Emily summoned Tan Deshang to the courtyard of Wanglong Cave for a discussion. "What? You intend to distribute seeds and livestock to the entire village?" Tan Deshang exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Emily, have you thought this through?" Emily nodded affirmatively. "I have. With the jade bracelet restored, we possess the capability to assist the villagers, but we must exclude those who lack loyalty. We shall extend our aid conditionally to those who are faithful to us. Once they grow strong, they will protect us in return." Tan Deshang rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. "If we can truly achieve this, our village will become an actual paradise." The three of them swiftly devised a detailed plan. First, to allocate seeds and farming tools based on family size. Second, to collectively raise livestock under dedicated supervision. And third, to establish a rotating guard system to safeguard the newly acquired resources. In the afternoon of that very day, Emily and Yang Chao organized a meeting for all the villagers. As Jasmine unveiled the development plan for Yueya village and announced the distribution of supplies, the atmosphere instantly erupted with excitement. "Is this true? Such good fortune exists? Oh, our village is saved. Miss Jasmine is truly a living bodhisattva. Now, the children need not go hungry." Jasmine raised her hand to signal for silence. "Please line up orderly, one household at a time, to collect seeds, tools, and fertilizers." The collection point was set on a flat area beneath the Wanglong cave. Tan Deshang had already erected a simple greenhouse in this location. Jasmine retrieved drought-resistant wheat seeds from within the greenhouse, a superior variety she had specially gathered before the apocalypse. As she distributed the seeds, she explained to everyone, "This type of wheat withstands high temperatures and drought with a short growth cycle. Combined with the water from the underground river, the yield will be substantial." Next came various vegetable seeds, spinach, carrots, cabbage, and most importantly, fertilizers, which every household possessed. Each household received seeds suitable for their land, and fertilizers were distributed to all. The villagers were particularly delighted by the farming tools, brand new hoes, shovels, and sickles. Finally, Yang Chao lifted the cover of the greenhouse, revealing a collection of large agricultural machinery: hand tractors, rotary tillers, seeders, threshers, spray booms, fertilizer machines, combine harvesters, potato harvesters, rice milling machines, and flour grinders. Yang Chao announced, "These large machines will be centrally managed by the village and will be distributed as needed. A designated security team will be responsible for their safety each day." These tools have become scarce commodities in the post-apocalyptic world. The villagers encircled the machinery, beaming with joy. The machines were magnificent, making work far more efficient. "How could we repay Miss Jasmine for this?" Jasmine smiled and said, "The best way to repay is to cultivate the land well and protect our village." Once the supplies were distributed, Jasmine gestured for silence again. "Next, I have a surprise for everyone." Yang Chao and Tan Deshang brought forth 10 prepared cattle, 20 goats, and 100 hens from the greenhouse. The sounds of mooing, bleating, and clucking erupted, igniting a frenzy among the crowd. Jasmine had procured such a bounty of supplies that they were at a loss for words. The villagers could hardly believe their eyes, with several children excitedly circling the cattle and sheep. The village's livestock had perished long ago in the extreme cold and blizzards. It had been ages since they had seen any livestock. Jasmine declared loudly, "These animals will be raised collectively by the village. Milk and eggs will be distributed regularly to each household, and the adult livestock can be used for plowing." And Wang, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped Jasmine's hand. "My dear, you have saved the lives of everyone in the village." Jasmine smiled. "Auntie, everyone's future will be brighter. The most significant obstacle to development remains water." Yang Chao and Lu Dazhuang, accompanied by the villagers, devoted 2 weeks to expanding the pond, channeling water from the ancient dark river. The substances within this water would significantly shorten the growth cycle of their crops. Concerned about water scarcity, Jasmine also summoned a considerable amount of water from her space to fill the pond. Lu Dazhuang subsequently organized the villagers to dig irrigation ditches and lay water pipes, facilitating their agricultural endeavors. Various crops and vegetables were planted in succession, with machines operating, oxen pulling, and sheep grazing. Jasmine and Yang Chao formed over 10 work groups based on the villagers' strengths and abilities, allowing everyone to contribute diligently. As for those few who had betrayed Jasmine, the Yang family, in Yueya village, despite their acknowledgement of wrongdoing and expressions of remorse, the villagers unanimously decided, after a community meeting, to expel them from Yueya village, compelling them to fend for themselves. In the days that followed, Yueya village blossomed with unprecedented vitality. In the early mornings, men herded oxen to till the fields. Women busied themselves in the newly opened vegetable gardens, children assisted in gathering eggs and milking cows. Even the elders remained active, sitting in the shade weaving baskets and mending clothes. Standing on a hillside, Jasmine gazed at the bustling scene before her, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Yang Chao followed her gaze. The lush green wheat swayed in the gentle breeze, the gardens thrived with greenery, and the distant livestock echoed with the sounds of cattle and sheep. He quietly marveled, "This is akin to a pastoral scene from before the apocalypse. Who would have imagined that after such calamity, we could still witness such beauty?" That evening, while organizing her space, Jasmine stumbled upon a collection of agricultural books and CDs. She exclaimed excitedly, "Yang Chao, come quickly. Here is a complete set of modern agricultural technology materials. I had forgotten we had hoarded these books. I was so preoccupied with collecting them that I never thoroughly perused them. There are indeed treasures within." The two pored over the materials late into the night, discovering numerous planting techniques suited for extreme climates. Yang Chao pointed to illustrations in the books, saying, "Look, we can construct simple greenhouses suitable for high-temperature periods, covered with shade cloth. This way, even if the temperatures rise, our crops will not be scorched." Jasmine also uncovered new techniques, exclaiming, "This book comprehensively covers drought-resistant crops and vegetables. We can cultivate a variety of vegetables, thus conserving even more water resources." The following day, they eagerly shared this good news with the villagers. Soon, under the organization of Tan Deshang, the first batch of simple shade greenhouses was constructed. Jasmine looked upon these greenhouses with satisfaction. With their protection, the crops would flourish, and a bountiful harvest seemed imminent. By day, the villagers toiled in the fields, and by night, they remained industrious. Tan Deshang and Lu Dazhuang organized the guards to practice, honing their skills with various melee weapons, firearms, and martial arts. Jasmine and Yang Chao also joined in the evening training sessions, practicing alongside everyone. Jasmine inquired, "You all toil in the fields by day and train by night. It must be exhausting. Can you manage?" The guards, with smiles on their faces, engaged in animated discussion. "Though my body may be weary, my spirit is buoyant. The days ahead are filled with promise. We have sustenance and drink, no longer plagued by the fear of starvation or thirst. I feel an inexhaustible energy coursing through me, compelling me to hone my skills. Otherwise, if those despicable marauders return to seize our harvest, all our toil would be in vain. Indeed, I must refine my abilities to safeguard our hard-won fruits of victory. Should anyone dare to encroach upon them, let them taste the wrath of a single peanut. We shall protect Moon Crescent Village, defend Miss Jasmine, and safeguard the Young family. With your presence, there is hope for Moon Crescent Village, and our survival is assured. As Moon Crescent Village flourishes, shadows loom in the distance along the mountain path, where figures observe through binoculars. A slender man reports, "Boss, that village has suddenly acquired a plethora of livestock and farming tools." The man referred to as Boss squints his eyes, setting down the binoculars to reveal a menacing visage. It is none other than the defeated Black Scorpion. He smirks. "Excellent. Let them toil diligently in the fields. When the harvest arrives, all that bounty shall belong to me. Send the orders. Prepare for a second wave of attack. This time, we seek more than just water." 3 months later, Moon Crescent Village's fields have once again yielded a bountiful harvest. This second yield surpasses the first, which was merely corn. The land has been further cultivated, resulting in an abundance of wheat and corn. Jasmine anxiously patrols the fields with Yang Chao daily, hoping for the wheat to ripen swiftly so they can harvest it without worry. The fields and hills are awash with golden wheat, and the corn stalks are laden with plump ears. The vegetable garden flourishes with a variety of lush produce. Lu Dazhuang is patrolling with several team members when Jasmine calls out to him, "Brother Dazhuang, have there been any suspicious individuals lurking about? Is there any danger? We must be vigilant to safeguard our hard-earned harvest." Lu Dazhuang wipes the sweat from his brow. "What year is this? It feels apocalyptic. Elsewhere, people are starving. Entire households laid to waste. Only here do we have grain. If we do not guard it carefully, what shall we do if others come to steal it?" Jasmine smiles. "That is precisely the mindset we need to adopt, always on guard. In just a few days, we shall harvest the wheat with the combine. Then we can truly relax." Lu Dazhuang chuckles. "Miss Jasmine, rest assured, it is not just the patrol team watching. The entire village is eager to camp in the fields to keep an eye out. By the way, you still possess no cold weapons. Distribute some to the men of each household. Should we encounter ill-intentioned individuals, our villagers must be prepared to defend themselves. We must remain particularly vigilant during these bountiful days." Jasmine contemplates. "Very well, I will give each man a tang knife. However, women, the elderly, and children must remain in the cave to ensure their safety." Lu Dazhuang readily agrees, accompanying Jasmine as they survey the fields. Several villagers stand along the ridges, gazing at the crops with smiles adorning their faces. Upon seeing Jasmine approach, everyone greeted her warmly. Aunt Wang bent down to pluck a handful of wheat grains, rolling them in her palm before blowing away the chaff to reveal the plump kernels. She proudly presented them to Jasmine, exclaiming, "My dear Jasmine, look how splendid this wheat has grown. It rivals that of the pre-apocalyptic days." Oldly grinned widely, adding, "Thanks to Jasmine's seeds and fertilizers. Moreover, the water from the subterranean river has made a remarkable difference. The crops grow rapidly, with their growth cycle shortened by nearly a month." Jasmine reflected on the ancient underground river, a topic of conversation with Tao Haoran, realizing how significantly the river's water had benefited the villagers of Yueya village. As Jasmine stood at the field's edge, chatting with the villagers, Yang Chao approached. She turned to him and said, "We need to make arrangements. We will begin harvesting the wheat in a few days." Yang Chao replied, "I came to discuss this very matter with you. My father, De Cheng, and I have made some preliminary plans. We can officially start the harvest in 3 days." On the third day, the sound of the combine harvester roared to life, signaling the commencement of wheat harvesting in Yueya village. Every villager beamed with joy, eagerly tending to the fields in anticipation of a bountiful harvest. What could be more delightful than the prospect of reaping the fruits of their labor? Jasmine cautioned Yang Chao, "Be vigilant with De Cheng. Watch for any suspicious individuals or potential dangers." Yang Chao nodded, his gaze scanning the distant mountains as he whispered, "De Cheng, De Zhuang, and I've been keeping a close watch. Now, more than ever, we must exercise caution." Meanwhile, deep within a concealed cave in Moon Mountain, Black Scorpion fixated on a map spread out before him, his finger emphatically pressing down on the location of Yueja village. "They have harvested," he sneered. "Grains, vegetables, livestock, everything in abundance." Scarface leaned closer, ingratiatingly asking, "Boss, when shall we strike? The brothers can hardly wait. They've been gnawing on tree bark and roots daily, and it's becoming unbearable. Black Scorpion narrowed his eyes. Patience. Let them revel in their joy for a few more days. Once they have completed their harvest and stored their provisions, we shall seize everything at once, sparing ourselves the toil of harvesting. One of his subordinates hesitated. But the Ueya village guard is now well trained. We suffered losses last time. Can we prevail this time? Their numbers are substantial, and we risk defeat. Black Scorpion scoffed. Last time we underestimated them. This time, I have enlisted help. He clapped his hands, and several men clad in camouflage emerged from the depths of the cave. Armed and with menacing expressions, Black Scorpion proudly introduced them. These are mercenaries from the city. They specialize in this line of work. With sufficient remuneration, they can commit any atrocity. Scarface swallowed hard. Boss, this time we are assured of success. On the third day after the harvest, Ueya village held a simple celebration. The harvested wheat was bagged and stacked into small hills, while children frolicked around the mounds. Women prepared steamed buns from freshly milled flour and simmered lamb soup, the savory aroma wafting throughout the village. Jasmine and Yang Chao sat among the villagers, reveling in their laughter and joy, feeling an extraordinary sense of contentment. An elderly man approached, trembling, cradling a bowl of steaming fresh milk. This is freshly milked. Do give it a taste, he urged. Jasmine accepted the bowl, taking a delicate sip, and found the milk delightful. She smiled and nodded. It is truly delicious. Thank you. The old man's eyes glistened with emotion. It is we who should express our gratitude. Without you and the Yang family, we would have perished long ago. Yang Chao patted the old man's shoulder. We are all one family. There is no need for such words. At that moment, Tan Deshang hurried over, his expression grave. Jasmine, Yang Chao, we have a situation. The trio stepped aside as Tan lowered his voice. The patrol team discovered suspicious footprints outside the village. It seems there are quite a few. Jasmine and Yang exchanged a troubled glance. Is it the Black Scorpion? Yang inquired. Tan nodded. It's likely. This time, they've wised up, instead of a direct assault. They're observing from the periphery. Yang Chao smirked coldly. Let them come. They shall not return. Jasmine's gaze fixated on the pile of grain, and she slowly remarked. I suspect they intend to wait until we finish gathering the grain before seizing it all. Yang Chao retorted, if they want to steal our grain, they shall have to contend with my gun. Jasmine, resting her forehead in thought, declared, no, for safety's sake. I must store all the village's grain in my space. An emergency meeting was convened in Ueya village. Jasmine stood before the villagers, revealing the concerning news about the suspicious footprints and her fears. The Black Scorpion may come to seize our grain, and we must be prepared. The villagers murmured amongst themselves, some filled with anger, others with worry, yet none showed signs of retreat. Let us fight back, a young man shouted, after enduring so much. No one shall disrupt our hard-earned peace. Indeed, we shall fight. The crowd echoed in agreement. Yang Chao raised his hand for silence. A head-on confrontation is not the solution. We must devise a strategy. Jasmine added, for precaution, I propose that all villagers store their grain with me, so when the Black Scorpion arrives, there will be nothing left to steal. Do you all agree? The villagers exchanged glances. A voice hesitantly asked, if all our grain is mixed together, how will we distinguish it later? Others voiced concerns about Jasmine taking the grain and whether she would return it. However, the overwhelming majority chose to place their trust in Jasmine. She reassured them, each family shall have their grain in a separate pile. I will provide markers for you to label your grain bags with your names and numbers. You will have half an hour to prepare, after which I will collect the grain from each household. Half an hour later, all preparations were complete. Jasmine moved from house to house, and with a wave of her hand, all the grain was stored in her space. This was Jasmine's first demonstration of her extraordinary abilities before the villagers. They were utterly astonished. Some gaped in disbelief, while others fell to their knees in reverence. It turned out that Jasmine was no ordinary girl, but a being with miraculous powers. Oh my, we are residing with a fairy who is bestowing her blessings upon us. Jasmine spoke solemnly to the villagers. I possess extraordinary abilities, granted by divine favor. However, for the safety of the entire village, it is imperative that we keep this a secret. Oldly suddenly realized, the one we must protect most is Miss Jasmine, for she carries the sustenance of the whole village. If any fool were to divulge this secret to our enemies, it would spell doom for Jasmine and the entire village. Upon hearing Oldly's words, the villagers grew anxious and began to chatter amongst themselves. Indeed, this is a grave matter. We must ensure Jasmine's safety. Anyone in the village may perish. But Miss Jasmine must not meet her end. She is our village's great savior. We cannot allow anything to go awry with her. Miss Jasmine, you should hasten back to the dragon cave, secure the door, and do not venture out. Yes, Miss Jasmine, please return. And gather all valuable and useful items from the villagers' homes. After we vanquish these villains, we shall return them to us. Jasmine found herself both amused and perplexed. Ultimately, unable to resist the villagers' pleas, she stored all essential and valuable supplies in her space. The elderly, women, and children took refuge in the caves. The men remained outside, united under the command of Tan Deshang, preparing to face the enemy. With the supplies secured, the guard team felt a sense of reassurance, ready to confront the impending threat. Yang Chao unfurled a hand-drawn map, indicating several key locations outside the village. Here, and here, we shall set an ambush. If they dare approach, we will let them taste the bitterness of our traps. Tan Deshang added, the elderly, women, and children will all be concentrated in several large caves tonight, with a group of guards stationed at the entrances for protection. The able-bodied men will be divided into 3 teams, one to confront the enemy head-on, another to flank them, and the last to safeguard the granary. Once the plan was finalized, the guards sprang into action. All available means, traps, snares, explosives, were employed. Jasmine retrieved the remaining ammunition and grenades from her space and distributed them to the guards. That night, no one in Crescent Moon Village could find sleep. At dawn, before the light had fully emerged, the forces of the Black Scorpion finally appeared. Over 30 marauders, accompanied by 10 mercenaries, stealthily approached Crescent Moon Village. They believed the villagers were still lost in slumber, unaware that they were stepping directly into a trap. Action! With a wave of his hand, the Black Scorpion commanded the marauders to charge toward the granary. Little did they know, the granary was merely a facade. All the grain had already been taken by Jasmine. As they stepped into the village, the ground suddenly gave way beneath them. Boom! The pre-dug pit collapsed, and 5 or 6 individuals plummeted into it, impaled by sharp stakes at the bottom. An ambush! The scar-faced leader shouted in terror. The Black Scorpion furiously yelled, do not panic. Press on. The marauders, gritting their teeth, charged forward but fell victim to snares and traps, their cries echoing in the air. Just then, torches ignited atop the watchtower at the village entrance. Fire the arrows! At the command of Tan Deshang, dozens of crossbow bolts shot forth from the shadows, causing the raiders to collapse in droves. The Black Scorpion summoned his mercenaries and bent down to whisper something to them, prompting the entire contingent to retreat. Tan Deshang ceased fire, while the Black Scorpion and his men slowly advanced. Suddenly, the foremost figure triggered a landmine and was instantly propelled into the air. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, the Black Scorpion bellowed, retreat. Quickly, however, as they turned, Lu Dazhuang and his flanking squad had already encircled them, blocking their escape route. Black Scorpion. Yang Chao stood atop a height, coldly scrutinizing him. Last time, I let you escape. This time, you shall not flee. The Black Scorpion's face twisted in rage. Do you believe this will stop me? He abruptly pulled out a grenade and hurled it in Yang Chao's direction. Yang Chao swiftly dodged. Boom. The grenade detonated nearby. Seizing the opportunity, the Black Scorpion led his remnants to break through, appearing on the verge of escaping the village. He cannot be allowed to flee. Tan Deshang raised his gun, aiming at the Black Scorpion's retreating figure. Bang! The bullet struck the Black Scorpion squarely in the shoulder, eliciting a pained cry as he stumbled to the ground. Scarface and the remaining henchmen dragged him away in a frantic escape into the wilderness. After the battle, the villagers of Yueya village assessed their casualties. 3 guards sustained minor injuries but were otherwise unharmed. In contrast, the Black Scorpion's forces suffered significant losses, rendering them incapable of posing a threat in the near future. The villagers erupted in joyful cheers. Within the Wanglong cave, Jasmine observed the direction of the Black Scorpion's escape on the surveillance screen, feeling an unsettling disquiet. Yang Chao returned to the cave and approached her, beaming as he reported. Today, we achieved a resounding victory. I suspect the Black Scorpion will not dare to return anytime soon. Jasmine furrowed her brow. I can see several directions on the monitor. The mercenaries accompanying the Black Scorpion hardly engaged before they retreated. I suspect they are lying in wait somewhere, and the Black Scorpion may have employed a diversionary tactic. Yang Chao paused for a moment, then promptly replied, I will have Deshang and Dazhuang conduct a search of the area. Furthermore, you should refrain from going out for a while. Remain within the Wanglong cave and be vigilant of potential dangers outside. Do not open the door lightly. Jasmine nodded in agreement. At that moment, a commotion arose at the village entrance. Outsiders are coming, a child shouted, rushing towards them. Tan Deshang reached the village entrance and saw a dozen ragged strangers standing not far away, all men in their 20s and 30s. Where do you come from? Tan Deshang asked cautiously. A middle-aged man stepped forward, his voice hoarse. We are survivors from other villages on Moon Mountain, having heard that this place offers safety. We beseech you to take us in. Tan Deshang scrutinized the group from head to toe, shaking his head in refusal. We cannot accept you. How can we trust who you are? You might be spies. The leading middle-aged man continued to plead in a hoarse voice, but Tan Deshang remained resolute in his refusal. He relayed the situation to Jasmine over the radio, and she responded gravely, Deshang, arrange for this group to stay in the cave outside the village, ensuring they remain at a distance from the villagers. Provide them with some vegetable seeds, direct a trickle of water their way, and offer a modest supply of rice to sustain their existence. This group must be observed for a while before deciding whether to incorporate them. If all goes well, we shall integrate them into our ranks, thereby expanding our forces. Chapter 83. The drought intensifies. The defeat of the Black Scorpions did not grant true peace to Yuya village. On the very night when the villagers celebrated their victory, a shadowy group, concealed by the veil of darkness, stealthily approached the rear mountains of the Wanglong cave. It was none other than the mercenaries who had feigned retreat during the day. The leader of the mercenaries fixated on the brightly lit Wanglong cave in the distance, whispering, The boss was right. The woman named Jasmine resides here. If we capture her, food and water will be ours. They silently crept toward the cave entrance, unaware that the infrared sensors and surveillance cameras had already relayed their movements to Jasmine's screen. Inside the cave were only Jasmine, Yang Chao's parents, and Meow Meow with her child. A direct assault on the entrance would be perilous for Wanglong cave. The mercenaries pulled out explosives, preparing for an attack. This adversary was too skilled. They would be difficult to confront. Jasmine pressed the alarm button. The shrill sound of the alarm pierced the night sky, causing Tan Deshang, who was patrolling the village, to change countenance. This is bad. Wanglong cave is in danger. He immediately rallied the guard team and sprinted toward the cave. Meanwhile, the mercenaries had already breached the outer defense, advancing into the first line. Yang Chao was patrolling near Wanglong cave with his guards, not far from the entrance. He was the first to arrive at the cave's mouth. Yang Chao, alongside several guards, took cover behind the courtyard walls, resolutely guarding the entrance. Everyone, hold the line. Do not be afraid. Brother Deshang will soon arrive with reinforcements. He encouraged his comrades while wielding a submachine gun, steadfastly blocking the doorway with his few guards. The mercenaries were excellent marksmen. Although their ammunition was limited, the suppressive fire rendered it nearly impossible for Yang Chao and his men to raise their heads. Bullets struck the great copper door of Wanglong cave, sending sparks flying. Suddenly, a grenade was hurled inside. Get down, Yang Chao shouted, diving behind a rock at the edge of the courtyard. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion caused debris to rain down from the cave's ceiling, and two guards collapsed on the spot, blood staining the ground. Tan Deshang and Lu Dazhuang arrived with their guards. Upon witnessing the scene, their eyes reddened with fury. Let us fight back. Lu Dazhuang, filled with rage, charged forward, his shotgun unleashing fury as one mercenary fell lifelessly to the ground. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Upon hearing the alarm, the villagers of Yueya rushed toward Wanglong cave, their torches illuminating the night sky. The arriving villagers, unarmed yet undeterred, joined the fray. The Tangdao distributed by Jasmine to each household was now in hand, and a throng of villagers surged forward without hesitation toward the mercenaries. Tan Deshang hurriedly intervened, commanding them to halt. Stop advancing. All villagers, lie down. Leave the enemies to us. However, the enraged villagers disregarded his orders. Armed with knives, wielding hoes, brandishing wooden sticks, and holding torches, none faltered. They surged forward en masse. Even the teenagers brandished sharpened sticks as they charged ahead. Protect Miss Jasmine. We cannot allow these brutes to prevail. The mercenaries raised their guns, aiming at the villagers. Amidst the cacophony, two villagers fell into pools of blood. One was the elderly Zhang, in his 60s, and the other, a young man named Ayong, just 20, who clung desperately to a mercenary's leg in his final moments. Jasmine witnessed all of this, her eyes reddening with tears. From her space, she retrieved a shotgun, positioned herself at the shooting hole of Wanglong cave, and pulled the trigger, aiming at the foremost mercenary. Bang! The enemy's chest erupted in a spray of crimson. Tan Deshang rushed forward, blocking the villagers. Listen to me. Everyone lie down. He then drew a tang sword. engaging the mercenaries in close combat. Though the mercenaries were skilled marksmen, their prolonged hunger had drained their strength, rendering them no match for Tan Desheng. As comrades fell one by one, the remaining mercenaries finally panicked. Retreat! Quick, retreat! The few who remained abandoned their fallen companions and fled into the night. The battle ended. But outside Wanlong Cave, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. After a long moment, soft sobs began to echo around. Jasmine approached the bodies of Elder Zhang and Ayong, trembling as she closed their eyes. Tears streamed down her face. "I'm so sorry. It's all because of my need for protection." Yang Chao gently placed his hand on her shoulder. "They chose to protect you willingly. No one blames you." Lu Dazhuang also softly reassured her. "Miss Jasmine, the weight of responsibility on your shoulders is immense. Yueya village cannot do without you. Protecting you is akin to protecting ourselves. Safeguarding you is the duty of every villager." An act born of sincerity and instinct. Ted Desheng wiped the blood from his face, his voice hoarse. "Clear the battlefield and give our fallen brothers a proper burial. From this day forward, we shall triple the guards at Wanlong Cave." Just as Yueya village had yet to recover from the battle, a greater calamity loomed. The relentless drought had drained all water sources on Moon Mountain, including the ancient underground river, which had run dry completely. Lu Dazhuang assigned a dedicated team to safeguard this water source daily. Upon hearing reports from his team that the underground river was devoid of water, he rushed to investigate. "It's finished." Lu Dazhuang touched the riverbed. There had been some water just days ago. How could it have vanished overnight? Was the underground river entirely depleted? The team reported, "Recently, the water flow has dwindled significantly. It seems the source of the underground river has run dry. The heat has been intense, leading to rapid evaporation. It hasn't rained in a year, and the river lacks replenishment." On the slopes surrounding the Wanlong Cave, the land cultivated by villagers had cracked, sprawling like a spider's web, while the seedlings of recently sown crops withered rapidly under the scorching sun, except for the vegetable patch in Yeye village, which relied on Jasmine's water supply. The entire mountainous area lay barren. The villagers gathered by the pond, watching the water level recede day by day, their eyes filled with despair. Aunt Wang could not help but ask, "Miss Jasmine, will you continue to release water?" Jasmine pondered. "My water is finite and cannot be supplied indefinitely. We must deliberate on how to use it going forward." That evening, Jasmine convened a discussion. Although the high temperatures have passed and the weather has returned to normal, the drought persists with excessive evaporation. The cost of farming is too high, and the water consumption is excessive, making it impractical. I propose we pause agricultural activities for now. As each household has harvested wheat and corn this year, we can distribute some rice and vegetables to the villagers instead. As for the water, we will supply a fixed amount daily through the pipeline. Yang Chao, stroking his jade bracelet, closed his eyes to envision the stored rice and vegetables, calculating their quantities in his mind. "All right, our rice and vegetables can sustain us for quite a while. The high temperatures have lasted for a year already, and we should manage for at least another year." Yang's father remarked, "We cannot rely solely on Jasmine. We must not deplete our resources. If everyone refrains from farming and merely stores water in the cave, evaporation will be minimal, allowing villagers to cultivate some hydroponic vegetables and mushrooms." Tan Desheng added, "Water supply to villagers must be rationed. No matter how much water Jasmine has, we must conserve it." Yang's mother concurred, "Indeed. We cannot predict how long this natural disaster will last. We must plan for the long term." These words weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Chapter 84. Water rationing begins subsequently. The group engaged in lively discussions for a considerable time, reaching a consensus on water supply. At dawn, Jasmine went to inspect the pond, which had completely dried up, revealing deep cracks at the bottom. The villagers gathered around, lamenting their plight. Standing atop a large stone by the pond, Jasmine announced, "I hereby declare the water supply regulations. From today onwards, each household is limited to 10 liters of water per day. This allocation includes drinking, washing, and cooking." A slight stir rippled through the crowd, but it quickly subsided. Oldly, leaning on his cane, stepped forward. "Miss Jasmine, when will the water be supplied?" "Water will be supplied from 8 to 10 in the morning. From today onward, each family must send a strong laborer to help construct the water supply station. Once the station is complete, each family will send one person to queue for water, with a designated individual responsible for registration each day." Aunt Wang suddenly raised her hand. "What about washing clothes and bathing?" Jasmine had anticipated this and replied, "Laundry will be conducted once a week near the water station, with additional water provided. The public bathhouse will be open once a week, prioritizing the elderly and children. Furthermore, Any household found wasting water will have their supply suspended for 3 days. Such stringent regulations did not elicit discontent. Rather, the villagers nodded in agreement, expressing their support. Many remarked, it is indeed necessary in this day and age. Having access to water and merely surviving is a stroke of fortune. Indeed, in other regions, countless individuals succumb to thirst, while we are fortunate enough to bathe truly. We ought to be grateful. The water supply station was constructed that very day. By dawn the following morning, water began to flow, and all the villagers arrived promptly at the designated hour. Jasmine had already retrieved numerous large blue barrels, neatly arranged beside the water station. These were communal water containers, with each household receiving one, each marked with a number. Lost ones must be compensated for. Jasmine pointed to the supplies concealed beneath a black tarpaulin nearby. Over the past year, every family had cultivated their land, harvesting wheat and corn. Subsequently, we will procure a rice mill and a flour mill to assist everyone in grinding their grains. Today, we will also distribute a portion of rice to each household, 10 pounds for adults, 5 for children, with an additional 5 pounds for the guards each month. The rice will be complemented with wheat and corn. Meat will be distributed bi-weekly, 2 pounds per family, and vegetables will be provided weekly. Suddenly, 15-year-old Tiger squeezed to the front, exclaiming, Sister Jasmine, my father said we harvested a lot of corn, so we can eat cornmeal. We can take a little less rice to save for those who need it more. Jasmine felt warmth in her heart and ruffled Tiger's hair, saying, Good child. We still have enough food for now. You are growing and must eat well. Jasmine and Yang Chao began to distribute the supplies, rice, meat, as well as radishes, potatoes, cabbage, and bok choy. These vegetables are durable, inexpensive, and Jasmine had stockpiled a substantial amount. Prior to the apocalypse, she had frequented vegetable wholesale markets, occasionally purchasing entire batches. The villagers stood in line to receive their provisions, each one astonished. The presence of meat was unfathomable under such conditions. To think we could still enjoy it was beyond imagination. Jasmine is truly our benefactor. Without her, I am certain we would have perished from hunger long ago. Hence, we must cherish our moon maiden. At the training ground at the eastern edge of the village, dust swirled. Tan Deshang was leading the guards in training. All the physically robust men in the village had been enlisted into the guard. Currently, the ranks of the guards had swelled to around 100. After discussions among Jasmine, Yang Chao, and Tan Deshang, they reached a consensus. The more frequent the natural disasters, the greater the dangers, and external forces would incessantly seek to seize resources. The guards must train daily, honing their skills to protect themselves and the villagers. Tan Deshang said earnestly, the priority is to safeguard you and Yang Chao. Without you, the villagers cannot endure. He devised a meticulous training regimen, ensuring that the guards trained at specific times and locations each day. At that moment, he stood bare-chested, his bronze skin glistening with sweat as he demonstrated combat techniques. Watch closely. When an enemy lunges with a knife, block like this, then counterattack. His saber sliced through the air with a glint. Remember, only those who survive are entitled to show mercy. The guards formed a square formation, synchronizing their movements with precision. Their tang swords, forged from high-quality steel, gleamed with a cold light under the sun. Lu Dazhuang approached with a water jug in hand, suggesting, Deshang, let us take a break. In this infernal heat, even the strongest body cannot endure. Tan Deshang accepted the water jug but took only a small sip. In a hushed tone, he remarked, if we lack ruthlessness, survival becomes impossible. I've received intelligence that the city has descended into cannibalism. Some even resort to murder just to drink blood, as the underground water has run dry. Lu Dazhuang's expression changed dramatically, exclaiming, Is it true? Has it become that dire? Tan Deshang nodded. I encountered a group of refugees on the mountain path during my patrol, and they spoke of such horrors. It's not just the city. Several towns near Moon Mountain are in similar straits. The most terrifying aspect is that the authorities have begun executing the elderly, the weak, and the sick in secret. The training ground fell into an eerie silence. Unbeknownst to them, the militia had ceased their movements, gazing at them in fear. Tan Deshang raised his voice. Did you all hear that? This is the consequence of weakness. From today onward, we shall double our training. Each of you must hone your skills. For it is only a matter of time before someone attempts to seize our resources. Currently, Moon Mountain and Yuya Village are oases, succulent morsels that many would wish to devour. Tan Deshang's words rang true. Beneath the scorching midday sun, a sentinel atop the watchtower scrutinized the horizon through binoculars, suddenly sounding a shrill alarm. Deshang, someone is approaching on foot. It appears to be Gu Pengfei. Jasmine and Yang Chao exchanged glances, their vigilance heightened. The audacity of Gu Pengfei to venture alone into Moon Mountain was astounding. Jasmine whispered, "Let us go see what news he brings from the outside." Upon reaching the village entrance, they were met with a sight starkly contrasting their memories of the once magnificent nobleman. Gu Pengfei was tattered and worn, his lips cracked and bleeding, and his expensive sneakers were torn, causing him to walk with a limp. "Do not shoot," he croaked. "I come in peace." Jasmine scoffed. "You dare come seeking peace with your mercenaries?" Yang chimed his gun at him. "How many from Yuezhia village have you killed? You know the answer in your heart. You have only a dead end ahead of you." He gestured for the guards to search the surroundings. Tan Deshang waved his hand, dispatching 4 teams to investigate the area for any signs of accomplices. Gu Pengfei struggled to swallow. "There is no need to search. It's just me. My convoy ran out of fuel 20 miles away. I've walked for an entire day to arrive." Yang Chao signaled Tan Deshang, "Deshang, this man cannot be spared. He has walked into a trap. Let us send him to his demise." Just then, Yang Chao clicked the safety off his weapon. Gu Pengfei panicked. No. I have something to exchange. You will not regret it. If you do not trust me this time, Yuya village may face annihilation. Chapter 85. The military has found Moonlight Village. Jasmine inquired. "What do you mean? Please clarify why Moonlight Mountain is perished." Gu Pengfei glanced around, hesitant to speak in front of so many people. Consequently, Jasmine refrained from pressing further. She observed his right hand hanging awkwardly. "Are you injured?" Gu Pengfei, who had encountered robbers on the road, managed a wry smile. "My self-defense pistol only has 6 bullets left." Yang Chao, still uneasy, signaled to a nearby security team member. "Search him." The security personnel approached and conducted a thorough search, finding only an empty gun and half a bottle of murky water. Gu Pengfei raised his hands in compliance. "Do you believe me now? I am truly at my wit's end." Jasmine scrutinized Gu Pengfei with skepticism. He was cunning and shrewd. How much of what he said was true? Tan Deshang remarked, "Let him live for now. We shall see what he has to say and what he can offer in exchange. Otherwise, we can end him later." Jasmine nodded in agreement. "Brother Deshang, confine him for the time being. Let us hear what he has to say." Tan Deshang locked Gu Pengfei in a temporary holding cell. Gu Pengfei pleaded, "Could I have something to eat and drink? Once I'm fed, I will tell you everything in detail." Jasmine observed him, noting how he had lost the arrogant demeanor he once possessed. Indeed, hunger had humbled him. After devouring his 3rd bowl of porridge, Gu Pengfei finally regained some strength. He set down the bowl and weakly stated, "The city is finished. The official-controlled well only produces 10 tons of water daily for a population of 200,000. Jasmine's eyes widened. "The city only has 200,000 left? What happened to the others?" Gu Pengfei replied, "They are undoubtedly dead. The army's primary task is to bury the corpses daily. They cannot keep up. The death toll is staggering." Jasmine was momentarily stunned. The city's usual population was 5 to 6 million, and within just over a year of apocalyptic calamity, so many had perished? The situation was far more dire than she had anticipated. Yang Chao coldly interjected, "Yet you still managed to survive." Gu Pengfei glanced disdainfully at Yang Chao. "You know nothing of the affluence world. Even in these catastrophic times, as long as one possesses wealth, survival is attainable. I invested hundreds of millions to construct an underground palace, comfortable as a royal residence. It is far superior to your impoverished existence in a cave." Yang Chao was momentarily speechless, ready to retort when Jasmine raised her hand to halt him, wishing to avoid a war of words. Jasmine then asked, "If you have built an underground palace, does it not have an independent water source?" "Of course it does." Gu Pengfei interjected immediately, then sighed, "Unfortunately, it has run dry. No one anticipated that the drought would persist for so long. It is terrifying, something I had never encountered in my years. Despite my investment of billions, we still struggle to survive. The engineers say the groundwater system has shifted downward, and we can no longer extract water. My father is so distressed he suffered a stroke." Yang Chao inquired, "Then why don't you approach the authorities? Given your familial ties, is there not some preferential treatment?" Gu Pengfei scoffed, "Familial ties? Are you aware of the current market value in the city? A bottle of water is exchanged for a virgin. The authorities themselves are struggling to maintain order. Who cares about your connections?" Jasmine and Yang Chao exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. The dire state of the city was truly alarming. "And what of the Cheng family?" Jasmine pressed on, her courage wavering, unable to suppress her curiosity. Gu Pengfei replied, "The Cheng family has constructed an underground palace. Cheng Feng is quite astute and has extracted substantial amounts of groundwater in advance, stored within the palace. They should be able to survive for a while. However, if the authorities discover this, their water will likely be confiscated. Jasmine fell silent. The Chung family's investment in the underground palace likely consumed their long-standing resources. Whether they survived or not, Jasmine's heart felt heavy with complexity. Now, you may enlighten me on the meaning of the demise of Ye Mountain. I must understand, otherwise you will lose your value to me, and survival will elude you, Jasmine asserted. Gu Pingfei responded, it is quite simple. You have already drawn the attention of the authorities and the military. If you do not cooperate with them and fail to meet their demands, Ye Mountain faces only a dead end. Just as Jasmine was about to inquire further about why Ye Mountain was under scrutiny, a sudden roar of engines erupted outside the village. Several military jeeps drove straight towards the pond in the village. Lu Dazhuang led a team of guards, panting as they followed closely behind. Clearly, they had been unable to halt the vehicles. An officer disembarked, flanked by approximately 35 fully armed soldiers. The officer scrutinized Jasmine before slowly stating, "You are Ms. Chung Jasmine, I presume? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao, and you may call me Captain Zhao." He then displayed his military identification before her. Jasmine regarded him with suspicion. He was evidently well informed about her, having conducted some investigation. Politely, she inquired, "Captain Zhao, have you come specifically to find me?" Captain Zhao nodded. "We have nearly grasped the situation in Ye village. To be succinct, my purpose here today is to seek your cooperation. I hope Ms. Chung can provide water for our military. In return, we seek control over the water source, and the authorities will ensure your safety while compensating you accordingly." Jasmine shook her head. "I do not comprehend your words. Look around. Where in Ye village is there any water?" Captain Zhao replied, "Since I can make such a statement, you can rest assured that I am well aware of the circumstances. I speak plainly because I do not have the luxury of time for subtleties. While you may possess water now, countless dangers await you. You must understand this, or else you would not be tirelessly training your team day and night." Jasmine spread her hands. "Where is the water? I have none." Captain Zhao maintained a stern demeanor. "Miss Ching, the reason I am speaking to you amicably is that I have indeed grasped the situation here. You provide water daily to the villagers of Yueya village. I am aware of the situation, which is why I have come to seek your assistance. In these extraordinary times, I hope you can supply water to the authorities, who will ensure your safety." Jasmine smiled faintly. "Just as they guarantee the safety of 200,000 citizens in the city?" Captain Zhao's complexion darkened. "You do not comprehend. Each day, the number of those perishing from hunger and thirst exceeds 100. The military is scouring for water sources to sustain essential groups. Regarding the water supply, the state will implement extraordinary measures for unified control." Yang Chao inquired, "What measures? Like the rumors suggest, sending the elderly and infirm to the comfort center?" The soldiers fixated on Yang Chao, their gazes turning perilous. Captain Zhao pressed down his hands, restraining his men, striving to maintain his composure. "Ms. Chung, I still wish to negotiate amicably. I hope you will acquiesce to our request. We are in dire need of water, and we are prepared to compensate you for it. I solemnly propose a collaborative endeavor. Will you agree?" Chapter 86. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. Jasmine fell silent. Even in these apocalyptic times, she believed the authorities still wielded power. Thus, regarding her capabilities and the conditions of Yueya Mountain, they would surely investigate thoroughly. Their visit was direct and to the point, leaving no room for refusal. Jasmine found herself uncertain whether they were genuinely in distress and sincerely seeking collaboration or merely attempting to coerce her morally. Moreover, did these individuals truly represent the military? Doubts lingered within her. She could not afford to take risks. Although she had sufficient water stored in her space, if she were to acquiesce to their demands, how much water would she need to provide? For how long? For how many people? The duration of this apocalypse remained unclear to her. Even Yang Chao was uncertain. If it were to last 5 years, 10, or even longer, her reserves would not sustain for long if compelled to supply the authorities. What would they do afterward? What would become of Yueya Mountain? No, in this dire world, she could not play the role of a savior. Her primary concern was self-preservation. Jasmine remained silent. Yang Chao and Tan Deshang watched Captain Zhao intently, fearful that he might resort to force against Jasmine. Tan Deshang discerned at a glance that they were indeed genuine soldiers. The combat capabilities of this squad were formidable, and the strength of their collective prowess should not be underestimated. Tan Deshang stepped forward, hoping to negotiate with Captain Zhao in his capacity as a veteran. He glanced at Jasmine, but she offered no indication for him to intervene. He promptly retreated. Finally, Jasmine spoke. Captain Zhao, as a guest, why not rest in Yueya village for a couple of days? There is no need for haste. Jasmine recognized that if she did not acquiesce to their request, they would not depart. This contingent of soldiers was certainly not a ragtag group like the Black Scorpions. The guards of Yueya Mountain were no match for them. Until the very last moment, she was reluctant to offend the military. After all, they were not to be trifled with. Given the circumstances, she resolved to take her time deliberating. Captain Zhao discerned her thoughts and promptly acquiesced. Tan Deshang arranged accommodations for Captain Zhao and his soldiers. Jasmine discreetly advised that the arrangements need not be extravagant. They should eat what the villagers consume. Nevertheless, Captain Zhao and his soldiers were astounded by the culinary offerings of Yueya village. There was rice, flour, vegetables, and most importantly, water. Though the quantity of water provided was modest, it sufficed to quench their thirst. They had endured a prolonged drought, surviving on only a meager supply of murky water excavated from the depths of the river, just a small bottle each day, barely enough to stave off death. Their lips were chapped and cracked. However, upon their stay in Yueya village, each soldier was unexpectedly allocated a small bucket of water. The soldiers clutched their bamboo tubes, tilting their heads back as they guzzled the water, drinking to their fill before belching and commencing their meal. Two soldiers turned away, discreetly wiping away tears from the corners of their eyes. Captain Zhao gazed at the white steamed buns and cornmeal buns in the bamboo basket, along with two stir-fried vegetable dishes, shredded potatoes, and stir-fried lotus flowers. It had been months since they had tasted vegetables, and the lack of vitamins had left them with oral ulcers. Captain Zhao wiped his face and spoke, "Since the villagers of Yueya have extended their warm hospitality, let us enjoy this meal together." The soldiers began to devour their food voraciously. As night deepened, Jasmine stood atop the heights overlooking Wanglong Cave, gazing at the temporary encampment where the soldiers were stationed. The military men had not occupied the villagers' homes, but were instead residing in the temporary tents provided by Yueya village. They exhibited remarkable discipline, even taking turns on guard duty during mealtime. Yang Chao approached Jasmine, speaking softly. "They are unlike the marauders. I have observed them throughout the day, and these soldiers have not demanded a single drop of water more than what we offered. They accepted our provisions without asking for extra." Jasmine nodded. Yet her brow remained furrowed, but they did come seeking water. If we provide for them now, more will inevitably come, and we will be overwhelmed. Just then, Tan Deshang hurried over. "Jasmine, Captain Zhao requests to see you." Jasmine hesitated momentarily before nodding. "Bring him to the courtyard." As usual, no outsiders are permitted inside Wanglong Cave. Captain Zhao approached Wanglong Cave alone, unarmed. He saluted Jasmine and then removed his military cap before taking a seat. He addressed her directly, "Miss Chung, I understand your skepticism regarding our intentions. However, please believe that we are not here to plunder." He continued, "There were too many people during the day, making it difficult for me to disclose much information." He then produced a document from within his coat and handed it to Jasmine. "This is the latest research report from the City Academy of Sciences. Scientists have cultivated drought-resistant crops and developed desalination technology, yet they are in need of experimental water. Thus, I was entrusted with the task of leading a team in search of water to support scientific research." Jasmine perused the documents, the dense array of data and charts rendering her momentarily dizzy. However, her attention was captivated by a photograph on the last page. It depicted a group of scientists clad in white lab coats, their lips chapped, yet they persevered in their work within the laboratory. "Are these the scientists from the city?" Jasmine inquired softly. Captain Zhao, his voice hoarse yet earnest, replied, "Not just from the city, but from several nearby cities as well, scientists, experts, and even academicians. They represent the last hope of our nation. Among them are agricultural specialists, hydraulic engineers, and medical doctors. If they succumb, humanity faces a dire future." He handed Jasmine a few photographs, which she accepted and examined closely. Suddenly, she recognized a familiar face, Tao Howren. Jasmine exclaimed softly, "Is that Tao Howren? Is he still alive?" Tan Deshang and Yang Chao, having overheard her exclamation, immediately leaned in to take a look. Indeed, they confirmed that the young man in the photograph was none other than Tao Howren. Captain Zhao also expressed his surprise. "Miss Ching, so you know him?" "Yes, that is Tao Howren. I have conversed with him several times. He is not only alive, but is tirelessly researching life-saving crops." Jasmine nodded. This was indeed the Tao Howren she knew, whose character had always been consistent. It was no wonder she had once admired him. Captain Zhao sighed. Yet he has not had water for 3 days and collapsed in the laboratory yesterday. 3 experts also fainted there. The situation is critical. The scientists are working day and night, yet we face immense difficulties in ensuring their basic survival. Hence, I received orders that there is water in Yueya village. Because of you. That is why I have come with our last hope. Jasmine regarded Captain Zhao, momentarily at a loss for words, yet profoundly moved. She had once believed that in this apocalyptic world, the law of survival lay in the fittest. Yet, there remained a group of individuals who continued to advance for the sake of humanity's survival. The phrase "the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual" was not merely rhetoric. It was a principle that many were actively practicing. Jasmine spoke earnestly. Captain Zhao, I understand your intent. Tomorrow, I will provide you with a formal response. However, the following day, before Jasmine could offer her reply, an unexpected visitor arrived in Yueya village. Chapter 87. Jasmine's choice. On the morning of the second day, a military truck rolled into Yueya village. Tao Haoran stumbled down from the vehicle, and Jasmine stared at him, barely able to recognize him. He had become emaciated, his complexion pale and gaunt, a picture of malnutrition. Was this truly the sunny, gentle youth she remembered? The Tao Haoran of yesteryears had indeed embodied the essence of elegance and distinction. Jasmine smiled weakly. I never expected to see you again. Jasmine hurriedly supported him, her eyes brimming with tears. What brings you here? Tao Haoran glanced at Commander Zhao and then at Jasmine. I came of my own accord. I heard that Commander Zhao is here to seek you. I feared that your discussions might falter, so I came as a mediator. A few individuals gathered at Commander Zhao's temporary encampment to deliberate. Yang Chao and Tan Deshang also joined the meeting. Tao Haoran recounted the events of the past year. At the onset of the extreme heat, the government discreetly relocated a group of scientists. We have been tirelessly researching survival methods. The drought-resistant corn I provided you was merely the beginning. Jasmine interjected, the drought-resistant corn you gave us has already been cultivated. Coupled with the unique water quality of the ancient dark river of Moonlight Mountain, the growth cycle has shortened, and the yield has increased significantly. The cornmeal served to Commander Zhao and the others yesterday was made from that drought-resistant corn. Your research has already benefited the populace. Tao Haoran was elated to hear this. He produced a small cloth pouch and poured out several peculiar seeds. These are our latest achievement, sea rice, which can thrive in saline soil. As long as there is water, it can sustain millions. Jasmine picked up one seed, examined it closely, and inquired of Tao Haoran. So you require experimental water, as well as drinking water, correct? Tao Haoran hastily clarified. I understand that your water supply is limited. We do not seek it without bounds. We only need 50 liters of purified water daily to sustain a team of 50. Additionally, we request a portion of experimental water to facilitate our research on crop seeds. In return, all our results will be prioritized for Moonlight Village. Commander Zhao added, we could also dispatch a platoon to remain here, ensuring your safety. Jasmine did not explicitly agree. She felt conflicted. Once this request was initiated, there was no telling if others would come seeking water, leading to an endless cycle. After the meeting concluded, Jasmine arranged for the villagers to prepare a sumptuous meal for Tao Haoran and Commander Zhao, along with ample fresh water, ensuring they were well fed and rested. Jasmine retrieved several changes of clothes from her supplies and asked the villagers to bring large buckets. She filled them with water and had the villagers boil some hot water for Commander Zhao and Tao Haoran, so they could enjoy a comfortable bath before bed. Subsequently, Jasmine walked alone to the pond's edge. Yang Chao followed her, softly asking, what are your thoughts? Jasmine replied, I wish to support them. This water can save the scientists and aid their living and research. Yet, I am also apprehensive, fearing that this request for water is merely the beginning and that others may come seeking it under various pretexts. This could potentially place us in jeopardy, and we might be unable to secure enough water for the villagers. Yang Chao gently spoke. I believe Tao Haoran is trustworthy, had it not been for his seeds. Moonlight Mountain would not have reaped such a bountiful harvest of corn. Jasmine looked at Yang Chao, her heart filled with curiosity. In the past, during his time in northeast Baishan, Yang Chao held a strong animosity towards Tao Haoran. What could have prompted such a sudden transformation? Yang Chao found himself unable to untangle his thoughts. He instinctively felt that Tao Haoran was worthy of trust. In the distance, the laughter of children echoed. Jasmine turned her gaze, observing the village children curiously surrounding the soldiers. A young soldier carefully extracted half a compressed biscuit from his pocket and shared it with the children. Each child received a piece no larger than a fingernail, which they tasted with great caution. The children of Yueya village were not lacking in food. Yet their innate curiosity was undeniable. Witnessing this scene, Jasmine couldn't help but exclaim, "These soldiers appear to be remarkable." At some point, Tin Shang had positioned himself behind them, stating, "I believe they are true soldiers. As a veteran, I assure you that Captain Zhao speaks nothing but the truth." That afternoon, Jasmine made a pivotal decision. She returned to Captain Zhao's tent and solemnly addressed both him and Tao Howren. "I am willing to assist you by providing drinking water specifically for your research team. Additionally, I can supply some experimental water. However, it is your responsibility to test and ensure its suitability. Furthermore, I have 3 conditions." Captain Zhao, filled with joy, immediately stood at attention. "Miss Jasmine, please proceed." Jasmine fixed her gaze upon his eyes. "First, the research findings will be prioritized for Yuya Village. Second, the station troops must obey the village committee's directives. Third, should the water source ever run dry, you cannot force us." Captain Zhao solemnly saluted. "I swear upon my honor as a soldier." Jasmine inquired, "Where is your research base? We can begin transporting water." Captain Zhao expressed profound gratitude. "Miss Chung, first and foremost, I sincerely apologize. Upon my arrival yesterday, I misunderstood you and treated you poorly. Please forgive me. I initially thought you were usurping the resources of Moon Mountain, believing you had seized the water resources due to favorable circumstances. Thus, I had intended to conquer by force to secure the water resources for the survival of the scientists and the continuation of research. Little did I realize that the water resources of Moon Mountain had already been depleted. Nevertheless, you are still willing to provide us with water. May I ask, where does your water come from?" Jasmine smiled gently. "Captain Zhao, I regret to say that I cannot disclose this information, but I can indeed provide you with water." Captain Zhao repeatedly assented. "Very well, I shall refrain from asking further. The research base is located approximately 100 kilometers from here, in another mountainous region. I can take you there at any time, but how will we transport the water?" Jasmine replied, "Simply take me there. Once I arrive, the water will be available." Yang Chao interjected, "I will accompany you." Tan Deshang, still concerned, added, "I will go as well. I must ensure your safety." "Molly, Deshang, you need not accompany us. Yang Chao and I will suffice. You must remain at Moon Mountain to ensure the safety of Moonlight Village." Commander Zhao immediately interjected, "I will leave a contingent of soldiers to safeguard Moonlight Village." Thus, Molly and Yang Chao boarded the off-road vehicle, traveling alongside Commander Zhao towards the research base situated 100 kilometers away. The vehicle jostled along the rugged terrain at a rapid pace. Commander Zhao pondered internally. What extraordinary ability does Chung Molly possess? Can she truly conjure water? How can she possibly transport water to the research base with empty hands? However, bound by military orders to bring Chung Molly back, he refrained from unnecessary inquiries, resolutely sealing his lips. Molly gazed out at the desolate landscape, reflecting on how, in just over a year, the world had become a barren wasteland. She murmured, "This world is growing increasingly terrifying." Yang Chao comforted her, "Do not fear. I have brought explosives." He lifted the hem of his shirt to reveal 3 plastic bombs secured at his waist. Commander Zhao, seated in the passenger seat, caught sight of this in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother Yang, we are a regular army, not bandits." Yang Chao felt slightly embarrassed. I prepared them just in case, not to use against you." He recalled how Gu Pengfei had claimed to be a legitimate businessman, yet repeatedly turned against them. "I must remain vigilant." Commander Zhao nodded in understanding, smiling. 3 hours later, the convoy entered a concealed valley. An unassuming rock face suddenly revealed a metallic door, leading to an unfathomable tunnel. Commander Zhao led Molly and Yang Chao out of the vehicle. Tao Howren emerged from another vehicle to accompany them inside. As they walked, Commander Zhao elaborated, "This is a nuclear defense base constructed in the 1960s. The walls are 3 meters thick, capable of withstanding the shockwave of a nuclear explosion." At the tunnel's end, they found a vast space, approximately the size of 10 football fields. Laboratories, growth chambers, and an intricate network of pipelines were meticulously arranged. At the center stood a colossal glass dome, simulating various climatic conditions, where dozens of scientists busily toiled. Commander Zhao guided Molly through the facility, providing her with introductions as they proceeded. Someone had already notified the leadership within. "Miss Ching." An elderly man approached them, his white lab coat stained with soil, and the legs of his glasses secured with tape. "I am Zhou Mingyuan, the head of the Experimental Research Department of the research base. We are grateful for your arrival." Molly noticed his hands trembled, a sign of long-term malnutrition resulting in nerve damage. Commander Zhao added, You may refer to him as Academician Zhou. Academician Zhou shook hands with Molly and Yang Chao, expressing, "You may provide us with a solution to our water predicament. You have saved the base, the scientists, and the common people. Thank you. Thank you so much." His excitement was palpable as he fervently grasped Molly's hand, his face flushed with exhilaration. Molly felt somewhat at a loss. Academician Zhou led the group deep into the base. Originally, there had been a vast underground reservoir here, but now it had run dry. Several researchers were meticulously collecting droplets of water seeping from the rock walls, labeling each test tube as they filled it. Academician Zhou, his voice hoarse, introduced to Molly. "These are the last samples. We must analyze the ratios of different minerals." Tao Howren interjected, "If we had sufficient experimental water, our research progress could be expedited. Once the seeds are cultivated, we could gather the survivors to farm, allowing more people to survive." Molly turned, declaring, "I can refill this reservoir." Academician Zhou, both astonished and delighted, asked, "Really?" Then skeptically regarded Molly, wondering how she would accomplish such a feat. Tao Howren, excited, stepped forward to grasp Molly's hand. "Is it true? Molly, do you possess a special ability to fill this reservoir?" Yang Chao, noticing Tao's reluctance to release her hand, frowned. Molly smiled as she withdrew her hand. "Tao Shixiang, I can perform a trick. The specifics, I prefer to keep to myself." She then turned to Commander Zhao, signaling him to usher everyone out. Understanding her desire for secrecy, Commander Zhao gestured for everyone to leave the reservoir, leaving only Yang Chao and Molly behind. Molly approached the reservoir's edge, letting her hand dip into the water. The jade bracelet glimmered softly, and clear water began to materialize out of thin air, first as a gentle stream, then transforming into a roaring waterfall that filled the reservoir. 2 hours later, 100,000 tons of pristine water filled the reservoir. Molly, pale, leaned against Yang Chao. The restoration from the jade bracelet was not without its toll. It was as if she had fallen ill, unable to fully recover. The sudden influx of water had indeed drained her vitality. Yang Chao, deeply concerned, gently combed Molly's hair. Weakly, she murmured, "We still need drinking water. I wish to retrieve some clean water from the well in my space to leave for them." Yang Chao softly replied, "Let me fetch the drinking water. Though I may not gather much at once, we can take it slowly and eventually have enough. You should not draw more water. It will harm your body." He cradled Molly in his arms and carried her out. Commander Zhao, taken aback by Molly's frail appearance, exclaimed, "What happened? What is wrong with Miss Molly?" Tao Howren, waiting outside, was startled to see Molly transformed in just 2 hours. She appeared as weak as a seriously ill patient. He rushed to her side, urgently asking, Molly, what is wrong? Are you all right?" Yang Chao coldly responded, "She overexerted herself by drawing too much water, which will harm her health. Please find a place for her to rest." Additionally, he requested, "Kindly prepare some clean containers. I will leave you some potable water." Commander Zhao quickly instructed others to make arrangements. Yang Chao scowled, gesturing for him to inspect the reservoir. Commander Zhao and Academician Zhou entered the reservoir, where they were greeted by the shimmering surface of the water, now filled to the brim. The group was utterly astonished. Academician Zhou promptly extracted a radiation detector, confirming normal readings. A young researcher, filled with excitement, rushed to the water's edge, cupping some in his hands and tasting it. "It's fresh water. It's fresh water," he exclaimed, before checking the instrument, which registered a value of 73 with moderate hardness. Academician Zhou, this is practically laboratory-grade pure water. Tears streamed down Academician Zhou's face as he suddenly bowed deeply to Jasmine, saying, "Miss Jasmine, you have saved not just this base, but the very spark of humanity." He gestured towards the glass dome, declaring, "Look there, 12,000 varieties of crop seeds, 380,000 genetic samples. If the apocalypse were to descend upon us, we must find ways to preserve human civilization." Jasmine slowly lifted her gaze to the glass dome, revealing a fragile smile. Commander Zhao approached to report that clean containers were ready. Yang Chao signaled for them to step back, then immersed his hand, adorned with a jade bracelet, into the water reservoir, striving to concentrate his thoughts and draw water from the spatial well. A delicate stream flowed into the bucket, and after an hour, it was finally filled. Yang Chao was drenched in sweat. One bucket after another, it took him an entire day and night to gather 10 buckets of water. Exhausted, he slumped down. He still wished to try again, asking Commander Zhao for more storage buckets. However, Commander Zhao, alarmed by Yang's condition, cautioned, "Brother Yang, please stop. Miss Jasmine's collection of water is taxing her health, and yours is suffering as well." His voice trembled with emotion, unable to continue. Chef Lu, responsible for logistics at the base, intervened, saying, Yang Chao, it's unnecessary. We have enough water. Yang Chao replied, but we still lack drinking water. Chef Lu reassured him. No worries. The water Jasmine released from the reservoir is potable and far superior to what we had before. We are more than satisfied. We cannot compromise your health for so much water. Chapter 89. Leaving supplies to support the research base, Commander Zhao insisted that Jasmine and Yang Chao rest for 2 days at the research base. His tone was firm. You must recuperate before returning to Moon Mountain. Otherwise, I shall carry an uneasy heart, as will Academician Zhao. Jasmine recognized that beneath Commander Zhao's stern exterior lay a compassionate heart. She nodded in agreement. During her stockpiling of supplies, she had gathered an abundance of nutritional products. Suggesting Yang Chao take some out for them both to regain their strength, leaving a portion for the scientists. Chef Lu, with a warm demeanor, specially prepared chicken soup for Jasmine. Astonished by the soup, she exclaimed, how can there be chicken soup in such harsh conditions? Chef Lu, with sincerity, replied, Miss Jasmine, you are a great benefactor to our base. Your provision of such abundant water has resolved our major dilemma. This solitary chicken, the only one in the base, is a rooster, incapable of laying eggs, merely crowing, rendering its existence rather futile. Consequently, Academician Zhou advised me to dispatch the chicken, fortunately with water readily available. I prepared a nourishing chicken soup for you. Jasmine was profoundly moved. She closed her eyes to explore her space. Previously, the space had undergone an upgrade, allowing for the breeding of animals. She had placed cattle, sheep, and chickens within it. She later discovered that these animals required no feeding, as long as they were confined. They thrived within her space. Due to the abundance of resources, Jasmine had not released these animals. With a smile, she addressed Chef Lu, saying, a drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Thank you for your chicken soup. I shall gift you 100 chickens and leave you sufficient bran to feed them. Chef Lu, brimming with joy, rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, really? Is this true? How could I accept such generosity? Jasmine replied, of course. I have no reason to deceive you. Chef Lu hesitated, but your health. Jasmine shook her head, it's nothing. Chickens are trivial, my body can bear it. Elated, Chef Lu quickly sought out a vacant area and enclosed it with a fence. Jasmine concentrated her thoughts and began to summon the chickens. She extracted 10 at a time, ultimately producing 100, 10 roosters and 90 hens. Additionally, she retrieved several bags of bran for their sustenance. Chef Lu was overjoyed, imagining the daily bounty of eggs to come. On the 3rd day, both Jasmine and Yang Chao felt significantly better. Academician Zhou wished to host a banquet to express gratitude towards them. Jasmine overheard Commander Zhao discussing arrangements with the chef. Intent on utilizing limited ingredients to honor Jasmine and Yang Chao, who had made considerable sacrifices. Jasmine promptly intercepted Commander Zhao, saying, no need to rush. I shall treat everyone. You need only count the guests and set the tables. Commander Zhao, aware of Jasmine's extraordinary abilities, recognized that her words indicated she had her own plans in mind. By noon, the tables were set, and Jasmine summoned a variety of dishes she had previously stockpiled from the restaurant. The steaming banquet laid before them astonished the gathered scientists. Goodness, it has been ages since we've seen such fare. Jasmine had presented a feast replete with an array of meats, fish, chicken, shrimp, crabs, and an assortment of fresh vegetables, along with yogurt, wine, and beverages. Almost everyone could not help but salivate. After subsisting on cornbread daily, many had been deprived of even vegetables, suffering from mouth ulcers and nervous tremors. Now, confronted with such a lavish spread, their hands trembled even more. Curiosity and confusion filled the hearts of all towards Jasmine. They were grateful, yet whispered amongst themselves. Who is this girl? She seems to possess extraordinary powers. Can she conjure water and produce a grand banquet? Is she performing magic? I surmise that she possesses a spatial pocket, from which she extracted all the provisions, including water, that she had meticulously stockpiled beforehand. The young researcher, tasked with assessing the water quality, whispered softly, what? A spatial pocket? The two physicists, intrigued, leaned closer to the young researcher, eager for an explanation of this phenomenon. Whispers circulated among the group as they speculated about Jasmine's unique possession. The boundary between science and mysticism blurred, and the scientists swiftly accepted the notion of a spatial pocket, with no alternative explanation forthcoming. Perceiving the murmurs surrounding her, Jasmine rose. holding her glass aloft, and sincerely addressed the gathering. Esteemed experts, I hold immense admiration for your commitment to scientific inquiry, especially in such dire circumstances, as you strive to benefit humanity. Today, I have prepared a banquet to honor you and express my gratitude. Furthermore, I am willing to extend my modest assistance to you. I overheard your discussions earlier. If the base can keep my secret, I shall visit once a month to replenish the reservoir with clean water and provide you with essential supplies. However, should this secret be divulged, I regret to inform you that, for my own safety, I will cease my contributions. In an instant, the gravity of Jasmine's words resonated with the audience. Commander Zhao and Academician Zhou rose to their feet, assuring Jasmine, "Young lady, we guarantee that this secret will remain confined to our research base and will not be disclosed to anyone beyond these walls." Commander Zhao reinforced his commitment, stating with emphasis, "Should anyone within this base betray this trust, I shall personally address the matter, without needing directives from above." Having secured their promise, Jasmine, accompanied by Commander Zhao and Academician Zhou, toured the research facility, primarily listening to Zhou's account of their existing infrastructure, urgently needed equipment, and logistical support. Despite the official backing for the research base, its remote mountainous location and the impact of consecutive natural disasters had severely hampered logistical operations. Consequently, life at the base proved to be quite challenging. Before her departure, Jasmine left behind essential equipment and supplies: rice, flour, oil, vegetables, cured meats, canned goods, and fruits, everyday necessities procured from the supermarket. Each individual was provided with a change of clothing and a portable bathing tub. Commander Zhao and Academician Zhou grasped Jasmine's hands with heartfelt gratitude, reluctant to let go, while Zhou wiped away tears with unwavering emotion. Jasmine arranged for monthly visits to the base to supply water. As she prepared to leave, Commander Zhao held her hand firmly, stating, "Young lady, a military helicopter will transport you back to Moon Mountain. In the future, we shall use military helicopters for your transportation, ensuring both speed and safety. After your return, should you feel that Moon Mountain lacks sufficient protection, I can readily reinforce your security by dispatching additional soldiers." Furthermore, new directives have emerged. In light of the need to translate scientific achievements into practical applications, the research base aspires to establish an experimental site on Moon Mountain. The intention is to implement the results of the scientists' research in this location, with hopes of yielding fruitful outcomes. In the future, both aquaculture and agriculture will receive specialized guidance from experts, allowing Moonflower Village to reap a greater harvest of grains and livestock. Jasmine was overjoyed. In a post-apocalyptic world, sustained productivity is of utmost significance. After all, relying solely on existing resources is always a source of anxiety and frustration. Jasmine inquired, "Which expert will you dispatch to Moon Mountain?" A voice responded from behind Captain Zhao, "It will be me." Chapter 90. Establishing an experimental base in Moonflower Village. Tao Howren stepped forward from behind Captain Zhao, a gentle smile gracing his face. He adjusted his glasses and spoke softly. "Jasmine, I have applied for an external assignment at the base. The environment of Moon Mountain is ideally suited for field testing drought-resistant crops. You have water available, which facilitates experimentation." He paused, his gaze sincere. "I genuinely wish to assist you." Jasmine felt a warmth in her heart, her joy evident. However, Yang Chao's expression tightened, betraying his inner turmoil. "That's wonderful." Jasmine beamed. "With Brother Tao here, Moonflower Village's agricultural endeavors will undoubtedly yield tremendous harvests." Yang Chao cast a complex glance between Jasmine and Tao Howren, remaining silent. Jasmine, along with Yang Chao and their companions, returned to Moonflower Village via military helicopter. The villagers gathered at a distance, excitement palpable as they rushed forward upon seeing Jasmine's return, eager to learn more. When Tao Howren disembarked from the aircraft, Tan Desheng's eyes widened in recognition. "Isn't that?" Tao Howren smiled and extended his hand. "I am Tao Howren. I visited you in the northeast and provided you with drought-resistant corn seeds. Do you not recall?" Tan Desheng smacked his forehead in realization. "Yes, you are Tao Howren. What a memory I have, truly shameful. By the way, we planted your drought-resistant corn, and we had a bountiful harvest. The taste is delightful." Jasmine solemnly introduced him to the villagers. "This is an expert in crop cultivation, Tao Howren, the developer of the drought-resistant corn. The seeds we previously planted in our village were his innovation. He is now an expert dispatched by the research base to establish experimental fields here and assist us in cultivating various crops." Henceforth, we shall no longer worry about food. The villagers erupted in excitement. Oldly grasped Tao Howren's hand fervently. Benefactor, the seeds you provided have saved our entire village. Tao Howren, feeling somewhat bashful, replied. All the credit belongs to Jasmine. I merely supplied the seeds. Yang Chao stood at the edge of the crowd, his expression a tempest of emotions. Lu Dazhuang nudged him. What's wrong? Are you feeling jealous? Ridiculous. Yang Chao retorted as he turned to leave. I need to check on the defensive fortifications. I've been away for several days, and I wonder if the team has become complacent. Lu Dazhuang chuckled as he observed Yang Chao's retreating figure. The following morning, Tao Howren, alongside the villagers, demarcated 10 acres for the experimental fields at the eastern edge of the village. He lifted a peculiar tuber for everyone to see, proclaiming it to be the desert yam. Observe its size and hue. Does it not differ significantly from the sweet potatoes you are accustomed to? This desert yam thrives in the most arid conditions, requiring merely a light watering every fortnight. Jasmine squatted nearby, diligently noting the key points of cultivation. Her strands of hair danced in the morning breeze, glistening with a golden halo under the sunlight. Tao Howren unconsciously stole a few glances, his tone softening as he explained. In the distance, Yang Chao leaned against a tree, watching the scene unfold, his fists clenched involuntarily. Stop looking. Tan Deshang handed him a jug of water. They're engaged in serious work. I know, Yang Chao replied, taking a swig, his voice muffled. Don't you think he is overly attentive to Jasmine? Tan Deshang shook his head. You keep burying your feelings. How much longer will you hide them? If you don't confess, how will that girl ever give you a chance? Yang Chao lowered his head, absent-mindedly tracing circles in the dirt with his foot, before finally murmuring, I'm afraid. What if he rejects me? If he does, then I lose my chance altogether. It's better to remain silent. At least I still have a chance. Tan Deshang rolled his eyes at him. Then you can continue to stew in silence while waiting for her to be pursued by someone else. As the experimental fields expanded, Jasmine and Tao Howren found themselves spending increasingly more time together. They measured soil moisture and recorded crop growth data, often busy until the sun dipped below the horizon. One evening, Yang Chao could no longer contain himself. You've been quite busy lately, he intercepted Jasmine as she returned from the fields, his tone stiff. You didn't even come back for dinner. Jasmine wiped the sweat from her forehead. We are at a critical stage in the experiment. I need to keep a close watch on the data. What about you? Always shadowing the security team, patrolling daily. Safety should be no concern. Especially with Captain Zhao's soldiers guarding the perimeter, ensuring peace of mind. By the way, ensure that those soldiers receive ample food and water supplies. We cannot let them suffer. We must secure their living conditions. Jasmine continued issuing instructions while tending to her tasks. Yang Chao muttered under his breath. What experiment of Tao Howren requires such hands-on guidance? His intentions are suspect. When he was teaching you to measure soil temperature, his hand nearly rested on your shoulder. Jasmine paused, taken aback. You were spying on us? I merely passed by. Yang Chao averted his gaze from Jasmine's eyes, speaking in a hushed tone. The whole village saw it, and several people have come to me, whispering that you should be more discreet. Jasmine's expression soured. Yang Chao, Tao Shixiang is assisting us. With his expertise, no one in the village will ever go hungry again. Yang Chao forced a smile. We have ample resources in our space. The village would not face hunger regardless. Jasmine retorted, anger flaring. Do you not fear exhausting our resources? Are you not aware that it is wise to be prepared? Upon witnessing Jasmine's anger, Yang Chao promptly realized his pettiness and immediately offered an apology. I am sorry, Jasmine, I merely. Jasmine, of course, understood that he was simply feeling jealous. She was also aware of Yang Chao's affections towards her. However, amidst the calamities of the apocalypse, she was too weary from constantly dealing with disasters to contemplate romantic feelings. Yang Chao's unwarranted jealousy left Jasmine somewhat discontented, prompting her to ignore him for several consecutive days. Observing her demeanor, Yang Chao lowered his head and distanced himself from her. Surprisingly, following this quarrel, the crops in the experimental fields flourished remarkably. Look at this drought-resistant rice, Tao Howren exclaimed, pointing at a patch of verdant seedlings, requiring only 50 milliliters of water daily while yielding up to 70% of the output of ordinary rice. The villagers gathered at the field, marveling at the sight. Even the typically serious Tan Deshang raised his thumb in approval. Scientists truly are exceptional. Yet, Yang Chao remained conspicuously absent. Lu Dazhuang mentioned that he had been digging a new reservoir in the back mountain and had not returned to the village for 3 days. As Jasmine gazed at the distant mountain silhouette, her heart felt burdened. That night, while Jasmine was alone in the experimental shed organizing data, she suddenly heard a noise outside. Who is it? She alertly grasped a flashlight. A familiar figure stood in the moonlight, Yang Chao. He was covered in dirt, holding a dripping cloth bag. This is for you. He tossed the bag over, explaining that he had discovered a water seep in the rock crevice of the back mountain a few days prior, where he had placed some humus soil and planted the morel mushrooms she adored, as they had never stocked them in their space. Before he could finish, he suddenly swayed and collapsed to the ground. Yang Chao. Jasmine rushed over, discovering his forehead was burning with fever. Clearly, he had not been taking care of himself properly. She struggled to lift him, and the light from the flashlight illuminated the open cloth bag, revealing half a bag of fresh morel mushrooms. Jasmine's tears cascaded down her cheeks. Chapter 91. The abundant harvest of drought-resistant plants. Jasmine called for Tan Desheng and brought Yang Chao back to Wanglong Cave, where Yang's mother would tenderly care for him. Seeing her son in such a state, Yang's mother felt a pang of heartache. This silly boy has not been home for several days. Where could he have gone? He clearly has a cold. How can he not return home for medicine? Why must he endure this alone? Jasmine remained silent, quietly retrieving some medications from their space to give to Yang's mother. Tan Desheng discreetly informed Yang's mother about Jasmine and Yang Chao's situation. Yang's mother let out a long sigh. This foolish boy. Jasmine couldn't help but reminisce about the first time she met Yang Chao. Just as she was preparing to become engaged to Gu Pengfei, realizing she had not inquired about Gu Pengfei recently, she immediately summoned Tan Desheng. Brother Desheng, where is Gu Pengfei? How have I forgotten him? Ever since he limped into Moon Mountain, claiming he could trade secrets for food and water, asking us to take him in. Yet, he has not disclosed any secrets. Where is he now? Tan Desheng raised his hands in resignation. He possessed no secrets, merely seeking a pretext to appear valuable. I can find him within a small cave, allowing the guards to provide him with a bottle of water and 2 cornbread buns daily to barely sustain him. Recently, engrossed in the affairs of the experimental fields, I had forgotten about him. How shall we handle him? Molly replied with disdain. This man holds no value. Yuya village does not harbor idlers. Cast him out and let him fend for himself. Tan Desheng chuckled. I originally intended to slip him a peanut when you weren't looking, sending him off to the beyond. He has committed enough wicked deeds. Molly frowned. I have never directly taken a life. If you wish to kill him, do so. If you wish to expel him, then do it. The choice is yours. I want to hear no more of him, nor see him again. Tan Desheng nodded. Very well, I shall take care of him. You need not worry. He paused and added, Yang Chao, I shouldn't mention this, yet I cannot help myself. He is overly concerned about you. He is sensitive and petty regarding anything related to you. Could you perhaps afford him a chance? Molly responded softly, Brother Desheng, I bear a heavy burden of responsibility. Initially, I merely wished for our small group to support one another through the calamities of the apocalypse. However, now, the number of those relying on me grows, and I find myself weary, overwhelmed by pressure. Thus, I cannot contemplate matters of the heart. My focus must solely be on how we, as a multitude, can survive. Do you understand? Tan Desheng nodded. However, once Yang Chao recovered from his illness, Molly engaged him in a profound conversation. The specifics of their discussion remained a mystery to Tan Desheng, who could only speculate from a distance. Yet from that day forth, the understanding and trust between Molly and Yang Chao deepened. United in thought and effort, all energies were directed towards the cultivation of drought-resistant crops, rendering concerns about the safety of Yueja village secondary. Captain Zhao dispatched additional soldiers, assigning a platoon to ensure the village's security. With the military's protection, the guards were relieved from patrol duties and returned to the village to cultivate and farm. The initial crops sown included the desert sweet potato and water-efficient rice brought by Tao Haren. Given the scarcity of arable land near Wanglong Cave, they returned to the original Yuya village, where vast expanses awaited cultivation. Water reservoirs were excavated near each experimental area, with Molly regularly releasing water. This batch of crops required minimal water but thrived remarkably. In the 4th month, a bountiful harvest arrived. Golden rice ears bowed under the sunlight, and the vines of the desert sweet potato were laden with plump tubers. In the fields of Yuya village, villagers bent low, perspiring profusely as they harvested the first batch of drought-resistant crops. This rice is remarkably sturdy, Oldly exclaimed, cradling a handful of grains. His calloused fingers gently rubbing the husk to reveal plump kernels, far superior to those we had previously cultivated. Aunt Wong knelt in the sweet potato field, carefully unearthing a massive tuber, her eyes wide with astonishment as she cried, "Look, this one must weigh 3 to 4 pounds." Lu Dazhuang commanded the guards, operating various machines to assist the villagers in their harvest. Tao Haoran stood on the ridge, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. He turned to Jasmine and exclaimed, "Jasmine, we have succeeded. This is remarkable. The adaptability of these crops surpasses even the laboratory data. Moonlight Mountain is indeed a blessed land, particularly our Moonbud village, which is exceptionally suited for cultivation. Most importantly, the water source here is reliable, ensuring the crops thrive. Despite the prolonged drought, with not a single drop of rain for months, we have still achieved a bountiful harvest." Jasmine nodded, a wave of accomplishment swelling within her. That evening, Moonbud Village held a celebration for the harvest while also discussing the distribution plan for the crops. Jasmine stood before the villagers and announced, "According to our prior agreement with the research base, 60% of the harvested grain will be sent to the research facility, 30% will be reserved for the village, and 10% will be allocated for seed propagation." Though the villagers were reluctant, they understood the significance of the grain. Old Li was the first to express his support, stating, "Absolutely. Without expert Taos seeds, how could we have achieved such a harvest in this drought?" Lu Dazhuang added, "Exactly. With more samples at the research base, we can cultivate even better seeds." Tao Haoran explained to everyone, "This batch of harvested grain, with 60% going to the research base, is primarily for experimentation to cultivate more seeds. When the next batch of grain is harvested, we will retain most for the villagers, leaving only a small portion for experiments. Do you all agree?" The villagers voiced their approval. The following day, a convoy of transport vehicles dispatched by Captain Zhao rumbled into the village. Soldiers and villagers worked together to load sacks of rice and crates of desert yams onto the trucks. Tao Haoran meticulously labeled each bag of grain, cautioning the soldiers that this data was crucial for subsequent research and must be handled with care to avoid any mistakes. Jasmine approached him and softly inquired, "Are you returning with the convoy?" Tao Haoran shook his head, smiling as he replied, "My mission is not yet complete. The base has sent another expert to receive this batch of grain. I will remain in Moonbud Village to continue the next season's planting experiments. My goal is to improve our methods, hoping to use less water while ensuring the crops thrive. After all, not every place is as fortunate as Moonbud Village in terms of water availability." In the distance, Yang Chao paused momentarily upon hearing these words, glancing at Tao Haoran before resuming his work. 3 days later, a military helicopter descended upon the clearing in Moonbud Village. Academician Zhou personally visited, bringing with him exhilarating news. "Dear villagers, thank you for your contributions to the research base. With approval from higher authorities, Moonbud Village has officially become a demonstration base for drought-resistant crop promotion." He retrieved a notification stamped with an official seal from his briefcase, waving it before the villagers. "Look here. This document signifies that Moonbud Village will now receive priority access to all new seed varieties and official technical support. In other words, you will no longer have to worry about food in the future." This is truly exhilarating news, prompting the villagers to cheer in jubilation. Chapter 92. Jasmine is elected as village chief. Academician Zhou turned to Jasmine once more, solemnly stating, "Ms. Chang, in recognition of your significant contributions to scientific research, the Academy of Sciences has decided to bestow upon you the title of Special Advisor." He presented an exquisite box, inside which lay a silver badge. Academician Zhou emphasized that with this badge, you may seek assistance from the Academy and the authorities at any time and in any circumstance, receiving the help you require. It appears that this badge carries considerable weight and represents extraordinary significance. Jasmine accepted the badge, her emotions complex. Initially, her intention was merely to save herself and those around her, never anticipating that she would arrive at this juncture. "Thank you for your trust, Academician Zhou," Jasmine expressed sincerely. "By the way, tomorrow is the day I have arranged with Captain Zhao to replenish the water at the base. I will continue to assist the research facility." President Zhou grasped Jasmine's hand, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. The following morning, a military helicopter arrived to transport Jasmine, with Captain Zhao personally coming to escort her. An hour later, the helicopter landed on the helipad of the research base, where Jasmine and Yang Chao emerged, accompanied by Captain Zhao. Academician Zhou had already gathered with several researchers, and upon seeing Jasmine, he hastened over. "Miss Chung, you have arrived just in time." Academician Zhou exclaimed excitedly, grasping Jasmine's hand. The reservoir has completely run dry, and we are nearly unable to supply water for our experiments. Jasmine nodded. Take me to the reservoir. I will replenish it for you. The group ventured deep into the underground reservoir of the base, where the vast storage pool was nearly empty. Several researchers were cleaning the pool's bottom, awaiting Jasmine's arrival to supply water. Jasmine gestured for the others to step back. She approached the edge of the pool, inhaling deeply, and gently placed her hand upon the dry pool wall. The jade bracelet shimmered softly, and clear water cascaded down like a waterfall, swiftly filling half of the reservoir. After replenishing the reservoir, Jasmine retrieved a batch of supplies from her spatial storage: boxes of compressed rations, vacuum-sealed vegetables, medical supplies, and even several instruments. These are the instruments Captain Zhao mentioned that you might find useful, along with some living necessities. I hope they can improve everyone's living conditions. Academician Zhou trembled as he accepted the list. His voice choked with emotion. This is invaluable. Ms. Chung, you truly are a timely benefactor. The young assistant researcher, Xiao Lin, could not contain himself and rushed forward, bowing deeply. Sister Jasmine, on behalf of all the researchers, thank you. With this water, we can advance our seawater rice experiment to the next phase. Jasmine smiled shyly. You're welcome. You've all worked hard. What you are doing is beneficial to humanity. I am merely helping to the best of my ability. Before departing, Jasmine stood on the observation platform high above the base, gazing down at the busy researchers below. Some were testing the water quality, while others had already begun working with the newly arrived instruments, every face adorned with smiles. Upon Jasmine's return to the village, a collective assembly was convened in Yuya village to discuss recent village affairs and the forthcoming planting plans. Just before the meeting commenced, Lu Dazhuang suddenly proposed. I suggest we elect a village chief. Ever since that scoundrel Jia Jinhua passed away, our village has been devoid of leadership. We urgently need a leader to guide us through these apocalyptic challenges. Tan Desheng interjected. Jia Jinhua nearly brought ruin upon all the villagers. What qualifications did he possess to be a village chief? The other villagers echoed in agreement, asserting the necessity of electing a village leader. The atmosphere among the villagers was fervent. Since the drought-resistant crops yielded a bountiful harvest, the villagers' lives had gradually stabilized. However, the complexities of village affairs necessitated a competent leader to oversee the community's well-being. Standing on the stage, Tan Desheng announced with conviction. After deliberation among the representatives of the villagers, we have decided to officially elect a village chief for Yuya village. Now, please nominate candidates. Instantly, voices erupted from the crowd. I nominate Miss Jasmine. Yes, Miss Jasmine possesses both capability and responsibility. Without her, we would have perished from hunger. With scarcely any dissent, all the villagers unanimously proposed Jasmine for the position of village chief. Jasmine was taken aback and hurriedly waved her hands. You all flatter me. I have merely done what I could. Do not be modest, Miss Jasmine. Oldly exclaimed excitedly as he stood up. You have led us in farming, diverted water, repelled marauders, and assisted the research base in cultivating seeds, saving countless lives. If you do not take on this role, who will? Aunt Wang concurred. Indeed. We trust and support you. Although Jasmine attempted to decline, the villagers' chants grew louder in their endorsement of her. Witnessing such overwhelming support, Jasmine solemnly nodded. Very well. Since you all place your trust in me, I shall do my utmost to lead us through these trying times. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Yang Chao stood at the back of the crowd, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes brimming with pride. Tan Desheng patted him on the shoulder. Well, now you must support her wholeheartedly. Yang Chao nodded. I have always supported her. She is truly exceptional. Jasmine ascended the stage and bowed deeply to the villagers. From this day forth, Yuya village is our shared home. I will strive to ensure everyone's livelihood, but I also require the cooperation of each individual. Let us work together to improve our village, uniting our efforts to weather any calamity that may arise. The villagers responded in unison. We will heed our chief. Under the guidance of the newly appointed chief Jasmine, Yuya village promptly embarked on its second round of planting. This time, Tao Haran brought with him an array of new varieties, all the latest achievements from the research base. Jasmine organized the villagers into groups for learning. Tao Haran introduced each variety. This is saline alkali wheat, capable of thriving in high salinity soil. This is water-saving bean, which yields twice the amount of ordinary soybeans. The villagers gathered around him, eagerly absorbing the planting techniques. Even the most mischievous children, usually prone to antics, sat quietly by the fields, attentively observing the adults' every move. Jasmine and Yang Chao are responsible for the management of water resources. They have excavated small reservoirs beside each experimental field, which Jasmine regularly replenishes. Suddenly, Yang Chao pulls Jasmine to a concealed crevice in the rocks, pointing at several white shoots, exclaiming, "Look, the morels from last time have sprouted." Jasmine, astonished, crouches down to gently touch the charming caps of the mushrooms. "Did you really manage to cultivate them?" she inquires. Yang Chao scratches his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I followed the methods outlined in the agricultural manual and consulted Tao Haren, who taught me the cultivation techniques. I used humus soil for nurturing them. Once they're ready, I can make you a soup." Before he could finish his sentence, Jasmine suddenly embraces him. Although it lasts merely a second, it leaves Yang Chao frozen in place. "Thank you," Jasmine whispers, then swiftly turns and walks towards the fields, leaving a blushing Yang Chao standing alone. A month later, the second batch of crops is flourishing. Standing atop the newly constructed observation tower, Tao Haren gazes out at the vast expanse of greenery, marveling, "Jasmine, you have created a miracle." Jasmine shakes her head, responding, "This is the result of everyone's collective efforts." "No," Tao Haren insists seriously, "without your water and resource support, without your courage and perseverance, none of this would have been possible." He gestures towards the distant mountains, saying, "Do you know? According to the latest statistics, the military has discovered many survivors and established survivor bases. Over 5,000 individuals are now cultivating the drought-resistant crops we have promoted. This number may increase next year." Jasmine beams, "That's wonderful. The people have hope for survival." However, the good fortune does not last long, as new natural disasters loom on the horizon. Chapter 93, Severe Rainstorm Warning, New Calamities Approaching for Several Consecutive Days. The sky has been ominously overcast. The sun has not graced the sky for days. Jasmine finds it peculiar and comments at the dinner table, "It hasn't been cloudy for half the year, and now we have several days of continuous gloom. It's rather strange." Yang's mother interjects, "Isn't it? We've had scorching sun every day, and the drought has been unbearable, no rain at all. Suddenly, the weather turns gloomy, and the clouds are dark. Could it be that rain is on the way?" Yang Chao furrows his brow. "In my previous life, high temperatures and drought lasted only a year, unlike this time." According to Tao Haren, the country predicts that the high temperatures and drought could persist for 2 years, and we still have over 2 months to go. Is it possible that the drought is coming to an end and that a torrential downpour is imminent? Jasmine suggests we should prepare early, just in case. The trajectory of natural disasters in this life has already diverged completely from the last. Yang Chao replies, "In my previous life, the high temperatures lasted only a year, followed by relentless rain. But this time, the drought has lasted over a year, so long that I've almost forgotten that other disasters could occur. Perhaps the rainstorms will arrive earlier." The group exchanges glances, recognizing the uncertainty of the weather, which is indeed difficult to predict. The following day, Jasmine promptly summoned Tan Dashang, Lu Dazhuang, and several members of the village committee, inviting Tao Haren to collaboratively devise a response strategy, after which they dispersed to prepare. Heavy, ominous clouds loomed over Moon Crescent Village, suffocating the air. Yang Chao stood outside Wanglong Cave, gazing upward at the unusual sky, his brow furrowed in concern. The air was laden with humidity, making even breathing feel viscous. His skin could sense the changes in the electric charge of the atmosphere, a portent of the impending torrential rain. What troubled him was the possibility that this deluge might exceed their worst expectations. Jasmine approached his side, following his gaze toward the heavens, feeling the impending rain. "I am somewhat looking forward to the next downpour. After all, the drought has persisted for too long." Yang Chao shook his head. "If it were merely a downpour, it would be manageable. What worries me is the likelihood of relentless storms." Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Tao Haren, clutching a military communication device, stumbled toward them. "Jasmine, the research base has just issued an urgent weather alert." He handed over a document emblazoned with a red warning. "A super rainstorm system is forming, expected to make landfall within 72 hours. Please prepare for flood prevention in all regions." Attached to the document was a satellite cloud image depicting a massive cyclone approaching. Jasmine's heart sank. She noted the remark at the bottom of the document. The anticipated daily rainfall may exceed 300 millimeters, potentially causing catastrophic flooding. 300 millimeters? Yang Chao gasped. That is equivalent to half a year's worth of rain falling within a single day. Jasmine remarked, "The storm is arriving more swiftly and ferociously than we had imagined. It poses a grave danger." She immediately gathered the villagers, who crowded the open space before Wanglong Cave. standing atop a protruding rock, holding a megaphone. Jasmine addressed her fellow villagers. "Dear friends, the situation is dire. The weather alert indicates that this torrential rain may persist for weeks, if not longer. We must act without delay." Following their prior discussions, Jasmine swiftly issued her directives. 1. Urgent harvesting. All harvestable crops must be collected immediately, while those that cannot be harvested must be adequately protected. Especially the new crops brought by Tao Hauran must be prioritized for safeguarding. 2. Reinforce the cave. Everyone should retreat to the cave for shelter, using waterproof cloth and wooden planks to fortify the cave entrance, and clearing drainage ditches. Sandbag walls should be constructed at each family's cave entrance to prevent backflow of rainwater. 3. Relocate supplies. Important supplies must be moved to elevated areas or within Wanglong Cave. Particularly, medicines, food, and seeds must be waterproofed. If a household cannot accommodate them, they may entrust Jasmine with their safekeeping. 4. Emergency shelter. The elderly, children, and those in poor health must be promptly relocated to the higher, safer cave. 5. Risk assessment. Establish emergency safety teams to inspect the structural integrity of each family's cave. Preventing landslides. 6. Distribute supplies. Allocate a specified quantity of supplies to each household, including coal, firewood, instant food, vegetables, and drinking water. The villagers sprang into action. Having endured several natural disasters, their sense of urgency heightened, no longer daring to be complacent. The men transported sandbags, the women hastily harvested crops, while the children formed long lines, passing bundles of waterproof fabric to where it was needed. The entire village functioned like a finely tuned machine, operating efficiently under the command of Jasmine. Yang Chao led a team of guards to inspect each potential hazard. He noticed the old locust tree at the eastern edge of the village showing signs of instability. Yang Chao took action to fell the tree, preventing it from becoming a danger when the torrential rains arrived. Tan Deshang organized a crew to reinforce the entrance of Wanglong Cave. They constructed a half-meter-high water barrier at the cave's entrance using steel bars and concrete, leaving a drainage channel, and installed a diversion trough on top. Meanwhile, they retrieved all the solar panels from the cave's roof and reinforced the glass dome with cement and waterproof materials to prevent rainwater from seeping in. Tan Deshang informed Jasmine that the interior of Wanglong Cave was elevated and should be safe, but precautions against landslides were essential. "I will examine each household's caves to ensure their safety," he stated. Jasmine nodded in agreement, instructing, "Place all the elderly and children in the most secure rock chamber of the cave. Additionally, prepare ample dry rations and drinking water." After meticulously checking on each household, Jasmine gathered items that were difficult to store, particularly seeds, to keep them safe from moisture. With the village's affairs in order, she promptly contacted Captain Zhao. The radio communication was intermittent due to weather disturbances, yet she managed to grasp critical information. The situation at the research base was dire. She turned to Yang Chao and declared, "I must visit the research base to see if they require assistance. They house so many invaluable research materials. We must ensure they have adequate supplies." Yang Chao wished to accompany her, but Jasmine resolutely shook her head, stating, "The village needs you more. If the flood arrives unexpectedly, we require someone to coordinate the evacuation. You and Lu Dazhuang must remain vigilant. I will go with Deshang and return before nightfall." Jasmine contacted Captain Zhao, arranging for a helicopter to retrieve her. She inquired of Tao Hauran, "Will you be returning to the research base? With the impending disaster, it may be safer than Yaya Mountain." Tao Hauran shook his head. "I have received orders to remain at Moon Mountain, focusing on agricultural research under extreme weather conditions." Jasmine replied, "Then you cannot stay at the camp. It is too perilous outside." Yang Chao interjected, "Let him stay in Wanglong Cave. I will assist him in moving all his experimental equipment there so he can continue his research." Jasmine regarded Yang Chao. Her heart warmed. This foolish boy had finally matured. Yang Chao understood her unspoken thoughts, feeling a bit awkward as he scratched his head. Protecting him means safeguarding our research outcomes, preserving her hope. Jasmine smiled, bid farewell to everyone, and boarded the helicopter that had come to fetch her, soaring towards the research base. Chapter 94. Preparing for the impending downpour, the helicopter flew directly to the research base. Upon encountering Jasmine, Academician Zhou grasped her hand with palpable excitement. "You still dare to take risks and come here at such a time." Colonel Zhao stood beside them. Jasmine, undeterred, addressed him directly. "Colonel Zhao, if the torrential rain persists, will the research base be at risk of flooding?" Colonel Zhao shook his head reassuringly. "Rest assured, Miss Jasmine, When this base was constructed, we considered various extreme weather conditions. Although the terrain may appear low, it is, in fact, relatively elevated, and several substantial drainage ditches are in place. Following heavy rainfall, the resulting mountain torrents will swiftly carry the excess water away, ensuring the safety of the research base. Furthermore, we are intensifying flood prevention measures. Jasmine nodded in relief. That is good to hear. Time is of the essence. I must head to the reservoir. The base's reservoir had nearly run dry, with several researchers utilizing the last remnants of water for critical experiments. Without hesitation, Jasmine commenced the process of refilling the reservoir. This time, she not only replenished it but also left behind a considerable supply of waterproof tarps, emergency medications, instant food, coal, firewood, diesel, and various other necessities. To Academician Joe, she remarked, I am concerned that the cave may become excessively damp during the rainfall. These tarps will protect the experimental equipment. Particularly, the seed bank and genetic samples must remain dry. Additionally, these antibiotics are essential in case the flood triggers an outbreak. If you have items that are difficult to store, I can keep them in my space and return after the storm to retrieve them. Academician Joe held her hand tightly. Thank you so much, village chief. Jasmine interrupted him. There is no need for thanks. Your research pertains to the future of humanity, and it is imperative to safeguard these achievements, especially the newly developed seeds, which represent our last hope. Just before departing, researcher Zhang from the meteorological team caught Jasmine's attention. Miss Jasmine, according to our latest monitoring, this storm may be accompanied by thunderstorms and strong winds, with gusts potentially reaching levels above 10. You must reinforce the high-rise buildings. He handed Jasmine a disk containing all meteorological data and analytical models, which may prove beneficial. By the time Jasmine returned to Yaya village, darkness had descended. Distant thunder rumbled ominously, akin to the low growl of a great beast. The air was thick with the earthy scent of soil, inducing an inexplicable sense of unease. Upon disembarking from the plane, a fine drizzle began to fall. After a year without rain, this light shower felt precious. However, Jasmine remained wary. The gentle rain would soon escalate into a downpour. Without looking back at Long Cave, she immediately sought out Yang Chao to inspect the village's preparations. The villagers had completed their arrangements. They had stored enough food for several months in the cave, carefully wrapping it in waterproof tarps and surrounding it with moisture-absorbing lime bags. Any surplus grain from each household was set aside, clearly marked, awaiting Jasmine's retrieval for storage. The entrances of each dwelling had been reinforced with steel bars and waterproof tarps. Sandbags were added at the cave entrances, and drainage ditches had been deepened outside to facilitate the swift removal of rainwater. The primary road of the village is flanked by meticulously excavated drainage ditches, while crucial facilities are safeguarded by sturdy waterproof embankments. At the entrance of the Wanglong Cave, a 1-meter-high wall of sandbags has been erected, topped with a diversion board. Jasmine has ensured that every household is provisioned with sufficient drinking water and medicine. Although it is impossible to store water for several months at once, during torrential rains, the cave will continue to seep water, and the underground springs and hidden rivers, filtered through layers of the mountain, can be consumed directly. After assessing the conditions of each household, Jasmine suddenly recalled something and urged Yang Chao to rush towards the experimental fields. Tao Howren was already there, accompanied by several villagers, covering the experimental crops with waterproof fabric. His clothes were soaked, hair plastered to his forehead, presenting a disheveled appearance. He was in a state of distress, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, as the experimental data was exceedingly precious. If it were to be flooded, years of research would be rendered futile. Suddenly, his voice faltered, and he watched in astonishment as Jasmine waved her hand, enveloping the most critical plots of the experimental fields into the space of her jade bracelet. Tao Howren stood, dumbfounded. This. Jasmine smiled reassuringly. I will keep them safe for now. We can replant once the rains have passed. Now, you should head to Wanglong Cave to seek shelter, as the light rain will soon escalate into a downpour. She urged several villagers, hurry home. It's best to take cover from the rain. The trio of Jasmine, Yang Chao, and Tao Howren made their way back to Wanglong Cave. Observing the fields where villagers had labored, yet were on the brink of being submerged by the impending rain, leading to total loss, Jasmine felt a pang of regret. Lamenting the crops, while vegetables could still be salvaged, the newly planted soybeans and corn, not yet matured, were destined to be drenched. Tao Howren offered her comfort. We have already harvested 2 batches of grain. Everyone has enough to eat. which is quite reassuring. We can continue to cultivate in the future. As evening approached, the light rain abruptly transformed into a torrential downpour. Jasmine stood in the courtyard of Wanglong Cave, witnessing the first genuine drop of the deluge. That drop splashed against her outstretched palm, offering a cool sensation. She quickly retreated to the cave's mouth. Soon, a second and a third drop fell, rapidly merging into a cascade, and before long, a torrential rain enveloped the entire Moon Mountain. Standing at the entrance of Wanglong Cave, Jasmine gazed at the relentless downpour. Her heart a tumult of emotions. This rain, which should have been a joyous blessing after a prolonged drought, had transformed into a new calamity due to its ferocity. The rain struck against the sandbag wall, splattering droplets that quickly dampened her pant legs. Yang Chao pulled Jasmine back into the cave, securing the heavy door behind them. Stop watching, go rest. You've been tirelessly busy these past few days. Though Jasmine could not see, many villagers sat at the cave's entrance, observing the deluge and engaging in animated discussions. Alas, we've longed for rain for over a year, only to be met with such a violent downpour. Indeed. This afternoon's light rain had me joyfully running through the fields, celebrating, while secretly hoping that no deluge would follow, wishing the weather forecast was mistaken. Look at this light rain. It has only been half a day, and it has turned into a torrential storm. I have lived for over 60 years. Yet I have never witnessed such a malevolent downpour. Just as it began, the